Chapter 1 Returning Home. After a 6-year absence, Jiang Jutang returned to the capital to attend the funeral of Shen Qingjia's grandmother. Dressed in an appropriately somber black dress, its tailored cute accent to a tinger lender waist, her chestnut hair cascaded gracefully down her back. A gentle breeze stirred, causing Gastron to brush against her cheek, grazing her nose. The hemo fur dress revealed inclis pristine as morning dew, while a delicate straps off her high heel shugged her slender ankles. Despite her efforts to remaining conspicuous, she tracked the attention of those around her. Isn't that the second daughter of director Jiang? It's been a year she has blossomed into such a captivating beauty. Indeed, she's far more enchanting than her sister Shen Qingyao. Lower your voice. The Shen family is not to be trifled with, and director Jiang Gao's position to his father-in-law, General Shen. Two peripheral figures in the capital elite circles spoke cautiously of Shen family, glancing around nervous-like before retreating into silence. Jiang Jutang had arrived in the capital in an unflight, directly picked up by members of Jiang family. By time Lucinian received the news, it was too late for him to gather at the airport. Their first meeting in 6 years would occur amidst the bustling crowd at the funeral. The ancien fool girl had transformed into striking beauty, exuding grace and poise. Who was momentarily transfixed, his hair tracing with excitement and admiration. Jiang Jutang, irritated by the theclan to her shows from the damp grass, was suddenly presented with a handkerchief by a pair of elegant long fingers. Lucinian skillfully crouched down, gently wiping the dirt from her shoes. You still can't stand a speck of dirt, just like when I were rechilled there, all cleano. Lucinian radiated warmth and charm, as natural and effortless since their previous encounters, making Jitsi amaze if the 6 years she had been away were beautiful dream. Jiang Jutang quietly observed him, retracting her foot to evade his touch. Lucinian paused, rising slowly, his expression filled with elation and hurt. Jiang Jutang, are you angry with him? Hesed wearily, his upright posture now slightly slumped. I've been waiting for you all these years. Jiang Jutang found this statement amusing. 6 years, 190 days, you had countless opportunities to visit, yet you didn't do as the steamed son of a deputy director lack the means to buy a planet ticket? Hearing the sarcasm in her words, Lucinian felt a twinge of fame. Jutang, you know how Shen family operates, my father. There is no need to elaborate, every honest their difficulty sits ultimately not that significant. The Shen family had managed to send Shen Qingji abroad, so they could certainly provide less family with satisfactory leverage. Jiang Zhenge had his own daughter for the sake of his career would not foolishly wait for Lucinian to rescue her. Fatally soft princesses awaiting fair knights in shining armor existed only in fairy tales. Jiang Jutang had never believed in such fantasies. Noticing her indifference, Lucinian appeared considerably lighter in spirit. Jutang, we. Before he could finish, she turned and walked away. Lucinian stared at the retreating figure, momentarily lost in thought, as if you were regazing from a girl who had done second to him 6 years ago. Jiang Jutang chose not to mingle with the crowd, instead seeking a relatively quiet spotterist. Feeling the incito flow blood sugar, she quickly unwrapped a citrus-flavored candy, savoring its sweetness as it danced on her taste buds, soothing her previously disturbed emotions. Shen Qingyao, dressed in mourning attire with a black soutane with dreamy eyes, approached heels. Jiang Jutang, it's been a long time. Jiang Jutang felt a sense of foreboding. Shen Qingjia's approach couldn't herald trouble. She thought to herself that perhaps it was better not to engage. Not too long, just 6 years. Shen Qingjia smiled lightly, exuding an air of superiority as if she were an undisputed victor. What, back in the country and kindling your post with Lucinian, if I like what in a longer went you would mind passing Jatantoya. By the way I forgot to mention that Lucinian is still keen infatuated with you, after all the years, he seems suitable to Forgetia. The things if discarded are perfectly suited for you. Jiang Jutang's bright eyes shimmered with a hint of patias heshu karatither. He had thought you might have made some progressive disappointed me greatly. Shen Qingjia Sanger flared, what do you mean by that? Ignoring her, Jiang Jutang turned her gazeta through a wolf of her green surrounding the meadery. Oh, do you think you aware, just old child Jun wanted with Jiang family, what do you have to compare with? Your own mother has to placate me dealing with he was a simply squashing in it. Jiang Jutang, slightly annoyed, placed her delicate finger to her lips. Shoo, lower your voice, your grandmother has just passed away, don't disturb her rest. You, Jiang Jiotan. After the funeral conclude, a call from Maimang Pier said thruff, her excited shrieks nearly overwhelming Jiang Jiotan's senses. Xiaomang, it's been 7 months since you all last visited Main England. Is such excitement necessary? How can it be the same? Thista Mayo, you're back for good. How can you not be excited? Let Shid Royal Barton I tend not return until we're drunk. Jiang Jitang smiled as he walked toward the roadside. Lin Jian appeared from Bend, exasperated. Where do you think you're going now? 30 hour back, come home with him. Jiang Jitang scoffed. Home, which home? I'm not going to yours. I don't think know where mine is right now. Lin Jian frowned after your spart, her skill hadn't improved, but her temper had certainly grown. How can you speak to your mother like that? Get in the car. Jiang Jitang checked her right hailing up, beauty spite multiply temps, Nuni accepted a request. It was understandable this meetery was remote and difficult to access by taxi. Fine, she will just stitch a ride. She appeared the Dorofared flight Karan gotten while Lin Jian with a stern expression had no choice but to walk around to the other side. You've offended Kinji again, haven't you? What were you thinking? You should be more accommodating given your status after all, she's your sister. Jiang Jitang felt drowsy having just landed. She had gestato that mi difference and was struggling to keep her eyes open, her head pounding from the noise. What's to behave, be honest mistress, otherwise, what do you constantly bring up Miss Aimful status, even if you become John Zenga's mistress, imminent there issued but hiani demed shameful. Lin Jian Lilioped fromer Sitinanger, casting a wary glance at the driver. The Jiangfam litted lack for the old general's connections, and Shafiret provoking his suspicions. Sheslapped Jiang Jitang across the face. What nonsense serio spouting, your father ran during a legitimate relationship you shouldn't have been born tusty from Qingtao. Jiang Jitang covered her chikan to a cold laugh. Steal from Qingtao? Chapter 2 Taking him away. By the time Jiang Jitang arrived at the royal bar, night had fully descended. Shapushida pent the door to room 816, and Maimang rushed forward like an eager golden retriever. Jotong, I've missed you so much, you're finally back. That old lady from Shen family said you couldn't return unlisted, and no she's gone, ha ha. Maimang laughed heartily, lifting her glass ferrados to Jiang Jotong. Jotong, have you seen Lucinian? Maimang got cautiously afraid of touching on a painful subject for Jiang Jotong. Jiang Jitang agially swirled her drink, harrowed lips Barton guess let the pilay kid flow smoothly down her throat, the motion but hollow ring on seductive. Have. She replied indifferently. Maimang to a sigh of relief. That Shinkin J squid spikiblesh snatched Lucinian away and made him dance to her tuna 4 months, when she was bird should drop him like a hot potato. Lucinian situation 9th the capitalis been rather awkward these past few years, always labeled mission's attachment, subject to whispers wherever he goes. Jiang Jitang's emotions remained steady as it downed her drink. She wasn't truly care for Lucinian has merely told to provoke him, it wasn't away, so naturally, Lucinian would forget about him, her ability to keep him dangling for so long serves him lator mind der familinata la tear guard down regarding Hoisabrod. Thof hurt remain calm and her expression neutral, Maimang couldn't help you feel upon Goff sympathy. Those had been ses years soft carefree iath foragir las radiantis of flower, abrupt ly severed be a single word from Shen family. Jiang Jitang had never hedania silif upon learning about her past, Maimang had marvel at 1000 could thrive in such a desolating verin mentan emerged so brilliantly. Ah, enough oft he salumi thoughts, look what I've prepared for you. Maimang clapped her hands, and several broad-shouldered Mullah models entered the room. You've been surrounded by blondie-haired, blue-eyed foreigners in England. I say, nothing nourishes the soul quite like Chinese cuisine. Maimang waved her hand, and a few fair-skinned, handsome young men casually took seats beside Jiang Jitang and Maimang, raising their glasses in invitation to drink together. Jiang Jitang was not nito beshalvov, she had little ein tears in them, she didn't want to dampen Maimang's spirits and accept a glass, drinking freely. After a frowns, Maimang called it resist mocking Shinkinji again. Let me tell you a funny story. Shinkinji has become infatuated with that young master from the family, trailing after him for months, thinking she could win him over, but when he's Wario, her facetern edgery and withing her a hard shoe and themecrying, begging old master Shen to help her win him over. She declared she wouldn't marry anyone but Siatingya for the rest of her life, haha. Now the Holikapatak nost had a little princess of Shen family I son requite in her love, it's so satisfying shoes to bully others. Zhang Juden graced her glass, swaying it in fedimlight, a mischievous milekri pinganto her lips as pondered something. Tell me, would it be missing if I were to take him away from Xinqingyao? Since ever yon believe it she had returned to snatch things from Xinqingyao, she might as well embrace this unfounded accusation. Mai Meng nearly choked down her drink, coughing violently.
Are you out of Ormond, that Xie Tingyi you were talking about, a top-tier figure known for being difficult to deal with, Yuri incredibly bold.
Zhang Juden remained unfazed, leaning closer to Mai Meng with a playful blintin hirai. Then let's give a tree. Her voice was laced with flirtation, a sweet warmth mingling with the potent alcohol, irresistibly enticing. Thema Lemidals, sensing the lack flirtation between Tetwa women, discreetly poured more drinks. After several rounds of toasting, Zhang Jutang felt a douche did and decided to step outside for some fresh air. The gentle night breeze off tea capital caressed her skin, soothing Jevaripori into a languid relaxation.
Emerging from the restroom, she stumbled slightly in her high heels. Although she had been relatively lucid in the private room, the fresh air intensified the thick soft alcohol, making her drowsy struggling to keep her eyes open.
Glancing at the time, it was already past 11. She was severely sleep-deprived from the adjusting to theta differentian long atakalapsiantos of bedan drift into the slumber. Zhang Jutang wobbled back toward the private room. Weighs it 8:16 or 8:19? She rubbed bare forehead, uncertain as to push to pent the heavy door in front of her. Inadvertently, she collided with a broad, solid chest. No doubt about it, this was the right room Truman Mai Meng summoned a few male models. Zhang Jutang tried to squeeze past the male model, Buthman stood his ground, blocking the entrance without budging. Shepa shed against them, her delicate hand brushing against this firm chest, warmth of his body momentarily stunning. Harissa looked up to meet his gaze. Before her stood Ephisa's striking beauty, strong brows, deep-set eyes, and a sharp nose, with pierced sinjayas to trees on the hawks, captivating gandintons. His features were bold and commanding, exuding inner of aggression. Zhang Jutang found herself momentarily entranced. She hadn't paid attention before I'd seen the Tevrioni and the country was living well. Culdioplesis step aside, in interest. Theman before her weighs as immovable as a mountain, unaffected be her attempt stop a shamazide. Just as her irritation begantories, voices from within the room reached her ears. UAE, who sat a door? Siatingia shifted, blocking her from view, and nothing much, just oil cathat slipped in. Chini, perplexed, asked, what wildcat could possiblibeth royal bar? Thilka began to take heights still on Zhang Jotanger legs full tweak, and she leaned against the for support. Siatingia caught her with own arm, sealing theta or behind him. You will continue have something to attend to. Chinya loud voicetoed from behind, hey, you're leaving gal ready, the little princess from Shen family who's been pursuing you, ice in her wear. Zhang Jutang had never been a heavy drinker, and today, feeling good after seeing Mai Meng, plus the pent-up frustration from earlier with Lin Jian, she had unconsciously indulged more Athanasial. Now the affectioned her hard, leaving her disoriented as Sietingi Yilderawade shoving Garin the car. The driver at Surpris said to see Sietingi Yawathaman kept the thoughts to himself Fasha's monthly drovia into the night off tea capital. Where to, Mr. Xie? Chapter 3, at the Keishui Hotel. After announcing their destination, Sietingyu adjusted the crumpled cuffs of his shirt, lazily leaning back against the rear seat with his eyes closed in a state of repose. Zhang Jiotong, feeling a burning sensation in her chest, was overwhelmed by the car's jolting stops at the red lights, which made her feel somewhat nauseous. No matter how she positioned herself, discomfort lingered, seeking comfort. She leaned towards the source of warmth beside her, burying her small face into it. A delightful scent of wood wafted to her nostrils, prompting her to greedily inhale, savoring the aroma, and revealing a sweet smile as she smacked her lips. Sietingyu, having indulged in alcohol, exuded a languid aura, his gaze drooping as he permitted this little stray cat he had picked up from the roadside to nestle against him. Zhang Jiotong, lulled by the warmth of Sietingyu's embrace, drifted into a deep slumber. However, an abrupt break jolted her awake, causing her to retch uncontrollably. The discomfort on her face was evident, her impressive curves rising and falling with the heaves brushing against Sietingyu. The man's posture stiffened slightly as he reached out to steady her head, adjusting her to a more comfortable angle. The driver, startled by the commotion, quickly apologized. I'm sorry, Mr. Siet. A person suddenly darted out. Sietingyu, one hand supporting Zhang Jiotong's head and the other lightly pressing his forehead, instructed, drive steadily.
she is feeling unwell. After several retches, Zhang Jiutong expelled a mouthful of clear liquor, leaving a small wet patch on Xie Tingyu's chest. Mr. Xie, perhaps I should ask you to stop by the roadside. No need, he replied without a hint of concern, lazily pulling her closer, one hand steadying her restless fingers. The driver, trembling with anxiety, reduced the speed to 30. On the main thoroughfare of the capital at night, a Maybach crawled along at a snail's pace, finally halting at the Keishui Hotel after more than half an hour. The next day, Zhang Jiutong awoke in the afternoon with a splitting headache, disoriented about her whereabouts. It must have been the result of last night's indulgence. She recalled that Maimao had brought her to this hotel. Barefoot, she made her way to the living room of the suite, where she discovered a hangover remedy and a warm cup of honey water on the table. Nearby, a wardrobe held a set of fresh clothes. In a fabric and style she favored, the service in domestic hotels was indeed commendable. After freshening up, she headed to the company. Maimao had preemptively informed the staff that Christie would be visiting. Preparing a welcome ceremony, Zhang Jiutong pushed open the office door, only to find it empty and the lights off. Is it a holiday today? Where is everyone? Suddenly, with a loud bang, streamers cascaded from above, and the lights flickered on, revealing everyone gathered around. Welcome back, Christie. Maimao approached Zhang Jiutong, holding a cake adorned with candles. Welcome home. Zhang Jiutong, exasperated yet smiling at Maimao's antics, recognized this as her friend's signature style. She confidently introduced herself, while a young female colleague excitedly rubbed her hands together. Oh my, our company's tech genius is actually a stunning beauty. How fortunate we are. I love being close to beautiful women. Maimao, playfully asserting her claim, pointed at Zhang Jiutong. You're thinking too much. Tang Tang is mine. After the welcome ceremony, Zhang Jiutong followed Maimao to the office. You wouldn't believe it. Before you arrived, they were speculating about what kind of person Christie would be. Some guessed you'd be a reclusive academic, buried in experiments. Others thought anyone capable of developing new types of restraint cables must be a hermit, socially awkward and seldom leaving their home. I was just trying not to laugh at their wild imaginations. Zhang Jiutong had kept her partnership with Maimao and establishing their company a secret from the Shin family to avoid interference. Thus she had never revealed her identity to her colleagues. This time, she returned bearing the latest research results from her lab, seeking collaboration with domestic enterprises. Tang Tang, the technology for the new restraint cable is still uncharted territory in the country. But finding a suitable partner is no easy feat. The domestic market is rife with both quality and subpar companies, many of which lack the capability for production. If we collaborate poorly, not only might our technology be leaked, but if the cables produced do not meet quality standards, our losses will be devastating. I have screened a few companies. Let us see if any are suitable. As Zhang Jiutong reviewed the company profiles compiled by Maimao, she selected one company that stood out for its impressive capabilities. This company has solid strength. It would make for a commendable partner. Maimao sighed. My little ancestor, I knew you would be drawn to Tangyu military industry. But alas, they have military connections, and they receive countless collaboration requests daily. They may look down upon our small company. Why not consider others? Zhang Jiutong continued to sift through the options, but only Tangyu met her criteria. The others either had mediocre qualifications or appeared unreliable. We possess the most advanced technology, and naturally, we deserve the best partners. I refused to settle for less. While her sentiment was valid, Maimao was troubled by Zhang Jiutong's lack of familiarity with Tangyu due to her years abroad, where she had focused solely on her studies. It was already generous for Tangyu to be polite in dismissing them. In reality, Maimao had previously sent a proposal to Tangyu and had not even received a response after months of waiting. Feeling at a loss, Maimao was nonetheless unfazed by Zhang Jiutong's determination. Prepare the materials. We'll visit Tangyu military industry tomorrow. After work, Maimao suddenly recalled that Zhang Jiutong might still be without accommodation. Tang Tang, where will you be staying upon your return? Surely not with Grandma Lu. No, not anymore. Since elementary school, Zhang Jiutong had been sent to stay with her university classmate, Lu Huiliang, as her parents were busy with work, leaving her in the care of Grandma Lu. Thus she had lived there for 12 years. Given the current awkwardness in her relationship with the Lu family, she felt it inappropriate to intrude. That's easily solved. My cousin had a place before going abroad, and it's still unoccupied. She even asked me to help clean it weekly. I'll let her know you'll be moving in. She won't mind since you're both girls. A house needs to be lived in to feel alive. Leaving it empty will only invite mildew. Consider it a favor. Zhang Jiutong understood that Maimao was concerned for her well-being, and as she indeed needed a place to stay, she accepted without protest. I'll pay your rent. Oh please, with the new technology you've developed, I can't even begin to calculate how much benefit I'll gain from you. Let us go get you some essentials. Chapter 4, Brother Tingyu. Long time no see. The apartment that Maimao introduced to Jiang Jiutang was located near the Second Ring Road, in a well-appointed building, just half an hour's drive from the company. Jiang Jiutang ascended the stairs with her newly purchased necessities from the supermarket. Maimao's cousin's residence was a duplex in a tranquil neighborhood, with excellent security, noticing a notice on the door dated from the end of the previous year. It seemed the unit had been unoccupied for some time. What do you think? Not bad, right? My cousin has great taste. You can rest easy here. The house is regularly cleaned, and everything is new. After showing Jiang Jiutang around the apartment, Maimao left to prepare the materials needed for the next day's meeting. Since returning from the UK, Jiang Jiutang had not adjusted to the time difference, and after a night of heavy drinking, she longed for a shower and a good night's sleep. However, after bathing and lying down, she found herself restless, facing the unfamiliar emptiness of the room, feeling an indescribable pang of melancholy. In her first year in the UK, Jiang Jiutang had suffered from severe depression, even contemplating ending her life. Each day, she took handfuls of medication yet still found herself wide awake, oscillating between tears and fits of anger, feeling like a senseless madwoman. Just as she began to give up on herself, one morning she opened her mailbox to discover an anonymous postcard. It read, "With sunshine in your heart, fear not the darkness, be your own sun." For several months, she received similar postcards, each bearing the same handwriting. There were no signatures or addresses. It was the encouragement from this stranger that gradually helped Jiang Jiutang accept herself. She immersed herself in her studies and worked to numb her feelings. Whenever a hint of sadness arose, she would confine herself to the lab, working tirelessly to forget the unpleasant memories and people. Jiang Jiutang despised being controlled by such emotions. Unable to sleep, she decided to rise and search for information regarding Tangyu military industry online. Early the next morning, Maimao knocked on Jiang Jiutang's door, bringing breakfast. Tang, look what I brought you. Delicious soy milk, fried dough sticks, and soup dumplings. You haven't had these in ages, have you? Eating too much Western food diminishes one's happiness. Nothing beats the nourishing essence of our Chinese cuisine. Jiang Jiutang smiled gently, touched by Maimao's concern. After breakfast, the two drove to Tangyu military industry. Upon arrival at 9:30 a.m., the lobby's waiting area was already filled with people. The receptionist was busy registering visitor information, confirming appointments over the phone, and assisting with elevator access. After waiting for over half an hour, it was finally their turn. Do you have an appointment? The receptionist inquired politely. Maimao scratched her head awkwardly. We do, but it's been pushed to next year. The receptionist, maintaining a professional demeanor, replied with a smile, I'm sorry, but please adhere to your scheduled appointment time. Maimao felt a twinge of impatience. As with countless previous disappointments, she sensed that the opportunity to meet with the person in charge of Tangyu today was slim. No, we truly possess highly advanced technology that we wish to collaborate on with your esteemed company. Please, I implore you to make an exception and allow us to meet with Director Yang from the research department. The receptionist appeared somewhat conflicted. I'm sorry, but according to Tangyu's regulations, no one without an appointment is permitted entry. Maimao pouted, disheartened, and shrugged her shoulders at Jiang Jiutang. Director Yang is also a very busy person. I have been trying to schedule a meeting with him for over half a year, and I have yet to catch a glimpse of him. Jiang Jiutang was unaware of Maimao's intentions regarding Director Yang and mistakenly thought that her prolonged attempts were to meet with the president of Tangyu. Excuse me, could you please help me contact your general manager Xia? Just let him know that Jiang Jiutang is looking for him. Jiang Jiutang had met Xia Tingyu when she was younger, but she was uncertain if he still remembered her after all these years. As she spoke, a hint of anxiety crept in, yet she found herself with no other options. The receptionist looked skeptical but still dialed the number for the president's office. Maimao was no longer composed. General Manager Xia from Tangyu. When did this happen? Jiang Jiutang, fearing she might appear timid in front of the receptionist, mustered the courage to whisper. It's been several years of friendship. In truth, it was a friendship from several years ago. The receptionist explained the situation over the phone. After a brief exchange, she smiled and nodded before hanging up. I am sorry, Miss Jian, but the president is currently out of the office. If it's urgent, you might try contacting his private phone. Jiang Jiutang felt a bit embarrassed. Private phone? How would she know what Xia Tingyu's private number was? Oh, it's fine, I'll just wait for him here for a while. With that, she stepped aside with Maimao. Tang, why don't you give General Manager Xia a call? Had I known you were acquainted with him, we could have avoided all this trouble. Jiang Jiutang was contemplating how to explain to Maimao that she had told a little white lie. A glance caught her eye as she saw Xia Tingyu walking towards the elevator.
Surrounded by assistants, she decided to disregard her embarrassment. If she was to be humiliated, so be it. In her high heels, she hurriedly pursued him. Ting Gu, the soft, alluring voice of a woman echoed through the lobby, drawing the attention of Chen Yu, the assistant reporting to Xie Tingyu. She was a strikingly beautiful woman, elegantly dressed in a tailored professional suit, striding gracefully in her heels towards them. Instinctively, he stepped forward to shield Xie Tingyu. He had seen such scenes countless times before. Not only were there women from society yearning for their president, but many prominent young ladies from Jing City were also infatuated with General Manager Xie. The daughter of the Shen family in Jing City was particularly fervent, pursuing him relentlessly at private gatherings and visiting the company no fewer than several dozen times. Which young lady was this? Though her physique and appearance were exceptional, her intentions were misguided. General Manager Xie had never been swayed by feminine charms. All their efforts were ultimately in vain. Miss, may I inquire what brings you here? Zhang Jiutang glanced at the impeccably dressed man, assuming he was Xie Tingyu's assistant or another company leader. Turning, she flashed a warm smile, ready to explain the purpose of their visit. Xie Tingyu, adorned in a bespoke suit that exuded sophistication, appeared sharp and poised, yet his demeanor carried a hint of relaxed charm that he irritably loosened his tie and gestured for Chen Yu to step aside. Looking for me, his tone was devoid of emotion, flat and unyielding. Zhang Jiutang, who hadn't seen Xie Tingyu in years, noted the added maturity and allure in his striking features. Tingyu Gu. It has been quite some time. Zhang Jiutang's voice was sweet, imbued with a flirtatious lilt. Xie Tingyu frowned. Quite some time. Chapter 5. Considerate devotion to scientific endeavors. Zhang Jiutang and my Mang accompanied Xie Tingyu to the 33rd floor. General Manager, I am here to discuss potential collaboration on a new type of blocking cable project with Tang Yu. Here are the project documents for your review. Zhang Jiutang presented the prepared materials before Xie Tingyu. Several seconds passed as he stared at her, not making any move to take the documents. Zhang Jiutang felt a pang of awkwardness. It seemed Xie Tingyu had forgotten her. Was it necessary to reintroduce herself at this moment? How utterly embarrassing. After a prolonged silence, Xie Tingyu chuckled in disbelief. Zhang General Manager, if this is a formal business matter, I can schedule an appointment for you 3 months from now, and we can discuss it in detail then. Zhang Jiutang was taken aback. Why was this man so capricious? He seemed in good spirits just a moment ago. How could he turn so cold so quickly? My Mang, sensing the tension, quickly stepped in to ease the situation. General Manager, it's quite a coincidence that Tang Tang has been a dear friend of yours for many years. You see, she has developed a new type of blocking cable, and only Tang Yu in all of Jing City possesses the capability to produce it. This must be fate. Xie Tingyu's expression softened considerably. He lazily lifted his gaze and glanced at the documents in Zhang Jiutang's hands before reaching out to take them. Seeing a glimmer of hope, Zhang Jiutang eagerly began explaining, these results are the culmination of her hard work. No one understands them better than she does. However, midway through her presentation, Xie Tingyu lost interest and set the documents aside. Zhang General Manager, I have another meeting to attend, and my schedule is fully booked for the day. If it's not too much trouble, I would be available for dinner. Zhang Jiutang immediately seized the opportunity. That works perfectly. I was just about to invite you to dinner. General Manager Xie. Upon hearing this address, Xie Tingyu let out a weary sigh and pinched the bridge of his nose. Zhang General Manager, please leave your number with my assistant. He will contact you shortly. After Zhang Jiutang and my Mang left the Tangyu building, Chen Yu knocked and entered. General Manager, the tickets for the flight to the UK have been booked for the day after tomorrow. Invitations from General Manager Su and General Manager Ming have been postponed until after your return from the UK. Xie Tingyu casually flipped through the materials Zhang Jiutang had brought. His tone languid and carefree. No need for that. All future trips to the UK are cancelled. Chen Yu was taken aback. Their president had maintained a habit of traveling to the UK every 2 weeks for several years. How could he suddenly decide to cancel? Adhering to his professional demeanor, he refrained from asking unnecessary questions. Understood. Once outside the Tangyu building, my Mang could no longer contain her curiosity. Tang, it seems what you said was true. Zhang Jiutang was puzzled. What do you mean true? The very thing you mentioned that night at the bar about wanting to steal Shen Qingyao's love interest. I thought you were joking. But you really do know Xie Tingyu. Zhang Jiutang felt a rush of embarrassment. Comments made in the flirtatious atmosphere of a bar seemed trivial, but being called out in broad daylight at the entrance of Tangyu was quite mortifying. Noticing Zhang Jiutang's change in expression in her prolonged silence, my Mang tentatively shook her arm. Are you really going to go for it? Zhang Jiutang took a deep breath. Yes, tonight I will wear the most seductive outfit to entice him.
Consider it a sacrifice for the sake of scientific advancement. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyao pleaded with her grandfather to act as a matchmaker with the Xie family for her and Xie Tingyu. Shenlao General had lost his daughter in her prime and having lost his wife as well, was now left with only this beloved granddaughter, after being worn down by Shen Xingyao. He reluctantly decided to visit the Xie family himself. Yan Ran, Xie Tingyu's mother, was somewhat surprised by the unexpected visit from Shenlao. "What brings you here, old friend?" Shen Yi quipped with a hearty laugh. "It is my spoiled granddaughter. She claims to have a fondness for your family S. Tingyu and insisted I accompany her to meet the elders." Grandfather Shen Xingyao shyly pouted. "Aunt, is Tingyu at home?" Yan Ran had heard of Shen Xingyao's relentless pursuit of their Tingyu but dismissed it as mere youthful antics, never imagining it would prompt a visit from Shenlao. "Xingyao, do come and sit. Tingyu is out, but I'll call him to return. You and your grandfather can stay for dinner. I'll have the kitchen prepare some dishes that young ladies enjoy." Shen Xingyao beamed and, after thanking Yan Ran, settled gracefully on the sofa to await Xie Tingyu's return. When Yan Ran called, Xie Tingyu was urging Shenyu to conclude a particularly grueling meeting. "Tingyu, come home for dinner tonight. Shenlao and Xingyao are here to see you." Upon hearing Shen Xingyao's name, Xie Tingyu's brow furrowed in irritation. He glanced at the time. Realizing he would arrive just as Zhang Jiutang had scheduled their meeting. "I'm busy. You all can eat without me. Oh, come now, they've come specifically to visit you. Can't you spare a moment to return?" "She likes to eat, just let her indulge a bit, and then we'll hang up." "Ugh, what a temper." After ending the call, Yan Ran smiled as she walked into the living room. "Unfortunately, Tingyu has a business engagement tonight and won't be able to join us for dinner." Shen Xingyao felt a pang of disappointment but masked it well, affectionately linking her arm with Yan Ran's. "That's alright. I primarily came to see you, Aunt. I even brought you a gift. If I can't win over Xie Tingyu, I'll win over his family instead." In their circle, a few couples were united by love. Most ended up conforming to familial arrangements, with her grandfather's influence in Jing City. She was far superior to the other women vying for Xie Tingyu's affection. At least by the time they were racking their brains about where to encounter Xie Tingyu. She had already settled comfortably in the Xie family's living room, enjoying dinner with Auntie Xie. Zhang Jiutang stood before the wardrobe, perusing her options, and ultimately chose a white silk dress adorned with pearls at the neckline. Paired with silver crystal high heels, her chestnut hair cascaded gracefully down her back, and she gently tucked a stray lock behind her ear, exuding both sensuality and intellect. My man cast a discerning glance, exclaiming, "Tang Tang, I truly envy that I am not a man. Such a remarkable girl, and I wonder which fortunate fellow will win her heart." Zhang Jiutang playfully flicked her finger against her forehead, admonishing, "Enough with the banter, please bring over the documents from the table." When Zhang Jiutang arrived at the restaurant, Xie Tingyu was already languidly seated in a private room. He idly played with a lighter, embodying the carefree demeanor of a wealthy scion. "My apologies for keeping you waiting, Mr. Xie," Zhang Jiutang said as she took her seat and handed the menu to him. Xie Tingyu did not take it, prompting Zhang Jiutang to order for herself instead. "Didn't Miss Zhang say we are longtime close friends? Is this how you address your dear friends?" Zhang Jiutang hesitantly replied. "Tingyu good." Chapter 6. Only one room left. Zhang Jiutang had chosen a restaurant renowned for its distinctive Chinese cuisine. As she had not savored authentic Beijing flavors in quite some time, uncertain whether Xie Tingyu would enjoy it, she nonetheless relished her meal. After the dishes were served, Zhang Jiutang took out the documents from her bag and handed them to Xie Tingyu. "Tingyu Gu, this is the information on our company's new type of blocking cable. Please take a look." Xie Tingyu set the documents aside, picked up his chopsticks, and sampled a crispy shrimp ball. The dish Zhang Jiutang had particularly enjoyed. "I prefer not to discuss work while dining." Zhang Jiutang nodded in agreement as she shared the sentiment. Despite their limited conversation throughout the meal, the atmosphere was unexpectedly harmonious. Zhang Jiutang felt at ease, indulging in her favorite dishes, while Xie Tingyu mostly observed her contentment, occasionally joining in by taking a bite of food himself. Zhang Jiutang felt slightly akin to a court eunuch testing the emperor's food for poison. "Tingyu Gu, I believe we are nearly finished. May we discuss the collaboration now?" Xie Tingyu rinsed his mouth with water, wiped his hands with a warm towel, and reclined in his chair with an air of nonchalance. Discussing work after a meal is detrimental to digestion. Miss Zhang should be mindful of her health. Zhang Jiutang was speechless, sensing she had been played. However, as Xie Tingyu was the one in charge, the initiative rested with him. She persisted with her probing. "Will you be free tomorrow, Tingyu Gu? We could arrange another time." Xie Tingyu toyed with his lighter, extracting a cigarette from the pack but refraining from lighting it. Perhaps the post-meal drowsiness had set in, as his tone bore a hint of fatigue. "I have a business trip tomorrow, and my subsequent schedule is still uncertain. If Miss Zhang does not mind,
We can wait. Zhang Jiutong felt disheartened. It seemed the situation was dragging on indefinitely. How many days will you be away, Ting Gu? I happen to have some free time these days, Xie Tingyu shrugged. Chuckling softly, are you suggesting you would accompany me, Miss Jiang? Zhang Jiutong did not refute him. Having spent ample time in the laboratory, she was accustomed to a relentless work ethic. That if you do not mind, I could serve as your personal secretary for a few days. Rest assured, I am diligent and discreet, making me well suited for such a role. I merely hope you can find time to review my collaboration materials. Xie Tingyu remained non-committal, placing the cigarette back into the pack and standing up to retrieve his jacket draped over the chair. It's getting late. I shall escort Miss Jiang home. Zhang Jiutong did not refuse. Collecting her bag and following closely behind Xie Tingyu, his car was parked at the restaurant entrance, and the driver, upon seeing them emerge, respectfully awaited by the vehicle, opening the rear door. As Zhang Jiutong entered, the driver offered a courteous nod accompanied by a familiar smile. This left her somewhat puzzled. Had she met Xie Tingyu's driver before? Why did he appear to recognize her? She dismissed the thought, concluding that with someone of Xie Tingyu's stature, it was not unusual to have beautiful women around him. The driver must have mistaken her for another woman in his company. Xie Tingyu entered from the opposite side, reclining casually against the back seat, causing the interior to feel suddenly cramped. He tilted his head back, closing his eyes in relaxation, his legs carelessly spread, inadvertently brushing against Zhang Jiutong's knee. Unaware, he loosened 2 buttons on his shirt, revealing a casually languid demeanor, his well-defined hand resting nonchalantly on his thigh. Where shall I take you? The Shen residence. Zhang Jiutong, mesmerized by the elegance of his hand, momentarily lost her train of thought. 255 Qingyu Road, I live there myself. Xie Tingyu gazed out the window, a slight smile gracing his lips. After arriving home, Zhang Jiutong received a message from Chen Yu containing flight information for a trip to Hangzhou the following morning at 9 o'clock. Uncertain how long Xie Tingyu's business trip would last, she hastily packed a few changes of clothes. She meticulously organized all her documents into her suitcase, seizing any opportunity to discuss her research when Xie Tingyu was available. The next morning, Xie Tingyu's car arrived punctually downstairs. Zhang Jiutong had no time for breakfast, so she tucked 2 chocolate bars into her pocket, just in case she experienced low blood sugar later. Chen Yu was waiting downstairs and approached her respectfully to take her luggage. Good morning, Miss Jiang. Mr. Xia was concerned you might not have breakfast, so he instructed me to bring some pastries from Yulangsai for you to enjoy on the way. Zhang Jiutong thanked Chen Yu and climbed into the car. Fortunately, Xie Tingyu was not present, allowing her to comfortably occupy the entire back seat. The warm red tea was contained in a pink thermos, and a delightful assortment of breakfast pastries was presented in an exquisite wooden box on the small table. Zhang Jiutong relished these sweet treats, taking a beautifully crafted lychee pastry and savoring its flaky exterior and sweet, yet not cloying, filling, delicious. Having enjoyed her pastries with the red tea, Zhang Jiutong's earlier gloom dissipated, revitalizing her spirits and leaving her in high spirits. Good morning, Tingyu Gu. Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu encountered each other in first class, while Chen Yu occupied a seat in business class. Dressed in a formal suit, Xie Tingyu appeared both relaxed and rebellious. He lounged with one leg crossed over the other, a financial magazine in hand, and only straightened slightly upon hearing Zhang Jiutong's voice. Did you sleep well last night? Zhang Jiutong, in a cheerful mood, smiled sweetly. I slept fine. How about you, Tingyu Gu? Upon noticing the slight dark circles under his eyes, it was evident he had not rested well, but she still inquired politely. Xie Tingyu rubbed his temples and yawned. Just average. Once the plane took off, Xie Tingyu closed the magazine and, fighting off sleepiness, turned to speak to the person next to him. Glancing down, he noticed Zhang Jiutong comfortably nestled in her seat, wearing an eye mask and earbuds, soundly asleep. He sighed, feeling somewhat annoyed, crossed his arms, and closed his eyes in a retaliatory slumber. Hangzhou, Yulong Hotel. Chen Yu approached the front desk with the room key, looking somewhat troubled. Miss Jiang, I apologize, but the itinerary for this meeting was confirmed half a month ago, and the room details were registered long ago. I just checked at the front desk, and there are no available rooms. Zhang Jiutong felt at a loss. Having decided to join last minute, such a situation was not entirely unexpected. It's alright, I can stay at another hotel. Chen Yu patiently explained, this conference is a closed event, and the organizers chose Yulong Mountain to avoid media attention, which is an hour's drive from the nearest hotel. Zhang Jiutong was at a loss for what to do. An hour of commuting would make it difficult to catch Xie Tingyu's free moments to present her research findings. Assistant Chen, don't you have a room? Chen Yu nodded. My room is on the 13th floor.
A business room, Mr. Xie is in the presidential suite on the 22nd floor, could we? Zhang Jiutong began, but was abruptly interrupted by the irritable voice of a certain someone. No way, I want to share a room with a man. Chapter 7. What bargaining chip do you have to exchange with me? Now it was Chen Yu's turn to feel awkward. He dared not share a room with Mr. Xie, but what about Miss Jiang? Perhaps Miss Jiang could share a room with Mr. Xie, Chen Yu tentatively suggested, startling Zhang Jiutong. Me, no, Ting Yu Gu and I are completely innocent. Xie Ting Yu, growing increasingly impatient, interjected, are we leaving or not? You might as well sleep in the lobby. Chen Yu hurriedly followed Xie Ting Yu into the elevator. Zhang Jiutong bit her lip, reluctantly following suit. When the elevator reached the 13th floor, Chen Yu exited with the luggage, leaving only Zhang Jiutong and Xie Ting Yu inside. She could not possibly follow Chen Yu out, so she steeled herself to remain in the elevator, turning her head to feign disinterest. As the elevator doors opened again, Xie Ting Yu stepped out with one hand in his pocket. Striding confidently, Zhang Jiutong hurriedly trailed behind, fearful that she might be left behind. Ting Yu, good, don't worry, I can sleep on the sofa. I'm a very quiet sleeper and won't disturb you at all. Just let me stay with you. Zhang Jiutong adopted a pitiful demeanor, her hands clasped together, her moist lips slightly pursed, and her eyes gleaming with an endearing mischief. Xie Ting Yu couldn't help but glance at her a few more times. Letting out a soft chuckle, he raised his right hand and gently pinched her earlobe. In an instant, Zhang Jiutong froze in place, the warmth radiating from her earlobe making her feel like a startled little kitten. What are you doing? She glared at Xie Ting Yu with an accusatory look. The latter, embodying the essence of a carefree scion, chuckled lightly, with such a timid demeanor. Are you not afraid that I might take advantage of you while you sleep? Are you certain you want to share a room with me? Zhang Jiutong instinctively took a step back, but recalling the purpose of her visit, she steeled her resolve and lifted her chin like a proud little cat. Of course, I'm certain, you, such a handsome gentleman. Even if something were to happen, wouldn't it be me who benefits? Xie Ting Yu nodded thoughtfully, as if considering her reasoning, and stepped aside to let her in. As Zhang Jiutong wheeled her suitcase into the room and glanced around, she couldn't help but mutter, where's the sofa? This presidential suite was unlike any she had seen before. The room was spacious, featuring a grand curved floor-to-ceiling window through which a tranquil lake could be seen, creating an exceptionally pleasant ambience. Yet, the vast space contained only a large bed, with not a single sofa in sight. All other seating options were solitary chairs. After arranging her luggage, she pointed to a patch of empty floor farthest from the bed. I'll sleep on the floor. I can just ask the front desk for an extra blanket. Xie Ting Yu cast her a sidelong glance. In our household, we do not have the custom of letting a lady sleep on the floor. Zhang Jiutong found his argument reasonable. After all, it was essential to maintain a semblance of gentlemanly decorum. Then I certainly can't sleep on the floor. Xie Ting Yu interrupted her. Either you take half of the bed, or I'll have Chen Yu book you another hotel. That option had already been dismissed earlier in the lobby. She could not possibly commute 3 hours daily in hopes of encountering Xie Ting Yu's free time. I will sleep in the big bed. Very well. After settling the sleeping arrangements, Zhang Jiutong's stomach let out a growl. She had dozed off on the plane and missed the meal, and the delicate pastries from the morning had long been digested. Ting Yu, shall we go to the restaurant for a meal? Having spent the previous night awake and restless on the plane, Xie Ting Yu was about to catch up on some sleep when he noticed her hunger. He picked up the phone and called the front desk. Shortly thereafter, a meal was delivered from the restaurant. After lunch, Zhang Jiutong pulled out her research materials and hurriedly spread them out before Xie Ting Yu. Ting Yu, is it convenient for you to review my research materials now? Xie Ting Yu took the documents and set them aside. Let us look at this first. What is this? Zhang Jiutong inquired with curiosity as she flipped through the materials Xie Ting Yu had handed her. A military industrial achievements exhibition and exchange conference. Such events, hosted by the government, were not open to just anyone. While abroad, she had dreamed of returning home to experience it firsthand. It had been a challenge to obtain the official data report, which, while informative, was far less impactful than attending in person. Having just returned to the country, without resources or connections, she had no opportunity to engage with military meetings. Now that she was here, she might as well muster the courage to ask Xie Ting Yu to take her along. Zhang Jiutong gazed at Xie Ting Yu with eager eyes, cautiously inching closer to him, her voice soft and sweet. Ting Yu, could you take me with you to the conference? She batted her eyelashes, casting a charming glance at him. Xie Ting Yu almost choked on his surprise, coughing lightly before responding with a serious tone. What do you offer in exchange? Indeed, Xie Ting Yu was somewhat of a capitalist and would certainly not engage in a losing bargain.
Zhang Jiutong pondered for a moment, struggling to think of anything that might please him. It seemed there was nothing standing at the pinnacle of wealth and power. What could the young master of the Xie family possibly lack? I truly can't think of anything to offer you at the moment. How about this? I promise you 3 things. As long as they do not violate the law, morals, or humanity, anything is negotiable. Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow and nodded. Familiarize yourself with the information and the materials quickly, so you won't fall behind during the conference, Zhang Jiutong cheerfully exclaimed, then turned to adopt a focused demeanor reminiscent of her school days. Sitting at the desk and diligently studying the materials, the conference was divided into 2 halves. The first half took place on the afternoon of their hotel check-in. After finishing her review, Zhang Jiutong realized it was nearly time to leave. She changed into a white shirt paired with black trousers, tied her hair back into a low ponytail, and donned a pair of rimless glasses. Professional formal, she looked every bit the knowledgeable individual. Upon encountering Chen Yu in the lobby, he was momentarily taken aback, quickly handing her the prepared entry pass. Miss Jiang, this is the entry pass that Mr. Xie instructed me to prepare for you this morning. Zhang Jiutong looked at the pass with her photo affixed to it. Gradually realizing she had been deceived, Xie Tingyu stood nearby, impeccably dressed in a suit, his tie perfectly knotted. He had completely shed the casual demeanor she was accustomed to, embodying a model of a well-bred, high-ranking youth. Zhang Jiutong felt her foot tap lightly in frustration. Dreaded capitalist, she scoffed. What are you mumbling about? Hurry up and come over, Xie Tingyu called out, catching her in the act of throwing a mini tantrum. Embarrassed, she touched her nose and scampered over. Arriving at the conference, they encountered numerous promising private enterprises, alongside formidable companies with military ties like Tongyu. Zhang Jiutong followed closely behind Xie Tingyu, meeting many influential figures. The way they regarded Xie Tingyu contrasted sharply with their treatment of other corporate leaders, resembling a blend of subservience and familial affection. A middle-aged man in military green attire approached Xie Tingyu. Holding a thermos, Tingyu, you are undoubtedly the most accomplished among our generation of the elite. My only regret is that I don't have a daughter, otherwise I would shamelessly go to the Xie family to claim you for her. The man's hearty laughter resonated as Xie Tingyu responded graciously. Zhang Jiutong quietly trailed behind, playing the role of an inconspicuous companion. Suddenly, a hurried participant rushed in from outside and accidentally bumped into Zhang Jiutong. In her high heels, she almost lost her balance. Quick as a flash, Xie Tingyu caught her in his embrace. Be ye careful. The position was not overly ambiguous, yet it lacked innocence. The middle-aged man's gaze flickered between the two, chuckling softly before heading toward the podium. During the conference, Zhang Jiutong listened intently, diligently taking notes as a model student would. Xie Tingyu, seated beside her, occasionally glanced her way while doodling in his notebook like an attentive classmate. The final agenda item was the leaders' speeches. The conference welcomed General Xie Qinian, the commander of the military district, to deliver a concluding address. Amidst a warm welcome, General Xie entered the conference hall. He had not participated in the earlier sessions but, as the highest military leader, was there to emphasize the significance of the event for domestic military enterprises. He took his place at the center of the podium, exuding authority, while Xie Tingyu stole a glance at his father, adjusting his posture, leaning back in his chair with arms crossed, adopting an infuriatingly casual demeanor. General Xie's eyes briefly scanned the audience, landing on his son, stirring a familiar headache. Their relationship had never been particularly affectionate. Since Xie Tingyu had chosen business over politics, their conflicts had reached a peak. At times, if General Xie was home, his son could go half a year without returning, much to his wife's chagrin, who criticized him for arguing with a child at his age. Yet, it was undeniable that they were father and son, both stubborn and headstrong, each convinced of their righteousness and unwilling to concede. Zhang Jiutong recognized that the speaker at the podium was Xie Tingyu's father. To avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings, she subtly shifted to the side, attempting to blend into the background. Xie Tingyu found her little movements amusing and, feeling playful, pulled her chair closer to his, their arms nearly touching. Zhang Jiutong shot him a disapproving glare and then nervously glanced at the podium. Noticing that General Xie was not looking their way, she summoned her courage and pinched Xie Tingyu's thigh, silently warning him to cease his antics. Xie Tingyu winced slightly, but with a teasing glint in his eyes. He looked at her and remarked, "What? Are you already eager to distance yourself from me? You certainly weren't this fierce when you begged me to bring you along." With the warmth of his breath brushed against Zhang Jiutong's ear, causing her to instinctively lean away. Unable to resist his charm, she turned her face aside, feigning annoyance. Moments later, Xie Tingyu mischievously twisted open a bottle of water and offered it to Zhang Jiutong's lips.
As if he would pry her mouth open if she refused. To avoid further complications, she complied and opened her mouth, taking small sips from his hand. The man gazed tenderly at the obedient little cat beside him, gently tucking the stray strands of hair that had fallen by her ear behind it. This gesture did not escape the keen eyes of Xie Qinian, who was seated at the podium. He stuttered in surprise, nearly faltering in his next line of speech. How could this unruly, self-important young man, who had seemed destined to remain a lifelong bachelor, actually be charming a girl? A sense of satisfaction washed over him, akin to witnessing his pig finally rooting for cabbage. Typically, it was the young women who sought his attention. When had he ever seen this boy show genuine interest in any girl? Originally, he had intended to arrange suitable blind dates for this rascal with daughters from families of similar standing in the military. It appeared that such measures were now unnecessary. The next time someone approached him for matchmaking, he could confidently decline. When Jiang Jiutong raised her head again, she caught the affectionate nod of Commander Xie. Seated at the center of the podium, what was going on? After the afternoon meeting concluded, Xie Tingyu attended the evening banquet at the invitation of others. Jiang Jiutong, disliking such occasions, excused herself, claiming fatigue, and retreated to her room. After having dinner, she organized the key points from the afternoon's meeting and took her clothing to the bathroom for a shower. She thought it best to freshen up while Xie Tingyu was away to avoid any awkwardness. After her shower, humming a tune in her silk nightgown, she emerged from the bathroom only to find Xie Tingyu, who had returned unnoticed, lounging on the single sofa. He appeared to have consumed alcohol. His eyes slightly reddened, lazily gazing in her direction with a dazed expression. Startled, Jiang Jiutong quickly covered her chest with her hands. She had not anticipated sharing a room with Xie Tingyu, and thus her choice of nightwear was a delicate silk design, leaving her curves fully exposed after her shower. When did you return? Why didn't you say anything? Xie Tingyu averted his gaze, pinching his temples, exuding a languid fatigue. I felt unwell, so I came back early. His nonchalance made it seem as if he had completely disregarded the earlier incident. Casting Jiang Jiutong in a petty light, she hurried back to the bathroom, donned her undergarments, and slipped on a shirt before re-emerging. Xie Tingyu truly seemed exhausted. Reclining on the sofa with his eyes closed, Jiang Jiutong poured a cup of hot water and approached him. Perhaps her movements were too delicate. Xie Tingyu failed to notice. Shifting uncomfortably and extending his long legs, inadvertently tripping Jiang Jiutong as she approached. The cup of hot water spilled all over his chest as she stumbled forward. Shocked, he opened his eyes just in time to see her falling toward him. Before he could catch her, they both tumbled into the sofa, perfectly intertwined. Are you trying to burn me alive? Jiang Jiutong smiled apologetically. I saw you looking unwell after drinking, so I thought a cup of hot water would help. I tripped. Her voice dwindled as she felt the heat of his chest against her own, the rhythmic thumping of his heart echoing in her ears, while the water-soaked fabric clung to her skin, making the intimate contact all the more palpable. Beyond the dampness on his chest, Xie Tingyu's hair remained perfectly in place. In contrast, she found herself in a highly suggestive position atop him. Her nightgown was a wrinkled mess. Her hair tousled from the fall, one hand pressed against his chest while the other grasped his thigh. The scene appeared decidedly provocative, leaving no room for innocence. I truly didn't mean to. Please don't misunderstand. Misunderstand? If you continue lying there, I may indeed take it the wrong way. Flushed with embarrassment, Jiang Jiutong attempted to rise from Xie Tingyu's grasp, but her wet slippers lacked traction on the floor, rendering her efforts futile. Meanwhile, Xie Tingyu lounged like a lord, showing no inclination to assist as he watched her predicament unfold. Miss Jiang, has no one ever told you not to squirm around in a man's embrace? Jiang Jiutong's face turned crimson. What harm would it do if you helped me? Thoroughly incorrigible, Xie Tingyu replied with a mischievous grin as he finally assisted her, pulling her up so she could regain her footing. Jiang Jiutong shot him a glare before hastily retreating to the bed, wrapping herself in the covers with only her fluffy head visible. By the time Xie Tingyu finished his shower, Jiang Jiutong was already peacefully asleep. Her breathing steady, he stood at the edge of the bed for a moment, a smile playing on his lips, before slipping under the covers on the other side. The next morning, Jiang Jiutong awoke to the sound of her alarm. Lazily burrowing deeper into the warmth of the blankets. As she stirred, her hands instinctively reached forward, and suddenly recalling her surroundings, her eyes flew open. Last night, she had completely forgotten that she was sharing a bed with Xie Tingyu. Upon opening her eyes, she found his handsome profile mere inches away, his firm chest muscles tantalizingly close to her nose. She had inadvertently sprawled across him like an octopus, one hand dangerously resting on his thigh. Unbothered by her presence, Xie Tingyu remained deep in slumber. Mortified, Jiang Jiutong wished she could vanish into the ground. Fortunately, he had not noticed her yet, so she seized the opportunity to escape. Cautiously she rose, lifting the covers and stepping off the bed. finally exhaling in relief when her feet touched the floor. If Xie Tingyu discovered that she had unwittingly taken advantage of him last night, who knew what his reaction would be, as she tiptoed toward the bathroom. A languorous magnetic voice called out from behind her, "Miss Jiang, are you not planning to take responsibility?" Responsibility for what? Zhang Jiutong turned to face his sharp, piercing gaze. Xie Tingyu lay sprawled on the bed. His pajamas rumpled as if he had been wronged, much like an innocent maiden, and she was the scoundrel who had failed to own up to her actions. With an awkward smile, Zhang Jiutong quickly redirected the conversation. "I'm so hungry. Are you going to the restaurant for breakfast? If not, I'll leave first." Without waiting for Xie Tingyu's response, she dashed into the bathroom, quickly changing her clothes and slipping out. Zhang Jiutong admired her own ability to act as if nothing had happened. Calmly sitting beside Xie Tingyu during the second half of the meeting, after all, nothing substantial had occurred, and she bore no responsibility. Moreover, Xie Tingyu held a prominent position. He was certainly accustomed to the whims of romantic entanglements, so he would not mind. After the meeting concluded, Xie Tingyu mentioned introducing her to a few individuals, including his father, Commander Xie. Zhang Jiutong naturally accepted, eager to meet such notable figures in the military, individuals she could hardly encounter otherwise. With Xie Tingyu's connections, perhaps she could showcase her innovative obstruction device. As Xie Tingyu entered a room full of attention, Zhang Jiutong followed, confidently greeting the industry leaders present. "Tingyu, who is this? Your girlfriend?" Xie Tingyu smiled without responding. And Zhang Jiutong realized the misunderstanding, quickly clarifying, "You've misunderstood. I'm merely a business partner of Tingyu." The other party wore an expression that suggested they understood more than they let on. Zhang Jiutong was unsure whether their comprehension was genuine or feigned. But it hardly mattered. After meeting a number of people, Zhang Jiutong excused herself to the restroom. Upon exiting, she found a quiet spot to breathe. Just then, her phone rang. It was My Mang. "Hello, Tang Tang, how's the collaboration with Tangyu going?" Zhang Jiutong sighed. She had indeed gained much from the experience, attending a premier national research conference and meeting many industry leaders, yet the collaboration remained unfinalized. Whether it was intentional or not, Xie Tingyu always seemed to find more pressing matters whenever she attempted to discuss it. As a result, after 2 days of accompanying him on a business trip, she was returning to the capital with no progress on the collaboration. "We didn't manage to discuss it." Zhang Jiutong recounted the events of the past 2 days to My Mang. On the other end of the line, a high-pitched shriek erupted. "Oh my god, you actually slept with Xie Tingyu? This is moving too fast." Zhang Jiutong held the phone away from her ear to protect her eardrums. "We merely shared a bed. Nothing happened. You have such a dirty mind." "Oh, come on, by rounding it off, it counts as sleeping together. You don't really like Xie Tingyu, do you? Tang Tang, you need to be cautious. You can't outplay someone like him." Those at the pinnacle of the pyramid are often indifferent to love, and Xie Tingyu is notoriously difficult to deal with. Countless women have tried to be with him, yet none have succeeded. "I'm worried you'll become too emotionally invested and end up hurt." Meanwhile, Xie Tingyu conversed with Uncle Feng, who suddenly brought up Zhang Jiutong, who had accompanied him. "Tingyu, where's that young lady you brought along?" "I haven't seen her." Xie Tingyu glanced toward the exit. "She might be outside for some fresh air. I'll go find her." Uncle Feng watched Xie Tingyu's retreating figure, admiration mingling with regret. "Why didn't I have a daughter?" Zhang Jiutong understood that My Mang's concerns came from a place of care. After all, Xie Tingyu was the son of Commander Xie Qinian, a prince in the upper echelons of society, accustomed to being adored. "Don't worry, I have no feelings for him." My proximity to Xie Tingyu is solely to vex Shen Qingyao. Chapter 10. Miss Jiang, are you not planning to take responsibility? Upon exiting the banquet hall, Xie Tingyu found no sign of Zhang Jiutong. He was not in a hurry to find anyone. Leaning casually by the window with a pleasant demeanor, he took out a lighter and ignited a cigarette. His posture languid and carefree. It seemed as if he had recalled something amusing, as a broad smile crept across his lips. As the cigarette burned to the filter between his fingers, Xie Tingyu flicked the ash that had settled on his sleeve and rose to leave. After taking just a couple of steps, he heard Zhang Jiutong's voice from behind a screen. He wasn't eavesdropping on purpose, it was merely that her recounting of the embarrassing incidents from the past few days struck him as particularly entertaining, prompting him to linger for a moment longer. Suddenly, a voice reached his ears. "How could I possibly like Xie Tingyu?" Approaching him as merely to vex Shen Qingyao, Xie Tingyu's gaze sharpened. The smile that had yet to fade from his lips froze, and the hand gripping the lighter turned pale from the pressure. After Zhang Jiutong ended the call and returned to the banquet hall, she looked around but could not find Xie Tingyu's figure. She inquired with a gentleman she had spoken to earlier, only to discover that Xie Tingyu had long since departed from the gathering. As he approached, she felt it was inappropriate to linger. So she exchanged pleasantries with a few colleagues before excusing herself back in her hotel room. After waiting in vain for half an hour, Xie Tingyu still had not returned. Zhang Jiutong assumed he must have other engagements. So she gathered her belongings and went downstairs to meet Chen. Miss Jiang, Mr. Xia's subsequent schedule does not align with yours. He instructed me to arrange for a driver to take you to the airport. Zhang Jiutong nodded, initially wishing to express her gratitude to Xie Tingyu for inviting her to the military research summit, but alas, she had not been able to see him before leaving. Xie Tingyu left the banquet hall with a scowl. Just as the tardy Xie Qinian arrived, Commander Xie approached Xie Tingyu with a curious grin, inquiring, "What happened to the young lady you were seated with earlier? Have you not yet won her over? Did she slip away?" His words struck a nerve, piercing directly into Xie Tingyu's heart. After he spoke, he scrutinized his son, eager to see when he might be able to hold a grandchild. To his surprise, the young man's expression had darkened even further, his eyes gleaming with a deadly intensity. Xie Qinian shivered involuntarily, clearing his throat as he took a step back. Xie Tingyu maintained a stoic demeanor, his interest waning, eyes cast downwards. "Mind your own business and refrain from meddling in mine." Commander Xie, stung by his son's retort, felt a surge of indignation, but before he could utter a word, the young man shot him a cold glare and turned away. Upon returning to the capital, Zhang Jiutong was met by my Mang at the airport. "Didn't you go on a business trip with President Xie from Tongyu? Why have you returned alone?" Zhang Jiutong replied nonchalantly, "He had other matters to attend to and left ahead of me. As for our collaboration, who knows when we might see progress." Though my Mang was anxious, she understood that collaborating with Tongyu was no simple feat, and her urgency would bear no fruit. Tang, stop overthinking it. Let me take you out for a nice meal." That evening, upon returning home, Zhang Jiutong received a call from Chen, informing her that the contract for the new type of intercepting cable collaboration had been sent to her email, and if there were no issues, she could sign it at the company the following day. Zhang Jiutong was so delighted she nearly jumped for joy. It turned out Xie Tingyu had reviewed the material she had provided him. Despite his usual demeanor of nonchalance, he was quite serious and responsible when it came to work. Early the next morning, Zhang Jiutong, accompanied by my Mang, arrived at the Tangyu building. "Hello, we have an appointment with Assistant Chen to sign the contract today." After the receptionist verified their appointment, she escorted them to the research department. They were received by Director Yang of the research department. Is President Xie not here? My Mang had assumed Xie Tingyu would oversee this project personally. At Director Yang, as if he had heard something amusing, chuckled, "Our President Xie is not one to concern himself with every project. For a collaboration at your level, it hardly warrants his personal involvement." My Mang acknowledged that Director Yang possessed professional skills, yet his attitude was rather condescending, showing little respect for the collaborating party, and his gaze lingered on Zhang Jiutong. However, after finally securing the collaboration with Tangyu, she could only swallow her discomfort. After all, her stature was modest, hardly worthy of attracting the attention of such a prestigious entity. After the contract was signed, Director Yang invited Zhang Jiutong to lunch, but she politely declined, leading him to insist on escorting the two of them downstairs. Just as they exited the elevator, Zhang Jiutong spotted Xie Tingyu surrounded by a throng of people passing by. Her eyes brightened as she stepped forward to greet him. "Tingyu Gu." The distance between them was not great, yet Xie Tingyu did not cast a glance in her direction. Engaged in conversation with those beside him, he seemed entirely oblivious to Zhang Jiutong's presence. Director Yang glanced at Zhang Jiutong and scoffed. "Many seek to ingratiate themselves with our President Xie. Your little ploys may work on me," but he would not deign to acknowledge them. "Rest assured, Miss Jiang, even if you are unfamiliar with President Xie, I will conduct myself professionally, with no need for such trivial antics." My Mang was incensed, nearly wishing to leap up and confront the middle-aged man for his insolence towards Zhang Jiutong. In contrast, Zhang Jiutong remained unfazed by Director Yang's words, her attention fixed solely on Xie Tingyu. She watched as he entered the adjacent elevator, turning to meet her gaze, yet the look he cast upon her was akin to that directed at a stranger. As the elevator doors slowly closed, Xie Tingyu regarded her as if she were nothing but a wisp of air, his expression utterly devoid of emotion, his eyes void of life. Only Chen Yu, trailing behind, offered a nod of acknowledgement to Zhang Jiutong. My Mang sensed the shift and quietly inquired, "Have you offended the young master?" Zhang Jiutong found the situation perplexing. This man was impossibly fickle. Just yesterday, everything had seemed perfectly fine, and now he was behaving as though she did not exist. Although their relationship was not particularly close, they were at least acquaintances. How could he so blatantly disregard her? Perhaps he simply had a tendency to forget those of lesser status. Chapter 11. Shin Qingyao's birthday party. With the collaboration with Tang Yu firmly on track, Zhang Jiutong worked tirelessly at the company for an entire week.
Not even returning home, my man could no longer bear to watch, urging her to leave. My dear, you cannot continue like this. At your age, you should be out dining, drinking, making friends, and perhaps even falling in love, living a vibrant and carefree life, rather than locking yourself in the laboratory and burying your head in a pile of data. Zhang Jiutong dismissed her concerns. Having lived this way for the past few years without any qualms, she had grown accustomed to it. The data in the lab was simpler than dealing with people. Mai Mang, recalling Zhang Jiutong's past experiences, felt a pang of sympathy. She pulled her from the laboratory, stripping her of her lab coat. Tang, no one can hurt you anymore. From now on, you will follow my lead. And I will ensure your life is filled with clarity and excitement. Prepare to bid farewell to your former mundane existence. Zhang Jiutong chuckled lightly, realizing her life had not been this lively in ages. After changing into more casual attire, the two of them exited the company building, with Mai Mang chattering away, making Zhang Jiutong laugh. Tang, do you think we should look for a big wolf dog or a little milk dog first? What type do you prefer? Zhang Jiutong found Mai Mang's descriptors rather amusing and pondered which category Xie Yu might fit into. Was he a big wolf dog or a little milk dog? Tang, what are you thinking about? You seem lost in thought. Zhang Jiutong snapped back to reality, chuckling at the image of Xie Yu with a wagging tail that had just flitted through her mind. Oh, nothing, just wondering what a big wolf dog looks like. Mai Mang promptly decided that she would arrange for a handsome big wolf dog type for Zhang Jiutong that very night. Zhang Jiutong, a stern voice called from behind. Zhang Jiutong turned around to find Lin Jiayin standing by a car, her expression less than friendly, more impatient than anything. You've grown bold. You dare to ignore my calls. Mai Mang instinctively shielded Zhang Jiutong. But upon recognizing her as Zhang Jiutong's mother, she quietly stepped aside. Tang, Zhang Jiutong patted Mai Mang's shoulder. You go ahead, save the big wolf dog for me, seeing Zhang Jiutong still in a lighthearted mood. Mai Mang felt relieved. I'll head back now. Remember, if you need anything, call me. I'll be there to keep you company until we're both drunk. Zhang Jiutong nodded and approached Lin Jiayin. Mrs. Zhang, what brings you here? Lin Jiayin was quite irked by Zhang Jiutong's address of her as Mrs. Zhang. After years abroad, she had even forgotten how to address her mother. You've truly disappointed me. Zhang Jiutong was not one to yield easily. She stepped closer, crossing her arms defiantly. Our bond is quite tenuous. Why should you hold any expectations of me? Realizing that further argument would yield no results, Lin Jiayin decided to get straight to the point. Tomorrow is Qingyao's birthday. You need to come home. Zhang Jiutong couldn't help but laugh. It's her birthday. What does it have to do with me? Did you not advise me against seeking to associate with Shin Qingyao? Lin Jiayin was momentarily speechless, casting a sidelong glance at Zhang Jiutong. What good does your sharp tongue do you? Qingyao's grandmother is passed, and currently no one in the Shin family is paying you any mind. It wouldn't hurt to meet some of the young men from the capital during the banquet. Don't wait until marriageable age and find no one wants you. Your reputation in the capital is already not great. You should take care to maintain it. Zhang Jiutong scoffed. Whose doing do you think that is? Given your sincere intentions, it would be wise for you to engage in more social interactions. Who knows? Should Jiang Zheng decide to part ways with you, you might swiftly secure another companion. Lin Jiayin, infuriated, felt the urge to slap her. Zhang Jiutong instinctively recoiled, evading the strike. Truly, what a reckless individual you are. Irrespective of your willingness, you must appear punctually tomorrow. With that, Lin Jiayin turned on her heel and stormed off to her car. Zhang Jiutong found the situation rather dull and walked along the road for quite some time until her legs ached. Prompting her to hail a taxi. Upon returning home, she indulged in a hot shower and, as was her custom, warmed a cup of milk for herself, settling into the soft sofa by the window with her legs bare. Should she attend Shin Qingyao's birthday banquet? Of course, she must go. Not only must she attend, but she should do so with great fanfare. It would surely be quite unpleasant for her birthday celebration to be overshadowed by someone she detests. She harbored a keen interest in anything that might irk Shin Qingyao. The guest list for Shin Qingyao's birthday banquet included nearly all the influential figures in the capital, even without considering Jiang Zheng's connections. Out of respect for General Shin, attendance was obligatory. Shin Qingyao had exerted considerable effort to win over Xie Yu at her birthday banquet. The gown had been custom-made in Italy 3 months in advance. And the jewelry was a specially selected set from Queen Elizabeth's wedding. Every detail of the banquet, from the lighting and decor to the types of flowers and the menu, was meticulously curated by her. All this effort was to secure Xie Yu's attention on her special day. Grandfather, have you informed Uncle Xie and Aunt Yenran that today is my birthday? Why hasn't brother Ting Yu arrived yet?
Shinichi, doting on his beloved granddaughter, reassured her, I have indeed sent someone to deliver the invitation to the Xie family. Commander Xie is preoccupied with official duties and cannot attend, but Aunt Yanran promised to bring Xie Tingyu to your birthday banquet. Shen Qinyao felt a twinge of satisfaction as she playfully pouted at her grandfather, then hurried to the front hall to await Xie Tingyu's arrival. By now, most guests had arrived, and the Shen family's little princess frequently glanced toward the entrance. Her anticipation palpable. Qinyao, who are you waiting for, looking so distracted? Someone inquired. Shen Qinyao lifted her face with a smile. Why, I am waiting for my brother Tingyu. Of course, she never concealed her affection for Xie Tingyu. Her love was meant to be grand and undeniable, intended for all to see that Xie Tingyu belonged to Shen Qinyao and the entire capital. Only the Shen family could claim any kinship with the Xie family. If matching social standings were considered, no one was more deserving of Xie Tingyu than Shen Qinyao. Others showered her with compliments, some even directly wishing for a swift union and an early arrival of offspring. Shen Qinyao accepted their flattery with pride, believing it to be merely a matter of time. Xie Tingyu, having indulged in drink the previous night, languidly remained in bed. Yanran entered, her brow furrowing at the scent of alcohol. She approached the window and swiftly drew back the curtains, allowing the blinding sunlight to invade Xie Tingyu's senses. Look at you, you appear utterly disheveled. One might think you were heartbroken. Get up, today is Qingyao's birthday. And General Shen has specifically invited you. Xie Tingyu rubbed his aching temples, lazily responding, what concern is her birthday to me? I am not her father. Yanran, half amused, retorted, what nonsense are you talking? Everyone knows that Shen's young lady is pursuing you fervently. The birthday banquet is practically arranged for you. Wouldn't it be rather disrespectful to General Shen if you do not attend? Reluctantly, Xie Tingyu dragged himself off the bed, leaning languidly against the doorframe. Why should I respond to someone who likes me? There are plenty of admirers. She can wait her turn. I have no time to entertain her. Yanran felt a headache coming on. The Shen family's connections were a matter for the elders. And her son was notoriously stubborn. Very well, if you choose not to attend, then so be it. Madame Jiang is planning to introduce her younger daughter to suitable matches. I will assist her in that regard and compensate for your absence. Xie Tingyu cleared his throat. I did not say I wouldn't go. Chapter 12. Inviting Xie Tingyu to dance. Shen Qinyao engaged in idle chatter with her friends, her mind evidently elsewhere as her gaze frequently strayed to the entrance. Qinyao, what are you looking at? We've been talking and you haven't heard a word, one friend remarked. Shen Qinyao turned her head, feigning disinterest. What were you just saying? The friends resumed their previous topic. I heard that your stepmother is bringing your younger sister to your birthday banquet. Is that true? Shen Qinyao, initially expecting something of significance, displayed a look of disdain. Indeed, it is true, she pleaded with me for quite some time. Claiming that Zhang Jiutang is getting on in years and is concerned about becoming an old maid, she wishes to meet more people at this birthday banquet. Her friends reacted with indignation. What, using your occasion to flirt with men? How can you agree to that? Qinyao, you are far too kind. If it were me, I would want her as far away as possible, preferably never to cross paths again. Shen Qinyao lightly scoffed. Why shouldn't she come? If someone is eager to embarrass themselves, why not grant them the opportunity? I wish to see, with the Shen family backing me, which young masters of the capital would dare to associate with her. Her friends echoed her sentiments. Exactly, only the Shen family would take her in. What a joke. Having tasted the sweetness of the Shen family, would they ever accept a daughter discarded by the Zhang family? It would be entirely detrimental to them. The friends in pink and green dresses exchanged knowing smiles. Rest assured, Qinyao, if she dares show up today, she will certainly not leave unscathed. Shen Qinyao smiled enigmatically and turned to see Xie's car parked at the entrance. Brother Tingyu, you've arrived. Shen Qinyao abandoned her friends and hurried over. As the doorman opened the rear door, she leaned in sweetly to greet him. Xie Tingyu leaned back in his seat, eyes closed. Appearing far from energetic, with reluctance, he opened his eyes and displayed his annoyance that he ignored Shen Qinyao enthusiasm and, frowning, exited the car with evident irritation. Unfazed by his cold demeanor, Shen Qinyao trailed behind him. Confidence radiating from her. Just as she intended to speak further with Xie Tingyu, she belatedly noticed Yanran stepping out of the car. Out of courtesy, she set aside her pursuit of Xie Tingyu and greeted Yanran first. Auntie Xie, I sincerely apologize. Upon seeing Brother Tingyu, I forgot everything else. I truly adore him. Shen Qinyao, with a bashful demeanor, linked her arm with Yanran's, resembling a mother and daughter. Yanran, though not well acquainted with this younger generation, felt somewhat awkward at Shen Qinyao exuberance. Qinyao is a lovely girl. My son must be fortunate indeed. However, as she watched her son disregard the affectionate interaction and stride away without a glance, she couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. It would be a miracle if this union ever materialized. The young lady was practically begging for his attention, yet he was fleeing faster than anyone.
The disinterest was unmistakable upon Xie Tingyu's arrival. Qin and Han Su quickly vacated their seats. "What gust of wind has brought you here, young master? You've graced Shin's young lady's birthday banquet with your presence."
"What is the occasion?" Han Su teased. "Weren't you just ignoring her? What changed? Have you been swayed by Shin's hospitality?" Xie Tingyu settled into the middle of the sofa, crossed his legs, lit a cigarette, and lazily glanced at Han Xu. "Do you wish to die?" Han Su leaned closer, playfully tapping his lips. "I jest. I know, young master, you wouldn't fancy someone like Shin Qingyao, or else you wouldn't have pursued you for months without so much as a glance."
Qin, curious, inquired, "Young master, after all these years, we haven't seen you taken with any girl. What is your type? Surely if you desired those girls would flock to you. You can't possibly find them all unappealing."
Xie Tingyu remained silent, taking a shallow drag from his cigarette, then smirking as if recalling something amusing. As the birthday banquet commenced, Shin Qingyao descended the staircase like a princess under the spotlight. Surrounded by gasps and compliments, she strode confidently towards Xie Tingyu, who was encircled by a group of capital's young elites, as though everyone else were mere accessories to the event. "Brother Tingyu, may I request a dance?" Xie Tingyu, disinterested, did not even lift his eyes, leaning languidly on the sofa, swirling the contents of his glass in hand. The atmosphere became awkwardly tense for several seconds, and Shin Qingyao's smile shifted from eager to uncomfortable. Sensing the unease, Han Su interjected, "Miss Shin, when have you ever seen our young master you dance? He is fine with handling guns, but dancing, you should spare him that. If you don't mind, I'll accompany you." Shin Qingyao's eyes glistened with unshed tears, her gaze pleading as she awaited Xie Tingyu's response. Before the assembled guests, would he truly be so heartless as Brother Tingyu? "May we share the opening dance? Everyone is watching. I beg of you." The proud little princess, lowering herself in such a manner, had done so before, yet Xie Tingyu seemed unwilling to grant her even a modicum of consideration. Finally, his gaze lifted, disdainfully scanning Shin Qingyao before he replied hoarsely, "No." The refusal was absolute, shattering Shin Qingyao's self-esteem and causing tears to stream down her cheeks. In an effort to avoid a scene, Han Su resolved to act with integrity. Gesturing invitingly towards Shin Qingyao, "Miss Shin, I wonder if I might have the honor of sharing the opening dance with you." He offered Shin Qingyao a way out, primarily to avert any unnecessary trouble. Should Xie Tingyu refuse to cooperate later, it would inevitably fall upon him to rectify the situation. Better to preserve Shin Qingyao's dignity than risk her causing a commotion. Shin Qingyao's gaze, filled with indignation and reluctance, shifted from Xie Tingyu as she shot a fierce glare at Han Su. "Get lost," she retorted, striding angrily towards the center of the dance floor. Han Su was left disheartened. Pouting slightly, "Young master, if you truly intend to be with this ferocious tigress, I shall be the first to oppose it." Initially planning to invite Xie Tingyu to dance, it had now devolved into a solo performance by Shin Qingyao. Dressed in a resplendent gown, she danced amidst the music and lights, her expression betraying her current dismal mood. As the dance concluded, applause erupted from the surrounding guests, showering her with compliments, just as Shin Qingyao's expression softened amidst the accolades. Zhang Jiutong made a stunning entrance from outside. Chapter 13, introducing Zhang Jiutong to potential suitors. Zhang Jiutong merely needed to stand there to radiate extraordinary beauty. Today, she had especially dressed up for Shin Qingyao's birthday. Clad in a moonlight-colored strapless gown that accentuated her exquisite figure, her chestnut locks cascaded in sensual waves behind her ears, while crystal straps of high-heeled shoes clung delicately to her slender ankles. She glided into the hall, her charm captivating all, rendering Shin Qingyao, who was once the center of attention, utterly overshadowed. "Who is she? Absolutely stunning. She completely eclipses Shin Qingyao," murmured the guests nearby. Zhang Jiutong, the half-sister of Shin Qingyao, was the subject of their admiration. "Ah, is that really her? No wonder Shin Qingyao insisted on sending her abroad," they whispered, recognizing the stark contrast. Shin Qingyao's hands trembled in fury as she overheard their murmurs. With a playful smile, Zhang Jiutong approached Shin Qingyao, exuding allure and grace, and whispered just loud enough for the two of them to hear, "Sister, you've aged another year. Happy birthday." Shin Qingyao could hardly fathom how dazzling Zhang Jiutong had become. Her previous encounter at the cemetery had left her unprepared. In the break area, Qin coughed repeatedly, choking on his drink. "Cough, cough, where did this fairy come from? Is she Cinderella before the midnight chime?" Han Su had seen Zhang Jiutong at Shin Qingyao's grandmother's funeral. Indeed, she was a Cinderella of sorts, the second daughter of the Zhang family. "What, you say this is Zhang Jiutong? Damn, I suddenly envy that brat Lu Xinian," he remarked. This someone who had previously appeared bored suddenly snapped the lighter shut with irritation and rose to leave, kicking Qin as he passed. Qin, bewildered, clutched his leg and yelped, "Ouch, young master, you Be gentle, or I might lose a leg. Shen Qingyao's mood soured entirely with Jiang Jiutong's arrival. What a wretched ball it had turned out to be, ultimately serving as a backdrop for another.
Her face paled with anger. Jiang Jiutong, how dare you come to my birthday party and steal my thunder? You thrive on attention, don't you? Just wait, with a glimmer of mischief in her eyes. Jiang Jiutong replied, Shen Qingyao, in our rivalry, you are the one who has lost. Shen Qingyao scoffed, such grandiose words, just based on what? What do you have to compare with me? In the midst of their exchange, her gaze drifted to the west side of the reception room, where Han Su and his companions were engaged in jovial banter, and the seat that should have been occupied by Xie Tingyu lay conspicuously empty. Instinctively, she turned her head, searching for him, and upon failing to locate him, she anxiously lifted her gown and hurried outside. Jiang Jiutong, just you wait, I have all the time in the world to deal with you. With that, she rushed out to check if the Xie family's vehicle was still present. Jiang Jiutong followed her gaze and, deducing the cause of Shen Qingyao's unease, decided against lingering. After outshining Shen Qingyao, she gracefully retreated, seeking a quieter corner by the window to observe the darkening night. Lin Jiayin engaged in pleasantries with various ladies before making her way towards the younger crowd to find Jiang Jiutong. She had just mentioned her youngest daughter to the others, and it was evident from their expressions that they were more interested in aligning with the Shen family than with Jiang Jiutong. Regarding Shen Qingyao's marriage, she had heard from Jiang Zhenghe that the elder Shen had visited the Xie family several times recently, suggesting that an alliance was imminent. A union between the Shen and Xie families was still seen as an advantageous match. Reflecting the social hierarchy that characterized the capital, although Jiang Jiutong was the firstborn child of her union with Jiang Zhenghe, her connections to the Shen family had yet to be solidified. Fearing that further delays might leave her unmarried, she hoped to find a distant relative among Jiang Zhenghe's subordinates to marry, ensuring she would not be mistreated and could distance herself from the turmoil of the capital. As long as Jiang Jiutong remained out of sight, General Shen would have no reason not to continue supporting Jiang Zhenghe's career, for he was the biological father of Shen Qingyao, and after his passing, she would have only her blood ties to rely on. Go summon Jiang Jiutong for me, she instructed. The attendant nodded respectfully and headed in Jiang Jiutong's direction. Miss Jiang, Madam Jiang requests your presence. Jiang Jiutong glanced at the crowd, pursed her lips, and set down her glass as she walked over. While part of her was irritated with Shen Qingyao, her primary reason for attending the gathering was to retrieve her grandfather's legacy. Just as she rose to leave, she was unexpectedly bumped into by a woman in a pink dress, causing the wine she held to spill all over Jiang Jiutong, staining her moonlight-colored gown. I am so sorry, I lost my balance. Your dress is ruined. Isn't it? The woman retreated, indifferent to the mess she had caused. Jiang Jiutong frowned at the wine stains on her dress just as Lu Xinian approached and draped his jacket over her shoulders. Up on the second-floor terrace, Xie Tingyu happened to witness this scene, his already dark expression deepening, his gaze sharp enough to cut. Finally locating Xie Tingyu, Shen Qingyao chattered insistently, urging him to sit with the elders. However, he ignored her, his eyes fixed on a particular spot. Following his gaze, Shen Qingyao saw Lu Xinian wrapping his jacket around Jiang Jiutong, one arm seemingly embracing her from behind. Lu Xinian was still not giving up. His chances of success appeared quite high. In Jiang Jiutong's heart, Lu Xinian held a unique significance, given their past love. Brother Tingyu, if you don't accept my pursuit soon, Lu Xinian and Jiang Jiutong might beat us to the altar. How embarrassing would that be for me? Xie Tingyu turned to face her. Do you know what kind of woman possesses the most allure? Shen Qingyao, ecstatic, leaned closer, her face alight with anticipation. What kind of woman? Xie Tingyu replied darkly, a woman without a mouth. Shen Qingyao face fell, and she pouted angrily before storming off to complain to Yan Ran. Lu Xinian felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Jiutong, whose dress was now stained with red wine. Tang, would you like to change into something else? You're slimmer than Qingyao, you should fit into her clothes, though wrapped in the warmth of Lu Xinian's jacket. Jiang Jiutong felt no comfort in her heart. Borrowing clothes from Shen Qingyao was less appealing than simply wearing the soiled gown. It's alright, I didn't plan to stay long anyway. Madame Jiang is looking for me, and I'll leave after I meet her. Lu Xinian nodded gently. Alright, I'll wait for you. Jiang Jiutong was about to refuse when Lin Jiayin approached impatiently. What happened to you? The ladies are still waiting. Chapter 14, You must marry immediately. Lin Jiayin was displeased with Jiang Jiutong's association with Lu Xinian, fearing that their interactions would invite gossip. Lu Xinian is Qingyao's ex-boyfriend, you should keep your distance. What will people think if they see you together? It would tarnish our family's reputation. Jiang Jiutong laughed in disbelief when Shen Qingyao had taken Lu Xinian from her and sent her abroad. Lin Jiayin and Jiang Zhenghe had been silent, now they dared to criticize her for bringing shame. you've been nursing your grievances all this time, haven to you, how ironic that you now scold me for bringing disgrace.
Lin Jiayin's face turned a shade of green with anger upon hearing her daughter's words. Had it not been for the guests mingling nearby, she would have chastised her for her insolence. All you've learned is how to be sharp-tongued. Do you possess any other redeeming qualities? Your sister is about to negotiate a marriage with the Xie family. Do not hinder her, you cannot afford to cross them. Come with me to meet a few wives of your father's subordinates. It's time you found a suitable match. As Lin Jiayin's words grew increasingly absurd, Zhang Jiutong could no longer tolerate it and interrupted. I have no time to meet any wives. I came to retrieve the belongings left to me by my grandfather. After her birth, Zhang Jiutong had not been welcomed by the Shen family. Consequently, Lin Jiayin and Zhang Zhenghe had placed her in a vacant house, hiring a nanny to care for her. Upon learning of this, her grandfather had rushed from his hometown to raise her himself. Eventually, when her grandfather fell ill and required regular treatment, he could no longer care for her and decided to return home. As Zhang Jiutong officially commenced her life under the roof of the Lu family. She found herself in a state of dependency. Before her grandfather's passing, he had entrusted someone to place an international call to her, leaving behind a photo album and a video recorder filled with cherished memories of their time together. At that moment, she was being escorted by the Shen family in England, and she had secretly purchased a plane ticket to return home, hoping to see her grandfather one last time. However, upon her arrival at the domestic customs, she was forcibly sent back. Subsequently, the belongings her grandfather had left her were taken away by Lin Jiayin. Lin Jiayin shot her an impatient glare. I'm discussing marriage with you, don't deflect with unrelated matters. If you wish to reclaim your grandfather's possessions, you may do so, but only if you comply with my marriage arrangements. I shall return them to you in due time. Zhang Jiutong gazed at Lin Jiayin, rendered speechless for a prolonged moment. Once again, her perception of a mother was profoundly altered. You are both foolish and malicious. It is no wonder you will spend your life groveling at Shen Qingyao's feet. Furious, Lin Jiayin raised her hand and struck Zhang Jiutong across the face. You insolent wretch, you must marry immediately and then vanish from my sight entirely. Onlookers turned their attention toward the commotion, with some eager individuals already concocting sensational narratives to spread among their circles. Have you heard? The second daughter of the Zhang family was slapped by Madame Jiang, supposedly for overshadowing Shen Qingyao at the banquet. What a classic case of love breeding resentment. Zhang Jiutong had heard whispers that Shen Qingyao was nearing a union with the Xie family and deliberately sought to outshine her, which led to her being reprimanded by Madame Jiang. Zhang Jiutong has long harbored feelings for Xie Tingyu, unrequited, and out of jealousy, she clashed with Madame Jiang. No way, Zhang Jiutong is pregnant with Xie Tingyu's child, and after Madame Jiang discovered this, she slapped her. Having departed the rooftop, Xie Tingyu was pulled along by Qin Yi for a drink. Upon his arrival, the temperature around him plummeted several degrees. Who dares to provoke Ru Yi? Truly audacious, with his eyes cast down. Obscured in a profound melancholy, Xie Tingyu reclined on the sofa, propping his forehead with one hand and tilting back the contents of his glass. The sensual movement of his atoms apple a stark contrast to his despondent demeanor. Han Su, having flirted with a girl and seemingly privy to some scandalous gossip, returned with great enthusiasm. Hey, explosive news, Yu Yi has gotten Zhang Jiutong pregnant, and now the girl is crying for him to take responsibility. What, Yu Yi is to become a father? Who the hell spread such rumors? Yu Yi is as pure as gold. Han Su, spotting Xie Tingyu lounging on the sofa, rushed over to confirm that. Why Yu Yi? Is it true? Are you becoming a father? Xie Tingyu shot him a sideways glance, his voice gravelly. Isn't that only a matter of time? Han Su exclaimed, but the crux is you're about to be a father. Everyone is saying Zhang Jiutong is infatuated with you, unable to endure the sight of you with Shen Qingyao, and it has escalated to the point of Madame Jiang striking her, with his left index finger pressed against his temple. Xie Tingyu quietly absorbed Han Su's fervent monologue. Upon hearing the final statement, his expression turned icy, a terrifying intensity brewing within him. He rose abruptly and strode toward the exit. Han Su, startled, fell silent. Qin Yi scornfully muttered, "Have you lost your mind? Consuming such baseless rumors with relish and then bringing them to Yu Yi is tantamount to courting disaster." Feeling somewhat aggrieved, Han Su protested, "But Yu Yi has been behaving oddly today. Just moments ago, he was smiling, and now he has flipped like a switch. I have no idea what I did to provoke him. This is utterly unjust." Zhang Jiutong stared blankly at her reflection in the bathroom mirror. Her left cheek ablaze and slightly swollen. Dousing her face with cool water, she wrestled with a tumult of emotions, akin to a child repeatedly abandoned, still unable to acclimatize to the sting of rejection. When she finally emerged from the bathroom, Lu Xinian awaited her outside. "Tang Tang, does it hurt?" He gazed at Jiang Jiutong's reddened cheek with deep concern, yearning to reach out and caress her, only to have her turn away. His hand hung awkwardly in the air, guilt etched across his features. "Tang Tang, it is my fault for not protecting you, allowing you to endure such humiliation. Please grant me the chance to make amends." Jiang Jiutong offered a faint smile, the movement of her lips sending a sharp pang through her face. No one is responsible for another person's life. You needn't burden yourself with guilt, Sinian. The remainder of Lu Xinyan's words caught in his throat. The simple utterance of Sinian had irrevocably relegated him to the realm of ordinary friends. He vividly recalled the times when Jiang Jiutong would chase after him in childhood, calling him Sinian brother. "Tang Tang, allow me to take you home." Jiang Jiutong shook her head. "No need, it was merely a slap. I am not that delicate." Lu Xinian observed the resolute and strong figure of the girl before him, feeling a swell of guilt and self-reproach. If only he had been braver in the past, perhaps he would not have missed her for so many years. "Grandmother has been missing you. She heard you would be here today and is eager to meet you." Jiang Jiutong was at a loss for how to decline. If there was anything worth her lingering affection for the Lu family, it was solely Lu. "Grandmother, very well, I shall return with you." Xie Tingyu searched the banquet hall for Jiang Jiutong, yet she was nowhere to be found. Eventually, he learned from a waiter that she had ventured into the southern garden. He held his breath, hastening toward that direction, fearful that she might, like in her childhood, curl up alone in a corner, silently shedding tears. By the time he arrived, the garden was deserted. Leaning against the flowerbed's railing, Xie Tingyu irritably lit a cigarette. Hansu's earlier words about Jiang Jiutong being struck by Lin Jiayin filled his mind with images of the young girl hurt and in tears, frustrated by not finding her. His craving for nicotine surged. He turned irritably, catching a fleeting glimpse that caused his blood to boil. There stood Jiang Jiutong, getting into the same car as Lu Xinian. The vehicle glided silently into the endless night, gradually fading from view. Xie Tingyu let out a self-deprecating chuckle, extinguishing the cigarette in his palm. Chapter 15. Blind date. After Shen Qingyao's birthday banquet, Lin Jiayin convened a few ladies for afternoon tea, finally determining Jiang Jiutong's blind date. Always too busy to eat, Jiang Jiutong had enlisted Mai Mang as her health management assistant, who diligently prepared and accompanied her for lunch each day. While enjoying their meal, Jiang Jiutong's phone rang. Upon seeing it was Lin Jiayin, her appetite plummeted. "Tang Tang, answer the phone. It might be something urgent." Taking a deep breath, Jiang Jiutong pressed the answer button and set the phone to speaker mode. Placing it aside, Lin Jiayin's voice cascaded forth like a torrent, causing Jiang Jiutong's head to throb. "Jiang Jiutong, the person I arranged for your blind date is waiting downstairs at your office. You must go down immediately." "I am speaking with you. Can you hear me?" Jiang Jiutong replied, her irritation mounting. "I did not agree to a blind date. You invited him yourself, so you deal with it." Lin Jiayin had anticipated her disobedience and scoffed. "Don T, you want your grandfather's belongings? Then you will comply. As long as you remain unmarried, I will not return them to you. If you refuse my arrangements, unless you can find a man to marry on your own, you are out of options." Mai Mang, listening in disbelief, felt sympathy for Jiang Jiutong. Although she too faced familial pressure to marry, none of her relatives were as ruthless as Jiang Jiutong's mother, who seemed to handle her daughter like a surplus vegetable, ready to be packaged and sold off at a whim. Jiang Jiutong sighed deeply, turning her head away. "Must you use my grandfather's possessions as leverage against me? Those items are merely a pile of useless paper to you. Why can't you return them?" Her voice trembled with emotion, prompting Mai Mang to feel a surge of anger, ready to storm into the Jiang household to reclaim her grandfather's keepsakes. Lin Jiayin maintained her air of superiority. "No more idle chatter. Go downstairs this instant, and don't you dare try to pull any tricks on me. I have carefully selected this match for you. He is a teacher at Yicheng High School. Stable employment, honest, and comes from a simple family, an ideal candidate for marriage. Besides, your father's subordinate is his uncle, so you won't be mistreated. As an outsider, Mai Mang could no longer tolerate the situation. Genuinely feeling wronged for Jiang Jiutong, after ending the call, Jiang Jiutong found her appetite entirely diminished, setting down her chopsticks with a look of indignation. "Tang Tang, let me accompany you," Mai Mang offered her. Jiang Jiutong shook her head. "No need, just enjoy your meal. I'll be back shortly." At the flower bed outside the company, a man in a white shirt stood with an old-fashioned briefcase. Reluctantly, Jiang Jiutong approached him, leading him to a nearby CAF. The man, wearing thick black-rimmed glasses, appeared somewhat awkward. "I'm Wang Cheng, 33 years old, a high school history teacher. In Cheng, I have a car, a house, and earn a monthly salary of 6,000. After marriage, I hope you can resign from your job and be a good housewife. My mother thinks it best if we can get pregnant this year. We can provide a bride price of 28,000, and for the 3 gold items, I have inherited my grandmother's heirloom jewelry. As for the dowry, you can decide, but it should not be below the average standard. My mother insists that my entire salary goes to her, and when you need money, you can ask her. She is quite accommodating. That's my basic situation. If you have no objections, I have my household registration book and we can obtain the marriage certificate today. Zhang Jiutong had anticipated that Lin Jian's choice would be outrageous. Yet she never imagined it would be this absurd. She stood there, mouth agape, struggling to find her words. You need not introduce yourself. I have already heard about your situation from my mother, who mentioned that you are the daughter of my aunt's husband. Your family background seems quite favorable, and it would certainly provide some support for our little household in the future. Furthermore, my mother has expressed a desire for us to have 3 children. Especially since the country has now relaxed its restrictions on having a 3rd child. As a public servant, I ought to lead by example in responding to the national call. Zhang Jiutong was utterly speechless. I have a candid suggestion. Wang Chang adjusted his glasses, feeling rather pleased with himself. You see, I am quite receptive to constructive advice from others. Zhang Jiutong gazed at his face, reminiscent of the moon's surface. Nearly retching from her lunch. My suggestion is this: why not spend your entire life with your mother, and spare other young women from your presence? Wang Chang was taken aback, his face flushing with embarrassment. What do you mean by that? Do you think I am eager to go on a blind date with you? If it weren't for my aunt's husband asking my mother to help, claiming that it is difficult for the children of leaders to find partners, I wouldn't have taken leave to travel by train from Yicheng. Are you toying with me? Zhang Jiutong was uncertain how Lin Jian had described her to others. But hearing from someone she wished never to encounter again that she was unmarriageable was somewhat disheartening. If that is the case, then why did you come? You can seek reimbursement for your train ticket from whoever sent you. I advise you to stop incessantly mentioning your mother. It truly diminishes your worth. Upon returning from the CAF, Zhang Jiutong's expression remained sour. She complained to my Mang about the middle school teacher they had just encountered, causing my Mang to nearly laugh uncontrollably. Really, such a person exists? What a pity. Zhang Jiutong was puzzled. What do you mean, what a pity? I regret not having gone with you, otherwise, I would have certainly confronted him and made him cry in his mother's arms when he returned home tonight. Zhang Jiutong chuckled at that. Well then, let us consider it a farce and get back to work. Ever since returning from Shen Qingyao's banquet, Xie Tingyu had been frequenting various social gatherings daily. Even Han Su and Qin Yi, who had been by his side for many years, felt that he was harboring some inner turmoil. Young Master Yu, your current demeanor suggests that you might have experienced heartbreak. Doesn't it? Han Su ventured closer, sporting a mischievous expression. Just as Qin Yi anticipated that Han Su would get a beating, Xie Tingyu grabbed his car keys and rose to leave the private room. Han Su was momentarily bewildered. What does this mean? He doesn't retaliate against my sarcasm. Qin Yi was equally puzzled. You know the saying, 3 days without a beating makes the roof fly off. Xie Tingyu suddenly lost his mood. And upon arriving home, he encountered Yan Ran, who had just woken from a nap and was heading downstairs for a drink. Ayu, why are you back so late? Xie Tingyu, reeking of alcohol, irritably unfastened 2 buttons. Collapsing onto the sofa to rest his eyes, Yan Ran placed a glass of water beside him. Please refrain from drinking so much, your health is paramount. And if you truly dislike Shen Qingyao, I will help you decline General Shen's proposal. Our family does not engage in political marriages. What matters most is that my son is happy. Noticing Xie Tingyu's silence, Yan Ran merely advised him to rest early and then went upstairs. Xie Tingyu seemed to be lost in thought, his eyes reflecting the gaze of a predator. No need. What? Yan Ran halted in her tracks. Let Shen Qingyao remain for now. I still have use for her. Chapter 16. Allow her to make way for Shen Qingyao. In the days that followed, Zhang Jiutong found no peace. After rejecting Wang Chang, Zheng Chang, Lu Chang, and Li Chang soon followed. Lin Jian truly seemed intent on preventing her from enjoying a moment's tranquility. My Mang stormed in with a disgruntled expression. Tang Tang, I am utterly exasperated with your mother. What kind of people is she finding? I thought yesterday's Mediterranean chubby programmer was the worst, but today someone even more outrageous has arrived. You should see for yourself. He has even made it to the company reception. Zhang Jiutong felt a headache coming on. The individuals Lin Jian was bringing forth were severely disrupting her work. And now one had the audacity to come directly to the reception to make a scene, as if they were not already embarrassed enough. Let us go and chase him away. When Zhang Jiutong and my Mang reached the reception, a considerable crowd had gathered, all engrossed in gossip rather than their work. Zhang Jiutong, are you the boss here? Impressive, running a small business seems to suit you well. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Liang Jinbao. A businessman from the coal city, with generations of my family in trade, and my assets exceed $1 billion. I could acquire several small companies like yours in no time, but rest assured, once I marry your boss, it will be like a family business, and you will undoubtedly reap the benefits. The receptionist was understandably startled, offering an awkward smile. Unlike the previous suitors, Liang Jinbao exuded an air of confidence, likely due to his modest wealth. Upon seeing Jiang Jiutong, he was initially taken aback, but then deemed her less attractive than the car models he had encountered while purchasing a Rolls-Royce. She has a decent figure, but her chest, perhaps it is only a B cup? My Mang cursed under her breath, realizing she had underestimated him. Do you not know how to speak? Did your mother not teach you that respecting women is the bare minimum of upbringing? Liang Jinbao scrutinized my Mang with disdain, clicking his tongue in disapproval. Someone like you would find no suitors in our coal city. With that short hair, you look like a fierce tomboy. Jiang Jiutong felt her temper rising. Why did he presume to evaluate her friend with such arrogance? So you are Liang Jinbao? Indeed, I am Jiang Jiutong, a person who neither changes my name nor alters my surname. Jin for gold and Bao for treasure. My Mang felt nauseated. This man was making her physically ill. Tang, do not waste your breath on him. Send him back to the coal city to mind. Jiang Jiutong, her eyes brimming with indignation, took a step forward, fixating on him with an assertive glare. Mr. Liang Jinbao, you were so keen on critiquing women. Why do you not take a moment to reflect on yourself? You might want to address any potential health issues early on, as delays may lead to complications. Or perhaps you are already. It is evident, given your age, your murky complexion, oily skin, severe hair loss, and your protruding belly, that you may be facing certain functional challenges, but fear not. Your wealth could allow you to take multiple wives and don several green hats, and perhaps others will even commend you for being blessed with many offspring. My Mang burst into laughter. The nearby employees, drawn in by the spectacle, stifled their laughter while observing Liang Jinbao, as if they could indeed perceive signs of his health issues. With someone like you, I wouldn't even accept as a gift. I would find it filthy, yet if it weren't for my aunt, who is a public official in Jing City, introducing us, I would not bother wasting my time here. Pa, what a farce! Jiang Jiutong shrugged nonchalantly, arching an eyebrow at him. Why are you so flustered? Did I strike a nerve? No worries, it is merely a matter of health concerns. A young model wouldn't mind, especially since your coal mining seems to be quite profitable. Liang Jinbao was visibly agitated, his mouth agape as he began to curse. My Mang could not tolerate it any longer and instructed the security guard, get him out of here. Once Liang Jinbao was removed, the office finally fell silent and everyone dispersed. Jiang Jiutong suddenly felt drained, struggling to muster interest in anything. Upon returning home after work, her phone rang with Lin Jiayin on the line. Jiang Jiutong, have you grown wings? The matchmakers I arranged for you, even if you do not fancy them, there is no need to insult them. So, how am I to explain this to the introducer, after a long day? Jiang Jiutong yearned for a moment of peace at home, only to be met with Lin Jiayin's unfounded accusations. Have you even seen what those individuals were like? You expect me to marry someone who wouldn't even be accepted by a beggar on the street? Are you insane, or am I? Lin Jiayin had indeed not met those so-called suitors, but based on the introducer's descriptions, they either had stable jobs, were dutiful, or were wealthy, certainly not the wretched individuals Jiang Jiutong described. She admitted that, due to recent events involving Shen Qingyao and the Xie family, she had been unable to focus on finding suitable matches for Jiang Jiutong. General Shen had been pressuring Jiang Zhenghe, and Xie Tingyu had finally agreed to give Shen Qingyao a chance. However, General Shen would never allow someone who overshadowed his granddaughter in every aspect to remain close. The most effective strategy at present was to marry off Jiang Jiutong before Shen Qingyao and Xie Tingyu could wed. Once Jiang Jiutong posed no threat to Shen Qingyao, General Shen would be pleased, and discussions regarding Jiang Zhenghe's promotion could commence. I do not care about your little schemes. Tomorrow take a gift and apologize to Liang Jinbao. Even if he is at fault, he is still one of the top businessmen in the coal city. Once you marry him, you will find yourself enjoying the fruits of life. Shen Qingyao has finally found happiness with the heir of the Xie family. You must pave the way for her. Only then did Jiang Jiutong grasp why Lin Jiayin was so eager to arrange a blind date for her. It was to prevent her from jeopardizing Shen Qingyao's promising future. After hanging up the phone, she felt a bitter laugh rising within her. Her own mother intended to ruin her life to secure that man's career. How utterly ridiculous. After a moment's pause, Jiang Jiutong picked up her phone and sent Xie Tingyu a message featuring a cute cat waving its paw. Tingyu Ge, I have some professional matters I would like to consult you about. Are you free now? She had added Xie Tingyu on WeChat during their trip to Hangzhou for a meeting. But they had not been in touch since 0.3 minutes passed, and the empty chat box remained unresponsive. Growing bored, Zhang Jiutong casually opened her Moments, only to come across a photo posted by Qin Yi's girlfriend. Xuan Wu.I. In the dim lighting of a bar, the young master was seen embracing a beautiful woman lost in a haze of revelry. Upon closer inspection, Xie Tingyu's half-figure is perfectly framed within the photograph. His elegantly long fingers, adorned with exquisite knuckles, grip a transparent liquor glass, with prominent veins that evoke a sense of fantasy at a mere glance. Zhang Jiutong returns to the chat box, where only her earlier somewhat clumsy greeting remains. She searches for Shuangwu's WeChat and promptly sends her a message. Wuzi, I just returned from abroad and have few friends. Do you have any gatherings where you could include me?
Chapter 17, Brother Tingyu.
Please give it some thought. Zhang Jiutong and Shuangwu were high school classmates. Having witnessed the tumultuous relationship between her and Qin Yi, filled with ups and downs, Shuangwu was pleasantly surprised to receive Zhang Jiutong's message. Back in the day, when the Shen family sent Zhang Jiutong abroad, Shuangwu felt a deep sense of injustice. The Shen family, relying on their status in the capital, bullied the young girl, ruining Zhang Jiutong's life for the selfish desires of Shen Qingyao. Since then, Shuangwu harbored no good feelings for Shen Qingyao, and although they moved in the same social circles, she had little to no interaction with her. About half a year ago, however, Shen Qingyao unexpectedly began to obsessively pursue Xie Tingyu. As the girlfriend of Xie Tingyu's brother, Shen Qingyao had approached Shuangwu several times, seeking her assistance in creating opportunities. Each time, Shuangwu managed to concoct an excuse to evade her. Deep down, she genuinely wished for Shen Qingyao and Xie Tingyu to remain apart. Otherwise, her friends would eventually be driven to despair by her antics. I have a friend who wants to come and hang out. You all have no objections, right? Shuangwu clutched her phone, raising her head to inquire of those present. Essentially seeking Xie Tingyu's opinion. In gatherings where he was present, he had little tolerance for unruly friends. Previously, at one gathering, a man's girlfriend had called over two of her friends upon seeing Xie Tingyu. And those two were so enamored that they could hardly move, practically attaching themselves to him. Taking advantage of a moment when Xie Tingyu had his eyes closed, one boldly moved closer and touched his chest. Xie Tingyu nearly caused a scene afterward. That man was never seen again in their social circles. Qin Yi, who was drinking with Han Su, shot a glance at Shuangwu upon hearing her words. You know how much Tingyu despises those chaotic friends of yours. Are you trying to provoke him? Shuangwu shot him a glare. Keep your mouth shut, and nobody will mistake you for a mute. She turned to Xie Tingyu. It's no one else but Zhang Jiutong, whom you know as well. Qin Yi, feeling somewhat disgruntled by her retort, lost interest in drinking and pulled Shuangwu into his embrace. Don't go looking for trouble. Tingyu has been in a foul mood lately, so avoid provoking him. Shuangwu noticed Xie Tingyu's lack of interest. Since arriving, he had not interacted with anyone, merely sitting alone and drinking in silence. Alright, I'll arrange to meet her one-on-one another day. Xie Tingyu squinted, loosening the buttons of his shirt. Do as you wish. Shuangwu looked at him in disbelief. When did he become so agreeable? Without giving Xie Tingyu a chance to change his mind, Shuangwu picked up her phone and initiated a video call with Zhang Jiutong. Darling, I'm at the bar right now. Come quickly. I'll send you the address on WeChat. When Zhang Jiutong answered the video call, besides Shuangwu's enthusiastic face, the camera briefly captured Xie Tingyu, whose hawk-like eyes were fixed on her. In that fleeting moment, she felt an uncanny sensation that he could see right through her. Alright, see you soon. After ending the video call, Zhang Jiutong swiftly selected a dress suitable for a night out, casually tied her hair behind her ears, applied a touch of makeup, and slipped into a pair of figure-flattering high heels before heading out. She arrived at the venue Shuangwu had sent her 20 minutes later, pushed open the door to the private room, and found everyone enjoying themselves. Upon seeing the beautiful woman, Han Su and Qin Yi couldn't help but exclaim in delight. After greeting Shuangwu, Zhang Jiutong naturally took a seat beside Xie Tingyu. Han Su opened his mouth to remind her but hesitated, noticing that Xie Tingyu showed no sign of discontent, ultimately swallowing his words. Come, let's drink. Zhang Daibody turns out to be Shuangwu's friend. We are all on the same team, so let's gather more often in the future. Zhang Jiutong raised her glass and glanced at the person beside her. Brother Tingyu, would you like to share a drink? Xie Tingyu remained still, lazily fixing his gaze on her, exuding an air of satisfaction as though he were observing prey. Zhang Jiutong was unhurried, lifting the glass in front of her and placing it in his hand. She clinked her cup against his and then tilted her head back, draining its contents. To those observing, it appeared as though Zhang Jiutong was boldly forcing Xie Tingyu to drink. Han Su's mouth hung open in astonishment, remaining agape throughout the scene. Just when they believed Zhang Jiutong's fate would mirror that of other women who attempted to draw close to Xie Tingyu, He raised an eyebrow, a devil-may-care attitude as he brought the glass to his lips, tilting his head back as the fiery liquid slid down his throat. Han Su was at a loss. These two were entangled with entirely different people, one with Lu Xian and the other fervently pursued by Shen Qingyao, but they shared an oddly fitting comfort with one another. Tingyu, are you truly with Shen Qingyao? Surely your family is pressuring you. She is definitely not your type. Xie Tingyu did not respond, instead countering with a question. What is my type? This left Han Su momentarily speechless, having been by Xie Tingyu's side for many years. He had never seen him take an interest in any woman among their circle of playboys, who didn't have one or two women they frequently brought along. Even Qin Yi, with his tumultuous relationship with Xuangwu, was often swayed by women, yet Xie Tingyu consistently maintained an air of aloofness, carving out a path of integrity among their roguish company. Some teased that he was preserving himself for his future wife. If you were to define your type, it would at least need to match the beauty of someone like Zhang Jiutong. Xie Tingyu seemed pleased, his mood considerably lifted from when he first arrived. Zhang Jiutong smiled seductively, naturally leaning towards Xie Tingyu at a slight angle. Is that so? Then, brother Tingyu, will you consider me? Qin Yi, appreciating Zhang Jiutong's bold and open demeanor, kindly intervened. I fear it may be too late. He is compelled by his family to be with Shen Qingyao. You should address him as brother-in-law. Zhang Jiutong fluttered her large innocent eyes, sweetly calling out to Xie Tingyu, brother-in-law. Her expression was both innocent and pure. Back in school, Xuangwu had remarked that Zhang Jiutong was the girl who best combined purity and allure, a sentiment that left Han Su and Qin Yi thoroughly impressed. As the host of various gatherings, Han Su, eager to welcome Zhang Jiutong into their fold, animatedly began organizing games. The rules were simple. Each person would take turns spinning a bottle. The person at whom the bottle pointed would have to drink a glass of liquor and then draw a card from a stack to face a punishment. Those who refused the punishment could choose a black card, which could be used to redirect the punishment to someone else. The game commenced. Han Su initiated the first spin of the bottle. As the bottle spun on the table, it eventually came to rest before Zhang Jiutong. Chapter 18, Feeding Strawberries with One's Mouth. Zhang Jiutong was unperturbed, raising her glass and downing its contents before reaching for a card. Han Su promptly seized the card and read aloud, choose a male present and feed him a strawberry with your mouth. The moment those words were uttered, the atmosphere erupted with excitement. Just the thought of such a tantalizingly intimate scenario, especially with a stunning beauty like Zhang Jiutong, had some already anticipating the unfolding drama. Zhang Jiutong feigned a look of dilemma, her eyes scanning the room before she slowly spoke. What shall I do about this? Qin Yi, being Xuangwu's boyfriend, is certainly out of the question, and I'm not very familiar with the other men. Qin Yi was the first to be dismissed, adopting a spectator's demeanor while casually patting Xuangwu's shoulder. Han Su, eager to volunteer, chimed in. Zhang Daibody, do you want to choose me? I'm single. Zhang Jiutong appeared to be in a quandary, glancing between Han Su and Xie Tingyu. Brother-in-law, will you help me out? Her voice took on a soft, coaxing tone that made listeners weak in the knees. Han Su, however, gave her a thumbs-up. Impressive, going for the tough nut to crack. Xie Tingyu leaned back against the sofa, offering no response, his eyelids lazily lifting as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Jiutong, who was patiently waiting for an answer. The two locked eyes for what felt like an eternity, with Xie Tingyu leaving her hanging. Han Su cleared his throat twice. Don't be disheartened, Jiutong. Our Tingyu treats all women with this frosty demeanor. It's not personal. With so many men present, why not select another? Everyone would be more than willing. Zhang Jiutong turned her head, feigning disappointment. Is that so? Then I shall choose again. With that, she genuinely began to contemplate her options. As if she hadn't just sought Xie Tingyu's assistance. Then I'll select. Just as Zhang Jiutong was about to utter a name, Xie Tingyu, amused, picked a strawberry from the fruit platter and tossed it to her. You wanted to eat strawberries, right? Why the delay? Zhang Jiutong, reveling in her mischievous streak, gently bit into the strawberry and leaned towards Xie Tingyu. She was already sitting close to him, and as she leaned in, their bodies almost touched, yet Zhang Jiutong subtly brushed against his collar. With the strawberry between her lips, she was mere centimeters from his Adam's apple, her warm breath wafting toward him, causing his throat to involuntarily bob. She tilted her head slightly upward, her gaze locking onto Xie Tingyu's eyes, which held a hint of irritation. If the man merely leaned down a little, he could pluck her from his grasp. The strawberry's pink juice trickled from her mouth, glistening at the corner of her lips. With a playful expression, she reached towards Xie Tingyu's lips with the strawberry still in her mouth. Xie Tingyu leaned down. Drawing closer to her, the woman nestled in his embrace held a luscious strawberry in her mouth, her gaze, as fluid as water, fixed upon him, warmth blooming in her abdomen. Their lips were scarcely 5 centimeters apart. Yet Xie Tingyu showed no inclination to bridge the gap. Zhang Jiutang delicately bit into the strawberry, tilting her head to offer it to him without their lips ever touching. The onlookers erupted in fervent cheers, their excitement palpable. Oh my, this is breathtaking. Indeed, it must be the allure of handsome men and beautiful women. A smile curled Zhang Jiutang's lips as, when she withdrew from Xie Tingyu, it seemed almost accidental that her nose brushed against his. His eyes darkened with a dangerous glint, fixating on the womaness in different retreat with a sardonic smile. Xuangwu, caught in a frenzy, shook Qini excitedly. Heavens, this is too wonderful, Qin Xiaoyi, you ought to learn from Yi Yu. Qini dismissed it nonchalantly. Learn what? How to help my sister-in-law play games. I wish I could, but do you have a sister? Xuangwu shot him an exasperated glare. You should just keep quiet. The game continued. Xuangwu drew a card that required her to kiss one of the men present for 30 seconds, while Qini drew a card that instructed him to delete a male contact from his phone. Han Su was tasked with gazing deeply into the eyes of the person to his left for a minute, but to his left sat another hopelessly single man, turning their supposed intimacy into a farcical standoff. Ultimately, the bottle landed before Xie Tingyu. He casually drew a card, which read, "Reply to the last person who messaged you on WeChat saying, I've liked you for quite some time. When can I enter your heart?" Han Su began to perspire. What kind of ridiculous card is this? This won't count. I'm drawing again. Even with 100 lives, he wouldn't dare toy with Xie Tingyu in such a manner. Just as Han Su prepared to shuffle the card into the bottom of the deck, Xuangwu interjected, "Hey, Yi Yu hasn't said anything yet. Why are you so worked up? It's just a game. You must accept the consequences." Qini quickly covered her mouth. "Are you trying to get us killed? When have you ever heard Yi Yu say something so cheesy?" Xuangwu, mouth covered, wore an unwilling expression. Zhang Jiutang, however, felt a flicker of anticipation. She wondered what it would be like for the cold-faced Xie Tingyu to utter sweet nothings. Would the deity tumble from his pedestal? Xie Tingyu made no rebuttal, but he did unlock the phone on the table. His WeChat interface was remarkably tidy, save for a solitary red dot lingering at the top. Xuangwu, sensing a glimmer of hope, shot Qini a challenging look. "If Yi Yu doesn't mind, you should keep quiet." Zhang Jiutang, intrigued, glanced at Xie Tingyu's WeChat. She was instantly struck by embarrassment, having forgotten that she had messaged him before reaching out to Xuangwu. Now she felt as if she were roasting herself over an open flame. Xie Tingyu's long fingers tapped the red. The sender's WeChat name was an emoji of Winnie the Pooh with a honeypot, and the profile picture a deep blue. The interface was pristine, displaying only 2 messages, an adorable kitten sticker and what appeared to be a rather formal academic inquiry. Han Su's enthusiasm waned. "I told you, Yi Yu's WeChat is perpetually dull." Though Xie Tingyu had not saved her contact, Zhang Jiutang's heart raced, fearing that others might discover that the person on the other end was her. Xuangwu gazed at the profile picture, feeling an inexplicable sense of familiarity, though she couldn't quite place where she had seen it. Xie Tingyu picked up the phone, pressed the voice message button, and brought the device to his lips. Delivering the words in a deep, slightly husky, and magnetic tone, Han Su cursed under his breath. As expected, Yi Yu knows how to respond. He sent a voice message back. What girl could resist that? Tonight, someone's likely to go mad. Xie Tingyu released the voice button, and the message flew out. Zhang Jiutang's tightly gripped phone chimed with a WeChat notification. All eyes turned to her, leaving her momentarily flustered. My mom is calling me home for dinner. Don't mind her, huh? Suddenly Xuangwu recalled something, opening WeChat to click on Zhang Jiutang's profile. The nickname displayed a bright, unmistakable honeypot emoji of Winnie the Pooh. It was as if she had uncovered a secret, her eyes sparkling with excitement and restraint as they turned to Zhang Jiutang, now filled with mirth. Chapter 19. Calling Lu Xinian to break up the game proceeded, but Zhang Jiutang was somewhat unfortunate. Drawing a card that instructed her to engage in a French kiss with the second person to her right, she decisively opted to forfeit the black card. The man sitting second to her right was Qini, who breathed a sigh of relief. While he could be quite the rogue, kissing someone in front of Xuangwu would be the end of him. The black card required any present participant to administer a designated punishment. Han Su, eager to join in, asked, "Is there anyone who wants to punish Jiutang? If not, I'll take my turn." Xie Tingyu's gaze remained fixed on her. "Call Lu Xinian and tell him you want to break up." Han Su exclaimed, "Good heavens, Yi Yu, you and Shen Xingyao can't possibly be serious, right?" Lu Xinian was Shen Xingyao's ex-boyfriend, and if Zhang Jiutang were to date him, it would inevitably lead to an awkward encounter with Shen Xingyao. Has he already begun to protect her? Xie Tingyu remained silent, while Zhang Jiutang felt a surge of anger. Are you out of your mind? What does Lu Xinian have to do with this? To dismiss her relationship with Lu Xinian in such a manner struck Xie Tingyu as profoundly protective, his expression darkened, eyes glinting with an aggressive chill. I only feel it is unjust for Miss Jiang. During your absence, Lu Xinian certainly did not remain idle. The others present picked up on Xie Tingyu's insinuation. The once celebrated golden couple of the capital had been torn apart by Shen Qingyao. With Zhang Jiutong sent to England while Lu Xinian became a fixture at Shen Qingyao side, even Han Su detected the underlying jealousy in Xie Tingyu's words, though everyone assumed it was directed at Shen Qingyao. Zhang Jiutong found his behavior utterly baffling. There had never been a relationship to sever with Lu Xinian. Why would she feel compelled to initiate a breakup? How about I call my brother-in-law to ask? You can inquire whether he took good care of my sister during my absence. Zhang Jiutong was no pushover. If he dug a pit for her, she would drag him down with her. Han Su was somewhat astonished by the frequency of surprises tonight. He genuinely admired Zhang Jiutong's audacity, daring to tell Xie Tingyu he was crazy and even suggesting he ask Lu Xinian if he had looked after Shen Qingyao. Brilliant, simply brilliant. It exuded a kind of reckless charm. Xie Tingyu regarded the sharp-tongued woman before him, a laugh escaping him in disbelief. There was no one else in the capital who would dare speak to him in such a manner. Pass. Xie Tingyu opted for a blank card, letting Zhang Jiutong off the hook. The game continued for several more rounds, with Xie Tingyu silently consuming his drink, his enthusiasm waning. After the gathering concluded, everyone prepared to disperse. Han Su volunteered to escort Zhang Jiutong home. She waved him off. No need. I'm going in the same direction as my brother-in-law. She then effortlessly opened the passenger door of Xie Tingyu's car and slid inside. 3, 2, 1. Shuangwu was curious about what Han Su was counting down. I'm counting the seconds until Zhang Jiutong gets kicked out of the car by Yu. No woman could remain in his car for more than 3 seconds. Shuangwu remained unconvinced, watching leisurely alongside Han Xu. To their astonishment, the vehicle simply drove away in front of them. Han Su rubbed his eyes, exhaling deeply. It's over. It seems Ji Yu is serious about Shen Qingyao. Even his sister-in-law receives such treatment. Shuangwu shot him a glance. You're the one who's done for. Your brain is fried. Zhang Jiutong settled into Xie Tingyu's car, feeling a bit dizzy as she relayed her address and then leaned her head back. Closing her eyes, Xie Tingyu contemplated saying something, but when he turned to her, the woman had already succumbed to slumber. He smiled softly at her peacefully sleeping profile. You really think I'm just a chauffeur? The car reached Qingyu Road, number 255, but Zhang Jiutong had yet to awaken. Xie Tingyu turned off the engine, quietly waiting for her to stir. The long lashes of the woman cast delicate, lush shadows across her face in the glow of the streetlights. Xie Tingyu watched her for several minutes before suddenly feeling a wave of thirst wash over him, the urge to smoke gnawing at him, yet he hesitated, fearing that the sound of the car door closing would disturb Zhang Jiutong's rest. He stuffed the cigarette back into its box. Zhang Jiutong, in a hazy state of awareness, sensed someone gazing at her and slowly opened her eyes, finding Xie Tingyu's face before her. How did I fall asleep? Why didn't you wake me? The Xie Tingyu feigned indifference, turning his head away. I was concerned you might wake up irritable and inadvertently take it out on me. Zhang Jiutong pouted before sweetly saying, Thank you, brother-in-law, for bringing me back. Please drive carefully. She undid her seatbelt, opened the door, and stood under the streetlight, playfully waving at Xie Tingyu. The term brother-in-law made Xie Tingyu feel a bit of a headache. The luxury car vanished into the night, and Zhang Jiutong turned to ascend the stairs. She opened her social media, scrolling back to a post from a few hours earlier by Shen Qingyao. The timestamp indicated it was before she had messaged Xie Tingyu, a photo of flowers and a cake, captioned, The one who loves me won't let me be sad. Celebrating our first anniversary together with Tingyu. Zhang Jiutong smiled and hit the like button. In the days that followed, Zhang Jiutong was preoccupied with matters concerning the company and the partnership with Tingyu, which was met with resistance, although this project was personally overseen by Director Yang from the R&D department. He harbored a deep-seated disdain for Zhang Jiutong's small company. Companies that typically collaborated with Tingyu were well established within the industry, but Zhang Jiutong's firm, with its cutting-edge domestic technology and new types of restraint systems, had managed to board Tingyu's ship. You small companies sometimes fail to grasp the situation. It's not just about having a good product, you also need to navigate the intricacies of human relationships. Mai Meng felt a swell of frustration. Director Yang is clearly trying to manipulate them for his own benefit. His intentions are laid bare, and if they fail to respond, it is likely that the subsequent collaboration will encounter numerous obstacles. Director Yang mentioned that he has deposited some gold in the bank, which he finds of no practical use. Keeping it there incurs storage fees, and if he is not averse, he would appreciate their assistance.
thus saving him some costs. Director Yang scrutinized my Mang, who seemed reasonably astute. Indeed, bank vaults are not inexpensive. Why waste money unnecessarily? With a smile plastered on her face, my Mang concurred, stating, exactly, that would be a great help from you. Director Yang's demeanor visibly improved as he signed off on the documents. Although my Mang forced a smile, her heart was bleeding. Zhang Jiutang picked up her phone to send a WeChat message to Xie Tingyu, brother-in-law. I am discussing work at your company. I have another meeting in the afternoon. Shall we have lunch together? After sending the message, she waited in vain for a response for quite some time. Feeling increasingly disheartened as she closed her phone and resumed organizing her data, Director Yang shifted his gaze towards Zhang Jiutang, commenting that with her striking beauty, she ought to learn to leverage her advantages to avoid unnecessary troubles. Zhang Jiutang feigned ignorance, her expression dripping with disdain as she asked, "May I inquire, Director Yang, how should I go about utilizing my advantages?" Chapter 20. She is toying with me. Director Yang's eyes roamed over Zhang Jiutang, stroking his nose with an inscrutable expression. Well then, it's nearly lunchtime, let us dine together, and I shall gradually enlighten you. Alarm bells sounded in my Mang's mind. She could endure financial loss, but she would not allow this lecherous old man to set his sights on Zhang Jiutang. Before my Mang could voice her concern, Zhang Jiutang interrupted, saying, "There is no need for lunch. I have other plans." Director Yang huffed in frustration. Are you genuinely incapable of understanding, or are you merely pretending? After a whole morning of hard work, you won't even consider a meal? Do not forget, your project is in my hands. Zhang Jiutang glanced at her phone again. 20 minutes had passed, and Xie Tingyu still had not replied. She felt an inexplicable irritation, directing a less than friendly gaze at Director Yang. Director Yang, this project was personally signed off by President Xie. You might want to consider your standing before him before making things difficult for others. Director Yang slammed his hand on the table, nearly spilling the tea. You dare to use President Xie to pressure me? He signs contracts like these regularly. In the end, it still falls to me. To be frank, I have no regard for small companies like yours. Do not assume that just because you have technology, everything will be smooth sailing. There are many things I prefer not to state bluntly. Business is not conducted in such a manner that if you maintain this attitude, do not expect me to be courteous in the future. My Mang sensed the tension escalating and quickly stepped in to mediate. Director Yang, please calm down. Zhang has been abroad for a while and is not well versed in domestic customs. Her temperament can be quite straightforward. If we have offended you, we sincerely ask for your understanding. I have made reservations at a restaurant. Let us not discuss work on empty stomachs. Let us eat first. Director Yang was adamant, insisting on an explanation. I asked that how it's going to be. What do you take me for? Do you really think I care about that meal? Zhang Jiutang must apologize today, or there is no need to continue our cooperation. My Mang felt overwhelmed. A hard-won collaboration now entangled in workplace politics. Director Yang, what you're saying is unreasonable. We have always held you in high esteem. How about this? I will prepare a generous gift as an apology, and we can let today's incident go. How does that sound? Director Yang crossed his arms, leaning back in his chair, his expression stormy as he fixed his gaze on Zhang Jiutang. No apology, and today's matter will not be resolved. My Mang felt helpless. It was clear that Director Yang aimed to break Zhang Jiutang's pride piece by piece before advancing his agenda. Just then, the conference room door swung open. Chen Yu entered, carrying an exquisite lunchbox. Miss Zhang, President Xie is currently in a meeting at the military district and will not be back for a while. He specifically asked me to bring you this lunch. As Xie Tingyu's assistant, Chen Yu held a higher rank than Director Yang. Upon seeing Chen Yu, Director Yang stood up respectfully, initially thinking that President Xie had some work-related instructions. However, panic set in as he watched Chen Yu lay out the food in front of Zhang Jiutang. Assistant Chen, Miss Zhang is? Director Yang inquired cautiously, fearing an answer he could not handle. Before Chen Yu could reply, Zhang Jiutang smiled and interjected, Assistant Chen, please thank my brother-in-law for me. These are all my favorite dishes. Oh, by the way, wasn't Director Yang just insisting that I apologize? Is it too late for me to do so now? Upon realizing Zhang Jiutang was Xie Tingyu's sister-in-law, Director Yang was struck with terror, realizing he had inadvertently provoked someone of significant standing. He immediately backpedaled. No, it was merely a jest. Miss Zhang, please do not take it to heart. I sometimes speak thoughtlessly. Zhang Jiutang nodded knowingly. Yes, that's so. Then when does Director Yang plan to retrieve the gold stored in the bank on behalf of my Mang? Director Yang broke out in a cold sweat, wishing he had known about Zhang Jiutang's connection to President Xie beforehand. Borrowing 10 of his boldest hearts would not have led him to offend her. It is all a misunderstanding.
I was merely discussing the recent increase in gold prices with my mang, nothing more. After wiping the sweat from his brow, he glanced nervously at Chen Yu. Capable of his position, quickly grasped that Zhang Jiutang had been slighted by Director Yang and was leveraging her connection to President Xia to teach him a lesson. Miss Jiang, President Xia has instructed that you may call on me for any assistance you require. Zhang Jiutang felt elated. Please convey my gratitude to my brother-in-law. After Chen Yu left, Zhang Jiutang ignored Director Yang and began to savor her lunch. The dishes were from the same restaurant she had previously taken Xia Tingyu to. Featuring all her favorites, my mang felt a rush of satisfaction, having never witnessed such a swift turnaround. Not only was their future collaboration secure, but her gold was also safeguarded. She teasingly addressed Director Yang. Didn't you say you wanted to share a meal? Come sit down with us, there is plenty of food sent by President Xia, and I doubt the two of us can finish it all. Director Yang dared not accept, seething internally but forced to swallow his pride. I think I will pass. I just remembered that the cafeteria has braised pork ribs today. I must go early, or I will miss it. Defeated, he slinked away. My mang was elated, nearly bursting into laughter. Tang, look at Director Yang's cowardly demeanor. It's a far cry from how he was trying to intimidate us earlier. But on another note, when did Xia Tingyu become your brother-in-law? Did Shen Xingyao manage to secure him? Zhang Jiutang, not particularly hungry, felt her appetite spark upon seeing her favorite dishes laid before her. Yes, he is currently Shen Xingyao's boyfriend. My mang was distraught. Such a waste. What is Xia Tingyu thinking? Even I, an outsider, know he has always looked down on Shen Xingyao. How did he suddenly agree to this? It is baffling, truly baffling. I suppose I should just focus on filling my stomach and get back to work this afternoon, just as Zhang Jiutang had eaten only half her meal. Her phone chimed with a WeChat notification. A new message from Xia Tingyu read, I heard you are flaunting my sister-in-law's name to swindle people? Zhang Jiutang chuckled, popped a piece of flavorful tofu into her mouth, and replied to Xia Tingyu's message. How could that be the brother-in-law? You mustn't wrong me, pitiful face JPG. Xia Tingyu raised an eyebrow, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Originally, Xia Xiling intended to invite his son to lunch, but upon approaching, he noticed him grinning at his phone. Are you chatting with Qingyao? You seem unusually happy. Xia Tingyu, suppressing his amusement, nearly shrugged. Please refrain from speaking. Not a single thing you say is enjoyable. Realizing something was amiss, Xia Xiling sidled up to Xia Tingyu and quietly inquired. Is it not Qingyao? Could it be that girl who sat next to you at the last research conference? Xia Tingyu chose not to respond, but his silence spoke volumes. Xia Xiling expressed concern. You mustn't toy with the girl's feelings. Xia Tingyu rose, pocketing his phone as he followed his father to it. Is she who was toying with me? Chapter 21. Confirming Xia Tingyu's affection for men. Xia Xiling scrutinized Xia Tingyu with a skeptical glance. Well then, you're tough enough, it shouldn't matter. Xia Tingyu was rendered speechless, utterly disinclined to engage further with his father. Xia Qinyan, hands clasped behind his back, nodded in satisfaction. He had previously sensed that his son was different from other young men, seemingly disinterested in romantic matters. It wasn't until one day he overheard the younger soldiers discussing the possibility of same-sex relationships that he began to suspect his son might possess such inclinations. This realization kept him awake for several nights as he researched the topic online, with each piece of information resonating alarmingly with Xia Tingyu's behavior. He ultimately concluded that his son was indeed inclined towards men. Hearing that his son was being toyed with by a girl finally allowed Xia Qinyan to breathe a sigh of relief. In the following days, Zhang Jiutang was preoccupied with collaborating with Tang Yu on the development of a new type of barrier cable. Each time she arrived at the company, Xia Tingyu would arrange for Chen Yu to deliver meals from restaurants favored by girls. It was no secret among the entire R&D department that Zhang Jiutang was Xia Tingyu's pampered sister-in-law. After being publicly rebuked by Director Yang in front of Chen Yu, he no longer dared to act rashly in Zhang Jiutang's presence, behaving like a docile lamb, fearful that she might express discontent and report him to Xia Tingyu. Jeopardizing his own position, thanks to Xia Tingyu's influence, the work that Zhang Jiutang and my mang initially anticipated would take longer was completed in just a week due to the exceptional cooperation from Tang Yu's R&D team. Although Zhang Jiutang had not seen Xia Tingyu during her days at Tang Yu, she still sent a grateful message before leaving. Brother-in-law, your sister-in-law's title is quite handy, I'll use it again next time. Love you, JPG. At that moment, Xia Tingyu was in a meeting, and the manager of the business department, having recently incurred his displeasure due to a data error, was reporting with trepidation, beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead. In the next moment, Xie Tingyu picked up his phone, and upon seeing something, he unexpectedly broke into a smile. The business manager, whose hand trembled as he flipped through the PowerPoint presentation, felt as if he had survived a disaster. After a week of relentless work, Zhang Jiutong finally found a moment to relax and decided to treat herself to a holiday that evening while lounging on the balcony gazing at the stars after a shower. She received a message from Shuangwu. Tang Tang, are you free tomorrow? Qini has opened a new resort, and before its official opening, he is inviting everyone to have some fun. Do you want to join us? After sending the message fearing that Zhang Jiutong might decline, she quickly added another line, Xie Tingyu will also be there. Zhang Jiutong pondered for a moment. Since she had a holiday, it would be a delightful opportunity to join. She replied to Shuangwu, sure, I happen to be free. Shuangwu was thrilled that Zhang Jiutong could join. To be honest, while she had encountered numerous young ladies in the capital alongside Qini, few could match her temperament. In contrast, Zhang Jiutong exuded a refreshing charm, devoid of any pretentiousness or arrogance. Her presence was naturally comforting. Shuangwu had always admired her personality during their school days, but after all they had been through, she felt that Zhang Jiutong had lost some of her former brightness, now carrying a subtle melancholy that was hard to detect. Alright, send me the address. We'll pick you up at 9 tomorrow morning. Zhang Jiutong looked up at the starry sky, something she had always hesitated to do while in England. If anything could evoke the nostalgia of a wanderer in a foreign land, it would undoubtedly be the same bright moon and the myriad of stars. The next morning, just as Zhang Jiutong finished getting ready, Shuangwu's call came through. A Tang Tang, come downstairs. We're waiting for you. Zhang Jiutong slung her bag over her shoulder, having no time for breakfast, and quickly tossed 2 candies into her pocket to stave off any potential low blood sugar. Qini's car was parked downstairs, and Shuangwu rushed over to give her a warm embrace. Tang Tang, you look stunning. I declare you the most beautiful girl around me. I want to get close to you and absorb some of your beauty. Someone in the car observed this with a hint of jealousy, their tone slightly irritable as they urged Qini, are we leaving or not? Otherwise, we might as well sit here in vacation in the neighborhood. Qini, bewildered by his friend's sudden agitation that morning, quickly poked his head out to call for his girlfriend to hurry. Reluctantly, Shuangwu released Zhang Jiutong and climbed into the passenger seat. After placing her bag in the trunk, Zhang Jiutong opened the back door and, upon leaning in, locked eyes with Xie Tingyu. Brother-in-law, what are you doing here? Xie Tingyu was not pleased with her reaction. Turning his head away with a stern expression, Qini explained, you didn't sleep well last night and didn't want to drive today. Zhang Jiutong understood, he wasn't there because of her. Shuangwu twitched her nose. Why do I smell something delicious? Xie Tingyu pulled out a food container from an insulated its breakfast made by the housekeeper. She insisted I bring it, which is quite bothersome. If anyone hasn't had breakfast, please help yourselves. Shuangwu curiously leaned forward, spotting an exquisite wooden lunchbox filled with Chinese pastries and sweet treats, all artfully arranged and smelling delightful. Wow, Brother Tingyu, your housekeeper is quite talented. Too bad I've already eaten, otherwise I'd love to try some. Qini had taken Shuangwu for lamb noodles that morning, so they were both quite full. Xie Tingyu, appearing disinterested, tossed the lunchbox to Zhang Jiutong. You can take your pick. It's shameful to waste food. Having skipped breakfast, Zhang Jiutong was instantly tempted by the aroma and eagerly accepted the lunchbox, happily digging in with chopsticks. Xie Tingyu's phone began to ring incessantly. He glanced at it, silenced it, and set it aside. After several rounds of vibrations, it finally ceased. Just then, Qini's phone rang, connected to the car's Bluetooth, displaying the caller ID prominently on the screen. Damn, it's Shen Qingyao. She is calling me because she can't reach you. Qini reluctantly answered, hello, Miss Shen, what can I do for you? Shen Qingyao's voice resonated through the car's speakers. Is Tingyu with you, Qini? Through the rearview mirror, cast a guilty glance at Xie Tingyu, yet replied, he is not here. It was evident that Shen Qingyao didn't believe him. Please tell Tingyu I'll see him at the resort later. Qini was taken aback. Wait, you're coming too? Shen Qingyao immediately became irate, her voice laced with displeasure. Are you implying that I'm not welcome, or that your esteemed Qin family's resort doesn't accept anyone with the surname Shen? Qini was at a loss for words. While they were all peers enjoying themselves together, Shen Qingyao often leveraged her family's influence to assert dominance. If he refused her, she would undoubtedly bring the matter to her grandfather, leaving him to face the consequences back home. If you put it that way, it loses its charm. We're all friends here, Shen Qingyao simply replied, see you later, and hung up, uninterested in Qini's further explanations. After the call ended, Qini helplessly stole a glance at Xie Tingyu through the rearview mirror. Yi, are you truly with Shen Qingyao under family pressure? That woman is terrifying. Shuangwu rolled her eyes at Qini. pressure, Shin Qinyao being with Brother Tingyu is more like a privilege. The Xie family doesn't need to regard the Shin family. Clearly Brother Tingyu couldn't stand Shin Qinyao persistence, giving her a title only to eventually cast her aside. A classic case of nurturing and then destroying, you know. Brother Tingyu, do you think my analysis is accurate? Xie Tingyu glanced at the carefree Jiang Jiutong, feeling somewhat fatigued as he rubbed his temples. After breakfast, the car began to sway, and he found himself growing drowsy. Jiang Jiutong, feeling sleepy, leaned against the headrest and closed her eyes for a nap. As they entered the mountains, the car hit a bumpy patch of gravel. Jolting her awake, she opened her eyes, realizing that she had shifted from leaning against the window to resting on Xie Tingyu's shoulder. Was her sleeping posture that poor? She shouldn't have been like this. Glancing at Xie Tingyu, who was sitting upright with his eyes closed, seemingly asleep, she moved her head away and leaned back against the window. However, it remained uncomfortable. The car jolted again, causing her head to bang against the glass painfully. Stealing another glance at Xie Tingyu, she saw no sign of him waking. Deciding to feign ignorance, she closed her eyes and leaned back onto his shoulder. Half an hour later, the car came to a steady stop at the resort, where some early arrivals were already seated with tea. Jiang Jiutong opened her eyes, stretching comfortably as she disengaged from Xie Tingyu's shoulder. Turning her head, she discovered that the man beside her had woken up at some point. Observing her intently, Jiang Jiutong felt as though she had been caught in an embarrassing moment, offering a nervous laugh as she stepped out and stretched. Han Su spotted Qin Yi and Xie Tingyu's arrival and cheerfully approached to greet them. "Oh, you look particularly dashing today. Did you dress up before heading out?" Xie Tingyu shot him a glare. "Go play somewhere else." Han Su, accustomed to their banter, paid no mind until he noticed Jiang Jiutong following closely behind Xie Tingyu. "Sister Jiutong, come quickly, we're brewing tea. It's osmanthus tea, which I know you ladies will enjoy." Shuangwu linked her arm with Jiang Jiutong's, casting a warning glance at Han Su. "Han Su, let me give you a friendly reminder, you'd best steer clear of Tang Tang. Lest someone has a word with you." Han Su, a playful character, had always regarded Jiang Jiutong as a sister, never harboring any impure thoughts. However, Shuangwu's comment irked him. "You mean Lu Xinian? Am I supposed to be afraid of him?" Shuangwu rolled her eyes at him. "Not your hopeless." As the group bantered, a bright red Lamborghini pulled up, coming to a loud stop before them. The car door swung open, revealing Shin Qinyao, adorned with sunglasses, and accompanied by one of her friends, the same girl who had previously spilled wine on Jiang Jiutong at a birthday banquet. Han Su exchanged glances with Qin Yi, silently inquiring whether he had invited Shin Qinyao. Qin Yi shook his head, looking exasperated. After Shin Qinyao disembarked, she scanned her surroundings, her gaze locking onto Xie Tingyu. Not straying thereafter, she pushed past Han Su, who stood in her way, and leaned in closer to Xie Tingyu. "Tingyu, you never mentioned that you would be coming as well. Lad, if you had, we could have gone together, and I wouldn't have had to drive all the way myself, which made for a rather arduous journey." Shin Qingyao's tone was one of feigned petulance, a stark contrast to her earlier domineering attitude towards Han Su and Qin Yi. Resembling a delicate flower in full bloom, Xie Tingyu appeared oblivious to her words. Not lifting his gaze as he savored the osmanthus tea that Han Su had suggested girls would enjoy, Shin Qinyao felt as if she was met with indifference, leaving her somewhat embarrassed. Qin Yi kindly interjected, "Tingyu didn't drive, he came in my car." Shin Qinyao shot a disdainful glance at Qin Yi, as if he had spoiled her plans, just as she was vexed about not having a vent for her grievances towards Xie Tingyu. Her gaze fell upon Jiang Jiutong standing alongside Shuangwu. Shin Qinyao strutted over, adopting a condescending demeanor as she questioned Jiang Jiutong, "What right do you have to be here? Don't forget your place." Shuangwu could not abide Shin Qingyao's haughty demeanor and stepped protectively in front of Jiang Jiutong. Her expression icy. Today was Qin Yi's gathering. Shin Qinyao was willing to give him some face and overlook his girlfriend's arrogance, but she had no intention of letting Jiang Jiutong off easily. "You don't mean to rely on these young masters as your backers, do you? Humph, ask them who would dare offend my grandfather for you, and who would be foolish enough to take a liking to you?" Meanwhile, a certain someone sipping tea cleared his throat. "Shin Qinyao, is your incessant chatter in the morning not bothersome? If you're here to cause trouble, I can have a car ready to take you away immediately." Shin Qinyao felt the heat of anger doused by Xie Tingyu's words and had no choice but to relent. "Tingyu, I apologize. I didn't mean to disturb you, it's all Jiang Jiutong's fault for being here." Xie Tingyu cast her a glance. "Mind your own business." Shin Qinyao felt the sting of defeat but dared not retaliate, merely glaring fiercely at Jiang Jiutong, who remained unfazed by the public humiliation. Instead, appearing to find amusement in the situation, with the tension easing, the atmosphere among the group improved considerably, even though it was clear that few genuinely liked her. However, many were keen to curry favor with the Shin family. As Shen Qingyao settled into her seat, several young women who had accompanied the young masters approached her to make small talk, eliciting a roll of the eyes from Shuangwu. Tang Tang, I support you. Zhang Jiutong looked perplexed. Support me in what? Shuangwu smiled mysteriously. Don't mind it, I just do. Zhang Jiutong found it increasingly baffling. Qin Yi began assigning rooms. Couples would share one, while the rest, aside from Tingyu who had a single, were free to pair off and collect their keys. Shen Qingyao, engaged in conversation with her friends, was displeased upon hearing this. Qin Yi, what do you mean? Why does Tingyu get a single room while couples share? That's not for me to decide. You'll need Tingyu's approval to stay with him. Qin Yi shrugged. Shen Qingyao turned her gaze towards Xie Tingyu, awaiting his response. However, he seemed to ignore her. Picking up his room card and leaving her behind, Shen Qingyao's pride was wounded, her eyes reddening with unshed tears. A girl who had come with her quickly stepped in to alleviate the situation. Qingyao, could I share a room with you? I might feel a bit scared at night. Shen Qingyao shot her an irritated look, but it provided her an escape. Shuangwu easily dismissed Qin Yi, opting to share a room with Zhang Jiutong instead. Qin Yi disapproved of Shuangwu's preference for romantic interests over friendships and, feeling disgruntled, insisted on dragging Han Su to share a room with him. Han Su cursed under his breath, with so many beautiful women available. Why would I want to sleep with you, a big man? Once everyone had settled their luggage, as the host, Qin Yi prepared some games. Two boxes, one red and one blue, were presented. The girls would draw from the red box, while the boys would draw from the blue. Pairs who drew the same activity would automatically team up for the experience. The group eagerly drew their cards. Shuangwu and Qin Yi ended up with fishing, while Zhang Jiutong drew hiking. Shen Qingyao looked at her card, which read horseback riding, and couldn't help but make a snide remark. Zhang Jiutong, it seems your luck is quite poor, drawing hiking, such a tiring endeavor. But if your goal here is to catch a wealthy husband, perhaps climbing a mountain together might spark some chemistry. Zhang Jiutong initially saw nothing wrong with hiking, but Shen Qingyao's words twisted it into something suggestive. Leaving her at a loss for words, Shen Qingyao, do not taint others with your filthy mind. Spreading rumors is the basest of tactics. Shen Qingyao huffed defiantly. Well, I certainly won't be hiking, so if you enjoy it, just don't come back crying halfway. Once everyone had drawn their cards, they began searching for teammates. Han Su also drew horseback riding. The thought of having to ride with Shen Qingyao made his head spin. Tingyu, what did you draw? Xie Tingyu revealed his card, which also read hiking. The atmosphere fell silent for a moment before Han Su burst into laughter. Ah, Tingyu, you better not come back crying halfway. Xie Tingyu kicked him lightly. Are you looking for trouble? Han Su laughed heartily. Although he despised the idea of riding with Shen Qingyao, it didn't stop him from relishing her misfortune. Shen Qingyao had not anticipated that Xie Tingyu would draw the same activity as Zhang Jiutong. She had initially planned to switch her group to be with him, but now she hesitated. Han Su, you should switch with Tingyu and go hiking. Han Su's laughter froze on his face. Me, in truth, if Xie Tingyu decided he did not want to hike, no one could force him to. It wouldn't be impossible for Han Su to switch, especially since his partner was the stunning Zhang Jiutong. Making a 10-kilometer hike seem trivial. Tingyu, shall we switch? Han Su asked. Xie Tingyu shot him a glare. Could you show a little sportsmanship? Go ride your horse. Han Su nodded, resigned to the fact that he would still have to ride with Shen Qingyao. Seeing that there was no negotiating with Xie Tingyu, Shen Qingyao turned to Zhang Jiutong. Then you should ride. Zhang Jiutong mimicked Xie Tingyu, not sparing her a glance. Before turning away, Shen Qingyao was left fuming. Cursing under her breath, Shuangwu found the whole situation amusing, losing interest in fishing and pushing Qin Yi away. Oh, just go get it yourself. I want to watch a bit longer. Qin Yi shook his head. Feeling his status in the group diminish, Han Su prepared to fetch the horses, calling out to Shen Qingyao in a token gesture. Let us go get the horses. Shen Qingyao's mind was racing with thoughts of the rumors she had just spun about Zhang Jiutong. A solitary man and woman in the wilderness. No, I must go hiking as well. Han Su was perplexed. Just moments ago she had vehemently declared she wouldn't hike. Shen Qingyao paid no heed and followed closely behind Xie Tingyu. Determined not to be left behind, Han Su, wanting to avoid any trouble, quietly slipped past them. Suddenly, Xie Tingyu spoke up. Han Su, you and Shen Qingyao are a team. Stay back and accompany her. Han Su. Zhang Jiutong swiftly passed the two, moving ahead. She soon caught up to Xie Tingyu, leaving the other two far behind. She stood before a precarious log bridge, extending her hand towards him. Brother-in-law, I'm scared. Xie Tingyu turned to see Zhang Jiutong standing at the other end of the bridge, looking at him with doe-like eyes. Her complexion flushed from exertion, and droplets of dew clung to her long, lush eyelashes. She was a vision of crystalline beauty, with an innate allure. Chapter 24. Tingyu, are you concerned about me? Zhang Jiutong's captivating visage caught Xie Tingyu's eye as the fresh and damp breeze brushed past her ears. Stirring an inexplicable flutter within Jiang Jiutong, Xie Tingyu's voice was languid and nonchalant, reverberating in the expansive valley. Jiang Jiutong gazed at him intently, her expression earnest. What? She reached out. Xie Tingyu leaned down towards her. Separated by a rushing stream, Jiang Jiutong stretched out her hand to grasp him. Just before her fingers could touch Xie Tingyu, he suddenly swept her off her feet with one arm. Xie Tingyu's presence enveloped her. As she collided against a warm and sturdy chest, before Jiang Jiutong could comprehend the situation, she found herself securely transported to the opposite bank of the stream. Xie Tingyu released her, his actions casual and effortless. However, it left Jiang Jiutong feeling somewhat bashful, as she covered her head and continued her ascent, remaining silent for a long while. Xie Tingyu found it amusing. The little girl who had been eager to approach him moments ago now seemed to withdraw. Resembling a timid turtle, retreating into her shell without uttering a word. After walking for a while, Jiang Jiutong paused to rest. Xie Tingyu retrieved a thermos from his backpack and handed it to her. It's alright, I brought mineral water. Jiang Jiutong was about to twist the cap off her bottle when Xie Tingyu suddenly snatched it away. Drink some hot water, your hands are still cold after such a long walk. Jiang Jiutong did not argue, accepting the thermos and sipping from it in small gulps. The water was perfectly warm, not scalding, but sufficiently soothing. After they had both quenched their thirst, Jiang Jiutong suggested they climb to the pavilion at the mountain's summit to await Han Su and Shen Qingyao. Xie Tingyu had no objections. He merely slowed his pace and switched positions with Jiang Jiutong. Trailing behind her, Han Su accompanied Shen Qingyao, who was trudging along at a snail's pace, experiencing firsthand the labored movements of the elderly and the endless stream of complaints. Miss Shen, if you spoke a little less, you might conserve some energy for the climb, then we could catch up to master you more swiftly. Shen Qingyao, utterly exhausted, leaned against a nearby tree, gasping for breath. This is all your fault. If you had swapped places with Tingyu, I wouldn't have had to suffer this wretched mountain at all. Why must I endure this? Han Su rolled his eyes at her back. Well, he shouldn't have said anything. In the end, it was all his fault. Han Su gestured as if zipping his lips. As they continued their intermittent journey, upon reaching the viewing platform at the summit, Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu had already finished their lunch. To lighten her load, Jiang Jiutong had only brought 2 pieces of bread and a few bottles of mineral water. She pulled out a piece of bread to share with Xie Tingyu, only to see him produce an abundance of food from his bag: a self-heating hot pot, sushi rolls, milk tea, chocolate, biscuits, potato chips, beef jerky, and even freshly washed strawberries and grapes. Jiang Jiutong was genuinely astonished. Brother-in-law, don't you find it heavy to carry all this up? Xie Tingyu naturally placed the food before her for selection. Who could resist such temptations? Bread alone, simply 1 tea suffice. Jiang Jiutong pouted, thinking to herself that he was quite extravagant for a mountain hike. Without hesitation, she selected the self-heating hot pot and milk tea. Naturally, she intended to indulge in the desserts and fruits too. A matter of time, Jiang Jiutong savored her meal, the fatigue from the ascent dissipating as the food rejuvenated her, filling her with energy. Who could fathom the value of enjoying a self-heating hot pot atop a mountain? One must admit, he truly understood the art of mountain climbing. Jiang Jiutong suddenly recalled her days in England when, overwhelmed by pressure, she too would take to the mountains. She had longed for the hot pots and instant noodles from her homeland. She remembered sitting atop a peak, gnawing at a dry loaf stuffed with pickles and cheese, posting on social media that if only she could indulge in a self-heating hot pot at that moment, she would surely faint from happiness. Xie Tingyu, however, hardly ate much himself, preoccupied with passing Jiang Jiutong water and snacks. Just a self-heating hot pot makes you this happy? You truly are easy to please. Jiang Jiutong retorted, I've eaten Western food for 6 years and now, at any restaurant in my homeland, I can relish every bite. I am far from picky. Jiang Jiutong spoke with ease, jesting about her exile in England. Yet Xie Tingyu felt an unsettling irritation in his heart. He pulled out a cigarette from his pack and stepped downwind to light it. Han Su, having finally brought Shen Qingyao to the summit, suppressed a torrent of grievances and decided to transform his frustration into appetite upon seeing the fruits laid out on the stone table. It's certainly better to climb with Sister Jiutong. There are fruits to enjoy. Han Su ate with gusto, his eyes darting to the trash bag containing the wrappers of the hot pot and milk tea, nearly causing him to leap up. Sister Jiutong, are you here for a picnic? How could you bring so much delicious food? Is there more? Jiang Jiutong shared some leftover chocolate and biscuits with Han Su. She was about to clarify that it wasn't tea or food but rather Xie Tingyu's when she heard Han Su complain. Girls always have it better. When I climbed mountains with Master Yu, he only brought energy bars and mineral water. I didn't even have the desire to ask him for anything, yet you have self-heating hot pots and milk tea. And you even brought hot water in a thermos. Truly, girls are meticulous. Jiang Jiutong pondered, casting a thoughtful glance at Xie Tingyu. Could it be that the food he prepared for Shen Qingyao had inadvertently fallen into her hands? Shen Qingyao, utterly fatigued, lacked even the strength to speak. Having been pampered throughout her life, she had privileges even in school to avoid physical education classes. Climbing this mountain was undoubtedly the most exhausting endeavor she had ever undertaken. Jiang Jiutong, could you spare me a bit of what you're eating? To avoid adding to her burden, Shen Qingyao had not even carried a backpack, relying on others to bring food and drink. Jiang Jiutong shrugged her shoulders. There is none left. I gave it all to Han Su, and if you want something to eat, ask him. Han Su, just about to shove a biscuit into his mouth, was suddenly called upon. Reluctantly breaking off a piece of chocolate to give her, although Shen Qingyao was not fond of it, there was little room for picky eating in the mountains. After tasting the chocolate, she noticed the thermos on the stone table. Bring me a sip of that hot water. Since it was Xie Tingyu's thermos, Jiang Jiutong remained silent, yet Xie Tingyu leaned casually against the pavilion railing, seemingly disinterested. Shen Qingyao grew displeased. Jiang Jiutong, are you deaf? I said to give me a sip of the hot water. Jiang Jiutong glanced at Xie Tingyu, explaining, hot water. I just used it for the self-heating hot pot. Shen Qingyao utterly disbelieved her excuse and stood up to retrieve the thermos herself. Only to be halted by Xie Tingyu. Shen Qingyao, you shouldn't drink hot water while climbing. Shen Qingyao's heart swelled with delight. Tingyu, are you concerned about me? Chapter 25, Dreaming of Xie Tingyu. Starting over, Xie Tingyu turned his head away. Ignoring her, Shen Qingyao felt elated, gazing at Jiang Jiutong with a smug expression. See, you don't receive such treatment. You ran ahead so fast that Tingyu didn't even warn you against drinking hot water. He is still concerned for me. Jiang Jiutong suppressed a smile, refraining from bursting her bubble of imagination. Yes, that's so. I must be woefully uninformed. Perhaps I should look it up. With that, her gaze flickered towards Xie Tingyu. Han Su was perplexed. I'm not too familiar with it either. The signal here is poor. I'll have to look it up after we head down. After resting sufficiently at the summit, they began their descent. The steepness of the mountain slowed their pace considerably. Shen Qingyao gritted her teeth to keep up, determined not to allow Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu to be alone together. After only a short distance, Jiang Jiutong suddenly felt a pain in her abdomen. I think my period has started. I need to find a restroom. Xie Tingyu looked concerned. I'll accompany you. Han Su cleared his throat. Ahem, master, you girls can be shyt. It might not be appropriate for us two grown men to tag along. Shen Qingyao stepped forward. I'll go with her. I saw a restroom not far from here on our way up. In the end, it was Shen Qingyao who accompanied Jiang Jiutong to find the restroom, leaving the two men behind. Fortunately, Jiang Jiutong had come prepared, with 2 sanitary pads stashed in her backpack, so the situation was not overly awkward. However, she suffered from dysmenorrhea, and particularly in the first 2 days of her period, the pain intensified. Shen Qingyao led her to the restroom. Just leave your backpack at the door. It'll be inconvenient to carry it inside. Jiang Jiutong, disregarding her surroundings, unstrapped her backpack and placed it on a nearby wooden stump, clutching her abdomen as she entered the restroom. When she emerged, both her backpack and Shen Qingyao were nowhere to be seen. The sky began to darken, and her phone and flashlight were in her backpack. During the construction of the resort, Qingyao opted not to build a climbing path to enhance the sense of adventure. Instead, having someone map out an exploration route, all their route maps were on their phones, making it difficult to discern direction without one. Jiang Jiutong stood bewildered, realizing she had been tricked by Shen Qingyao. She vaguely remembered the direction they had come from and began to trek down the mountain on foot. Meanwhile, Shen Qingyao leisurely returned to rejoin Xie Tingyu and Han Su, noticing Jiang Jiutong's absence. Xie Tingyu's tone bore an accusatory edge. Why did you return alone? Where is Jiang Jiutong? Shen Qingyao feigned innocence, her expression almost tearful with feigned grievance. On the way back, Jiang Jiutong and I had a disagreement. And she angrily went down the mountain by herself. She said she didn't need us and could find her way back. Han Su sighed in exasperation. It seemed that the girls were not easily pacified. Xie Tingyu glared ominously at Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao, the sky is darkening, and it may rain soon. If Jiang Jiutong gets lost in the mountains, she could very well lose her life. I will ask you once more, where is Jiang Jiutong? Shen Qingyao was taken aback by Xie Tingyu's demeanor, yet she stubbornly maintained that Jiang Jiutong had abandoned her and descended the mountain alone. Seeing that she was beyond redemption, Xie Tingyu turned and headed back in the direction they had come from. Han Su, trailing behind, shouted, Yu Yi, I will go with you to search. Shen Qingyao panicked. If they found Jiang Jiutong and discovered her involvement, would Xie Tingyu blame her? Oh no, I twisted my ankle, it hurts so much. I might not be able to walk. Can someone help me? The Xie Tingyu, filled with rage, did not look back. Han Su found himself caught in a dilemma. Ultimately, he decided to take Shen Qingyao back down the mountain first, then return with others to search. Let us go, old Buddha, you are more troublesome than my grandmother. Shen Qingyao glared at Xie Tingyu's retreating figure, feeling indignant. How could he abandon her to search for another woman? Han Su was at a loss for words. Sister, it's getting dark, and it's about to rain in the mountains. A life is at stake. Anyone would rush to find her. Ultimately, Shen Qingyao reluctantly followed Han Su down the mountain, secretly praying that Xie Tingyu would not find Zhang Jiutong. Zhang Jiutong, lacking a good sense of direction, found it difficult to discern her bearings amidst the indistinguishable trees in the night. She tore her scarf into strips and tied them to the branches along the path, hoping that if she circled back, someone might find her. Not long after, it began to rain. With her raincoat and hat in her backpack, she was left in only a short-sleeved shirt, which quickly became soaked. While the mountains were warm during the day, the night brought only chill and dampness. The rain intensified, drenching her and leaving her shivering. After walking for about an hour, the gentle rain suddenly turned into a torrential downpour. Zhang Jiutong's lips turned slightly blue from the cold, and she trembled uncontrollably. She sought refuge in a small cave, hoping the rain would cease by morning. Xie Tingyu, flashlight in hand, searched for Zhang Jiutong's figure in the darkness. Growing increasingly anxious, he worried about whether the foolish girl was frightened by the downpour. Suddenly, he spotted a small strip of fabric, the same color as Zhang Jiutong's scarf, tied to a branch by the roadside. A sense of relief washed over him as he followed the trail. Finally, he discovered her curled up in a corner of a small cave, drenched and with water dripping from her hair. She was a pitiful sight, huddled against the rock, asleep. Xie Tingyu approached and gently shook her arm. Zhang Jiutong, wake up. You'll catch a cold if you sleep like this. Zhang Jiutong groggily opened her eyes, and Xie Tingyu's handsome face came into view. Why am I dreaming of Xie Tingyu? No, let me start over. Xie Tingyu couldn't help but chuckle at her response that he had been frantic to find her. Yet her first reaction was to think she was dreaming incorrectly. Zhang Jiutong, wake up. Sleeping in wet clothes will make you sick. Finally fully awake, Zhang Jiutong looked at him, pouting, on the verge of tears. Tingyu good, you came to save me. In Chapter 26, Tingyu gu. Xie Tingyu's heart softened as he enveloped her in his arms, gently patting her back in comfort. It's okay, I'm here. Zhang Jiutong's nose tingled, whether from the cold or her emotions. Her eyes felt heavy with tears. Xie Tingyu pulled a blanket from his backpack and draped it over her. First, take off your wet clothes, otherwise, you won't warm up. Zhang Jiutong shyly gazed at Xie Tingyu. Could you turn around? Xie Tingyu complied, turning his back. Zhang Jiutong hesitated, contemplating whether to remove her wet undergarments, feeling uncomfortable in the clingy fabric. Sensing her uncertainty, Xie Tingyu offered her his tank top. Wear this. Wet clothes can lead to a cold. Zhang Jiutong accepted the warm tank top, not wanting to be coy, and slipped it on. Alright, you can turn around now, clad in dry clothes and wrapped in the blanket. Zhang Jiutong felt rejuvenated. Xie Tingyu retrieved the thermos he had carried earlier and handed it to her. The tea should still be warm. Drink a bit to warm yourself up after sipping the hot water. Exhaustion washed over Zhang Jiutong. After a day of climbing, being drenched, and dealing with menstrual cramps, she felt utterly drained and soon dozed off. In the morning, the faint light filtered into the cave, and Zhang Jiutong groggily opened her eyes, only to find herself nestled in Xie Tingyu's embrace. Throughout the night, the man was still asleep, his palm resting on her abdomen. Zhang Jiutong's face flushed crimson, akin to a cooked shrimp, as she awkwardly shifted away. The moment she moved, Xie Tingyu awoke. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? Zhang Jiutong blushed and shook her head. No, I'm fine. Xie Tingyu naturally withdrew his hand from her abdomen and gently ruffled her hair. It's good that you don't have a fever. Does your stomach still hurt? Only then did Zhang Jiutong realize that he was concerned about her menstrual pain and had been warming her belly with his hand. Much better, thank you, brother-in-law. Xie Tingyu shot her a sidelong glance. You're trying to give me a heart attack. Zhang Jiutong paused, then broke into a smile. It just slipped out. Tingyu, brother, this time. Xie Tingyu was flustered. Many called him Tingyu gu, but Tingyu brother was a first. He handed her the dry clothes that had been warming by the fire. Change into these, they're dry. While Zhang Jiutong changed, Xie Tingyu stepped outside to smoke. When she emerged, she was greeted by the breathtaking sunrise. Wow, how beautiful! Am I the first person to watch the sunrise with you, Tingyu brother? Xie Tingyu chuckled softly but said nothing. Zhang Jiutong didn't mind. She stood beside him, both quietly admiring the golden dawn rising in the distance. Can we make a wish when watching the sunrise? Zhang Jiutong asked curiously. What wish do you have? Wishing in front of me might work better. Xie Yu reverted to his usual playful demeanor, appearing relaxed and nonchalant. Zhang Jiutong pondered for a moment. I wish for world peace. Xie Yu raised an eyebrow. That sa wish that old Xie can help you fulfill. Zhang Jiutong laughed brightly. Then I have another wish. I want to eat crab roe tofu. Can little Xie help me with that? Xie Yu turned his head, and Zhang Jiutong's radiant smile caught his eye. Little Xie can't cook. Initially, Zhang Jiutong intended to treat Xie Yu to a meal as a gesture of gratitude for his daring rescue the previous night. However, it seemed he did not grasp her meaning. Forget it. I'll find another opportunity. Tingyu brother, let us hurry back so everyone won't worry. Xie Yu slung his backpack over his shoulder, opened his phone's navigation app, and led Zhang Jiutong back to the main path. At this moment, Zhang Jiutong lacked the vigor she had the previous day, trailing behind him like a wilted flower. After a day of chaos and several hours without food, she felt utterly depleted. Noticing that Zhang Jiutong was lagging behind, Xie Yu paused. Can you still walk by yourself? Zhang Jiutong looked up at him, her eyes sparkling with mischief. I can't walk anymore. Will Tingyu brother carry me? Without a word, Xie Yu squatted down in front of her, causing her to gasp in surprise. She had only been joking. When did Xie Yu become so accommodating? No need. Xie Yu remained still. Hurry up, I'm starving. We need to get out and have breakfast. Just then, Zhang Jiutong's stomach growled audibly. Well then, I want tea. Hold back. She climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck. Xie Yu carried her steadily, his solid back providing Zhang Jiutong with an inexplicable sense of security. She soon dozed off. Upon reopening her eyes, they had already reached the foot of the mountain. Tingyu brother, let me down quickly. It would be embarrassing if someone sees us. Xie Yu, not wanting to argue, found a higher spot and set her down, teasingly saying, if you haven't done anything wrong, what is there to be afraid of? Zhang Jiutong coughed awkwardly, deciding to shift the embarrassment onto Xie Yu. Of course, I'm afraid. What would people say about a brother-in-law carrying his sister-in-law? Xie Yu took a deep breath, realizing he should not have had any expectations. As Zhang Jiutong and Xie Yu approached the resort, they spotted Xuangwu and the others leaning on their hiking sticks as they exited. Upon seeing Zhang Jiutong return, Xuangwu tossed his stick aside and rushed over. Tang, you scared me to death. Hansu said you got lost, and Xie Yu went to find you. You're okay, right? Zhang Jiutong shook her head. I'm fine. Thankfully Xie Yu found me, and nothing unexpected happened. When they saw Xie Yu return, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xinxinyao, sweetly holding a cup of hot water, approached Tingyu. It must have been very cold in the mountains. Drink some hot water to warm yourself. I told you Zhang Jiutong could find her way back alone. You didn't have to endure this. Xie Yu shot her a fierce glare. Xinxinyao, the Shin family cannot always shield you. Xinxinyao was startled by his gaze. Tingyu, what does this mean? Xuangwu felt that Zhang Jiutong's getting lost was somehow connected to Xinxinyao. Tang, could it be that Xinxinyao was behind this? Zhang Jiutong nodded, her expression betraying no emotion. How could she act this way? This could lead to serious consequences. Xuangwu was almost tempted to confront her in front of everyone, yet she had no evidence. And even Zhang Jiutong herself could not provide any. All she could do was watch as Xinxinyao appeared completely unfazed. It was infuriating, utterly outrageous. Xie Yu faced Xinxinyao, whose complexion was frighteningly pale. Yet he resolved to let Xuangwu take Zhang Jiutong back to her room for a hot shower first. He then managed to procure some brown sugar, preparing a cup of brown sugar water and placing it at Zhang Jiutong's door. When Zhang Jiutong finished her shower and stepped out, she was greeted by the sight of a familiar thermos. How did this end up here? She curiously twisted open the lid, and the aroma of brown sugar water wafted towards her. Little Xie is quite thoughtful, it seems. Chapter 27. Please don't abandon me. The group had originally planned to go up the mountain to find Xie Yu and Zhang Jiutong, now that the two had returned. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief, and Xinyi busied himself preparing for a barbecue party at noon. As Zhang Jiutong emerged from her room, Xie Yu was lounging among a group of wealthy young men. Casually resting his leg, Xinxinyao approached with a plate of cut fruit, displacing Hansu, who had been sitting beside Xie Yu. Tingyu, have some fruit. I cut it myself. Xie Yu made no move, not even lifting his eyelids. Xinxinyao felt a twinge of embarrassment. The guests at this vacation resort were all prominent young ladies and gentlemen from the capital. Although they did not dare provoke her openly, who knows what they might say behind her back? While it had been true that she had once chased after Xie Yu, they were now recognized as a couple. The coldness he displayed towards her only served to make her feel as though she was the subject of ridicule. She felt an urgent desire to prove to everyone that this relationship was not merely her one-sided affection. Tingyu, could you feed me a strawberry? Qin Yi and Hansu munching on sunflower seeds. Watched this scene with expressions of amusement. Xie Tingyu lazily opened his eyes, glancing towards the distance just as he spotted Zhang Jiutong walking over with her slightly damp hair cascading down her back. He straightened up, annoyance etched on his face as he looked at Shen Xingyao. Time ticked by, and no one spoke. Shen Xingyao felt her composure slipping, reaching for a strawberry from the platter and bringing it to Xie Tingyu's lips. "Then let me feed you, okay? Open up." Xie Tingyu remained unmoved, continuing to stare at her. The oppressive atmosphere drew the attention of others nearby, who fell silent upon realizing the main characters were Xie Tingyu and Shen Xingyao. They held their breath, captivated by the unfolding drama. Some were merely curious, while others relished the opportunity for entertainment. Shen Xingyao, her temper flaring, half pouted and reproached Tingyu, "Everyone is watching. Do you really want to make me feel embarrassed?" Xie Tingyu scoffed, leaning back with a derisive expression. Shen Xingyao's hand, holding the strawberry, hovered awkwardly in the air, caught between advancing and retreating, all eyes upon her. "Xie Tingyu, what do you mean by this? You are my boyfriend. Isn't it normal for couples to feed each other fruit? Can't you just indulge me a little?" Xie Tingyu narrowed his eyes, impatiently tapping his cheek. Shen Xingyao, "Listen well, Xie Tingyu, have never been patient with women. If you can quietly be like a piece of air, I might let you stay a few more days, otherwise, you can go back from whence you came." Shen Xingyao was taken aback by Xie Tingyu's utter lack of mercy in front of so many people. Tears of grievance welled up in her eyes. "Tingyu, I only wanted to be close to you like other couples do. I just want you to pamper me a little. Is that wrong?" Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow. Sneering, "Shen Xingyao, you need to face reality. I lack any gentlemanly demeanor, have no interest in spending time on women, and I will not lower myself to coax anyone. I am neither gentle nor patient. I am domineering and indifferent, self-centered and carefree. There is no benefit in staying with me, and I couldn't care less if you are happy. Do not expect me to invest thought into you, nor anticipate experiencing the so-called joys of a relationship with me. I have no time for such games. If you cannot handle it, leave early, and go play with whoever you wish." Shen Xingyao's face turned pale. Had it been anyone else, she would have long lost her temper, but he was Xie Tingyu, the man she had longed for in her dreams. "Tingyu, I can forego all of that. I only want you. As long as I can see you every day, I am willing to do anything." Her attitude was pitifully humble, terrified that Xie Tingyu might utter the words break up. Xie Tingyu shook his head. "Shen Xingyao, you are too clingy and noisy. Your incessant chatter is grating on my ears." Shen Xingyao hastily replied, "I can stop being clingy and give you enough space. I will try not to bother you. I will speak less, is that all right?" Her voice trembled, eliciting a sense of sympathy from Han Su, who stood nearby. "Tingyu, why not let it go? It's not a big deal. Miss Shen just wanted you to feed her a strawberry. There's no need for an argument, just calm down." Shen Xingyao did not appreciate his words. To her, she was already in such a dire state, and Han Su was merely taking the opportunity to ridicule her. "Shut up, you have no right to speak. Do you want to see me and Tingyu break up? Is that what you want?" Han Su was taken aback by her outburst, regretting his moment of compassion. "Alright, I'll keep quiet, you all continue." Shen Xingyao dared not vent her anger at Xie Tingyu, instead unleashing her frustration on Han Su, who had stuck his nose in. "Get lost, all of you. What are you doing here? Have you never seen a couple argue?" The onlookers were startled, contemplating whether to make a swift exit. Xie Tingyu pinched his temples, visibly irritated. "Shen Xingyao, if you have something to say, say it. Why are you taking your anger out on them? I detest your condescending attitude. The Shen family may back you up, but Xie Tingyu, do not need a domineering girlfriend. I have already arranged for the Shen family to send a car to take you home. Pack your things and leave. This Shen Xingyao was thrown into a complete panic. What did Xie Tingyu mean by this? Was he going to abandon her? No, Tingyu, please don't let them come for me. I beg you." Xie Tingyu remained silent, and the more he did, the more anxious Shen Xingyao became. "I'm sorry, I can apologize. Will you forgive me? I will never lose my temper again." She looked at him pleadingly. But the man remained unmoved. Shen Xingyao gritted her teeth, reluctantly standing up to apologize to everyone. "I'm sorry, I was too impulsive. I shouldn't have lost my temper." The others around her held their breath in astonishment. Shen Xingyao was apologizing? This was surreal. Her friends quickly jumped in to support her. "Xingyao, you don't need to apologize. We're not mad at you. We all know you were just upset." With their support, Shen Xingyao sank into a chair, sobbing uncontrollably, as if all her pride had been shattered, leaving her a broken, weeping figure. Xuanwu watched, astonished yet secretly delighted. How gratifying it was to witness Shen Xingyao in such a vulnerable state. It was truly a rare sight. In the past she had only bullied others. Who could have imagined her apologizing? Chapter 28. His protection. Xuanwu took Zhang Jiutong's hand and sat beside Qini, her face alight with excitement and concealed delight.
Did you not notice anything? Zhang Jiutong looked perplexed. What do you mean? Shuang Wu spoke cryptically, her words hanging in the air, stirring Zhang Jiutong's curiosity. Shen Xingyao was still crying, her friends brainstorming ways to comfort her. Xingyao, don't be sad. Sometimes men can be selfish, only caring about their own satisfaction, disregarding others. Shen Xingyao bristled at this remark. On what grounds do you speak ill of Tingyu? Do you know him well? Her friend faltered, realizing her mistake. She had assumed it was like any other quarrel between a girlfriend and her boyfriend, where they could vent about the boys and soon forget it. However, she had forgotten that Xie Tingyu was someone she could not afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Shen Xingyao, when faced with Xie Tingyu, transformed into a complete love-struck fool, her usual pride and arrogance vanishing. She wisely chose to keep quiet, lest she invite trouble. Xie Tingyu paid no mind to the inconsolable Shen Xingyao. Closing his eyes and beginning to doze, appearing every bit the heartless playboy. Minutes later, the Shen family's car arrived at the vacation resort, and Shen Xingyao was reluctantly taken away. As she got into the car, she kept her gaze fixed on Xie Tingyu, but until the window separated them, she had not received even a glance from him. With Shen Xingyao gone, the barbecue party continued. Shuang Wu pushed aside the bothersome Qin Yi and sat next to Zhang Jiutong. Eager to gossip, Tang, did you not realize that Xie Tingyu was standing up for you? Zhang Jiutong was bewildered. He and Shen Xingyao were arguing, and he never mentioned me once. How is that standing up for me? You must be imagining things, they are just a young couple quarreling. Seeing this girl in a state of utter confusion, Shuang Wu couldn't help but wish to transform into Sherlock Holmes instantly. Allow me to analyze the situation for you. In the past, no matter how much Shen Xingyao acted out, Xie Tingyu remained indifferent, as he simply couldn't be bothered with her. So why on this particular day did a trivial act of feeding strawberries spark such a quarrel? Furthermore, he spoke with such finality. He was indeed angry. Think carefully about why Xie Tingyu was upset. Zhang Jiutong pondered for a moment. Perhaps it was because he disliked eating strawberries. Shuang Wu staggered slightly, feeling as if she might faint on the spot. Because Shen Xingyao bullied you, you silly Tang. Zhang Jiutong contemplated this, yet found it hard to believe. Shuang Wu was eager for this fool to understand the onslaught that had transpired today, all for her sake. Xie Tingyu was astute. He comprehended the predicament Zhang faced in the Zhang family. If he directly intervened on her behalf, Shen Xingyao would undoubtedly report him to her family afterward, leaving Zhang to bear the brunt of the consequences. Thus, he sacrificed himself to punish Shen Xingyao. He knew precisely what mattered most to her, and so in front of everyone he humiliated her, shattering her pride. Who exactly is Shen Xingyao? She is the most arrogant little princess in the capital. Having bullied many under the guise of General Shen's status, now, witnessing her downfall, countless individuals would undoubtedly revel in her misfortune, trampling her pride and mocking her. Xie Tingyu made himself sound like a scoundrel. All to break Shen Xingyao's defenses, instill fear in her, and compel her to apologize. Only then did Zhang Jiutong realize the weight of Shen Xingyao's earlier apology. It was a concession made by Xie Tingyu under the pressure of offending the Shen family. I didn't think that much. Shuang Wu was at a loss for words, unsure whether to call her naive or fortunate. Not overthinking is indeed wise, for Xie Tingyu surely never intended to reveal the truth to you. As for me, a person who cannot keep secrets, I must speak them to find relief. After hearing Shuang Wu's words, Zhang Jiutong fell into silence. She couldn't fathom why Xie Tingyu would oppose Shen Xingyao for her. She had approached him to seek revenge against Shen Xingyao, so what was his motivation? Was he inherently driven by a sense of justice, unable to tolerate seeing someone bullied? Zhang Jiutong's mind was in disarray. Her thoughts spiraling, Han Su approached, holding freshly grilled skewers of meat. What are the two beauties discussing? Count me in. Shuang Wu took a skewer and bit into it. The charred, tender meat was perfectly cooked. Oh, we were just chatting about how to alleviate menstrual cramps. Han Su, I take my leave. Zhang Jiutong, somewhat distracted, couldn't help but glance towards Xie Tingyu. He sat by the grill, brushing sauce onto the meat with a brush. She looked at the skewer in her hand, identical to the one Xie Tingyu held. Feeling a sense of confusion, Qin Yi teased. Tingyu, I never knew you could grill skewers. In the past, I always delivered them to you after grilling. Today, I can finally savor the skewers you prepared. I'm so happy I might just marry you. Xie Tingyu kicked him away in annoyance. Go play elsewhere. Qin Yi, grinning, brought the freshly grilled oysters to Shuang Wu and Zhang Jiutong. Quick, eat up. These are grilled by Tingyu himself. Once this opportunity passes, you won't find such a treat again. Shuang Wu offered the grill to Zhang Jiutong. Here, eat quickly. Then she followed Qin Yi to fetch drinks. Zhang Jiutong sat alone in the pavilion, silently eating the oysters Xie Tingyu had grilled. The spicy flavor danced on her palate, igniting her taste buds, and the heat made her gasp, yet she couldn't stop. At the mountain's peak, Zhang Jiutong had mentioned how she had eaten too much bland food in England.
Now she craves dishes with flavor like sour or spicy ones. Suddenly recalling something, she shook her head, dismissing her thoughts. Xie Tingyu was a man of distinction. What kind of woman hadn't he encountered? He could hardly be bothered by a casual remark from her. It must have been the cold she caught on the mountain last night that left her a bit muddled. After lunch, Zhang Jiutong felt drowsy and opted to rest in her room. Reluctant to venture outside. At dinner, she noticed Xie Tingyu was absent. Casually, she inquired of Xuanwu, "Has someone gone back early? It seems like there are fewer people for dinner." Xuanwu shot her a sly glance but chose not to reveal the truth. Xie Tingyu caught a cold and is resting in his room. He didn't come out for dinner. Zhang Jiutong frowned. She had been soaked last night, and Xie Tingyu had given her his clothes and draped a blanket from his backpack over her. At the time, she hadn't paid much attention, but now it dawned on her that he had only worn a short-sleeved shirt. The mountain nights were chilly. It was no wonder he caught a cold. After a simple dinner, Zhang Jiutong requested some cold medicine and a bowl of hot congee from the hotel front desk. She carried the tray with the congee to Xie Tingyu's room, glancing around to ensure no one was watching before bravely ringing the doorbell. Chapter 29, Is he a child? Upon hearing the doorbell, Xie Tingyu set down his phone and rose to open the door. Peeking through the peephole, he felt a surge of panic. He glanced at his short-sleeved shirt, which felt inappropriate. After quickly changing into a sleeveless t-shirt, he dashed to the bathroom, tousled his hair in front of the mirror, and finally, satisfied with the view of his muscular arms, kicked off his slippers and headed to the door. Who is it? The door swung open, and Zhang Jiutong stood at the threshold with the congee. Their eyes locking, the girl across from him smiled sweetly. Brother-in-law, I heard you caught a cold and didn't join for dinner, so I brought you some cold medicine and congee. Xie Tingyu sighed lazily and stepped aside to let her in. Zhang Jiutong had not intended to enter, but seeing that he made no move to take the tray, she had no choice but to carry it inside herself. I'll place it here, eat it while it's hot. It won't taste good if it cools down. Xie Tingyu coughed lightly, sniffed, and leaned back against the sofa, appearing lethargic and lacking spirit. Zhang Jiutong felt a pang of worry. After all, he had fallen ill because of her, and she couldn't be so ungrateful as to disregard him. She approached Xie Tingyu, reaching out to touch his forehead. Luckily, you don't have a fever. Drink some congee, take your medicine, and sleep well. You'll feel much better by morning. Xie Tingyu remained still, slouched and listless, merely listening quietly to her words, exuding a sense of fragility. Only then did Zhang Jiutong notice he was barefoot and shirtless. Why aren't you even wearing slippers? Although it's only autumn now, the mountain temperatures are much lower than in the city, and with your illness, it will be even harder to recover, she sighed, no longer expecting him to care for himself. Zhang Jiutong fetched Xie Tingyu's slippers and placed them by his feet, then found a jacket to drape over him. Testing the temperature of the congee, she found it just right. She handed the bowl to Xie Tingyu and pressed a spoon into his other hand. Hurry and eat. I'll wait for you to finish before leaving. Xie Tingyu had no choice but to slowly sip the congee, one spoonful at a time. Zhang Jiutong then prepared a cup of cold medicine and handed it to him. Tingyu, this is really tasty. It's sweet, just close your eyes and drink it all at once, then pop a piece of candy afterward. That's how I usually take my medicine. It's not bitter at all. Xie Tingyu felt a bit trapped, forced into a corner. He had no choice but to drink the medicine. He gulped it down quickly, and before he could react, she shoved a piece of candy into his mouth. Zhang Jiutong felt relieved now. After giving him a few more instructions, she took her leave. Once Zhang Jiutong had departed, Xie Tingyu licked the candy in his mouth, belatedly feeling amused. Was he a child? The next day, Zhang Jiutong noticed that Xie Tingyu appeared much better than the previous day, allowing her to breathe a sigh of relief. If the esteemed young master of the Xie family were to suffer harm for saving her, she could never bear that responsibility. Xuanwu observed the exchanged glances between the two, her gossip-loving heart igniting once more. Tang, you're still going to ride back with us, right? Zhang Jiutong nodded. Yes, after lunch, we'll prepare to head back. Xie Tingyu has something to attend to and will leave first. Han Su and the others will stay for a couple more days. Zhang Jiutong cast a glance in Xie Tingyu's direction. He was leaning against the railing, engrossed in a phone call, seemingly busy and not wanting to disturb him. She followed Xuanwu to admire the flowers. After returning from the vacation resort, Zhang Jiutong took a day to rest at home before returning to work. During this time, Lin Jiayin had called her twice, but she did not answer. She was uncertain whether Lin Jiayin had not yet given up on the previous blind date or if Shen Qingyao had gone back to complain. In any case, Zhang Jiutong was disinterested in those trivial matters, as she had a mountain of work to tackle. My Mang, ever the gossip, leaned in close to Zhang Jiutong. Tang, did you meet any handsome guys at the resort? You know, the kind that's so good-looking you just want to pounce on him. Zhang Jiutong bit her lower lip, an array of images flashing uncontrollably in her mind. A wave of heat washed over her. prompting her to shake her head, interrupting her wandering thoughts. No, where would any handsome guys come from? They were all familiar faces, nothing special. My Mang's eyes were glued to her. Oh, really? Then why are you blushing? Zhang Jiutong, flustered, reached up to touch her face, realizing it felt a bit warm. But it's not that. I'm just hot. My Mang wore a teasing expression. Yes, that's so. It's autumn now. Are you really hot? Zhang Jiutong urged her to be quiet and buried her head in her documents. Ignoring My Mang's incessant chatter, over the past few days, Xie Tingyu had been extremely busy, as Tang Yu was currently in discussions with the military regarding a new project. As the head of the company, he personally liaised with the military, often working late into the night. When Qini invited him to a holiday resort, he scolded Qini, telling him to go enjoy himself alone. However, as their conversation progressed, Qini mentioned that Shuangwu's friend would also be attending, prompting Xie Tingyu to put aside his work for a couple of days to grant Qini this favor, even while still at the resort. He was inundated with phone calls, and upon returning, he went straight to the military district without even going home. When Yan Ran called in to inform him that Shen Qingya was visiting the Xie family and had prepared some snacks for him to try, he replied saying that only a young lady like her, who had nothing to do all day, would have the leisure to make snacks by hand if she had any real work to do. She wouldn't be pestering him for trivial matters. Yan Ran chastised him over the phone for his lack of gentleness towards women, asserting that he was not behaving like a boyfriend at all. Facing Shen Qingyao, who unexpectedly showed up, he felt somewhat troubled. Qingyao, Tingyu has been busy with company matters and hasn't returned home for many days. You may have come in vain. Shen Qingyao appeared somewhat disappointed. Yet she maintained her etiquette in front of her elders. How could that be? I completely understand Tingyu's dedication to his career. However, I specifically came to see Auntie. Please, do try my homemade snacks. If you enjoy them, I shall make them for you often. Yan Ran nodded, feeling increasingly concerned about her son, who seemed utterly oblivious to the delicate nature of women after being confined in the military district for over 10 days. Xie Tingyu finally found a moment to return home. Yan Ran, eager to see her son, hurriedly instructed the kitchen to prepare his favorite dishes to nourish him, as he had lost weight from his busy schedule. After dining, Xie Tingyu opened his phone to search for a recipe for crab meat tofu, watching several videos until he felt he had grasped the technique. He then dove into the kitchen. Busily preparing the dish, the sound of him cracking crabs drew the attention of the housekeeper responsible for cooking. Young master, what are you doing? Chapter 30, Xie Tingyu's tofu without lifting his head. Xie Tingyu continued his task of dismantling the crabs, replying, I am making crab meat tofu. By the way, Aunt Wu, I recall you are from Haishur. Do you know how to make crab meat tofu? Aunt Wu, puzzled by Xie Tingyu's sudden desire to cook, responded, I can make it. I used to do so often when I was in Haishur. Xie Tingyu set aside his rudimentary tools and moved aside. That's wonderful. Please teach me how to make it. Aunt Wu smiled kindly, saying, Young master, if you want crab meat tofu, I can make it for you. Why do you need to learn it yourself when you've never even stepped into the kitchen? Xie Tingyu shook his head. It's not for me, just teach me how to make it. Aunt Wu did not press further. After all, it was not her place to pry into the master's affairs. Zhang Jiutong had visited Tangyu several times but had not encountered Xie Tingyu. Chen Yu informed her that Xie Tingyu had been busy with military projects, engaged in closed meetings. Recently, he had only managed to secure 2 days away from the military by special permission from Commander Xie. Zhang Jiutong speculated that the recent outing to the holiday resort was the occasion Chen Yu mentioned, following her previous display of authority by leveraging her connection to Xie Tingyu's sister-in-law in front of Director Yang. The entire RD department now treated Zhang Jiutong with utmost respect, even a spirited young lady trailing behind her, calling her sister Jiang sweetly. The collaboration between Zhang Jiutong's company and Tangyu was progressing smoothly, and they were scheduled to meet with senior management the next day to discuss the overall plan, as the production of the new type of restraint cable was about to commence. My Mang was so excited that she couldn't sleep all night. She had never imagined becoming one of the company heads contributing to the nation's defense. Of course, most of the credit belonged to Zhang Jiutong. Without her research achievements, there would be no present for Weilan Company. Jiutong, what should I do if I'm feeling a bit nervous? What if the senior meeting doesn't approve our plan, and our project gets passed over? Zhang Jiutong had considered this issue as well. Although they had finalized all the details during this period, it was uncertain whether Tangyu's higher-ups might have new ideas or present devastating objections to their agreed-upon proposal. Especially since Tangyu was backed by the military and wielded considerable influence. Suddenly, My Mang had a thought and mischievously leaned closer to Zhang Jiutong. Jiutong, why don't you send Xie Tingyu a message? inviting him out for a meal. If we can secure him, I doubt anyone in Tangyu would dare to oppose us. Zhang Jiutong shook her head. She had always been meticulous regarding work. The reason she had used Xie Tingyu's sister-in-law's name to intimidate Director Yang was due to his deliberate provocation. However, to ask Xie Tingyu for personal favors in decision-making was beyond her. My Mang, you must have faith in our work and trust that Tangyu will recognize our value. My Mang pouted, her face filled with worry. Speaking of meals, Zhang Jiutong indeed owed Xie Tingyu a dinner. After he had rescued her on the mountain, she had been eager to find an opportunity to treat him, but upon hearing from Chunyu that he was locked in meetings at the military district, she had to postpone. Seeing that Zhang Jiutong was unwilling to seek help from Xie Tingyu, My Mang buried herself in the materials, determined to prepare thoroughly for the upcoming senior meeting, ensuring that the leaders could find no faults. Sister Jiutong, you have a delivery, announced the receptionist, a gossiping smile on her face as she entered. Zhang Jiutong paused, puzzled. She hadn't ordered any takeout. Could you please bring it in? Thank you. The receptionist hesitated, stifling a giggle, and said to Sister Jiutong, you might want to go get it yourself. Uncertain of the receptionist's excitement, Zhang Jiutong set aside her work and walked towards the front desk. The receptionist exchanged a knowing glance with My Mang, who quickly sensed something interesting and followed eagerly. Upon reaching the front desk, Zhang Jiutong spotted a man clad in a formal suit, wearing sunglasses and white gloves, towering at nearly 6 feet 3 inches. Resembling a wall of muscle. He respectfully held a wooden lunchbox and stood at the front desk. Upon seeing Zhang Jiutong approach, he stepped forward and presented the lunchbox to her. Miss Jiang, please sign for this. Curious colleagues gathered nearby, pretending to be nonchalant as they fetched water or collected packages, while their eyes secretly scrutinized the imposing figure. Zhang Jiutong accepted the lunchbox. The man said nothing, gave a slight bow, and left with a steady stride. As soon as he vanished, My Mang could no longer contain her curiosity. Jiutong, be careful, that man's attire looks like an FBI agent's. What if there's a bomb inside? With that, she and the receptionist pretended to step back in mock horror. Zhang Jiutong felt exasperated. What nonsense is this? She lifted the lid of the lunchbox to reveal a somewhat unappealing dish of crab meat tofu. My Mang leaned in for a closer look, finally feeling reassured. What kind of tofu requires such a hulking bodyguard for delivery? Zhang Jiutong chuckled softly. It's Xie Tingyu's tofu. Zhang Jiutong returned to her office, using the provided chopsticks to pick up a piece of crab meat tofu and tasted it. The texture was delicate and soft, with a rich and sweet crab flavor, although it did not look as refined as restaurant fare. The flavor was quite delightful, clearly a home-cooked version of crab meat tofu. She snapped a photo and sent it to Xie Tingyu. Thank you, brother-in-law. The crab meat tofu is delicious. Your family's cook is truly skilled. Xie Tingyu, covered in the scent of crab, felt as if he were becoming infused with the essence of the crustaceans. What seemed to be a simple dish was, in fact, quite challenging to master. The 10 or so plates of crabs he had ruined were truly a miscarriage of justice. After showering in his room, he noticed a WeChat message pop up on his phone. Upon opening it, he nearly exploded with frustration. Being both a brother-in-law and an aunt was quite the headache. Before he could respond, another message from Zhang Jiutong arrived. When are you free? I would like to treat you to a meal. Staring at his phone for over 10 seconds, Xie Tingyu pressed the lock screen button, a smile unconsciously creeping onto his lips. The next morning, Zhang Jiutong and My Mang arrived at Tangyu on time. Prepared for their presentation with the report and research materials, Director Yang, as the meeting's head, had arrived early to set things up. After seating Zhang Jiutong and My Mang, he began to welcome the senior leadership from Tangyu. When My Mang spotted Xie Tingyu entering the conference room with an air of authority and taking a seat in the center, she felt a surge of delight. It seemed that the proposal from Weilon was all but assured to pass. Chapter 31, Encounter with Shen Qingyao. As the lead presenter for this project, Zhang Jiutong wore a fitted professional suit, with frameless glasses perched on her nose and her hair tied back in a low ponytail. Exuding an academic aura, Xie Tingyu sat across from her, listening intently as she delivered her presentation, his fingers tapping rhythmically on the table. After her presentation concluded, it was time for Tangyu's higher-ups to provide feedback and suggestions on the proposal. The financial director adjusted his glasses and presented several figures he had jotted down during Zhang Jiutong's report. All previous cooperative projects with Tangyu have been profitable. However, I calculated that the new restraint cable in collaboration with Weilon may turn out to be a loss-making venture. The technology involved has yet to be validated domestically, which introduces the possibility of repeated experiments without success, thus presenting a significant investment risk. The materials and processing techniques required must be custom-made. And the technical personnel require special training, the associated costs are exorbitant, resulting in a significant financial loss. Moreover, establishing a production line for small-scale manufacturing would entail substantial expenditures. Zhang Jiutong has also calculated the relevant costs. All the technology employed in this blocking cable is currently unprecedented in the country, which signifies that manufacturers must invest considerable human and financial resources. This is precisely why she insisted on collaborating with Tang Yu from the very beginning. Presently, among domestic military-industrial groups, only Tang Yu has the capacity to undertake such a venture. Director Ling, your observations are indeed factual. Should my developed blocking cable successfully come to fruition, it will mark a monumental advancement in our national defense and maritime capabilities. This progress transcends monetary valuation. Director Ling smiled slightly. I have made a preliminary estimate. Tang Yu would need to invest at least 50 billion. You may harbor grand patriotic dreams, but why should Tang Yu foot the bill for your vision? Zhang Jiutong found herself at a loss for words. Having devoted herself to academia, she possessed no experience in business, thus all her preliminary efforts were aimed at proving to Tang Yu just how remarkable her newly developed blocking cable could be. All the while neglecting the fact that business entails calculations of return on investment. Director Ling is correct. Why should Tang Yu subsidize her aspirations? Since childhood, Zhang Jiutong has been enamored with various maritime weapons. And upon her arrival abroad, she focused primarily on blocking cables. She could stay awake for 3 days and nights, striving to solve an academic dilemma, and would leap with joy upon cracking a challenging problem. She believed that academia was the purest pursuit, yet she never fathomed the daunting difficulty of transforming research outcomes from mere paper into tangible weapons for national defense, just as Zhang Jiutong thought the meeting would stagnate at the finance department. Xie Tingyu suddenly spoke up. You need only focus on your research, I will handle the rest. Zhang Jiutong looked at Xie Tingyu in astonishment, her eyes brimming with gratitude. Director Ling felt it necessary to caution Mr. Xie, the odds of success for this project at Tang Yu are slim. Failure could lead to a direct loss of 10 billion, and the substantial initial investment may adversely impact other projects. Xie Tingyu rested his chin on his left hand. Pondering for a moment, very well, I will resolve the funding issues for the Weilan Company project without touching the company's finances for the time being, allowing other projects to proceed as usual. As a scientist with a profound sense of national duty, I, Xie, shall certainly lend my full support. With Mr. Xie's declaration, the subsequent proceedings of the meeting progressed smoothly. Zhang Jiutong and Mai Mang finally felt a sense of relief. After the meeting concluded, Zhang Jiutong called out to Xie Tingyu, Brother Tingyu, I truly appreciate your help today, how about we have lunch together? Xie Tingyu glanced at her for a few seconds before nodding. The gratitude is owed to you for the nation's defense endeavors. Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu exited the conference room side by side, only to encounter the hurried Shen Yu. Mr. Xie, Miss Shen has arrived and is waiting for you in your office. Upon hearing Shen Qingyao's name, Xie Tingyu's brow furrowed. Involuntarily inform her that I have urgent matters and will be out of the office for the entire day. Shen Yu nodded, signed off the documents for Xie Tingyu, and departed. Before he could return to the CEO's office, Shen Qingyao had already emerged with her bag in handy. Assistant Chen, where is Tingyu? I called him, but he won't answer. Shen Yu, upholding the professionalism of a CEO assistant, lied without flinching. Miss Shen, Mr. Xie is attending a meeting at the military district and will be out of the office all day. Shen Qingyao felt a twinge of disappointment ever since their argument at the resort. She had been unable to reach him. She had visited the Xie residence a couple of times, where Yan Ran warmly welcomed her, yet she remained oblivious to Xie Tingyu's whereabouts. Thus she had come to his company in hopes of finding him, only to be met with disappointment. Is Tingyu very busy lately? Chen Yu maintained a respectful and professional demeanor. Mr. Xie is indeed quite busy. He has rarely been in the office recently and has been engaged in closed-door meetings at the military district. Many important documents must be signed online by Mr. Xie. Chen Yu held a freshly signed document in his hand, feeling no trepidation. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao deemed it unnecessary to linger any longer. Let's exchange WeChat contacts. Please keep me updated on any developments regarding Tingyu. Shen Qingyao, adopting the demeanor of a Tang Yu matriarch, pulled out her phone, and Chen Yu, with a professional smile, added her as a friend. Chen Yu, an Oxford University graduate with exceptional intelligence, had remained by Xie Tingyu's side for many years. Adept at reading the room, had Shen Qingyao paid closer attention to Chen Yu's WeChat, she would have noticed his pinned contacts. One was Xie Tingyu, and the other was a Winnie the Pooh honey jar with no modified label. Previously, during a business trip to Hangzhou with Xie Tingyu, Chen Yu had proactively added Zhang Jiutong's WeChat and set it as a pinned contact. Xie Tingyu had no intention of engaging with Shen Qingyao and instead took Zhang Jiutong out for lunch. Mai Mang, walking alongside Zhang Jiutong, tactfully stated that she had matters to attend to and promptly disappeared, leaving only Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu in the elevator. As the elevator doors opened with a chime, Zhang Jiutong was turning to discuss lunch options with Xie Tingyu when she failed to notice an employee rushing past, nearly colliding with her. Fortunately, Xie Tingyu acted swiftly, pulling her shoulder towards himself to avoid the encounter. Startled, Zhang Jiutong came to her senses. "Thank you, brother Tingyu." Xie Tingyu's hand remained on her shoulder when a sharp voice rang out from a distance. "Zhang Jiutong, what are you doing?" Chapter 32. Pretending to be a couple, Shen Qingyao had just exited the CEO's office and was about to leave when the driver who had brought her assumed she would be staying for a while and went off to have lunch. After calling the driver, she sat in the lobby's relaxation area for a few minutes, only to run into Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu in the elevator. Following the sound, she turned to see Zhang Jiutong leaning charmingly against Xie Tingyu, causing her to momentarily blank out with rage. Startled by Shen Qingyao's sudden, sharp voice, Zhang Jiutong momentarily forgot to separate from Xie Tingyu, maintaining her supportive posture while looking over upon seeing Shen Qingyao. She felt a rush of satisfaction. In the past, Shen Qingyao had always appeared as a haughty, privileged flower, her face never displaying such emotions of anger, sadness, resentment, or fear as she was showing now. It was utterly captivating. Shen Qingyao, in a frenzy, charged toward them, intent on tearing Zhang Jiutong's face apart. However, just as she reached out her hand, Xie Tingyu intercepted her. "Shen Qingyao, what madness is this?" Shen Qingyao felt aggrieved by the question. After not seeing Xie Tingyu for so long, her first words were to confront him over protecting another woman. "Tingyu, it's Zhang Jiutong who seduced you. You're clearly my boyfriend, yet she brazenly flirts with you in public. I want to tear her face apart." Shen Qingyao's outcry drew a crowd of onlookers. It was the lunch break, and many were entering and exiting the company, slowing their pace to feign missed elevators and steal glances. Xie Tingyu's expression darkened as he pulled Zhang Jiutong behind him. "Shen Qingyao, I usually tolerate your antics, but this is my company. Rein in that atrocious temper of yours. Zhang Jiutong is my business partner, so please treat my client with courtesy." Shen Qingyao, however, was beyond reasoning. All she knew was that her boyfriend was with Zhang Jiutong, and even reprimanding her had it been any other woman, she could have endured it. Perhaps even displayed the grace of a legitimate girlfriend and not pursued it, but it was Zhang Jiutong. Only she understood how ironic and ridiculous it was for Zhang Jiutong to steal her boyfriend. How it struck at her very core, and how it drove her to madness. It felt as though all her sense of superiority was merely a self-deceptive facade. Zhang Jiutong had exhibited extraordinary intelligence and beauty from a young age, while despite being showered with affection, she remained mediocre. Even though she had relentlessly pressured her family to send Zhang Jiutong away, the shadow Zhang Jiutong cast over her persisted. Zhang Jiutong radiated brilliance, intelligence, and grace. Living like a little sun, seemingly cornered, she could still flourish in adversity. Not only did Grandma Lu dote on Zhang Jiutong, but even the ambitious Lu Xinian had become her loyal follower. Initially, she thought that by persuading her grandmother to send Zhang Jiutong away and stealing her knight, she would finally triumph over Zhang Jiutong. Yet at this moment, witnessing Zhang Jiutong with Xie Tingyu, Shen Qingyao was thoroughly panicked. No matter how she exerted her overwhelming advantage over Zhang Jiutong, the latter appeared unfazed, while effortlessly exploiting her vulnerabilities. Shen Qingyao could no longer tolerate this. She could not allow Zhang Jiutong to take Xie Tingyu from her. "Tingyu, why are you so close to her? You don't understand Zhang Jiutong. She is a seductress and is not as innocent as you think. You must see through her deceit. She has ulterior motives." Xie Tingyu had no time to entertain her nonsense and coldly instructed Chen Yu to come down and escort Shen Qingyao away. Without giving her another chance to question him, he led Zhang Jiutong away. Though Zhang Jiutong was not one to prolong a fight, she could not resist glancing back at Shen Qingyao's embarrassment and giving her a wink. Shen Qingyao was suddenly overwhelmed, her nails digging into her flesh without her even feeling the pain. Chen Yu hurried downstairs, clearing away the onlookers, before soothing Shen Qingyao's emotions and escorting her to the car. Through the window, Shen Qingyao gazed at Chen Yu with the eyes of a traitor. Despite the minor disturbance, it did not in the slightest affect Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu's appetite for their meal. Zhang Jiutong chose a hot pot restaurant she had long desired to visit. "Tingyu, do you enjoy Yuqing hot pot?" Xie Tingyu hesitated for a moment but ultimately forced himself to say that he did. He was not fond of any animal organs, nor did he appreciate the spicy, pungent flavors typical of hot pot. Yet, looking at Zhang Jiutong's radiant face, he could not bring himself to utter a refusal. Zhang Jiutong handed the menu to Xie Tingyu, but he declined to take it.
Insisting that she order whatever she liked, Jiang Jiutong eagerly selected her favorite dishes, then sat back in satisfaction as they awaited the food. As she slurped the hot pot, she still craved more, sipping on iced cola while enjoying the tender, spicy hot pot noodles. Watching her delight brought an inexplicable appetite to Xie Tingyu, who picked up a piece of yellow throat and popped it into his mouth. Though it was unfamiliar, he decided to adapt to her tastes. Halfway through their meal, the hot pot restaurant owner approached with a promotional flyer. "How are our two handsome and beautiful guests enjoying their meal? Is the flavor satisfactory?" Jiang Jiutong, battling with a stubborn fishball using her chopsticks, abandoned her struggle upon seeing the owner approach, allowing the fishball to escape. "The flavor is delightful, quite spicy and satisfying." Listening to Jiang Jiutong, Xie Tingyu extended his chopsticks to place the fishball into her bowl. The owner chuckled at the sight. "What a lovely couple. Many pairs dine at our hot pot restaurant, but this gentleman's thoughtfulness is truly exceptional. You have great taste in boyfriend, my dear lady." Jiang Jiutong choked for a moment, about to clarify that she and Xie Tingyu were not a couple, but merely friends. Just then, the owner produced the promotional flyer. "Our restaurant has launched a new event, Couples Quiz. Complete the task, and you will receive a complimentary serving of tripe." Upon hearing the offer of free tripe, Jiang Jiutong snatched the flyer, glancing at the questions, which were quite routine. For instance, how long had they been in love? What did the other enjoy eating? Had they considered marriage? These questions had no definitive answers. A clever idea struck her, and she exchanged a knowing glance with Xie Tingyu. "Darling, shall we participate?" Xie Tingyu, seeing through her intentions, nodded in agreement. After obtaining the customer's consent, the owner produced a small gong and struck it loudly. "Ladies and gentlemen, don't miss out. Any couple answering questions in our establishment will receive a complimentary serving of tripe. We welcome everyone to join us." As the sound of the gong echoed, Jiang Jiutong regretted her decision. Had she known the owner would create such a commotion, she would have declined. However, Xie Tingyu remained calm, reassuring her, "It's all right, the owner is just trying to attract customers. It's merely a few questions." Relax. Jiang Jiutong wished to relax, but they had only decided to pretend to be a couple temporarily. What if they were caught out while answering? Chapter 33, Childhood Sweethearts. The owner began with the first question. "How long have you two been in a relationship?" While Jiang Jiutong was still concocting a story in her mind, Xie Tingyu spoke up first. "For a long time, since she was a little girl who cried easily." The owner beamed with delight. "Childhood sweethearts? How rare!" Onlookers drawn in by the owner's loud voice could not help but exclaim, "Wow, such a handsome guy is actually into pure love." "Mom, I believe in love again." In her heart, Jiang Jiutong admired Xie Tingyu. He was indeed the president of a large company, unfazed in a crisis. Speaking as if it were all true, the owner proceeded to the second question. "What is your partner's favorite thing? It could be food, drinks, a movie, or a book." Xie Tingyu answered with calm assurance, as if he had known the answer all along. "She loves orange-flavored candy." Jiang Jiutong was somewhat taken aback, but then recalled that she had indeed given Xie Tingyu orange-flavored candy before. He must not have known how to respond and had randomly guessed correctly. The owner turned to Jiang Jiutong. "Is what your boyfriend said true?" Jiang Jiutong nodded enthusiastically. Yes, absolutely. I adore orange-flavored candy." Her overly enthusiastic demeanor was quite evident. The owner continued, "And you, miss, do you know what your boyfriend's favorite thing is?" Jiang Jiutong felt a flutter of anxiety. What could someone like Xie Tingyu, a high-powered CEO, possibly like? A car, a watch, or perhaps beautiful women? Oh well, for the sake of the tripe, she would go for it. "He certainly loves me, doesn't he, darling?" With her alluring and charming appearance, her words dripped with seduction, the owner laughed heartily, completely forgetting he was promoting a hot pot restaurant, as if he were witnessing a real-life couple. "Is she correct, sir?" Xie Tingyu gazed at Jiang Jiutong with affectionate eyes. Of course, onlookers began to applaud. "Look at them, that's what love is supposed to be. I'm utterly envious." One person exclaimed, "I must have a hot pot today. Let us see if I can find a boyfriend just like him." Another chimed in, "Forget about love, I'm just here for their stunning looks." The owner chuckled, quickly inviting more guests inside. Due to the sweet interactions between Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu, coupled with their striking appearances, the hot pot restaurant gained considerable popularity. The owner generously offered an extra serving of crispy meat. While munching on the crispy meat, Jiang Jiutong could not help but praise Xie Tingyu's acting skills. "Tingyu, I had no idea you were such a talented performer. Your improvisation was on point." Xie Tingyu smiled, choosing not to respond, simply swapping Jiang Jiutong's requested iced cola for a room temperature one. After today, the new type of barrier rope developed by Jiang Jiutong officially went into production at the Tainyu factory. Her focus shifted from solely the company to balancing between the company and the military factory.
Xie Tingyu remained busy, his collaboration with the military in full swing, often attending meetings late into the night. Previously, he had promised to support Jiang Jiutong's research project without utilizing company funds, therefore, he found time to visit the Hong Kong city. Within the English-style castle, an elderly man dressed in traditional attire, holding a dragon-headed cane, looked upon Xie Tingyu with affection. Tingyu, I heard from your mother that you've been extremely busy lately. How did you find the time to visit your grandfather? Xie Tingyu's mother hailed from a prominent merchant family in Hong Kong, her wealth rivaling that of nations. After the handover, Mr. Yin intended to foster good relations with the country, donating 20 billion for national defense development. His youngest daughter fell in love at first sight with the then Colonel Xie Qinian during a banquet for mainland officials. At that time, Xie Tingyu had shifted from politics to business. And it was Mr. Yin who helped him overcome numerous obstacles. Xie Tingyu raised a cup of fine de Hong Pao prepared by his grandfather to his lips, a sly smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Grandfather, would you be interested in investing in aircraft carrier barrier ropes? Since Shen Qingyao witnessed Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu together at Tanyu, she had become utterly distraught. First, she caused a ruckus at home, leaving her room in disarray, and then she had someone investigate Jiang Jiutong. Previously, she had only focused on competing with Jiang Jiutong for men, neglecting to consider what Jiang Jiutong had accomplished during her years in the UK. In just 6 years, Jiang Jiutong had established a company and collaborated with Tanyu. Shen Qingyao was certain it was all intentional, a scheme for revenge. She would not allow Jiang Jiutong to succeed. A company, she was determined to see if Jiang Jiutong could operate it with her presence. Jiang Jiutong was preoccupied with military factory matters, entrusting all company responsibilities to Mai Mang. However, Mai Mang received 3 government cease and desist notices in a single day. First, the tax bureau came to audit their accounts. Then, the fire department demanded extensive renovations. Even more infuriating, the business bureau called to state that their business scope did not match their registered license and threatened to revoke it. Initially, Mai Mang was perplexed, thinking she was simply experiencing a string of bad luck. However, once everything converged, she realized they were being deliberately targeted. She called Jiang Jiutong to inquire if she was aware of the situation. But Jiang Jiutong was too busy overseeing the technical team and production line to answer her calls. Mai Mang had no choice but to run from department to department in the government building with her administrative team. Yet, the officials refused to address the issues directly when asked. They merely stated that Mai Mang's company was non-compliant and required rectification. If pressed for specifics or the identity of the person issuing the directives, they would merely pass the buck, claiming they were just following orders and knew little more. Thus, the fire department's rectification took 3 days, the tax audit a week, and even the Social Security Bureau called, indicating that the company's Social Security account showed irregularities, demanding Mai Mang bring last year's Social Security ledger for inspection, or it would affect next month's contributions. Mai Mang was overwhelmed. Barely managing one issue before another arose, the previously arranged collaboration abruptly ceased, and longtime suppliers claimed they were out of stock, providing no opportunity for a buffer. Ultimately, it was a laboratory head they had collaborated with multiple times who subtly hinted, "Has someone from your company offended the Shen family in Jing City?" Mai Mang finally came to a realization. It turns out that all of this was orchestrated by Shen Qingyao, leaving her feeling like a fool for several days. To hell with it, the entire company should take a holiday. Out of sight, out of mind. Chapter 34, Shen Qingyao causes trouble. Jiang Jiutong seized a moment at the military factory to return a call to Mai Mang. At that moment, Mai Mang was basking in the sun on the beach in Beihai. "Hello, Tang Tang, no matter how busy you are, don't forget to eat, otherwise, you'll end up with low blood sugar again." "Oh, I'm just calling to check in, nothing urgent, you carry on with your tasks." Xie Tingyu had arranged for Chen Yu to allocate a single room for Jiang Jiutong at the military factory, allowing her to rest directly if she became too engrossed and lost track of time. Jiang Jiutong ended up living in the dormitory, waking up each day to technical training and closing her eyes only to hear the hum of the production line machinery. After a full month of burning the midnight oil with the project team, they finally laid the last section of the blocking cable production line. When she returned to the company, she found a large notice posted on the door: "All staff on holiday. Formal working hours to be announced later." She almost thought that Mai Mang had packed up and fled. A phone call from Jiang Jiutong abruptly awakened Mai Mang from her sweet dreams. "Hello, Tang Tang, you're back from the factory, that's wonderful. We've been bullied to the brink here, waiting for you to come and save us." Seated in the CAF downstairs at the company, Mai Mang recounted tearfully how Shen Qingyao had tormented Wei Lan during Jiang Jiutong's absence.
The more Jiang Jiutong listened, the angrier she became. Tang Tang, you're not seriously thinking of charging over to Shen Xingyao's place with a kitchen knife, are you? I support you. I'll bring an axe and go with you. Jiang Jiutong took a moment to calm her rising fury, pulled out her phone, and called Xie Tingyu. Hello, brother-in-law, Shen Xingyao has forced my company to close down. What do you plan to do about it? My Mang was astounded by Jiang Jiutong's boldness. She knew that Jiang Jiutong wasn't afraid of Shen Xingyao but hadn't expected her to adopt a roundabout strategy, taking the matter to Xie Tingyu instead. Xie Tingyu, who was already irritated by a pile of unworthy proposals, felt his mood lighten when he heard Jiang Jiutong's crisp voice, notified the employees to come back to work tomorrow. As for your losses, let us discuss it tonight. After hanging up, Jiang Jiutong conveyed Xie Tingyu's intentions to My Mang. My Mang quickly sent out a notification in the company group chat, ending the holiday and announcing the formal return to work the following day. Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu arranged to meet at a private club. The Huayang cuisine there was quite exquisite, and Xie Tingyu had long wanted to treat Jiang Jiutong to a taste. As Jiang Jiutong looked at the beautifully presented dishes on the table, a smile crept onto her lips. Brother-in-law, you're not planning to brush me off with just a meal, are you, Xie Tingyu? Facing the clever girl before him, conceded, how could I? Feel free to ask for any compensation you desire. Jiang Jiutong popped a sweet and sour shrimp ball into her mouth, pondering for a moment. Why don't you accompany me to Finland to see the snow? If luck permits, we might even catch a glimpse of the aurora. Xie Tingyu nodded. Whatever you wish. Jiang Jiutong felt a surge of delight, not solely for the prospect of seeing the aurora but for Xie Tingyu's agreeable attitude. This shrimp ball is delightful. Would you care for one? She placed a shrimp ball on Xie Tingyu's plate before eagerly turning her attention to the next dish. The following day, all crises at Wei Lan Company were resolved. Those partners who had been threatened by Shen Xingyao returned with gifts to apologize. My Mang was busily engaged, and the company regained its vibrant energy. A few days later, Shen Xingyao, having heard from someone that Wei Lan Company had returned to normal, sent people to investigate and discovered that it was Xie Tingyu's doing. While lying in a beauty salon undergoing a treatment, she angrily ripped off her facial mask, ready to storm over to Jiang Jiutong's company to confront her. Jiang Jiutong, just wait, I will not allow you to thrive under my very nose. When Shen Xingyao arrived at Wei Lan with her bodyguards, Jiang Jiutong was in a meeting. The receptionist was unable to stop Shen Xingyao, who stormed into the conference room with her guards. Jiang Jiutong, get out here, you seduced someone else's boyfriend. Today, I will let everyone in your company see the kind of person you truly are. My Mang was startled by the four bodyguards wearing black sunglasses, initially thinking that their company was under attack. Miss Shen, we're currently in a meeting. If you have matters to discuss, please make an appointment at the front desk. The more indifferent Jiang Jiutong appeared, the more Shen Xingyao seethed with rage. How could she remain so unperturbed, always exuding a calm demeanor as if nothing could provoke her? Meanwhile, Shen Xingyao felt like a puppet dangling at her mercy. Constantly plagued by insecurities about Xie Tingyu. Jiang Jiutong, is it not enough that you dangle Lucinian, you also want to seduce Xie Tingyu? You have an insatiable appetite. Are your employees aware of your misdeeds? I wouldn't mind helping you publicize them. Jiang Jiutong, far from angered, chuckled. Then by all means, elaborate on the heinous acts I have committed that warrant Miss Shen bursting into my meeting in broad daylight. Shen Xingyao shot her a fierce glare and declared with righteous indignation, you have meticulously collaborated with Tangyu, Haven Tu, merely to get closer to Xie Tingyu. I saw you two in the elevator that day. Moreover, it was Xie Tingyu who resolved your company's issues, wasn't it? How did you charm him into agreeing to assist you? Had I known this would happen, I would never have allowed you to return to the country. You deserve to live in solitude in England. As soon as she spoke, My Mang was the first to object. Being sent back to England was a painful subject Jiang Jiutong had always avoided. Shen Xingyao had just casually brought it up in front of everyone, reopening a wound she had only just begun to heal. Shen Xingyao, if you're so capable, why don't you ensure your grandmother doesn't die? Isn't your family powerful? Did you not consult with the King of Hell? My Mang's words were venomous, showing no regard for Shen Xingyao's feelings. Shen Xingyao trembled with rage. Her grandmother's passing was a source of deep sorrow for her, and she felt it was unfair to bring it up. You shut your mouth. Who do you think you are? When did it become your turn to speak? My Mang stuck her tongue out at her. Jiang Jiutong, feeling vexed, removed her glasses and cast a cold glance at Shen Xingyao. Shen Xingyao, not everyone is as idle as you. Your empty-headedness should keep you content as a mere ornamental figure. Don't confuse foolishness with innocence. It seems quite understandable that Xie Tingyu is not fond of you. Shen Xingyao's composure shattered in an instant. You're talking nonsense. How could Tingyu not like me? Don't try to sow discord.
What do you think your standing is? The Jiang family doesn't acknowledge you. Marrying into the Lu family would be a challenge, and you dare to dream of attaching yourself to the Xie family?
You're simply delusional. Chapter 35. The death of my grandfather. Jiang Jiutong chuckled, her expression laced with mockery. What are you laughing at, Jiang Jiutong? You must terminate your collaboration with Tang Yu today and ensure that you never see Xie Tingyu again. Otherwise, you will face the consequences. Jiang Jiutong seemed to have heard a ridiculous joke. Shen Qingyao, I generally do not enjoy engaging with fools. I am rather busy. Go play with someone else. Seeing that Jiang Jiutong was unaffected by her tactics, Shen Qingyao introduced a topic she believed would pique Jiang Jiutong's interest. To Jiang Jiutong, don't you want to know what happened before your grandfather passed away? 10 minutes later, Jiang Jiutong and Shen Qingyao found themselves seated in the CAF beneath Wei Lan.
Shen Qingyao was quite pleased with her ability to grasp Jiang Jiutong's weakness. She spoke with an air of superiority. Jiang Jiutong, I thought you were quite capable, yet here you are firmly in my grasp. Jiang Jiutong's thoughts were solely on her grandfather, leaving her no time to entertain Shen Qingyao's banter. What happened before my grandfather passed away? Shen Qingyao, brimming with determination, replied, It's not impossible to know. You must terminate your collaboration with Tang Yu right now, and then post a statement on social media declaring you will no longer see Xie Tingyu. Jiang Jiutong sometimes felt that Shen Qingyao's foolishness was far too superficial. Her antics could no longer be described as merely foolish. Shen Qingyao, you have the protection of the Shen family, and you can command the Beijing circle, but not everything in this world revolves around you. Do you think national defense technology is a tool for you to play games with men? Unfazed, Shen Qingyao insisted, I don't care, you must do as I say today. Jiang Jiutong took a sip of her coffee. How about this? You call General Shen right now. If he supports your demands, I'll comply and terminate my collaboration with Tang Yu. With a triumphant expression, Shen Qingyao immediately dialed the number. Jiang Jiutong couldn't hear what was being said on the other end. Only noticing Shen Qingyao's face growing increasingly grim, what could Jiang Jiutong possibly achieve? She is merely using this as an opportunity to get close to Ting Yu and try to steal him from me. I had someone investigate. It seems to be something about a blocking cable, merely a gimmick. Could she really develop any high-tech products? Grandfather, how could you side with an outsider? Jiang Jiutong has ill intentions. Grandfather, okay, I understand. After hanging up, Shen Qingyao's expression soured, yet she was reluctant to appear weak in front of Jiang Jiutong. In a bid to undermine her authority, she sought to assert her dominance over the memory of her deceased grandfather. Jiang Jiutong, what are you so proud of? Did you not wish to learn about the events leading up to your grandfather's passing? Allow me to enlighten you. Jiang Jiutong instinctively clenched her hands. Feeling a mixture of tension and inexplicable trepidation, she dreaded the thought of her grandfather having suffered, and feared even more the uncontrollable longing she would feel for him. Shen Qingyao held her head high. As though bestowing a favor upon Jiang Jiutong, your grandfather came to the capital before he passed, expressing a desire to see you one last time. He was in the ICU for 3 days. And Lin Jiayin implored my grandmother to persuade you to return for a final visit. Initially, my grandmother had agreed. It was only after I shed tears before her that you managed to sneak back into the country. Only to be intercepted at customs. Jiang Jiutong felt an icy chill wash over her, her hair standing on end as her tightly clenched fists trembled uncontrollably. It was unfathomable to think that her grandfather lay in that critical care room. His sole wish being to see her one last time, only for that hope to be shattered, leaving him to depart this world with a heavy heart. Such cruelty was unthinkable for an elderly man. Shen Qingyao reveled in Jiang Jiutong's despondent demeanor and continued, Jiang Jiutong, you cannot best me, you were never able to, and you never will. Your grandfather stands as a testament to that, as long as I refuse to acquiesce. You shall remain but an ant beneath my heel. Jiang Jiutong shut her eyes, unable to bear the thought of her grandfather's visage. Taking a deep breath, she forced herself to regain her composure. In the presence of Shen Qingyao, she retrieved her phone and dialed Xie Tingyu. Hello, did you not promise to accompany me to see the snow? I wish to set out tomorrow, is that all right? Tears streamed silently down Jiang Jiutong's cheeks, fragile as a sorrowful kitten. Xie Tingyu had just concluded a meeting with the military leadership, having planned the work for the upcoming month, feeling somewhat fatigued. He leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. Recognizing the nasal quality in Jiang Jiutong's voice, he asked with concern, have you caught a cold? Jiang Jiutong remained silent, patiently awaiting his response, with one hand holding the phone to his ear. He rummaged through his drawer for cold medicine. You wish to depart tomorrow? That is fine. After hanging up, Xie Tingyu penned a leave request and placed it on Xie Qinian's desk when Xie Qinian returned from outside. He was livid. You rascal,
We just mapped out the work plan for the entire month, and you ask for leave right after the meeting? Denied, absolutely not. Xie Tingyu feigned nonchalance, brushing his forehead. You can deny it all you like. Otherwise, you'll be waiting another decade for grandchildren and grandchildren. Xie Qinian perked up at once. Are you planning to take leave to have a baby? Xie Tingyu, uninterested in his uncle's antics, stood up and exited, preparing to gather his gear for their trip to Finland to see the snow. After the call, Zhang Jiutang gazed vacantly out the window. Shen Xingyao wore a triumphant expression. I warn you to stay away from Xie Tingyu, otherwise I have my ways of tormenting you. Your grandfather's matter was merely a small lesson. Should I catch you entangled with Xie Tingyu again, I will ensure your demise is most unpleasant. Do you understand? Zhang Jiutang shot her a meaningful glance, enigmatic and silent, before rising to leave. Shen Xingyao believed she had successfully intimidated Zhang Jiutang. After all, Zhang Jiutang had just invited another man to see the snow right in front of her. Was that not a form of capitulation? Only a discarded man like Lu Xinian was suitable for Zhang Jiutang. Upon returning to the office, Zhang Jiutang appeared somewhat pallid. Oh, my Mang, deeply concerned, brought her a cup of hot milk tea. Tang Tang, did Shen Xingyao bully you again? Should I go teach her a lesson? After all, I have nothing to lose. If I can't defeat her, at least I can make her uncomfortable. Zhang Jiutang felt immensely grateful to have a friend like my Mang, willing to stand up for her despite her solitary existence. Do not worry about me. I have long ceased to be an innocent soul. I am quite wicked. Zhang Jiutang smiled, revealing her dimples, concealing her worries beneath an unruffled exterior. Chapter 36. Do you not enjoy excitement? Zhang Jiutang meticulously organized her work for the following week, with dedicated technicians overseeing the production base and my Mang managing the company. At last, she could afford herself a break. The next morning, Xie Tingyu's car was parked outside Zhang Jiutang's residence. As she gathered her belongings and descended the stairs, she spotted Xie Tingyu leaning against the car, smoking and exhaling clouds of smoke into the crisp air. He stepped forward, taking her suitcase and placing it in the trunk. Turning, he noticed Zhang Jiutang fanning away the smoke that had wafted toward her, coughing lightly. He moved aside to extinguish his cigarette, allowing the scent to dissipate before reopening the back door. What prompted this sudden desire to see the snow in Finland? Zhang Jiutang gazed thoughtfully out the window. Winter in England is quite frigid, and it snows heavily every year. I have always longed for someone to share the experience of watching the snow with me. Xie Tingyu remained contemplative, reclining in the car with his gaze lowered, opting not to respond. Brother-in-law, are you accompanying me to Finland? Does my sister know? Will she be upset? Xie Tingyu regarded her with a playful expression. Are you eager for Shen Xingyao to find out? Zhang Jiutang smirked mischievously. Not particularly. I merely fear that she might throw a fit if she learns. Xie Tingyu chose not to expose her ulterior motives, feigning a phone call to Shen Xingyao. Is that so? Perhaps I should inform her then. Since you are so concerned, you should tell her yourself. Zhang Jiutang waved her hands dismissively. Why does this Xie Tingyu refuse to play by the rules? Forget it. Your quarrels are of no concern to me. I have no desire to get involved. Xie Tingyu observed Zhang Jiutang's profile, reminiscent of a sly fox, unable to suppress a smile. Coincidentally, at that moment, Shen Xingyao's call came through. Xie Tingyu answered, placing the phone near Zhang Jiutang's ear. Shen Xingyao's sweet voice emanated from the receiver, sending shivers down Zhang Jiutang's spine. Tingyu, you finally decided to answer my call. I've missed you so much. I was just about to visit your mother. Are you coming home for dinner tonight? I've prepared a few dishes just for you. Shen Xingyao's tone was nauseatingly sweet, starkly contrasting her usual authoritative demeanor towards Zhang Jiutang. Zhang Jiutang shot a glance at Xie Tingyu, who held the phone to her ear with a nonchalant expression, seemingly unconcerned, as if he genuinely wished for her to engage with Shen Xingyao. Tingyu, are you listening? Zhang Jiutang found the situation amusing. The little princess of the Shen family had ultimately succumbed to Xie Tingyu's charm throughout her life. She had never witnessed Shen Xingyao groveling before anyone else. Zhang Jiutang had no intention of responding, but Xie Tingyu, whether intentionally or not, gently pinched her earlobe. A soft gasp escaped her lips as the warm touch sent a delightful shiver through her, prompting her to shoot him an annoyed glare. Shen Xingyao, astutely perceptive, sensed something amiss. Just now, that was definitely a woman's voice. Why on earth would Xie Tingyu be with another woman this early in the morning? What are they up to? Tingyu, where are you right now? Can I come find you? Zhang Jiutang hung up the phone, feeling playful as she teased Xie Tingyu. Brother-in-law, you seem to be harboring a secret. Xie Tingyu, refusing to back down, retorted, do you not enjoy a thrill? Zhang Jiutang pouted, unwilling to continue their banter. After Xie Tingyu ended the call, Shen Xingyao was in a frenzy. The mere thought of Xie Tingyu being with another woman at that very moment, and possibly having spent the previous night together, filled her with rage. Which vixen dares to steal him from me?
I hope I do not discover her, otherwise I will ensure she cannot remain in the capital.
Shen Qingyao smashed the breakfast spread across the table, leaving the dining room in utter disarray. She then collapsed onto the sofa, sobbing uncontrollably. The elder General Shen, who had been exercising in the yard, was startled by the commotion inside. Fearing something dreadful had occurred upon entering, he found Shen Qingyao in a state of breathless distress. Oh, my dear granddaughter, what has happened? Who has upset you? Shen Qingyao buried her face in the elder general's embrace. Seeking solace, grandfather, Xie Tingyu was with another woman. I just called him, and a woman answered to grandfather. You must help me. Xie Tingyu belongs to me and me alone. Initially concerned, the elder general Shen found himself both amused and exasperated upon hearing Shen Qingyao's complaints. Though he had never heard any rumors about Xie Tingyu, it was not uncommon for a young man raised with a silver spoon to lead a chaotic personal life. His old comrade's grandson had gotten several young women pregnant. In their circle, there was little expectation for decorum among the offspring of high-ranking officials, yet, his beloved granddaughter had steadfastly fallen for the son of the Xie family. Had it been anyone else, he could have intervened and taught the man a lesson, but alas, this was the Xie family. Xie Tingyu's father was a military commander, and his grandfather held a vice-ministerial position, while the elder General Shen commanded respect in the capital. He could not exert authority over the Xie family. Qingyao, must you cling to Xie Tingyu? I thought that young Lu was quite suitable as well. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao's expression soured. To grandfather, I want Xie Tingyu. I have chosen him for life. I do not want anyone else. General Shen, upon witnessing his granddaughter's unwavering determination, couldn't help but let out a sigh. My dear, your grandfather fears that you might suffer. He had raised her with utmost care, and his heart ached for her. A young man like Xie Tingyu was not someone you can easily manage. Yet Shen Qingyao was undeterred. Her heart was solely set on winning over Xie Tingyu, rendering her impervious to any counsel. Grandfather, I truly love Xie Tingyu. I love him immensely. For him, I would forsake everything, my pride, my dignity, my reputation. I only desire him. I must be with him, or I shall perish. As Shen Qingyao sobbed, nearly gasping for breath, General Shen felt a pang of sorrow mixed with helplessness. He recalled how Shen Qingyao's mother, when she encountered Jiang Zhenghe, had displayed a similar fervor. At that time, Jiang Zhenghe was merely a low-ranking clerk, and the Shen elders opposed their union, yet she had wept and pleaded, declaring that she would marry no one but Jiang Zhenghe. Eventually, the elders, unable to bear their daughter's incessant tears, relented and permitted the marriage. Fortunately, the Shen family wielded considerable influence, making it easy to manage a mere Jiang Zhenghe. Thus, while their daughter lived, the young couple shared a loving bond, with Jiang Zhenghe ensuring that she lacked for nothing. However, Xie Tingyu was a different matter altogether. Chapter 37. I want to marry him, sooner the better. Shen Qingyao insisted on being with Xie Tingyu, though the Shen family could perhaps offer her no solid support. Qingyao, suddenly Shen Qingyao halted her tears and grasped her grandfather's hand, begging, grandfather, please meet Xie Tingyu's parents and allow me to marry him quickly, will you? There are countless vixens outside who have their eyes on him. I want to marry him, as soon as possible. General Shen felt a sense of helplessness. He was saddened by his inability to take charge of his precious granddaughter's fate. Qingyao, matters of the heart cannot be rushed or forced. In an instant, Shen Qingyao broke down, weeping uncontrollably. Grandfather, I truly cannot help myself. I do not understand why I am so enamored with Xie Tingyu. It feels like an affliction, when I cannot see him. I feel restless, and the mere thought of him with another woman leaves me breathless with sorrow. I love him so deeply, more than I have ever loved anyone. Please, help me. Unable to witness Shen Qingyao's distress any longer, General Shen ultimately acquiesced. Very well, I shall place a call to Commander Xia. The flight from the capital to Finland took 10 hours. Zhang Jiutong, having taken a nap on the plane, emerged from the airport brimming with excitement. Brother-in-law, do you think we will see the northern lights? Xie Tingyu followed behind, dutifully dragging the suitcase. Try calling me that one more time, and I shall send you back to the capital immediately. Zhang Jiutong playfully turned around and flashed a sweet smile at Xie Tingyu. Tingyu Gij, her voice was soft and sweet, her large eyes sparkling as they gazed at him. A moment later, she was distracted by a passing bird, her attention fully captured. Xie Tingyu chuckled helplessly. He found himself irrationally jealous of that annoying bird for the way Zhang Jiutong had called him brother. A day in advance, he had meticulously arranged their itinerary in Finland. Zhang Jiutong wished to see snow, so he had booked an ice-glass house in Sala. As they arrived, Zhang Jiutong was captivated by the breathtaking scenery. This was a tranquil little town with only 350 residents, surrounded by emerald lakes and far removed from the hustle and bustle of city life. The thick snow outside nearly reached her knees. Unlike any snow she had encountered in the capital or England,
It was as soft as standing on a giant cotton candy snuggled in her warm-down jacket, only the upper half of her face was visible. Her nose slightly reddened and delicate snowflakes dusting her eyelashes, making her resemble a fairy tale sprite. Xie Tingyu approached, gently brushing the snowflakes from her forehead with his warm fingers, which brought her a sense of comfort. She, feeling greedy for warmth, nuzzled her face against his hand, much like a lazy kitten. Let us go inside. It's cold out here. Be careful not to catch a cold. Taking her hand, Xie Tingyu led her into the glass house. Upon entering, Zhang Jiutong was enveloped by a warmth that starkly contrasted the frigid air outside. She took off her heavy jacket and hung it on a nearby rack, curiously surveying the interior of the glass house. A cozy fireplace, a crystal-clear glass ceiling revealing the starry night, and even fresh flowers adorning the table. Tingyu Gij, shall we go outside and build a snowman? Zhang Jiutong suggested, her spirits lifted, unaffected by jet lag. Xie Tingyu, unsure of where her exuberance stemmed from, allowed her to indulge. All right, you sit down first and change your shoes. Your socks will get wet, and you might catch a cold. Realizing that snow had entered her shoes, Zhang Jiutong sat down on the nearby bench to untie her shoelaces. Suddenly, Xie Tingyu crouched in front of her, effortlessly removing her shoes and socks, then slipped a pair of cozy slippers onto her feet. Startled, she looked at him, but he maintained an air of calmness. Change into dry socks and drink some warm water before heading back out. Zhang Jiutong sat there in a daze, nodding absent-mindedly. Was this man insane? Was there something in the Finnish air that altered personalities? Clutching her warm water cup, she secretly observed Xie Tingyu. He first placed the suitcase down, checked the fridge, and then tested all the remote controls in the room before lounging on the sofa. Exuding an air of nonchalance, glancing around the glass house, Zhang Jiutong noted that the room, although not small, contained only a single bed. Tingyu Gij, why didn't you book a twin room? Xie Tingyu chuckled as if he had heard something amusing. A twin room? Do you think we're on a business trip? Would you go to see the Northern Lights with a colleague in a twin room? Zhang Jiutong felt a bit awkward. Xie Tingyu had a point. Typically those who frequented such places were young couples in love, and staying in a glass house while watching the snow and northern lights was an excellent opportunity to deepen their bond. Though it was he who had taken the initiative to flirt, she felt as if she were the one being coy. Not wanting to appear shy, she boldly moved closer to Xie Tingyu. Tingyu Gij, there are only the two of us here. You will protect me. One Xie Tingyu looked down at the woman who had leaned in, a smile playing on his lips. How do you wish for me to protect you? His voice was slightly husky, laced with seduction. The dim light in the room, along with the flickering candlelight, cast an atmosphere thick with ambiguity. Zhang Jiutong leaned closer to his chin, her captivating eyes fixed on him. Help me build a snowman. My hands are cold. Xie Tingyu paused for a moment, his smile faltering. He pushed Zhang Jiutong away, silently grabbing a snow shovel and stepping outside, amused by his sulking demeanor. Zhang Jiutong observed him, realizing that in their playful tug-of-war, she had begun to sense something previously unnoticed emerging to the surface. Chapter 38, Tingyu Gij, hugged with a snow shovel in hand, Xie Tingyu silently constructed a snowman while Zhang Jiutong trailed behind outside. Clutching a warm pack, wearing a fluffy hat that covered her head and ears snugly, only her large eyes were visible. Tingyu Gij, are you cold? Do you want to take a break? Xie Tingyu turned his back to her. Ignoring her, yet his labor remained unyielding. Zhang Jiutong found it amusing, likening him to a petulant child. After watching for a while, the snowman began to take shape. Tingyu Gij, let us give the snowman a pretty red nose. She dashed inside, retrieving a bright red strawberry from the fridge and placing it on the snowman's face. Tingyu Gij, doesn't it look nice? Xie Tingyu continued to refine the snowman's features. Glancing up to find it had taken on a semblance of life, noticing that he was still maintaining his stoic demeanor, Zhang Jiutong stealthily inched closer and took hold of his slightly reddened fingers, which were cold from the snow. Xie Tingyu paused, looking down at her. At that moment, her eyes sparkled as she smiled sweetly, her dimples enhancing her charm. He found himself momentarily entranced, the sight of her flushed cheeks rendering her stunning. Beautiful. Zhang Jiutong didn't care whether he referred to the snowman or to her. She held his hand, cupping it with both of hers and gently blowing on it to warm him. Tingyu Gij, the stars here are so beautiful. As she gazed up at the dazzling sky, Xie Tingyu remained fixated on her. Shen Qingyao pleaded with her grandfather to call Commander Xie. Shen Qinyan felt a hint of awkwardness. The inquiry regarding whether the leave taken by the son for the childbirth was sanctioned by him or not has left him somewhat anxious. Recently, General Shun reached out, expressing a desire for both families to convene and discuss the marriage prospects of their children, which has added to his unease. This troublesome lad, I had presumed he was out with Qingyao. Throughout my life, I have remained steadfastly devoted, yet he has turned into a roguish figure who flirts indiscriminately. Upon receiving the call, Xie Qinian hurried home to voice his grievances to his wife. Yanran was taken aback. She had only been troubled by her son's apparent indifference toward Shen Qingyao. While the girl seemed to be pursuing him fervently. To her astonishment, there was another girl involved as well. Qinian, where on earth has Tingyu gone? Xie Qinian stammered, evading the question. Oh, it's merely a vacation, nothing particularly noteworthy. Observing his demeanor, Yanran sensed he was concealing something from her. A stern glare from his wife prompted Xie Qinian to deflate and divulge everything he knew. I asked him where he was headed, but he refused to divulge. Eventually, I found it suspicious and had someone investigate. Discovering he had left the country for Finland, Yanran, upon hearing the name of the country, immediately pieced together the situation. Why didn't you inform me sooner? Xie Qinian slapped his thigh in frustration. I thought he was with Qingyao, who could have anticipated this turn of events. Initially, Yanran felt astonished at the news of her son's interactions with another girl. She knew her son well. When had Xie Tingyu ever spent time alone with a girl? He had always held himself in high regard, dismissing others as unworthy of his attention or standards. It had been a surprise when he agreed to date Shen Qingyao, given his cold demeanor towards her. Whenever Shen Qingyao visited, Xie Tingyu was often absent. The notion of their romance seemed unconvincing even to her as a mother. Thus, hearing from old Xie that their son had gone traveling with another girl startled her. Who is this girl? Do I know her? Xie Qinian reflected and concluded that she was likely not from their social circle. I encountered her once at a technical exchange conference, but I am uncertain of her family background. This revelation only deepened Yanran's curiosity. The girl who has caught my son's eye must be extraordinary. Xie Qinian nodded. Alas, is that really the crux of the matter? What about Shen Qingyao? General Shen has arranged for us to dine together this evening. Yanran felt a twinge of worry with our son absent. What is there to discuss regarding marriage? General Shen seems quite muddled. Why should the older generation meddle in the affairs of the youth? Yanran had never held a fondness for Shen Qingyao. And given her son's aloof attitude, she had never believed there could be a future for the two, let alone marriage. Now, the Shen family was pressing the issue upon her. Xie Qinian, knowing his wife's sentiments, suggested, if you do not wish to attend, I can decline the invitation. It is not a significant issue. After contemplating, Yanran decided, very well, let us go, regardless of the seriousness of this matter or any underlying reasons. It is ultimately Tingyu's misstep. We can address it once he returns. Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu had finished building a snowman in the yard, retreating indoors to warm themselves, still adjusting to the Finnish climate. Zhang Jiutong nestled in a rocking chair by the fireplace, indulging in laziness with a book in hand, casually flipping through its pages under the soft glow of a floor lamp. Xie Tingyu draped a blanket over her legs. Cover yourself a bit. I fear your feet may grow cold. Zhang Jiutong lifted her gaze to meet the man clad in soft loungewear, his hair casually falling over his forehead, devoid of the sharp intensity he had exhibited in the capital. Instead, he resembled the amicable older brother one would encounter in school. Zhang Jiutong found herself momentarily entranced, unsure whether it was the cozy atmosphere of the glass house or her own prolonged state of relaxation that had her feeling slightly dazed. Brother Tingyu, a hugged Zhang Jiutong, still nestled in her rocking chair, extended her arms toward him, resembling a languid kitten momentarily sheathing her sharp claws in a display of softness. Xie Tingyu hesitated, his hand still holding the blanket, then looked at her. Her long chestnut hair cascaded loosely, framing her face, and the warmth from the fireplace had given her cheeks a charming blush. Xie Tingyu, appearing to be at a loss, reached out to reciprocate. Yet, instead of diving into his embrace, Zhang Jiutong used his momentum to rise from the rocking chair. Everything felt perfectly timed. The burgeoning intimacy between them enveloped and blossomed. Brother Tingyu, I'm going to prepare mulled wine. Would you like some? Xie Tingyu did not object, gently taking the books that had scattered on the rocking chair, marking his place with a bookmark before placing them on the table. He then tossed the blanket back onto the rocking chair and settled into the nearby sofa. His posture relaxed and casual, tracing the lingering warmth left by Zhang Jiutong's presence with his fingertips. You're not planning to intoxicate yourself and take advantage of me, are you? Again, Chapter 39, meeting Xie Tingyu's parents. Zhang Jiutong sensed that Xie Tingyu was teasing her. When have I ever taken advantage of you when drunk? Xie Tingyu shot her a look that seemed to say he would have to suffer the consequences if she refused to admit it. Zhang Jiutong glared back at him before heading to the refrigerator, retrieving fresh apples and oranges. She rummaged through the spices for the mulled wine, washing and chopping the ingredients before placing them in a pot. Filling it with a rich, sweet red wine, the glass pot bubbled with the mixture of wine, spices, and fruits, releasing an enticing aroma that made Zhang Jiutong's mouth water. She fetched 2 elegant glass cups. pouring a serving for both herself and Xie Tingyu. "Brother Tingyu, give it a try, it's delicious." Xie Tingyu accepted the cup she offered, frowning slightly. He had little interest in such sweet concoctions favored by girls. However, seeing Zhang Jiutong's delight, he brought the cup to his lips and took a sip. Indeed, it was not to his taste. Is it good? Drinking a warm cup of mulled wine in this cold weather feels so delightful. The scene before him, Zhang Jiutong nestled in the rocking chair, cradling a steaming cup of mulled wine, a blanket draped over her legs, with a book resting on the table, was undeniably charming. It's good. The night sky in Finland was beautiful, yet the northern lights were not visible every night. Zhang Jiutong rested her chin on her hand, gazing dreamily at the starry sky outside. Do you think we'll see the northern lights? Xie Tingyu was not particularly fixated on such matters. We can wait patiently, we will eventually see them. Zhang Jiutong turned to him. Aren't you busy? If we never see the northern lights, would you be willing to wait here with me forever? Xie Tingyu set down the finished travel brochure, glancing at her. There is nothing wrong with that. If we never see them, we could just wait here for eternity. Zhang Jiutong chuckled softly. She imagined how many young ladies in the capital would go wild upon witnessing Xie Tingyu. Usually so aloof, exhibit such warmth. Since the last phone call, Shen Xingyao had been unable to reach Xie Tingyu. She had searched for him at the company, but even Shen Yu seemed oblivious, as if he had vanished into thin air. Shen Xingyao, filled with frustration, was on the verge of grinding her teeth in anger. Who dared to encroach upon her territory and vie for her man? She had beseeched her grandfather to invite Uncle Xie and Aunt Xie, planning to negotiate her marriage to Xie Tingyu that very evening. No matter how cunning that vixen might be, she could not maintain her arrogance for long. The woman who would remain by Xie Tingyu's side must be Shen Xingyao. Grandfather, how does this outfit look on me? Shen Laojun had already watched Shen Xingyao try on more than a dozen outfits, and with a sigh of exasperation, he replied, Xingyao, your uncle Xie informed me that Xie Tingyu is on a business trip and will not be able to join us this evening. Shen Xingyao visibly deflated, her eyes filled with disappointment. I was hoping to see him tonight. With a self-deprecating smile, she added, it seems Xie Tingyu truly has no intention of meeting me. Shen Laojun, unwilling to see his precious granddaughter distressed, cautiously inquired, what if we keep tonight's dinner simple? Once Xie Tingyu returns, I can formally arrange for you and your uncle Xie and Aunt Xie to discuss your marriage. He genuinely felt for Shen Xingyao. This situation, which lay beyond his control, left him feeling powerless to protect her. In other circumstances, he could leverage power, wealth, or prospects to create an absolutely secure environment for his beloved granddaughter. Everyone has their weaknesses. Those men who sought the Shen family's power or wealth were easily managed. However, Shen Xingyao had stubbornly fallen for Xie Tingyu. Threats and inducements were futile here. No one could tame this wild horse. Not even Xie Qinian. Shen Xingyao, upon hearing this, became frantic, like a porcupine with its quills raised. She hurled the jewelry she had been trying onto the floor and clung to Shen Laojun's arm, tears streaming down her face. No, the marriage must be arranged as soon as possible. Grandfather, you have no idea how many are eyeing Xie Tingyu. Even Zhang Jiutong has grown quite close to him. I must seize the initiative. Seeing his precious granddaughter in tears left Shen Laojun at a loss. He could only relent and agree to her wishes. The meeting between Shen Laojun and Xie Qinian in Yanran was set at a century-old renowned private restaurant. By the time Xie Qinian and Yanran arrived, Shen Xingyao was already waiting, prepared with gifts. Uncle, Aunt, you've arrived. Please take a seat. Shen Xingyao had transformed from the earlier haughty young lady into a composed and courteous hostess. Welcoming Xie Tingyu's parents, Yanran, perceptive as ever, knew that when it came to the demeanor of a true young lady, Shen Xingyao was merely a novice in comparison, even if one harbors a dislike for Shen Xingyao. One must still uphold appearances. Xingyao has truly blossomed into an exquisite beauty, outshining the daughters of other noble families in the capital. Shen Xingyao was elated by Yanran's compliments, however, out of modesty. She merely smiled faintly and humbly stated that Yanran was exaggerating. After they settled down, Shen Xingyao presented gifts she had prepared for Xie Qinian and Yanran. Uncle, Aunt, this is a small token of my appreciation as a junior. I sincerely hope you will like it. Yanran initially intended to decline, as Xie Tingyu was absent, and under such circumstances, it would be inappropriate to accept gifts. However, General Shen, noticing her intent, interjected suddenly, it is my granddaughter who is lacking in understanding. She wholeheartedly admires your family. Xie Tingyu was a good child, and he fears that our Xingyao may not be worthy. Upon hearing this, Yanran relented. After all, General Shen had spoken so earnestly. She decided to accept the gift for the time being. Even if she harbored reservations, it would be inappropriate to embarrass the Shen family in front of their elders, while she was indifferent to offending the Shen family. General Shin shared a deep friendship with Xie Tingyu's grandfather, making it unwise to disregard his sentiments. What are you saying? Qingyao has a gentle disposition, remarkable beauty, and a virtuous character. She is truly a wonderful child. Our Tingyu, on the other hand, is somewhat lacking in tenderness, which may cause her some distress. Following a couple of rounds of toasts between General Shin and Xie Qinian, they finally began to discuss the main topic. Qinian, I have watched you grow up. Your grandmother often reminisced about your childhood antics in the courtyard while she was still with us. Time has flown by, and I have grown old with only this precious granddaughter by my side. Qingyao was an unfortunate child, having lost her mother at a young age, which has led me to spoil her excessively, allowing her to become somewhat unruly. My health is not what it once was, and I do not know how much longer I can protect her. Fortunately, the children have grown up and found their own companions. I am quite at ease with her being with Tingyu. Xie Qinian nodded in agreement. Indeed, time passes swiftly. His own son had already been visited by young ladies pressuring him for marriage. Indeed, the children have matured, each possessing their own opinions. As elders, we can no longer impose our will upon them. Chapter 40. A secret proposal. General Shin's expression revealed his displeasure, and he was dissatisfied with Xie Qinian's demeanor. Qingyao and Tingyu had been together for quite some time, and the two children had gotten along well. However, Tingyu was preoccupied with matters at the military factory, a busy man who could hardly spare a moment to visit an old man like himself. He bore no ill will toward him. Yet he worried that Qingyao would inevitably feel slighted. She is my only precious granddaughter. Does he not care for her as I do? Yan Ran cast a sidelong glance at Xie Qinian. Her expression warm yet subtly critical. It was evident that General Shin was attempting to play on emotions, and it was rather burdensome for Xie Qinian, a man accustomed to military life, to navigate such a social scenario. I understand General Shin's concern for his granddaughter. Indeed, Tingyu has spent too little time with Qingyao. The boy is too career-driven, often too busy to even see me. They had only this one child in the Xie family, leading to some shortcomings in nurturing empathy. It is only natural for Qingyao to feel wronged in following him. However, there is no need for undue pressure. The children are still young and it is normal for them to explore their options. Ultimately, finding a suitable partner is of utmost importance. Yan Ran skillfully managed the situation, but her words were far from polite. She even began to reproach Xie Tingyu in front of her, although she refrained from meddling in the affairs of the younger generation. She had certainly heard enough gossip. Had Shin Qingyao not persistently pursued Xie Tingyu, would they be in this situation today, if they were to blame him for causing his precious granddaughter distress? Surely they could seek other suitors. The Xie family was not limited to Shin Qingyao alone. General Shin's expression darkened, but upon hearing this, Shin Qingyao could no longer remain passive. She quickly sought to appease Yan Ran, saying, "Aunt, my grandfather did not mean it that way. I am aware of Tingyu's business trips, and I wholeheartedly support his career. It is normal for a man to be busy. I am not unreasonable." Yan Ran's demeanor softened considerably. Had it not been for General Shin's preemptive remarks, she would not have been so concerned. "Qingyao, I can certainly comprehend your grandfather's affection. However, this boy has never known how to cherish a girl. Dating him can be quite risky. I merely believe you possess commendable qualities and need not endure hardship in this relationship." Shin Qingyao panicked, realizing that the conversation was diverging from her expectations. She looked at her grandfather, hoping he might swiftly broach the topic of the family's union. Otherwise, the discussion could take another unexpected turn. General Shin was dissatisfied with the Xie family's attitude, feeling they did not recognize Shin Qingyao's worth. Stifling his frustration, he initially intended to refrain from making overtures to the Xie family, yet, upon seeing Shin Qingyao's pleading gaze, nearly on the verge of tears, he felt compelled to relent. He had never allowed his precious granddaughter to suffer such indignities. In his stubbornness, he considered walking away. However, Shin Qingyao grasped his arm, her expression a blend of vulnerability and determination. Reluctantly, he swallowed his discontent, straightened his posture, and cleared his throat. "Since the two children have gotten along well, the matter of marriage should be brought to the forefront. Even in Tingyu's absence, it is suitable for you, as parents, to make decisions." Qingyao's grandmother's greatest wish was to see her marry into a good family. Yet she had not lived to witness it. Qingyao is wholeheartedly devoted to Tingyu, and as her grandfather, I must gather the courage to propose the union of these two children. Yan Ran and Xie Qinian exchanged glances. The moment they had anticipated had finally arrived. Yan Ran spoke gracefully, her eyes sparkling with mirth. As for Qingyao and Tingyu's marriage, it should ultimately be decided by the children themselves. They are now adults, and many matters are beyond parental control. After all, Qingyao is only 25. It may be a bit premature to discuss marriage. A few more years of dating could be quite beneficial. If we were to make promises behind Tingyu's back, That stubborn boy would surely raise a ruckus. With that, she offered Shen Qingyao no opportunity to continue pressing the issue, instead retrieving a box from her bag and handing it to her.
Qingyao, this is a gift from your aunt, please accept it.as for the marriage proposal. It is only right for the man to take the lead. We must adhere to proper etiquette, even though Shen Qingyao was reluctant. Yan Ran had spoken firmly, and to persist further would only reflect poorly on her. Thank you, aunt, the necklace is beautiful, I truly appreciate it. Before leaving home, Yan Ran had casually taken a necklace from the cabinet and placed it in her bag. While it was not a genuine family heirloom intended for a daughter-in-law, its value was certainly substantial. Although Shen Qingyao had not secured a marriage agreement with Xie Tingyu, she felt a sense of significance in Yan Ran's gesture. Otherwise, she would not have so casually gifted her a necklace worth millions. The dinner left everyone feeling somewhat reluctant, and once the formalities were concluded, they had no desire to linger, exchanging polite words before departing. Upon returning home, Shen Qingyao embraced General Shen and wept. Everything had begun to spiral out of her control. What should have been a joyous announcement on social media about her impending marriage to Xie Tingyu had turned into a mere necklace gifted by Yan Ran. She could not reach Xie Tingyu's phone, wondering where he had gone on business that he could not even answer calls. Most distressing to her was the uncertainty of whether that woman from the phone call was still with Xie Tingyu. The more she pondered, the more overwhelmed she felt. She pulled out her phone, took a photo of herself wearing the necklace gifted by Yan Ran, and posted it on social media, met with Tingyu's parents. Aunt gifted me a beautiful necklace to wear on my wedding day. Zhang Jiutong leaned back in her rocking chair, feeling somewhat drowsy, while Xie Tingyu urged her to go to bed, cautioning her against catching a chill. Zhang Jiutong rubbed her eyes and lazily gazed at the starry sky. Brother Tingyu, we've watched the sunrise in the capital together, but we have yet to witness the sunrise in Finland. Unfortunately, it is currently polar night. So we can only gaze at the stars. Xie Tingyu indulged her, increasing the fireplace's warmth and sitting beside her. Zhang Jiutong, in a whimsical mood, thought it fitting to lie down beneath the splendid glass starry sky. Allowing herself to drift off whenever she pleased, she tossed aside the blanket and scampered to bed. Once she had settled on the perfect stargazing position, she beckoned Xie Tingyu over. Brother Tingyu, come here quickly. Lie on the left side. Xie Tingyu watched as the woman lay before him, a tumult of emotions surging within him. After a fleeting glance from Zhang Jiutong, devoid of any suggestiveness, he suppressed his thoughts and lay beside her. Brother Tingyu, look over there at those stars, that's Orion. Xie Tingyu glanced in the direction Zhang Jiutong pointed, then turned to face her. The woman continued to passionately discuss constellations, wholly unaware that she had become the center of attention for someone else. Eventually, Zhang Jiutong could not stay awake any longer and closed her eyes, succumbing to slumber. Her warm, gentle breath brushed against Xie Tingyu's neck, igniting a stirring within him that he leaned in and planted a soft kiss on her earlobe. Chapter 41, Ungrateful Little Thing. Upon waking, Zhang Jiutong found the man beside her still with his eyes closed. Feeling a bit bored, she picked up her phone to scroll through social media. A photo of Shen Qingyao caught her eye. She turned to glance at the man beside her, who was sleeping soundly. Shen Qingyao had taken to social media to declare her claim, showcasing a beautiful necklace. It was indeed a lovely piece, but she wondered if it would ever be worn by Shen Qingyao on her wedding day to Xie Tingyu. Zhang Jiutong had few mutual friends with Shen Qingyao. And at that moment, she noticed Lin Jiayin's comment beneath Shen Qingyao's post. Lin Jiayin, so beautiful, Ya will look even more stunning in a wedding dress. Zhang Jiutong occasionally finds herself perplexed by Lin Jiayin's thoughts. For over 2 decades, she has fervently pursued Shen Qingyao despite the indifference shown in return. She opened her phone's camera and captured a photograph of the starry sky beyond the glass house. Intentionally or not framing Xie Tingyu's hand within the shot, after editing her caption, she sent it off. The finished night sky sparkles like sapphire. Once dispatched, Zhang Jiutong closed her phone, indifferent to who might see it and subsequently lose their composure. At that moment, she merely wished to relish the rare tranquility of having someone accompany her. Brother Tingyu, wake up quickly, let us go sledding. Xie Tingyu was roused by Zhang Jiutong's gentle shaking, his drowsy eyes blinking open. Zhang Jiutong thought that Xie Tingyu, just awakened, looked strikingly handsome, almost unfairly so, and unconsciously reached out to trace his brow and eyes. Xie Tingyu grasped her playful hand, his voice hoarse yet incisive. But if you cross the line first, I cannot guarantee I won't act inappropriately. Startled, Zhang Jiutong promptly withdrew her hand. Are men always so quick to misinterpret things upon waking? Shall we go sledding? After getting up and freshening up, Xie Tingyu contacted a local guide. Zhang Jiutong, feeling hungry, rummaged through the fridge but found only ingredients she was not adept at using. As Xie Tingyu passed by her, he advised, first, have a glass of warm water, breakfast will be delivered shortly.
Jiang Jiutong felt reassured. Having Xie Tingyu accompany her on this adventure was indeed comforting. Every aspect of their stay was meticulously arranged. He truly was a pampered prince, accustomed to being catered to, never allowing himself a moment of hardship. Approximately 15 minutes later, a local Finnish man appeared at the glass door with 2 sled dogs in tow, pulling a sled and cradling a thermal box containing their breakfast. Xie Tingyu accepted the thermal box from the Finnish man and arranged the food on the dining table. Jiang Jiutong, distracted by the aroma while munching on strawberries, approached eagerly. "Wow, there are even little wontons here? How wonderful!" Xie Tingyu handed her a pair of chopsticks while he prepared 2 glasses of orange juice using a juicer at the kitchen counter. "Eat them warm. I recall you enjoy wontons accompanied by orange juice." Jiang Jiutong was so enchanted by the shrimp wontons that she momentarily failed to notice the oddity in Xie Tingyu's previous statement. "These are delicious. I can't believe the Finns can make wontons too." Sitting across from her, Xie Tingyu savored the wontons with measured elegance. "I feared you might not find Finnish cuisine to your liking, so I contacted a Chinese couple residing here before our trip. These wontons were made by them. Future meals will also be tailored to your palate." Suddenly, Jiang Jiutong felt a wave of emotion wash over her. Throughout her life, no one had ever considered her needs to such an extent. Growing up in the Liu household, she never was picky with food, as she had to make do with whatever was provided. Although Grandma Liu treated her well, she always appeared obedient, eliciting pity. Her time in England was marked by sporadic meals that were often unpalatable, leaving her indifferent to her diet. It wasn't until she returned home and frequently dined with my Mang that she discovered her own preferences. Her time with Xie Tingyu had not been extensive, mostly consisting of her initiating playful banter. She had not anticipated his attentiveness to such detail. A twinge of envy stirred within her for the woman who would one day be cherished by Xie Tingyu. Another fortunate soul would soon join the ranks of those lovingly cared for. Noticing Jiang Jiutong's sudden stillness, Xie Tingyu teased, "Are you so easily moved by a wonton? You truly are easy to please." Jiang Jiutong sniffled, collecting her unexpected emotions. "Indeed, I was just thinking how fortunate Shen Qingyao is to marry a warm-hearted man like you." Xie Tingyu's good appetite for breakfast was momentarily disrupted by those 3 words. Frowning, he reached for the bowl in front of Jiang Jiutong. "If you don't want it, then give it all to me. How can you utter such distasteful words about the breakfast I thoughtfully prepared?" Jiang Jiutong protectively cradled her wonton bowl. "No, they are all mine." With that, she boldly snatched a wonton from Xie Tingyu's bowl. After finishing breakfast, they donned warm clothing and set out for sledding. The Finnish man who had brought their breakfast had 2 Siberian huskies. Jiang Jiutong gazed at the intelligent eyes of the dogs, bemused. "Brother Tingyu, do these 2 really have what it takes for this task?" Xie Tingyu chuckled, pinching her frosty red nose. "I in the snow, they are far more capable than you." Jiang Jiutong shot him a side-eye, pouting, "I'm unreliable. You are the most dependable. You might as well pull the sled with them." Xie Tingyu found her retort amusing, turning to face the woman, hands on her hips. Exuding a feisty demeanor, his gaze revealing a tenderness he was unaware of. "You've grown quite bold. It seems you have no fear of me anymore." Jiang Jiutong pouted, "I'm afraid of dogs." Xie Tingyu did not argue. Securing the sled dogs before guiding Jiang Jiutong to sit on the rear seat, "Hold onto the rails tightly, and in case of danger, cling to my arm." Jiang Jiutong nodded in agreement. They successfully departed from the yard. The 2 huskies ran freely through the snow, resembling wild horses unleashed. At first, Jiang Jiutong leisurely looked around, admiring the snowy scenery of the town. However, once the sled dogs picked up speed, only her screams echoed in the air. "Ah, slower, slower. I feel like I'm going to fly off." Yet, the 2 exuberant dogs continued to sprint, reveling in the snow. Terrified, Jiang Jiutong clung desperately to the railing, but then she realized that the railing was not the safest option. Should she be thrown off, it would do nothing to save her. Thus, she lunged into Xie Tingyu's arms, wrapping herself tightly around his waist. Having grown accustomed to speed on racetracks, Xie Tingyu found this pace merely a warm-up. He sat upright, one hand gripping the railing while the other embraced the girl who had thrown herself at him. Chapter 42. The man in the photograph. After Jiang Jiutong shared her post on social media, her friends quickly began to like it. My Mang, upon spotting the man's hand in the photo, exclaimed that something was afoot, wishing she could rush to the scene to witness the drama unfold. Shuangwu remained composed, as one of the few privy to the secret, casting a disdainful glance at the overly excited Qin Yi beside her. That's a man's hand. Jiang Jiutong's photo features a man's hand. First, let us rule out Liu Xinian. Has Jiutong fallen in love? Lower your voice. You sound like someone who has never seen the world, she retorted. Isn't it natural for someone as beautiful as Tang Tang to have admirers? Qin Yi lamented, I was hoping to match Jiang Jiutong with Han Su. It seems I'm a step too late. Shuangwu shot him a glare. Don't meddle, you might end up offending the wrong person.
And you'll be worse off than a terracotta warrior, Genie scoffed. In the capital, how many can truly surpass me? Shuang Wu, seeing his stubbornness, decided against rescuing him. That's not necessarily true, try it and see. Shen Xinyao only saw Zhang Jiotong's post the following day while enjoying afternoon tea with her friends, boasting about her dinner with Xie Tingyu's parents. Xinyao, I saw your post yesterday, is a wedding with the prince imminent? Shen Xinyao smiled without denying it. Tingyu said he worries that his busy work schedule might leave me feeling insecure, so he wants to give me a promise. Her friends were envious. Oh my. Who would have thought that the seemingly cold prince is quite considerate behind the scenes? Of course, Xinyao is the only precious gem in the capital, so it's only natural for the prince to dote on her. Shen Xinyao basked in her friend's adulation, genuinely feeling a sense of impending matrimony with Xie Tingyu. With a sense of satisfaction, she casually scrolled through her social media feed, only to suddenly spot Zhang Jiotong's update. The photograph depicted a starry sky, with a man's hand prominently displayed, veins protruding. Shen Xinyao instinctively recalled their last meeting, when Zhang Jiotong had called a man to join her in viewing the snow as a gesture of loyalty. For some reason, the hand struck her as vaguely familiar, igniting an inexplicable sense of panic within her. During her time with Lu Xinian, her primary intent had been to undermine Zhang Jiotong, thus she had little distinct memory of his hand. Perhaps it resembled this one. A thought flashed through Shen Xinyao mind, one she was reluctant to acknowledge. Her chest tightened, making it difficult to breathe. She had struggled to reach Xie Tingyu for quite some time now. And the voice of the woman from that day lingered in her ears. How could this be mere coincidence? It couldn't be. It absolutely couldn't even if Zhang Jiotong were intent on getting close. Xie Tingyu was not one to be easily swayed. She had witnessed the fates of numerous women who had attempted to approach Xie Tingyu, and none had escaped unscathed. Zhang Jiotong could not possibly be an exception. After pursuing Xie Tingyu for so long, she had finally become the woman by his side. What right did Zhang Jiotong have? It must be Lu Xinian. Yes, Shen Xinyao nervously lifted her coffee cup. Hoping to steady her racing heart. Xinyao, what's wrong? Your face looks pale, and your hands are trembling. Are you feeling unwell? Her friends noticed something was off as soon as she glanced at her phone. Not daring to speculate on Shen Xinyao's state of mind, they could only offer her a slice of cake. Xinyao, have a bit of something sweet. Perhaps you're experiencing low blood sugar, and something sugary will help. The words of concern from her friends fell upon Shen Xinyao's ears like malicious taunts and mockery. What do you know? If you know nothing, then refrain from speaking carelessly here. Shen Xinyao abruptly rose, grabbing her bag in a fit of anger before storming off. Her friends exchanged glances, bewildered. What did I do to provoke her? I have no idea. She seemed strange after a quick glance at her phone. Shen Xinyao endeavored to calm her tumultuous emotions, continuously reminding herself that the hand in the photograph must belong to Lu Xinian. Xie Tingyu could not possibly be involved with Zhang Jiotong. With a sudden acceleration, she sped out of the parking lot. Xie Tingyu was avoiding her, and now she had no idea where he was on business or when he would return once again. Shen Xinyao drove to Tangyu, where Chenyu greeted her at the entrance. Miss Shen, President Xie is currently on a business trip and is not in the office. Shen Xinyao shot him a glare. Where has Xie gone for his business trip? Surely I can know that much. Chenyu appeared somewhat troubled. He had liked Zhang Jiotong's posts on social media and was uncertain if this young lady was here to vent her frustrations on him. Miss Shen, President Xie attended a meeting at the military district before his trip. I am not privy to the specifics of his itinerary, as it is confidential. Perhaps you could inquire with Commander Xie. He might have information regarding President Xie's duties at the military district. Chen Yu responded with meticulous care, knowing that matters involving the military district were beyond his or Shen Xinyao's control. Shen Xinyao was taken aback to find herself thwarted by Xie Tingyu's assistant. Once she married Xie Tingyu and officially became the mistress of Tangyu, the first order of business would be to dismiss this insufferable assistant. You will inform me the moment Tingyu returns, she commanded. Chen Yu respectfully acquiesced. Seeing her off, this sensation of being utterly powerless against Xie Tingyu left Shen Xinyao feeling uneasy. She immediately dialed Zhang Jiotong's number. Where are you? When Zhang Jiotong received Shen Xinyao call, she had just dismounted from an exhilarating sled ride. She had been clinging to Xie Tingyu the entire way, and finally, the two foolish dogs had stopped. Panting and sticking their tongues out, Zhang Jiotong playfully punched Xie Tingyu's chest twice. It's your fault. You should have kept those two foolish dogs in check. You nearly scared me to death. Xie Tingyu looked at the girl before him, her hair slightly disheveled and playfully scolding him, suppressing a laugh. Who was it that said they couldn't handle them before we set off? You ignited their competitive spirit. I cannot be held accountable.
Zhang Jiutong shot him a look. You did that on purpose. Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow slightly, neither confirming nor denying that. He retrieved a thermos from his bag, poured a cup of ginger tea, and handed it to Zhang Jiutong. Drink some hot water. If you catch a cold, I will have to take care of you. Zhang Jiutong begrudgingly accepted the cup, bringing it to her lips, using the steam to warm her slightly numb cheeks. I don't need your care. If I catch a cold, I'll come right up to you and infect you. Then I'll be fine. That's the law of cold preservation. Xie Tingyu chuckled lightly. What nonsensical law is that? Did you invent it? Zhang Jiutong pretended to sneeze, leaning towards Xie Tingyu's chin, feigning an attempt to infect him with the non-existent cold. Xie Tingyu did not flinch, allowing Zhang Jiutong to burrow into his embrace. At that moment, Zhang Jiutong's phone suddenly rang. Chapter 43, Your girlfriend is threatening me. Zhang Jiutong pulled out her phone, and the screen displayed the large characters of Shen Qingyao's name. She held the phone up to Xie Tingyu's view. And once he recognized the name, she pressed the answer button and switched to speaker mode. Where are you? Shen Qingyao's tone was laced with anger, palpable even across 6,000 kilometers. Zhang Jiutong glanced at Xie Tingyu, her eyes sparkling with mischief directed at him. See, your girlfriend is threatening me. Xie Tingyu's eyes glimmered with fondness as he looked at the woman before him, who wore a charmingly mischievous smile. Shen Qingyao, do I now need to report to you where and when I am? What's this? Xie Tingyu isn't attending to you, so you're here seeking validation. Shen Qingyao was never one to hold back with Zhang Jiutong and, upon hearing the mocking tone directed at her, lost her composure. Zhang Jiutong, you better behave yourself, otherwise I have plenty of ways to make your life miserable, and keep your distance from Xie Tingyu. You're not worthy of coveting what belongs to me. Hearing Shen Qingyao's threats, Zhang Jiutong met her gaze with fearless mockery. Stepping back a pace, Xie Tingyu swiftly wrapped his arm around her waist, pulling her back into his embrace, preventing her from escaping. He looked down at the sly little wildcat in his arms with amusement. Zhang Jiutong couldn't care less about Shen Qingyao's words. She found delight in teasing her, much like a cat with sharp claws playing with a trapped mouse. Although she could easily dispatch her prey with a single swipe, she chose instead to toy with the hapless creature. Zhang Jiutong brought the phone closer to her mouth, her tone light and airy. Shen Qingyao, I'm in Finland enjoying the snow. Her gaze, however, remained fixed on Xie Tingyu. Shen Qingyao was quite capable. With just a bit of leverage from her grandfather's resources, she could easily uncover that Xie Tingyu was among those who had traveled abroad with Zhang Jiutong. It all depended on whether she could handle the truth. Upon hearing Zhang Jiutong mention Finland, Shen Qingyao instinctively wondered if Xie Tingyu had also gone there. A chill swept through her, gripping her phone tightly as she dared not entertain further thoughts. Zhang Jiutong, I give you 24 hours to return to Beijing, otherwise, you will face the consequences. Zhang Jiutong remained unfazed, bringing the phone to her mouth, planting a kiss on Xie Tingyu's Adam's apple. Shen Qingyao lost her mind completely. Through the phone, the sultry sounds reverberated. Before she could voice her accusations, Zhang Jiutong hung up and powered off her phone. Shen Qingyao was utterly beside herself. Zhang Jiutong was blatantly demonstrating her defiance. She could only pray that Xie Tingyu was not among those who had traveled to Finland with Zhang Jiutong. Shen Qingyao's hands trembled with rage, yet she lacked the courage to confirm where Xie Tingyu had gone. After hanging up, Zhang Jiutong acted as if nothing had happened, but she was abruptly pulled back by an irresistible force. Zhang Jiutong, you must take responsibility for your actions. Zhang Jiutong met Xie Tingyu's gaze. His voice husky, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes glinting with desire, the corners reddened with a beguiling allure. For a moment, Zhang Jiutong felt dazed, as if she were being drawn into the depths of his profound gaze. She inhaled deeply, turning her head away to avoid looking at him. His fingers, strong and defined, gripped her delicate face, and he pressed a kiss onto her lips. That seems fair. After the kiss, Xie Tingyu released Zhang Jiutong, moving to the side to light a cigarette, leaning against a snow-laden railing while gazing into the distance. Now it was Zhang Jiutong's turn to feel unsettled, as though she had set fire to her own eyebrows. She stood there, her nervous pacing revealing her current turmoil. Shen Qingyao, unable to reach Zhang Jiutong again, was engulfed by an ominous premonition. She dared not dwell on it and drove out to drown her sorrows in alcohol. Late at night, around 10 o'clock, Shen Qingyao sat alone in a bar seeking solace in drink. As she turned her head, she spotted a familiar figure passing by the entrance. Instantly she sobered up halfway and rushed out to intercept Lu Xinian, who had just concluded a business engagement and was preparing to drive home. Lu Xinian, you didn't go to Finland? The moment Shen Qingyao laid eyes on Lu Xinian, a terrifying thought took root in her mind. She grasped his arm, eager for answers. Lu Xinian was surprised to see Shen Qingyao alone here. Finland? What Finland? I've been in Beijing all along. Unlike Xie Tingyu and Qin Yi, who indulged in their privileged lives, Lu Xinian had been groomed by his family early on to engage in politics. His father hoped to pass on what he had painstakingly built throughout his life to his son. Thus, after graduating, Lu Xinian embarked on a career in the political arena. Lu Xinian's superior, curious about who the woman looking for him was, rolled down the car window when he recognized Shen Qingyao as the granddaughter of General Shen. He immediately opened the door and stepped out to engage in conversation. Miss Shen, it's a great honor to see you here. Please extend my regards to General Shen. Shen Qingyao cast a disdainful glance at the man she did not recognize. Her demeanor haughty and repulsed. Lu Xinian's superior met with her coldness, dared not retaliate and retreated awkwardly. You must be here to find Xinian, you two talk, I'll step aside. The previous commotion surrounding Lu Xinian and Shen Qingyao had reached a fever pitch. And he had heard some whispers. Initially indifferent, he suddenly took notice of the familiar rapport between Shen Qingyao and Lu Xinian. Lu Xinian was somewhat taken aback by Shen Qingyao's appearance. They had long since severed contact. Why do you suddenly mention Finland? Shen Qingyao thrust Zhang Jiutong's social media posts in front of Lu Xinian. Zhang Jiutong went to Finland with AMA. Lu Xinian had been so engrossed in work that he had hardly browsed social media lately. Upon seeing a man's hand in a photo with Zhang Jiutong, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of disappointment. Tang Tang has the right to make her own friends since Zhang Jiutong returned from England. It seemed he had been excluded from her circle. He had attempted to invite her out several times, but she consistently declined, citing work commitments. After a while, Lu Xinian naturally understood Zhang Jiutong's growing distance. Shen Qingyao shot Lu Xinian a scornful glare. Weren't you childhood friends with Zhang Jiutong? Didn't you confess to her when you were 18? Why then does she have other men around her? Lu Xinian, you lack courage. Lu Xinian forced a self-deprecating smile. Indeed, at 18 Zhang Jiutong should have been my girlfriend. Why has everything changed? Shen Qingyao, Tang Tang has already lost her freedom for 6 long years. Please do not cling to her any longer. If you have grievances, direct them at me. Shen Qingyao cast him a sidelong glance. Direct them at you. Zhang Jiutong has gone to Finland with another man. May I ask, what is your relation to her? Lu Xinian was at a loss for words. Chapter 44. The first kiss. Upon seeing Lu Xinian, the last remnants of Shen Qingyao's hope shattered. It was as if a meticulously held cover had been violently torn away, leaving her embarrassment exposed and vulnerable. There was no need to check Xie Tingyu's exit records. Shen Qingyao could not deceive herself at this very moment. Zhang Jiutong was with her boyfriend Zhang Jiutong. If you dare to compete with me, you will pay the price. When Shen Qingyao returned home, her grandfather had already gone to bed. She did not weep or create a scene but instead sat quietly on the sofa throughout the night. The next morning, when General Shen rose, he was pained to see his beloved granddaughter reeking of alcohol, with dark circles under her eyes and a hollow gaze. My dear, who has been bullying you? Shen Qingyao collapsed into her grandfather's embrace, crying so hard that she could barely catch her breath, her words coming out in incoherent fragments. The old general's eyes brimmed with concern, his aged hands clenching into fists. Truly enraged, when Zhang Jiutong returned, she resolutely refused to ride the sled. The two huskies looked eager, their big eyes inviting her to take a seat, yet received no response, their heads cocked in confusion. Xie Tingyu chuckled nearby. Do you see how it tilts its head? It resembles you. Zhang Jiutong shot a glance at the husky, feeling that Xie Tingyu was insulting her. You're the silly one. I am clever. Xie Tingyu observed the woman's adorably pouting face, slightly flushed from the cold, and felt a sudden urge to tease her. He plucked a small handful of snow from a tree and, as he approached Zhang Jiutong, deliberately provoked her. Zhang Jiutong, The woman walking ahead turned to look at the person who had called out to her. Xie Tingyu reached out, smearing the snow on her delicate nose. The cold snowflake made Zhang Jiutong shiver. You're teasing me. Stirred by a competitive spirit, Zhang Jiutong scooped up a handful of snow from the nearby railing and tossed it at Xie Tingyu. Brother Tingyu, is it refreshing? After throwing the snow, Zhang Jiutong, fearing retaliation, bolted away. Xie Tingyu found her antics amusing. She, bundled in a thick down jacket, was stumbling through the snow like a round little snowball. He was in a rare mood. Willing to indulge her in this childish game, grabbing a handful of snow, he formed it into a snowball and approached Zhang Jiutong. As she ran, she glanced back to see if he was catching up. Turning around, she saw Xie Tingyu striding toward her, rapidly closing the distance. Hey, don't walk so fast. Your legs are longer than mine. You have to let me go first. I'll take 10 steps. Then you come forward. Xie Tingyu gladly agreed to Zhang Jiutong's unequal terms, standing still as she took the lead. Counting aloud, she proclaimed 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. But after counting to 10, she turned to see Xie Tingyu still standing in place. And she waved her hand in satisfaction. Brother Tingyu, you can come now. With that, she dashed away like a little rabbit. Zhang Jiutong believed she moved gracefully in the snow, but compared to Xie Tingyu, she resembled a kindergarten child challenging a high school student. As she ran and glanced back, she noticed Xie Tingyu gaining on her, his longer strides making quick work of the distance, realizing he was nearly upon her. Zhang Jiutong resorted to trickery, tossing snow at him from the side. In the tranquil and beautiful white landscape, the two engaged in playful antics. The snowflakes danced around them, delicate and dense, resembling mist, when Xie Tingyu caught up with Zhang Jiutong. He wrapped an arm around her shoulder. She stepped back, attempting to escape his grasp, but suddenly lost her balance, causing them both to tumble into the snow. As they fell, Xie Tingyu turned slightly, cushioning her fall beneath him. Zhang Jiutong found herself sprawled across his chest, and they lay together in the snow, maintaining their fallen position. After a moment, feeling a bit awkward, Zhang Jiutong propped herself up on her hands, lifting her upper body off Xie Tingyu. The air around them grew charged, their breaths entwining, and the atmosphere became tinged with ambiguity. Xie Tingyu reached out to brush the snowflakes from Zhang Jiutong's hair, then, unable to resist, pressed his lips against her dewy lashes. Startled, Zhang Jiutong instinctively closed her eyes. The warmth of his breath tickled her cheeks, causing her to inadvertently turn her head, whereupon his lips brushed against her cheek. Xie Tingyu released her, rolling over to lie beside her in the snow. Neither of them initiated conversation, gazing at the aurora appearing on the horizon, burying their countless unspoken thoughts beneath the foreign snow. Zhang Jiutong rested her head on Xie Tingyu's arm, lost in contemplation of the sky. Eventually, it was Xie Tingyu's concern for her welfare that prompted him to pull her up and lead her toward the glass cabin. Zhang Jiutong's hands, having been dampened by the snow, were beginning to feel numb. Xie Tingyu removed her slightly wet gloves, cradling her delicate hands in his palms and bringing them to his lips to warm them with his breath. Moved by his gesture, Zhang Jiutong felt her nose tingle. Her eyes growing moist, she had always envied those children who were doted on from a young age, carried in their mother's arms after playing in the snow, their foreheads and cheeks gently stroked. With their tiny red hands clasped in their mother's larger ones, warmed by her breath, such a simple action had eluded Zhang Jiutong her entire life. Xie Tingyu, noticing the sudden glimmer of tears in her eyes, asked with concern, "What's wrong? Are you unwell?" Zhang Jiutong sniffled and shook her head. "No, I just suddenly feel like you resemble my mother." Xie Tingyu's heart sank, all the flirtation shattering in an instant. "How do I resemble her?" Realizing Xie Tingyu misunderstood her, Zhang Jiutong hurried to clarify, "Not Lin Jiayin. It's the mother I imagined as a child, who would hold my hand to warm me." Xie Tingyu felt a pang of sympathy, yet he removed his gloves and placed them on Zhang Jiutong's hands. "The mother you imagined as a child, would she carry you home?" Zhang Jiutong was taken aback. "How did you know?" Xie Tingyu knelt before her, offering his back. "Come on, I'll carry you back." It would be a lie to say she wasn't touched. Zhang Jiutong hadn't cried even when Lin Jiayin slapped her. Yet now she felt the urge to shed tears. The sensation of someone willing to mend the wounds of her childhood was truly extraordinary. Xie Tingyu carried Zhang Jiutong back to the glass cabin. As she retrieved her phone and powered it on, a barrage of missed calls from Lin Jiayin flooded the screen. Chapter 45, "Brother Tingyu, please consider me." As soon as Zhang Jiutong changed her clothes, her phone rang again. Glancing at the caller ID, she saw it was still Lin Jiayin. Without a doubt, Shen Qingyao had once again reported her for misconduct. Zhang Jiutong nestled into her rocking chair with a thermos cup. Picking up the phone and pressing the answer button, instantly, Lin Jiayin's nagging voice erupted from the device. "Zhang Jiutong, where are you right now?" Zhang Jiutong turned her head toward the bathroom, where the light was on. Xie Tingyu was inside taking a shower. "I'm in Finland. You seem quite invested in my whereabouts. Did your precious daughter Shen Qingyao give you a directive again?" Hearing Zhang Jiutong's rebellious tone, Lin Jiayin felt anger rising within her. "You need to come back immediately. Your father's work is in a sensitive period. Why are you provoking Qingyao? If your father's promotion is jeopardized, can you handle the consequences?" Zhang Jiutong rubbed her temples in frustration. Every time she spoke to Lin Jiayin, it was always about Shen Qingyao and Zhang Zhenghe, helping Zhang Zhenghe flatter his biological daughter for over 20 years. Zhang Jiutong wondered how Lin Jiayin could endure it with such enthusiasm. Clearing her throat, Zhang Jiutong retorted, "What does it matter to me whether he gets promoted? And as for the relationship between a father and daughter, what does that concern you?" Lin Jiayin choked momentarily, enraged, and began smashing things on the other end of the line. "So you think you can compete with Qingyao now that you've gained some confidence? Don't forget your place. Do you think you're worthy? If it weren't for the Zheng family's status in Beijing, who would know who you are? And the Xie family is not someone you can cling to. Hurry back and apologize to Qingyao. I don't care how you do it, but you must win her forgiveness. Your father cannot afford any mistakes. The Shen family's support is crucial." Zhang Jiutong held the phone away from her ear. Unwilling to engage further with a deluded middle-aged woman when Shen Qingyao threatened her, she never considered her actual significance in her life. Jiang Zhenghe's career was of no concern to her, seeing she had lost control over Jiang Jiutong. Lin Jiayin resorted to emotional manipulation. Jiang Jiutong, you've never spent a day being filial to your father. No daughter behaves like this, even if you don't care, others will talk behind your back. Jiang Jiutong let out a laugh tinged with disbelief. Lin Jiayin, the only person capable of allowing me to fulfill my filial duties, has passed away. I didn't even get to see my grandfather one last time. All thanks to Shen Qingyao. How dare you come before me and utter the words filial piety? It seems that when one's audacity reaches a certain threshold, it breeds unrealistic fantasies. Lin Jiayin was taken aback to discover that Jiang Jiutong was already aware. She had initially intended to withhold the details of her grandfather's passing from Jiang Jiutong, fearing it might provoke a rebellious response that would be difficult to manage in the future. A daughter grows up in the blink of an eye, and parents, driven by an inherent desire for control, begin to attempt to govern their daughter's life. Yet, Jiang Jiutong's unexpected defiance left her astounded. She would not follow orders and displayed not an ounce of the obedience and reverence a child ought to show their parents. Jiang Jiutong, you have greatly disappointed me, regardless of your thoughts. You are to return immediately. Jiang Jiutong ended the call abruptly, leaning back in her rocking chair, lost in thought. Perhaps she was inherently indifferent. Lin Jiayin's words stirred no waves within her when Xie Tingyu emerged from the bathroom. Freshly bathed, he found Jiang Jiutong reclined in her rocking chair, a book in hand, gazing absently at the sky. He dried his hair with a towel and sat beside her. Who are you on the phone with? Jiang Jiutong, in a sudden burst of playfulness, pouted her lips in a pitiful manner, looking at Xie Tingyu with feigned grievance. It was Lin Jiayin's call. Your girlfriend seems to have discovered our relationship and reported it to Lin Jiayin, demanding that I return at once. A smile tugged at the corners of Xie Tingyu's eyes. The woman before him appeared so anxious and fearful, a stark contrast to her earlier bravado as she had provocatively challenged Shen Qingyao over the phone. We read together now. Jiang Jiutong found it hard to maintain her facade. She could not fathom Xie Tingyu's thought process. Shouldn't the pressing issue be that they had been caught enjoying each other's company behind Shen Qingyao's back? Aren't you even a little worried that your girlfriend discovered you with me? Jiang Jiutong redirected the conversation, but Xie Tingyu remained intrigued. So, you've caused me to be discovered by my girlfriend. How do you intend to take responsibility? Jiang Jiutong shot him a glare, exasperated. Are you a bandit? Xie Tingyu chose not to respond. So, you plan to heed Lin Jiayin's words and return now? Jiang Jiutong feigned difficulty. You know well that my situation in the Jiang family has always been precarious. Xie Tingyu wore an expression of mock seriousness as he stepped outside to light a cigarette during dinner. Xie Tingyu ordered Jiang Jiutong's favorite beef noodles. The joy of savoring a steaming bowl of beef noodles in the frigid weather was unparalleled. The Finnish tour guide, who delivered their dinner, informed Jiang Jiutong that due to extreme weather conditions, the roads in and out of the town had been covered by heavy snow. Everyone would have to remain in the town until government officials cleared the main roads. Jiang Jiutong was taken aback. How could this happen? Will the power and heating be affected? The guide shook his head. Aside from transportation, everything else remains unaffected. It's quite common for us to experience heavy snowfall at this time of year. Jiang Jiutong felt a wave of relief wash over her. Being stuck there for a few extra days was not a significant issue, as long as the power and heating remained intact. After dinner, feeling somewhat sleepy, Jiang Jiutong snuggled into her blanket with a fluffy teddy bear. Tingyu Gij, are you truly too busy with your military factory work to stay a few more days? Xie Tingyu approached her, brushing his fingers through her hair that lay scattered over the pillow. Don't worry, Chunyu will handle everything. Jiang Jiutong suddenly grew curious. How much does Chunyu earn in a month? Is it over 100,000? Xie Tingyu nodded. More than that. Jiang Jiutong's eyes sparkled. Tingyu Gij, are there any similar assistant or secretary positions available? Do consider me. Xie Tingyu slid into the other side of the blanket. No, there aren't. Jiang Jiutong pouted in disappointment but perked up when she heard him say, your achievements in research and the value you create far exceed that of Chunyu, even if you doubt yourself. You should never question my judgment in selecting partners. Jiang Jiutong felt comforted. Xie Tingyu's respect for her was unexpected. The person most qualified to be aloof and condescending was the one who understood appreciation and respect better than anyone else. Jiang Jiutong realized her understanding of Xie Tingyu was still lacking. Chapter 46. The rebellious child. In the days that followed, Shen Qingyao exhibited no signs of distress. Every morning, she dutifully reported to Xie Tingyu's home. Accompanying Yan ran in her every endeavor, striving to fulfill the role of a good daughter-in-law. After pouring out her sorrows to her grandfather, Shen Xingyao's days were far from pleasant. The previously secured transfer to the central government now seemed uncertain. During a visit to his mentor, Jiang Zhenghe inadvertently broached the topic. His mentor offered a vague warning. Zhenghe, have you not been visiting your father-in-law lately? Jiang Zhenghe brushed it off, assuming his mentor was merely engaging in small talk. He had been preoccupied with various matters and hadn't troubled his father-in-law. The mentor shook his head. Zhenghe, your rise to this position owes much to your father-in-law. You must not lose sight of that. Those external connections are secondary. If the old General Shen is displeased, all your efforts will be in vain. Jiang Zhenghe was puzzled by his mentor's sudden shift in tone, yet he sensed something amiss. Mentor, do you know something? The mentor sighed, sipping his tea. Yesterday, I dined with Minister Yuan from the organization department, and he mentioned that your transfer matter should be put on hold. Jiang Zhenghe instantly grasped the implication. No wonder, during a meeting the previous day he had encountered Director Qi from the provincial department, who had spoken to him in a peculiar manner, his gaze unsettling. Thank you for the guidance, I will make sure to visit my father-in-law. After leaving his mentor's home, Jiang Zhenghe returned home directly. Upon receiving a call from Shen Xingyao, Lin Jiayin feared that Jiang Jiutong's actions might jeopardize Jiang Zhenghe's promotion, therefore, she promptly called Jiang Jiutong to reprimand her. Ordering her to return from Finland and apologize to Shen Xingyao, it was imperative to eliminate all obstacles before the election. Zhenghe, you're back, why do you look unwell? Are you feeling ill? Lin Jiayin stepped forward to take Jiang Zhenghe's coat and brought him slippers. Jiang Zhenghe loosened his tie, visibly irritated as he strode into the house. Did you upset Qingyao again? Upon hearing Jiang Zhenghe's accusation, Lin Jiayin realized the pressure from the old General Shen had begun to mount. She felt compelled to confess, informing Jiang Zhenghe about Jiang Jiutong's trip to Finland with Xie Tingyu. This is absurd. Qingyao is about to become engaged to the Xie family. What is she doing meddling at this time? Look at your well-behaved daughter. Has she ever given me a moment's peace? Jiang Zhenghe fumed, his anger palpable. Lin Jiayin, equally troubled, understood that if Shen Xingyao truly wished to marry Xie Tingyu, the old general would undoubtedly intervene in Jiang Zhenghe's career. As Shen Xingyao's biological father, any assistance from the old general would ultimately benefit her. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhenghe's anticipated transfer to the central government was almost a certainty, all while Jiang Jiutong stirred up such trouble. It was as though she disregarded the Jiang family's well-being. I've already called her, instructing her to return promptly to apologize to Qingyao. Rest assured, I will not allow your career to be affected. Jiang Zhenghe shot Lin Jiayin a glance. Do you have a plan? Lin Jiayin nodded. As long as it concerns you, I will find a way to resolve it. Jiang Zhenghe visibly relaxed, pulling Lin Jiayin into an embrace. Holding her hand gently, Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu lingered in Finland for a few more days. Once the roads were cleared, they departed the glass cabin and boarded a flight back to Jing City. Having spent a considerable time away, it was high time for Jiang Jiutong to oversee matters at the military factory. Upon their return to Jing City, Xie Tingyu first escorted Jiang Jiutong home before heading straight to the military district. Just as Xie Qinian finished a meeting and returned to his office, he spotted Xie Tingyu, who had been missing for several days, lounging on the sofa. Well, look who it is, the young master who gallivanted abroad with another woman. Leaving his girlfriend and parents behind, Xie Tingyu cast him a sidelong glance. Are you bored? Xie Qinian smacked his lips, taking a seat opposite him to brew tea. While you were away, Shen Xingyao has been visiting home daily. She accompanies your mother on shopping trips in the morning, enjoys afternoon tea with her, and even shows off her culinary skills in the kitchen by evening. If you don't return soon, your mother might lose her mind. Xie Tingyu had anticipated that Shen Xingyao would not rest until she found him. I brought a gemstone necklace for Madame Yan. Xie Qinian filled a teacup and passed it to Xie Tingyu. Now that's acceptable, but where is my gift? Xie Tingyu reclined lazily, crossing his legs. Did Shen Xingyao also invite you for afternoon tea? Xie Qinian choked on his drink. You rebellious child, quickly tell me. Who accompanied you to Finland? Is it the girl I met before? Xie Tingyu did not deny it. Don't go digging into her. Otherwise, I won't let you see your grandson. Xie Qinian was taken aback. Do you really have a grandson? Xie Tingyu closed his eyes, pinching the bridge of his nose. Not yet, but it will happen eventually. The audacity of this impudent child, lacking even the slightest hint of maturity. To threaten his father, has he truly grown wings? Yet Xie Tingyu remains utterly unfazed. You are welcome to test your luck. Now, it seems Xie Qinian is uncertain. Surely, you haven't yet caught up. Xie Tingyu abruptly opened his eyes. Their depths unfathomable. With an expressionless glance at Xie Qinian, he disregarded the tea and rose to leave. Why is he leaving? Could it be that my words struck a chord? Upon returning to the office,
Zhang Jiutong was soon approached by My Mang, her expression brimming with curiosity. Tang Tang, who did you vacation with this time? Zhang Jiutong did not conceal the truth. Xie Tingyu, My Mang instantly lost her composure. You actually managed to win over Xie Tingyu? Zhang Jiutong shook her head. No, winning him over would be rather dull. Rather than snatching him from Shen Qingyao, I find that slowly tormenting her is the finest form of revenge. My Mang refrained from commenting on this. She regarded Zhang Jiutong as her closest confidant, holding only two expectations of her. First, to be patriotic, second, to have the right to be informed. Moreover, she was well aware of Zhang Jiutong's past tribulations. Shen Qingyao had committed even more egregious acts. You handled that beautifully, Tang Tang, but do exercise caution. Don't find yourself ensnared in your own web. After all, Xie Tingyu was no ordinary man. Zhang Jiutong smiled lightly. Rest assured, I won't fall in love with him. Love feels exceedingly distant to me. Chapter 47. Come back immediately. News of Zhang Jiutong's return quickly reached Lin Jiayin. In recent days, Zhang Zhenghe had faced numerous setbacks. Having met with several influential figures only to be subtly rebuffed. He and Zhang Jiutong had visited the Shen family multiple times, yet General Shen refused to meet them, insisting they refrain from disturbing the elderly gentleman's rest. Consequently, Zhang Zhenghe's reassignment was put on hold, leaving Lin Jiayin anxious and sleepless for several days. Upon hearing of Zhang Jiutong's return, she was consumed with a desire to confront her. My Mang brought milk tea to Zhang Jiutong's office. Tang Tang, you must try the roasted milk with chestnut flavor from the new tea shop downstairs. You'll love it. Zhang Jiutong inserted a straw and took a sip. The rich aroma of chestnuts, enveloped in creamy froth, was delightful. I like it very much. At that moment, her phone rang, and upon glancing at the caller ID, Zhang Jiutong's previously uplifted mood evaporated instantly. Noting Zhang Jiutong's sudden change in demeanor, My Mang peered at the phone. Upon seeing Lin Jiayin's name, she pursed her lips, feeling an inexplicable annoyance for her friend. It's likely that Shen Qingyao has gone to complain again. I'll step out. You take the call, Zhang Jiutong answered, placing the phone on speaker while she organized her emails that had piled up over the past few days. Lin Jiayin's voice boomed through the office, more grating than the loudspeakers of a square dance. Zhang Jiutong, you actually know how to come back. Your father has been devastated because of you. You need to return home immediately. I will personally take you to apologize to Qingyao. Zhang Jiutong replied coldly. Indifferent? Apologize? On what grounds? Lin Jiayin, incensed by Zhang Jiutong's attitude, retorted, how can you be so shameless? You stole Qingyao's boyfriend and now question why you should apologize. Does the Xie family seem like a place you can aspire to? Xie Tingyu is about to marry Qingyao. Why are you trying to insert yourself now? I truly regret not marrying you off sooner, far away, to prevent any displeasure for Qingyao, Zhang Jiutong casually replied while responding to an email from a colleague in the lab across the ocean. What identity do you think I should be concerned about? Whether or not I am the daughter of a mistress is for you to decide. Lin Jiayin's voice overpowered all surrounding sounds. Nearly reaching a breaking point, Zhang Jiutong, be quiet. Your father and I began our relationship after Qingyao's mother passed. I am absolutely not a mistress, Zhang Jiutong responded with a disinterested oh, adding, given your sycophantic attitude towards Shen Qingyao, I assumed you had done something to offend her. So, you're not a mistress? No wonder, you are infatuated, aren't you? After washing his dirty laundry, you kneel to curry favor with the daughter he had with someone else. Such occurrences are hardly surprising in your life. You, Zhang Jiutong, you must return home at once. Don't think that just because you've grown wings, I have no means to deal with you. Zhang Jiutong noted her customary farewell at the bottom of her email. A habit she maintained. I won't return. My home has never been there. Furious, Lin Jiayin played her trump card. Zhang Jiutong, are you willing to forfeit your grandfather's legacy? If you don't return immediately, you can forget about inheriting anything he left behind. Zhang Jiutong closed her eyes, sighed, powered down her computer, and grabbed her bag to leave. My Mang, concerned, observed Zhang Jiutong's direction and, seeing her prepare to depart, hurried over. Tang Tang, where are you going? I'm going to Lin Jiayin's. Upon hearing that Zhang Jiutong intended to confront Lin Jiayin, My Mang quickly followed. I'll go with you. If they try anything, I'll give them a couple of slaps. Zhang Jiutong chuckled at My Mang's eagerness. No need, I can handle it myself. Were it not for her grandfather's legacy still in Lin Jiayin's possession, Zhang Jiutong would never wish to set foot in that house again. Tang Tang, do you really not need me to accompany you? Zhang Jiutong nodded. Rest assured, if anything happens, I will seek your help immediately. Does that suffice? My Mang pouted. Alright then, just be cautious. When Zhang Jiutong arrived at the Zhang family home, Lin Jiayin was already seated on the sofa, awaiting her. Where are my grandfather's belongings? Lin Jiayin sneered. Zhang Jiutong, are you finally scared? Did you not think of this day when you were seducing Xie Tingyu? Zhang Jiutong, unwilling to engage in further trivial conversation,
surveyed the unfamiliar living room. Indeed, it felt strange, since being sent away as a child she had seldom returned during the new year. Lin Jiayin would secretly bring Shen Qingyao to retrieve her. Such clandestine meetings made Zhang Jiutong feel like an unwanted child. When Shen Qingyao discovered this, Zhang Jiutong was never picked up again. Speak, have you gone mute? You were quite audacious on the phone, yet now seem frightened. Lin Jiayin, adopting the demeanor of a hostess, observed Zhang Jiutong standing in the middle of the living room with cold detachment. As if she were a mere stranger. Where are my grandfather's belongings? I will take my rightful possessions and leave. Lin Jiayin chuckled coldly. You want your grandfather's legacy? Fine, then accompany me to apologize to Qingyao. Whether you receive it or not depends on her willingness to forgive you. Zhang Jiutong had had enough of Lin Jiayin's condescending attitude. Qingyao, how endearing you call her. Does she even regard you as kin? How far you've taken your role as a stepmother. You ought to have a plaque erected in your honor for future generations to admire. Do not provoke me regarding my relationship with Qingyao. No matter how you spin it, she is far superior to you. What kind of family is the Xie family? Even General Shen had to strategize for Qingyao's marriage. What are you? Do you think a mere trip with Xie Tingyu makes you Mrs.? Xie, dream on. For Qingyao's marriage, her grandfather helped your father secure a high-ranking position, ensuring that Qingyao and Xie Tingyu would not be too far apart. Because of your ridiculous desire for competition, your father's situation has become dire. If you still regard him as your father, go apologize to Qingyao to ease General Shen's fury and alleviate the pressure on your father. Listening to Lin Jiayin, Zhang Jiutong finally understood. In Lin Jiayin's eyes, there was only the husband she wished to elevate. For the sake of her husband's position, she was willing to push her own daughter further away. What if I no longer regard him as my father? Would I then be free of these burdens? Lin Jiayin was taken aback by Zhang Jiutong's rebellious spirit, having never anticipated her to utter such blasphemous words. You wretched child, he is your biological father. How can you say such things? Chapter 48, Severing Father-Daughter Ties. Zhang Jiutong found it laughable. Have you ever treated me as your own daughter? You sent your newborn daughter away. I merely spoke a few truths. And you cannot bear it. Zhang Zhenghai emerged from downstairs. Having endured too many unpleasant events in recent days, he opted to take a leave of absence and avoid the condescending remarks of others. Is this how you speak to your mother? Your grandfather raised you in a way that is utterly without restraint. Zhang Jiutong's previously calm demeanor ignited with fury. On what grounds do you criticize my grandfather? He taught me well. It is you who are unworthy of my regard. Zhang Zhenghai, unable to accept his daughter's defiance, struck Zhang Jiutong. This slap is a lesson from your grandfather. Zhang Jiutong was taken aback. Her right cheek aflame with pain, the skin reddened as if it would bleed. You never raised me. We share no bond. Consider this slap a repayment for your act of bringing me into this world. From this moment forth, do not claim me as your daughter. I shall not recognize you as my father. Having been humiliated at the Shen family, Zhang Zhenghai believed he could reclaim authority over his daughter. Yet, he was met with Zhang Jiutong's disdain as she audaciously proposed severing their father-daughter relationship. You dare? Zhang Jiutong's right cheek had swollen, the imprints of 5 fingers starkly spreading before Zhang Zhenghai's eyes. What do I have to fear? Zhang Zhenghai intended to strike again, but was halted by Lin Jiayin. She was somewhat flustered. Zhang Jiutong's expression was terrifyingly earnest, as if severing ties with this family had long been part of her plan. Zhang Jiutong, quickly apologize to your father, admit your mistake, and this matter will be considered resolved. Lin Jiayin reached to grasp Zhang Jiutong's arm, only to be forcefully shaken off. You want me to apologize to him? Lin Jiayin, your romantic delusions will ultimately lead to your own ruin. Is it not expected for a father to strike his child? What harm is there in offering an apology, if you hadn't insisted on taking away Qingyao's boyfriend? Would your father have been warned by the Shen family? Ultimately, it is your fault. Seeing Lin Jiayin's obstinacy, Zhang Jiutong was utterly disinclined to continue the entanglement. You say what you wish, I cannot be bothered to refute. I have come to retrieve the heirlooms left to me by my grandfather. I will take what is mine and leave, never to be a nuisance before your eyes again. Lin Jiayin was unwilling to relent. No, we may overlook your defiance towards your father, but you must apologize to Qingyao. Otherwise, your father's transfer to the central government may very well be jeopardized. Zhang Jiutong cast a cold glance at her. Lin Jiayin, I can tolerate you once or twice, merely because you are my grandfather's only daughter, sharing his bloodline. In my eyes, you hold no more weight than Zhang Zhenghai. Do not wait until you have exhausted the goodwill my grandfather held for you in my presence to realize your folly. Recognizing Zhang Jiutong's resolute stance against apologizing to Shen Qingyao, Lin Jiayin resorted to a threat. Zhang Jiutong, an album, a camcorder. If you desire them, you must kneel before Qingyao and admit your wrongs. Zhang Jiutong stared at her with icy indifference. Her disappointment in Lin Jiayin reaching its zenith. When Lin Jiayin saw that Zhang Jiutong remained unresponsive, she concluded that Zhang Jiutong was determined to stand her ground. Enraged, she seized the album and strode towards the kitchen. Sensing something amiss, Zhang Jiutong pursued her, but by the time she arrived, Lin Jiayin had already ignited the stove and tossed the album into the flames. In a panic, Zhang Jiutong reached into the fire with bare hands, burning her fingers, but could only salvage a few charred remnants of the album. Tears streamed down her face in an instant. This was the sole artifact left to her by her grandfather, filled with photographs of their time together in her childhood. With him gone now, even the photographs were lost. Witnessing Zhang Jiutong's anguish, Lin Jiayin felt a surge of control. The camcorder remains in my possession. If you do not wish to lose it as well, obediently accompany me to apologize to Qingyao, and sincerely repent before her. Zhang Jiutong's gaze became vacant, her sorrow nearly stifling her breath, clutching the remnants of the burned photographs. She repeatedly caressed the half-visible smiling face of her grandfather. No one would ever love her again. It was all gone. Lin Jiayin spoke to Zhang Jiutong, but she did not hear a word. Her mind buzzing, isolating her from the world outside. Zhang Zhenghe, challenged in his authority, found himself seething with frustration. Seeing Zhang Jiutong disregard him, he snatched the camcorder from Lin Jiayin's hands and smashed it onto the floor with furious force. With a loud crash, the camcorder shattered into pieces. The last taut nerve within Zhang Jiutong snapped. When an elder speaks to you, this is your response. It seems all your upbringing has been devoured by dogs. Lin Jiayin was taken aback. She had intended to use the camcorder as leverage to force Zhang Jiutong into apologizing to Shen Qingyao. However, since it was Zhang Zhenghe who destroyed it, she was left speechless. Zhang Jiutong, since you refuse to apologize, I will not press the issue. I will inform your father of your insubordination and rebellious behavior, and we shall see which affluent family would dare to accept you. Do you still wish to marry Xie Tingyu? You were simply dreaming. Zhang Jiutong numbly lifted her head to meet Lin Jiayin's arrogant gaze. Had it not been for my grandfather, I could have tolerated you. But today, you have deliberately severed my connection to him, and thus I shall no longer have any ties with you. From this day forth, Zhang Jiutong is no longer a daughter of the Zhang family. Nor will I remain Lin Jiayin's daughter. You shall completely vanish from my world. Do not trouble me again. With a heart heavy and lost, Zhang Jiutong gathered the ashes and the shattered pieces of the camcorder into her bag. For the final time, she stepped out of the Zhang family's grand entrance. She was unaware of where she could go now, only feeling a profound ache within her heart, yearning to reach inside and seal the void left by her grandfather's quiet departure. Zhang Jiutong hailed a taxi, weakly uttering the address of Tangyu. She could not fathom why she wished to see Xie Tingyu at this moment, nor could she ascertain what she would say upon meeting him. Zhang Jiutong lacked the strength to ponder these matters. She felt utterly exhausted and desperately wanted to cry. The taxi halted before the Tangyu building, and Zhang Jiutong handed the driver a 100 yuan note. Tightly clutching her bag as she exited, she did not call Xie Tingyu, uncertain if she would even find him here. As she approached the front desk, Chen Yu emerged from the elevator holding documents. Spotting Zhang Jiutong immediately, her eyes were glazed and lost, and her attire bore the remnants of unknown ashes. Miss Jiang, President Xie is in his office. I will escort you up. Chapter 49. Kissing before Shen Qingyao. Zhang Jiutong was led to Xie Tingyu's office. He was engaged in an online meeting, but upon seeing Zhang Jiutong's disheveled state, his brow furrowed, and he closed his laptop to approach her. What has happened? How did you end up like this? Zhang Jiutong had held back her tears throughout the ordeal. She did not cry when Zhang Zhenghe struck her, nor when Lin Jiayin ordered her to leave, but now, with someone expressing concern for her, she could no longer contain herself. My grandfather, his heirlooms were destroyed. Zhang Jiutong wept uncontrollably, her hands covered in ash, tightly gripping the remnants of a few photographs. Xie Tingyu, filled with compassion, embraced Zhang Jiutong, his eyes gleaming with a cold fury. What happened to your face? Who struck you? Zhang Jiutong sobbed. Zhang Zhenghe, I have severed ties with him. From today onward, I have no connection to the Zhang family. Xie Tingyu reached out, intending to touch Zhang Jiutong's swollen face, but withdrew before making contact. His eyes darkened with a fierce intensity, devoid of words yet brimming with menace. He picked up the internal line and instructed Chen Yu to bring in a first aid kit. Gently, he used a warm towel to wipe the ash from Zhang Jiutong's hands, careful not to touch the blisters formed by the burns, fearing to inflict further pain. After cleansing her hands, he retrieved burn ointment from the kit and meticulously applied it to her wounds with a cotton swab. To prevent infection, he carefully wrapped each of her fingers in gauze. Once he had tended to her injuries, Zhang Jiutong finally ceased her sobbing. Tingyu Gij, thank you. I did not intend to disturb your work. I truly had nowhere else to turn. Xie Tingyu felt a surge of happiness that Zhang Jiutong thought of him first in her time of vulnerability, and he wrapped her in his arms, gently stroking her back. Whenever you need me, you can come to me at any time. Zhang Jiutong rested her chin on Xie Tingyu's shoulder, listening to the rhythm of his strong heartbeat, gradually finding solace. Her face remained swollen. Xie Tingyu retrieved some ice from the refrigerator, wrapped it in a towel, and applied it to reduce her swelling. Zhang Jiutong sat on the sofa, her bandaged hands allowing him to bring the ice closer to her face. At that moment, Xie Tingyu's phone rang. Shen Qingyao. He glanced at the screen before promptly hanging up. Moments later, Chen Yu knocked and entered. The president, Miss Shen is currently downstairs. She has been unable to reach you and is on her way up. Xie Tingyu's gaze darkened, lacking any trace of mercy. Tell her to leave. Chen Yu, glancing at Zhang Jiutong on the sofa, quickly understood the source of the president's inexplicable anger. Understood. I will notify security. Zhang Jiutong's eyes shifted. Wait, let her come up. Chen Yu, receiving the directive, did not dare to glance at Xie Tingyu's expression and simply complied. Yes. Xie Tingyu looked at Zhang Jiutong with confusion. Did your fallout with the Zhang family stem from Shen Qingyao? Zhang Jiutong remained silent, her gaze directed out the window, yet Xie Tingyu comprehended everything. Tingyu Gij, do you love Shen Qingyao? Xie Tingyu snorted coldly, retorting, what do you think? Zhang Jiutong had long since known the answer. And what about me? Xie Tingyu's eyes bore into hers, his gaze deep and unfathomable, conveying a message unspoken yet evident. Zhang Jiutong awaited a response from Xie Tingyu, but before it arrived, the sound of high heels clicking on the floor echoed from outside. She stood, taking Xie Tingyu's hand, and pulled him into the adjoining room. Just as the door to the partition closed, Shen Qingyao pushed open the door. Tingyu, where are you? The office was eerily quiet, devoid of any response. She noticed an open medicine box on the coffee table and clear signs that two people had occupied the sofa. Shen Qingyao had pursued Xie Tingyu for so long and had finally come to his company. Yet he remained elusive. Who had just been with him? A sense of panic began to rise within her, as if something was silently slipping through her fingers. Tingyu, are you in there? Shen Qingyao approached the partition door. Uncertain if Xie Tingyu was resting within, her hand grasped the doorknob, gently pushing it open. Zhang Jiutong had just pulled Xie Tingyu into the partition. Though the office was spacious, it lacked any barriers, and everything was visible from the entrance. She could clearly hear the sound of Shen Qingyao's high heels drawing nearer, halting at the door. In but a fleeting moment, the door separating the three individuals would swing open. Zhang Jiutong, feeling a surge of nervousness, clutched Xie Tingyu's arm tightly, her heart pounding incessantly. She glanced up, only to find Xie Tingyu leaning leisurely against the doorframe, nonchalantly observing her. Tingyu, are you in there? I'm coming in now. The door to the compartment was pushed ajar. If Shen Qingyao took just half a step forward, she would witness the sight of Zhang Jiutong nestled closely against Xie Tingyu. Zhang Jiutong's gaze deepened as she rose onto her tiptoes, attempting to reach his lips. Brother Tingyu, are you willing to be with me? Upon hearing Zhang Jiutong's words, Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow slightly. He extended his right index finger, pointing towards the location of her heart. Do you hold a place for me in your heart? Zhang Jiutong, glancing towards the door and remaining vigilant of Shen Qingyao's movements, casually responded, yes. No sooner had her words left her lips than Xie Tingyu leaned down and captured her mouth with his own. Unlike the fleeting taste experienced in Finland, his advances seemed to probe the authenticity of her words. The door to the compartment had opened a third of the way, revealing the shadow of Shen Qingyao's high-heeled shoes. Zhang Jiutong diverted her gaze, wrapping her arms around Xie Tingyu's neck to deepen the kiss. She pressed herself against him, her hand wandering downward. Xie Tingyu let out a muffled groan, aroused by her touch. Just as the door seemed poised to swing open, it suddenly halted, then gently closed again. Shen Qingyao distinctly heard Xie Tingyu's voice, fully aware of the context in which such sounds would arise. A wave of trepidation washed over her, fearing that to push open the door would reveal a scene she could not bear to witness. She was also apprehensive that, should she disrupt Xie Tingyu's intimate moment, she might find herself unceremoniously cast aside. Shen Qingyao, who typically acted on a whim, found herself hesitant to shatter this veil of ignorance. If she feigned unawareness, she could continue to navigate her relationship with Xie Tingyu with a semblance of ease. However, should she open that door and confront the reality, she was uncertain whether she could maintain her place by his side. Shen Qingyao stood frozen for what felt like an eternity, the muffled sounds from within only heightening her distress. Her feet felt as if they were weighed down by lead, rendering her immobile. In her mind, she repeatedly dismissed the faces that might be present in that room. Each fleeting visage sent her spiraling into an emotional turmoil. Shen Qingyao dug her nails into her flesh. The pain of her skin breaking yielding a mere fraction of the anguish lodged in her heart. Chapter 50. Xie Tingyu loses control. Xie Tingyu, stirred into a frenzy by Zhang Jiutang's provocations, lifted her hands above her head, wary of her injuries. He leaned in, his voice hushed as he whispered in her ear, "If you are willing, I can ensure she vanishes from my life entirely." Zhang Jiutang, enveloped by the warmth radiating from Xie Tingyu, felt her heart quicken. No, Xie Tingyu lowered his head, kissing her lips and swallowing the end of her sentence. They kissed for an indeterminate amount of time. While Shen Qingyao stood outside the door, her nerves battered by the intertwining sounds of their breaths, the temperature within the compartment surged as Xie Tingyu unzipped Zhang Jiutang's dress, exposing her skin to the cool air, prompting her to instinctively recoil. Yet, with a gentle tug, he pulled her back into his embrace. "What title will you grant me?" The esteemed prince, revered by many, now adopted a tone of humility as he sought a place beside Zhang Jiutang. She bit down lightly on his Adam's apple, kissing him in rhythm with its movement. "How about a secret lover?" Xie Tingyu looked down, his gaze filled with desire as he beheld this daring woman. Ultimately, under the tender assault of Zhang Jiutang's affections, he surrendered, accepting the mantle of her clandestine partner. Shen Qingyao, nearly oblivious to how she had exited Xie Tingyu's office, felt as if she were in a daze. A mere shell of her former self, Shenyu, waiting outside, quickly assisted her in calling the elevator, personally escorting her downstairs. "Miss Shen, please take care." Once regained her composure, Shen Qingyao immediately dialed Lin Jiayin. "Where is Zhang Jiutang?" Lin Jiayin, sensing the trepidation in Shen Qingyao's voice, felt a twinge of guilt, having previously used Zhang Jiutang's grandfather's relics to coerce her into apologizing to Shen Qingyao. The situation had escalated dramatically, culminating in Zhang Jiutang severing ties with the Zhang family, and now, confronted by Shen Qingyao's inquiry, she was at a loss. "Zhang Jiutang, I sent her home early this morning. Your father and I took turns scolding her. Your father even slapped her to vent his frustrations on your behalf. Qingyao, I assure you that your father's involvement in Zhang Jiutang's situation was entirely unforeseen. He was so incensed that he couldn't sleep for several nights, insisting on personally disciplining her." Lin Jiayin fervently attempted to extricate Zhang Zhenghe from the fallout of Zhang Jiutang's predicament. Fearing that the Shen family would retaliate against him due to her actions upon learning that Zhang Jiutang was currently being reprimanded at the Zhang residence, Shen Qingyao lost interest in the conversation and abruptly hung up. At least it wasn't her. Lost in her thoughts, Shen Qingyao leaned against the back seat, her tears rendering her makeup a chaotic mess, when Zhang Jiutang awoke on the bed in Xie Tingyu's office compartment. Night had fallen and groggy. She opened her eyes to find the room dimly lit, with Xie Tingyu standing on the balcony smoking, the tip of his cigarette glowing like a distant star. "Xie Tingyu, I'm hungry." He extinguished the cigarette, waved away the lingering smoke, and approached the bed with a smile. "Haven't I yet satisfied your hunger?" Zhang Jiutang kicked him playfully, inadvertently aggravating her tender injuries. "Ouch!" Xie Tingyu, alarmed, moved to examine her legs. "Did you hurt yourself? Let me take a look." Zhang Jiutang resisted, clutching the blanket tightly. "I'm starving. I want to lie in bed and eat some snail rice noodles." Xie Tingyu turned on the lamp beside the bed, the soft light casting Zhang Jiutang in an enchanting glow. "Alright, I'll fetch you some snail rice noodles right now. You rest a bit longer." After Xie Tingyu left with the car keys, Zhang Jiutang found herself restless in bed. She slipped her bare feet onto the floor, her gait resembling that of a penguin returning from the Antarctic. The events of the day loomed large in her mind, leaving her in a state of bewilderment. She turned on all the lights in the room and gazed down from the balcony where Xie Tingyu had just been smoking. The city outside was ablaze with lights, the dazzling spectacle. In the vast expanse of Jing City, she realized there was no longer anyone or anything that she cared for upon returning with the snail rice noodles that Zhang Jiutang had specifically requested. Xie Tingyu found her standing barefoot by the window. He placed the noodles on the table and fetched a pair of slippers. "It's getting chilly. Be careful not to catch a cold." Zhang Jiutang sat down beside the coffee table, her feet clad in Xie Tingyu's oversized slippers. The rich aroma of the snail rice noodles wafted from the container, making her mouth water. "Where are we going to eat in bed? You lie down first, and I'll bring the noodles to you." Zhang Jiutang shook her head. "No, I don't want to dirty your sheets." As soon as those words were spoken, both fell silent for a moment. Zhang Jiutang glanced at the already soiled sheets, her cheeks flushing crimson. "You're not allowed to look. It's all your fault." Xie Tingyu, finding amusement in her bashful yet defiant expression, chuckled. Alright, it's all my fault, princess. May we dine now?" Zhang Jiutang nodded, reaching for the chopsticks. Her fingers, all bandaged, looked comically plump. After a clumsy struggle with the chopsticks, she ultimately surrendered and, in a huff, thrust them into Xie Tingyu's hands. You feed me, Xie Tingyu, unable to tolerate the scent of the snail rice noodles, contemplated retreating to a distance. However, as he glanced at the chopsticks in his hands, he couldn't suppress a grin. Wait a moment, I'll pinch my nose and feed you, who enjoys such a stinky dish. Despite his words of disdain, his movements were gentle, cautious not to scold Zhang Jiutang. Each bite he offered was blown cool before reaching her lips. Zhang Jiutang savored the experience, relishing the joy of indulging in delectable food without lifting a finger, a pleasure capable of healing all her grievances. After their meal, Xie Tingyu had clean clothes sent up. The dress Zhang Jiutang had arrived in was now tattered. She rummaged through his wardrobe and donned one of his shirts, making do for the afternoon. Xie Tingyu, take me home, Xie Tingyu. Bemused by the woman who had transformed after being thoroughly indulged, chuckled Riley, after I've satisfied your every desire, you even forget to call me brother. Zhang Jiutang pulled out her lipstick. Reapplying her makeup in front of the mirror, the imprint of a slap still prominently swollen on her right cheek, rising onto her toes, she leaned in and placed a gentle kiss on his neck. Leaving half a red lip print against his throbbing skin and the other half on the collar of his shirt, she parted her lips, sweetly addressing him, "You." With her sultry gaze, Zhang Jiutang ignited the long-suppressed desire within Xie Tingyu, who could no longer conceal his intentions. He pressed her against the mirror, his voice hoarse as he whispered in her ear, "Be good, let us do it once more." Zhang Jiutang, unable to withstand the onslaught, found her hands raised above her head, the newly donned dress pooling around her feet. With her back pressed against the cold mirror, she instinctively leaned into Xie Tingyu's embrace, acutely aware that the dress she wore that night would likely see no further use. Chapter 51, Daylight Indulgence. Days later, Zhang Jiutang attended a routine meeting at Tangyu. Although Xie Tingyu was not required to participate, there he was, lounging with his legs crossed in the conference room. The management team below dared not utter a sound. As Zhang Jiutang pushed open the door to the meeting room, she instinctively pouted upon catching sight of Xie Tingyu. He noted her subtle gesture and pulled out his phone. Sending her a message, Zhang Jiutang proceeded to report on the recent technological advancements in the military factory production line to the senior management of Tangyu. Suddenly, a phone on the table buzzed. Zhang Jiutang paid it no mind, continuing her presentation. Suddenly lifting her gaze, she locked eyes with Xie Tingyu, who wore a playful expression. Quickly she glanced at the other leaders, only to find them all attentively listening to the report, and shot a warning glare at Xie Tingyu. Once her report concluded, she exhaled in relief and settled into her seat. Reaching for her phone to open WeChat, the pin contact labeled brother displayed a small red dot. This was the result of the last visit to Zhang Jiutang's home, when Xie Tingyu had taken advantage of her inability to resist and altered her contact name. Although Zhang Jiutang disapproved of Xie Tingyu's mischievous tendencies, it was ultimately harmless, so she had allowed it to remain. "Brother, have you missed me?" Zhang Jiutang casually replied with a sticker featuring a child making a kissing face, accompanied by the caption, "Miss you." Just as she pressed send, Xie Tingyu's phone chimed in response. Throughout the entire meeting, only the phones of Zhang Jiutang and Xie Tingyu exchanged notification sounds. My Mang's gaze flitted between the two like a radar. Experience told her that these two certainly regarded the other attendees as mere props in their little play. My Mang suppressed a smile, while a nearby technician, familiar with her, looked puzzled and asked earnestly, "Did I miss something amusing regarding the damping coefficient we just discussed?" Unable to share her delight at witnessing the unfolding drama, my man concocted a makeshift jest to dismiss the serious technician. Xie Tingyu stroked his chin, his gaze never straying from Zhang Jiutang. He picked up his phone, captivated by a charming sticker on the chat interface, which instantly lifted his spirits. Leaning back in his chair, he appeared relaxed and content. Those keen observers among the senior executives, noticing Xie Tingyu's satisfaction with the report, dared not pose any challenging questions to Zhang Jiutang or my Mang, even going so far as to help them navigate the presentation with ease. Once the meeting concluded and everyone began to gather their belongings to exit, my Mang and Zhang Jiutang conspired to dine at that delightful restaurant they had previously enjoyed. Suddenly Xie Tingyu called out to her from the head table, "Miss Zhang, please wait for me in my office." The others halted, realizing they were not involved, and quickly exited the office. Upon hearing that Xie Tingyu intended to keep Zhang Jiutang behind, my Mang instantly dismissed the earlier dining plans from her mind. Tang, I'll head back first, the company needs me." "You have fun?" Zhang Jiutang playfully smacked her. "What fun? It's certainly work-related that he wants to see me." My Mang wore an expression of understanding. Gathering her things and slipping away, Zhang Jiutang deliberately dawdled, waiting until most had departed before she continued organizing her materials at her desk. As Xie Tingyu passed by her, he seemingly brushed against her shoulder by accident. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, she discreetly kicked him. This man was clearly intentional. the shoulder he had just bumped into still bore the imprint of his bite once everyone had left. Jiang Jiutong could no longer procrastinate and was compelled to gather her things and head to Xie Tingyu's office. Upon entering, she found him lounging in his executive chair, leisurely toying with a desk ornament. "Weren't you the one who said you missed me?" Jiang Jiutong approached, leaning against Xie Tingyu's shoulder, teasingly tracing her finger along his chin. Xie Tingyu permitted her playful antics, pulling her onto his lap with one arm wrapped around her waist. "Why have you lost weight again?" Jiang Jiutong squirmed a bit, feeling ticklish, and attempted to rise. "Are you that idle? You need to join in on meetings like this." Xie Tingyu remained silent, only gazing at the little pout on her face. "If I hadn't shown up, you'd still be in the conference room facing those old geezers' inquiries. Shouldn't you thank me?" He was right. Her smooth delivery of the report was largely due to his presence, which had intimidated the higher-ups into silence. Therefore, she leaned in and planted a kiss on his lips. "Thank you, Ayu, but calling me to your office in broad daylight seems inappropriate, doesn't it?" "What's inappropriate about it?" Xie Tingyu asked with a grin. "What if someone walks in? It would be quite awkward. You, a prominent CEO, shouldn't engage in such indiscretions during daylight." Just as Jiang Jiutong finished her sentence, Chen Yu knocked and entered. Upon seeing Jiang Jiutong perched on Xie Tingyu's lap, he showed no sign of surprise. "President, would you like me to set the table for the meal now?" Xie Tingyu nodded. Chen Yu brought in the food boxes, arranging them on the table and placing 2 sets of chopsticks before exiting. Xie Tingyu chuckled as he held Jiang Jiutong close. "Indiscretions in broad daylight?" Jiang Jiutong cleared her throat, pretending to be nonchalant as she stood up and moved to the coffee table. As long as she didn't exhibit any embarrassment, no one would suspect her feelings. Jiang Jiutong picked up her chopsticks and sampled a piece of scallion shrimp. Ming Ding Xian's dishes truly live up to their reputation. Do you eat this well all the time? Xie Tingyu sat beside her, picking up his chopsticks to serve her more food. "I hardly have time to relish such delicacies. I need to hurry to a meeting at the military district soon." Jiang Jiutong paused, chuckling as she gazed at Xie Tingyu. "You seem quite adept at being a boyfriend." Xie Tingyu corrected her, a hint of sourness in his tone. "Wrong, I'm a secret lover." Jiang Jiutong burst into uncontrollable laughter. "The esteemed prince of the capital circle is so hung up on titles. No one would believe it if you told them. Hurry and eat, the sweet and sour pork will taste terrible if it gets cold." Jiang Jiutong sampled each dish, selecting her favorites while leaving the ones she didn't care for Xie Tingyu. He showed no disdain, consuming whatever she offered without complaint. After their meal, Jiang Jiutong began to feel drowsy and, not wishing to endure a car ride back to the company while fighting sleep, she stretched out on the bed in Xie Tingyu's office and succumbed to slumber. When she awoke over an hour later, she yawned and climbed out of bed, only to find Xie Tingyu seated on the sofa by the window, holding a cup and working on his laptop. "Weren't you supposed to be at a meeting in the military district? Why are you still here?" Upon noticing her awake, Xie Tingyu closed his laptop and changed the schedule. Jiang Jiutong glanced at her phone, realizing it was time for her to leave. "I have to go." Xie Tingyu swiftly lifted her, and they both tumbled back onto the bed. At Chapter 52, receiving a party invitation. Jiang Jiutong was suddenly added to a group chat. The group was titled, Han Su's Birthday Party Call to Arms. After joining, Shuangwu introduced Jiang Jiutong to everyone. "Shuangwu, Tang Tang is my friend, none of you are allowed to bully her." "Han Su, Sister Jiutang, I don't have your WeChat. So I had to ask Shuangwu to add you. My birthday is in 2 days, come join us for some fun." Jiang Jiutong was still trying to make sense of why she was invited to Han Su's birthday party. Meanwhile, Xie Tingyu's phone rang. The man was smoking on the balcony, and Jiang Jiutong glanced at the caller ID, not intending to answer. Hearing the ringtone, Xie Tingyu inquired, "Whose call is it?" Jiang Jiutong, unwilling to move, replied, "You can check for yourself." Xie Tingyu, knowing he had little choice, extinguished his cigarette and walked over to the bed. "You better have something important, since Han Su had directly added others to the group." Xie Tingyu felt compelled to make a personal call. "Xie, my birthday is in 2 days. Will you come?" "I'm busy." Xie Tingyu picked up the clothes strewn on the floor, tossing them aside disdainfully as he spoke dismissively. Han Su, feeling anxious, replied, "No, don't. I only celebrate my birthday once a year. You can spare some time for that." Jiang Jiutong held up her phone, showing Xie Tingyu the recent group chat messages about Han Su's birthday party. Xie Tingyu chuckled softly and kissed her forehead, asking, "Do you want to go?" Jiang Jiutong nodded. Shuangwu had messaged her, eager to share all the gossip she had accumulated during their time apart. So she had agreed to attend for Shuangwu's sake. "Yes, I'm going. I promise." Shuangwu. After hearing Jiang Jiutong's response, Xie Tingyu spoke in a nonchalant tone into the phone. "All right." Han Su clearly heard Xie Tingyu conversing with someone nearby. And his keen ears caught a woman's voice. Okay, I'll send you the time and place shortly. After hanging up, Han Su had a sudden realization that if Xie Tingyu brought Shen Qingyao along and he hadn't personally invited her, that woman would undoubtedly make a scene later. With a sense of urgency, Han Su added Shen Qingyao to the group. Han Su, Miss Shen, I'm inviting you and Xie to my birthday party in 2 days.
Shuangwu, Han Su, you're quite clever. Shen Qingyao, sure, Xie Tingyu already mentioned it to me.
Zhang Jiutong watched the chat unfold with a sense of schadenfreude, handing her phone to Xie Tingyu.
Your girlfriend is going too.
Wouldn't it be inconvenient if I'm there? Xie Tingyu glanced at the messages, pondering what Han Su was up to. Zhang Jiutong couldn't help but chuckle.
He probably overheard you asking me about going and assumed you were with Shen Qingyao. What should we do?
Maybe I shouldn't go after all. Xie Tingyu silently observed Zhang Jiutong's theatrical display, then stood up to rummage through her wardrobe. Tomorrow, I'll have someone bring over my clothes and stock up on some daily necessities. Zhang Jiutong stepped in front of him, wrapping her arms around his waist to make him meet her gaze.
Dan Ti changed the subject.
What are you going to do if Shen Qingyao is there? Xie Tingyu replied casually, as long as you're willing, I can break up with her at any time.
Zhang Jiutong felt deflated in an instant. Forget it, she currently does not intend to strike Shen Qingyao down with a single blow. Allowing her to remain by Xie Tingyu's side to witness everything is what would truly pierce her heart. What did you just say? Adding household items? Do you plan to stay here long-term? Xie Tingyu corrected her. Not long-term, but to move in with you. Absolutely not. The reason, my apartment is rented from my cousin Mai Mang. And it was clearly stated at the beginning that no males are allowed to return. Zhang Jiutong furtively glanced at Xie Tingyu, biting her lip in guilt. How could Xie Tingyu move in with her? That would mean she could hardly rest except during those few days of her menstrual cycle. Xie Tingyu wore a stern expression, clearly displeased after being rejected. Zhang Jiutong playfully shook his arm. Occasionally staying over isn't out of the question. The two drove to the supermarket to buy groceries, and she also picked out some new toothbrushes and towels for Xie Tingyu. While in the car, they began discussing Han Su's birthday party, and Zhang Jiutong suddenly realized she still did not know when Xie Tingyu's birthday was. When is your birthday? Xie Tingyu shot her a glance. I heard you looked me up on Baidu Baiki. You don't know my birthday? Zhang Jiutong pouted. I did that to prepare for collaborating with Tangyu, to familiarize myself with the information of the company president. Who cares when your birthday is? After saying this, she sensed the temperature around the man beside her drop several degrees as he coldly stared ahead. Zhang Jiutong stifled a laugh, thinking that sometimes he acted just like a child, getting upset over something utterly trivial, making him quite difficult to read. Thus she sat in the passenger seat, took out her phone, and indeed opened Baidu Baiki to search for Xie Tingyu's birthday. Ah, your birthday is in December, quite close to mine. Xie Tingyu was amused by her action, reaching to turn on the car's heater. It's already November in the capital. He could not fathom why Zhang Jiutong liked wearing skirts with bare legs. Just a 4-day difference, Zhang Jiutong calculated, and indeed found it to be true. But how did Xie Tingyu know her birthday? You know my birthday. Do I have a Baidu Baiki entry too? She entered her name on her phone, only to be disappointed by the plethora of namesakes that appeared. I hope to see my name on your Baidu Baiki. This statement was as impactful as saying, I wish to be listed on your household registration. Xie Tingyu was instantly appeased, reaching out to ruffle her hair. If you wish, we can make that happen right now. Zhang Jiutong considered Xie Tingyu's terrifying decisiveness. Even though it was already 9:30 in the evening, if she agreed, he could indeed make the staff at the Civil Affairs Bureau work overtime. Never mind, it's better not to give the staff additional workload. Xie Tingyu remained silent, continuing to drive quietly. Zhang Jiutong pinched his leg. Do you feel wrong being my secret lover? Xie Tingyu grasped her wandering hand in his palm. Not at all. I appreciate the opportunity to be your secret lover. If I could be promoted to a more official status, I would be even happier. Zhang Jiutong pouted. How cheesy. After shopping for snacks, the two selected some ingredients, purchased daily necessities for Xie Tingyu, and then drove back home. They stood in the kitchen, staring at a pile of fresh ingredients in dismay. Can you cook? Xie Tingyu shook his head. Neither can I. Zhang Jiutong decided not to dwell on it, changing into her pajamas and heading to the bathroom for a shower. Just as she turned on the hot water, Xie Tingyu pushed open the bathroom door and walked in. Do you need help? Zhang Jiutong knew he had ulterior motives. Could you pour me a glass of water? I'll drink it after my shower. No sooner had she finished speaking than Xie Tingyu had already walked up behind her and embraced her. No rush, we can drink it after we're done.
Xie Tingyu leaned closer, resting his chin on her collarbone, brushing her hair aside, and placing a kiss on her earlobe. Zhang Jiutong began to regret her decision to let Xie Tingyu stay. Tomorrow, she would put up a sign saying no entry for Xie Tingyu and dogs. He was far worse than a dog. He truly bit. The next morning, Zhang Jiutong failed to wake up to her alarm. By the time she dragged her sore body out of bed, it was already past 9. Wearing her pajamas and barefoot, she emerged from her bedroom to find Xie Tingyu genuinely busy in the kitchen. She approached him, playfully wrapping her arms around his waist and peering around. You're making breakfast? Xie Tingyu had already toasted some bread and was frying an egg. Go wash up. Breakfast will be ready in 5 minutes. Zhang Jiutong rubbed her eyes and yawned her way to the bathroom. When she returned, breakfast was already set on the table, toast spread with jam, a beautifully fried sunny-side-up egg, and milk at the perfect temperature. You're quite the homemaker. Xie Tingyu placed a peeled boiled egg on the plate in front of Zhang Jiutong. Don't flatter me, I can only manage these. Zhang Jiutong delightfully enjoyed her toast, her eyes crinkling with joy. It's already wonderful. I really like the breakfast you prepared, though she hadn't done any of the work. Her emotional needs were thoroughly met. After breakfast, the two set out for work. I'll give you a ride. Zhang Jiutong waved her hand. No need, it's not on the way. Upon arriving at the office, My Mang, sensing the scent of gossip, approached her. What stage are you in? Xie Tingyu at spill. Zhang Jiutong, tidying up the files on her desk, casually replied, I slept with him. My Mang's mouth dropped in astonishment. Wide enough to fit an egg. Oh my god, Tang, you're incredible. That's the prince of the capital. You actually slept with him. Tell me what it's like to sleep with a man of his caliber. Zhang Jiutong shot her a glance. My Mang chuckled and restrained herself. Alright, no more questions about that. Just thinking about Shen Qingyao's expression when she finds out makes me want to laugh out loud. After all, she has bullied you since childhood. It's time she faced some consequences. Zhang Jiutong smiled softly without replying, categorizing the files into their folders. My Mang continued to gossip beside her until Zhang Jiutong's phone rang. Interrupting them, she glanced at the screen. It was Xie Tingyu. The prince was quite clingy. Without interrupting Zhang Jiutong's call, My Mang discreetly slipped away. Zhang Jiutong answered the call, placing the phone beside her. Have you arrived at the office? Zhang Jiutong checked the time. It had only been half an hour since they parted ways. I'm already here, sitting in my office. Xie Tingyu was on the line, listening to Chen Yu report on the day's work arrangements while calling Zhang Jiutong. I'll pick you up after work. I booked a Cantonese restaurant to let you try. Zhang Jiutong didn't expect that after breaking that barrier with Xie Tingyu, their interactions would become so frequent. She was used to being alone, but now she enjoyed the warmth of being remembered by someone. Sounds good. I was just craving Cantonese food after receiving an invitation to Han Su's birthday party. Shen Qingyao carefully selected a dress for the occasion. She took photos of the 2 dresses she had finally chosen and sent them to Xie Tingyu. Tingyu, which one looks better on me? In a good mood, Xie Tingyu casually opened Shen Qingyao's WeChat and replied, the black one. Shen Qingyao looked at the blue and white dresses in front of her, amused and frustrated. Tingyu, I'll swing by to pick you up tomorrow to go to the dock together. Since Xie Tingyu preferred her in black, she decided to replace all her dresses with black ones. Taking advantage of Han Su's birthday, she was determined to deepen her relationship with Xie Tingyu. Don't come. Xie Tingyu replied with just 2 words before closing the chat and setting his phone aside. Shen Qingyao didn't take it to heart. The fact that Xie Tingyu responded to her was already a good sign. Early the next morning, Shen Qingyao had her driver take her to Xie Tingyu's doorstep. She called him several times with no answer and had no choice but to drop by. However, the housekeeper at the Xie residence informed her that the young master had not returned home for several days. Remembering the noises she had heard in Xie Tingyu's office that day, Shen Qingyao trembled with anger. If he wasn't home, was he off with some other woman again, unable to reach Xie Tingyu? Shen Qingyao reluctantly set off for the dock alone. By the time she arrived, most guests had already gathered. Han Su was busy greeting the friends attending his birthday party. Miss Shen, you finally arrived fashionably late. Shen Qingyao shot Han Su a glare. Whereas Tingyu, Han Su, feeling exasperated, wondered why this young lady was always giving him a hard time. Master Tingyu was already inside. Shen Qingyao ignored Han Su further. Holding her head high as she walked onto the yacht, the early arrivals were chatting in the lounge. Xie Tingyu, surrounded by a group of people, lounged on the sofa, idly toying with a lighter. Shen Qingyao made her way towards Xie Tingyu, pushing aside Qin, and sat next to him. Tingyu, why didn't you let me know you weren't home? I went to your house and couldn't find you. Xie Tingyu shot her a cold glance.
Why should I report my whereabouts to you? Shen Qingyao, fearful of inciting Xie Tingyu's ire, hastily offered an explanation that no, I merely wished to accompany you. Han Su specifically invited both of us for his birthday. I couldn't possibly come alone. Shen Qingyao retracted her usual haughty demeanor towards others, donning a gentle tone that left those around her momentarily stunned. Xie Tingyu, however, chose not to engage further, feeling somewhat awkward. Shen Qingyao sat beside him, peeling an orange from the table. Tingyu, would you like an orange? Xie Tingyu did not extend his hand, prompting Shen Qingyao to bring it to his lips, with a playful glance towards the left. A smirk of mockery danced at the corners of his eyes. Following his gaze, Shen Qingyao's eyes met Zhang Jiutong's. Chapter 54. Addressing him as husband, Zhang Jiutong glanced at the orange in Shen Qingyao's hand. Then at Xie Tingyu, pursing her lips as she too reached for an orange to peel. Shuangwu, would you care for an orange? Shuangwu, engrossed in gossip, remained oblivious to the unspoken exchange between Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu. Is it sweet? Zhang Jiutong shook her head. I wouldn't know. Perhaps you should inquire of Xie Tingyu. Shuangwu was puzzled. Why would one need to ask Xie Tingyu whether the orange was sweet? He certainly did not strike her as someone who would peel an orange to eat. Turning her head, she spotted Shen Qingyao holding a peeled segment, offering it to Xie Tingyu. Suddenly Shuangwu understood, and a mischievous urge welled up within her. Young master, you, is the orange sweet? Xie Tingyu cast a sideways glance at the woman next to Shuangwu, who wore an expression of eager anticipation, then turned his head to evade Shen Qingyao's offering. Tingyu, do try it. It's quite sweet, Shen Qingyao insisted, casting a glare at Zhang Jiutong for her interference just moments ago. She had been on the verge of feeding the orange to Xie Tingyu, but now, with Zhang Jiutong's disruption, he had turned her down, leaving her feeling somewhat humiliated. Xie Tingyu rose and beckoned to Qin Yi. Your girlfriend wishes for an orange. Do you not have hands? Qin Yi, inexplicably singled out, had no idea what was unfolding. He observed Shuangwu and Zhang Jiutong seated together, with Zhang Jiutong holding a peeled orange. Attempting to feed it to Shuangwu, did not Jiutong prepare it for her? This is not my concern. With a bemused expression, Qin Yi stood and prepared to follow Xie Tingyu to the deck for a smoke. However, upon catching Xie Tingyu's frosty gaze, he felt compelled to retreat, momentarily puzzled as to what had displeased him. Approaching Shuangwu, he picked up an orange to peel. I asked this what you meant, though perplexed as to why Xie Tingyu insisted he peel an orange for Shuangwu. It was evident from Xie Tingyu's gaze that failing to do so might lead to dire consequences. Oh well, peeling an orange for his girlfriend could simply be seen as a public display of affection. As Qin Yi approached, Zhang Jiutong retracted her hand, making room for the couple, while she herself settled onto the sofa, plucking a piece of candy from the fruit platter. Shen Qingyao, having failed to draw closer to Xie Tingyu, directed all her frustrations towards Zhang Jiutong. She strode up to Zhang Jiutong with purpose, sitting beside her without regard for anyone else. Zhang Jiutong, I won't tolerate your schemes. I advise you to keep your distance from Xie Tingyu. He is not someone you can covet. Hearing that her mother had mentioned Zhang Jiutong severing ties with the Zhang family, Shen Qingyao continued, now that you lack even the one redeeming family connection, what do you have to compete with me? Zhang Jiutong unwrapped a citrus-flavored candy, placing the yellow morsel into her mouth as she cast a glance at Xie Tingyu on the deck before turning her gaze back to Shen Qingyao. The one who truly loves you cannot be taken away by another. Your constant anxiety must surely hold little weight in Xie Tingyu's heart. Shen Qingyao, why deceive yourself? Or have you been lying for so long that you now believe your own fabrications? Shen Qingyao felt the sting of her words. The world knew of her deep affection for Xie Tingyu, yet none acknowledged the bond he felt for her. Even she had never seen a glimmer of love in his eyes. But what of it? Xie Tingyu was destined to be with her, and only her. Zhang Jiutong, do you not fear that I might send you abroad again? How many 6-year spans do you think you have to contend with me? Shen Qingyao's mention of sending her abroad caused Zhang Jiutong's expression to darken. I shall grant you one more chance, Shen Qingyao. Should you fail to send me away this time, it will be you who departs. Zhang Jiutong was no longer the naive girl she once was at 18. Not back then, she had harbored hope that Lin Jiayin and Zhang Zhenghe would come to her rescue. Now, she would harbor no unrealistic fantasies of anyone coming to her aid. She would be her own fortress. Shen Qingyao's dissatisfaction with Zhang Jiutong's attitude was palpable. Zhang Jiutong had always been required to yield to her due to Shen Qingyao's mere dislike. Zhang Jiutong had been sent away from the Zhang family shortly after her birth. Because Shen Qingyao had declared her intent to be the sole heir of the Zhang family, Zhang Jiutong had not been acknowledged by them until she turned 18. Later, due to Shen Qingyao's fondness for Lu Xinian, Zhang Jiutong had been exiled abroad for 6 years. Her Zhang Jiutong was meant to exist under Shen Qingyao's authority, merely scraping by. What gave her the audacity to disregard Shen Qingyao's commands now? Zhang Jiutang, I will not let your trip to Finland with Xie Tingyu go unpunished. You are only fit to crawl beneath my feet for survival. Who has granted you the audacity to vie for him? I warn you once more, keep your distance from Xie Tingyu. We are soon to be wed, and both Xie Bo and Xie Mu have taken a liking to me with my grandfather's influence. The title of Xie Tingyu's wife shall never belong to another. If you wish to maintain even a semblance of dignity, do not make matters too ugly, otherwise, I will not hesitate to expose your true nature to the world. Zhang Jiutang remained unfazed, her demeanor as calm as if a stranger were merely asking for directions. She dismissively gestured, You constantly accuse me of seducing Xie Tingyu. Have you ever asked him if it was of his own volition? He is a fully grown man. If he did not wish to, could I possibly force him onto a plane? Shen Qingyao, it seems, found solace in self-deception, but she should not parade her foolishness before Zhang Jiutang. Otherwise, I might just call the Special Assistance Center to have them rescue you. Your bravado here is rather cowardly. If you have the courage, confront Xie Tingyu and caution him not to appear before me again. Shen Qingyao's composure faltered, her jaw clenched as if she might shatter her teeth. Were it not for the necessity of maintaining a ladylike appearance in front of Xie Tingyu, she would have long since slapped Zhang Jiutang. What wrong has Xie Tingyu committed? Surely you must have employed some underhanded tactics that led him to momentarily stray from his senses. Once he regains clarity, he will undoubtedly punish you for your disgraceful conduct. Zhang Jiutang, seeing that Shen Qingyao grew timid at the mention of Xie Tingyu, decided to push further. What? Afraid to ask? Allow me to inquire for you. Just then, Xie Tingyu, having finished his smoke, re-entered from the deck and was called over by Qin Yi. Young master Yu, how was the orange I peeled? My wife says it is quite sweet. Qin Yi had ulterior motives, deliberately flaunting before Xie Tingyu. He knew that Xie Tingyu would never engage in such interactions with Shen Qingyao. As Zhang Jiutang finished her statement, she called out to Xie Tingyu, Darling, could you come here for a moment? Chapter 55, Have you and Xie Tingyu made it obvious? As Zhang Jiutang's words fell, all eyes turned towards her. It was common knowledge that Zhang Jiutang had no boyfriend, and her calling someone darling caused a collective shock. The crowd followed her gaze, finding the young master standing there with one hand in his pocket. Prompting an audible intake of breath, Zhang Jiutang certainly possessed remarkable audacity. No one had dared to joke with Xie Tingyu in such a manner before. Even Han Su felt a bead of cold sweat trace down his spine for her. Shen Qingyao's complexion darkened. She observed Xie Tingyu's reaction to Zhang Jiutang's affectionate address. There was no surprise, no questioning, just a familiarity suggesting this title had been uttered countless times before in his presence. Digging her nails into her thigh to steady herself, she feared hearing a response from Xie Tingyu. He gazed at Zhang Jiutang with intrigue, pausing in his stride as he assessed what this little wildcat was up to now. The atmosphere around them thickened. Even Xuanwu held her breath, uncertain whether something had transpired during her time apart from Zhang Jiutang. Shen Qingyao cast a pleading look at Xie Tingyu, hoping for his compassion. At least wishing he would spare her from humiliation in front of so many. Zhang Jiutang, with a smile in her eyes, leaned playfully towards Xie Tingyu. Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow, shifting from his playful demeanor to stride towards Zhang Jiutang. Meanwhile, Han Su's jaw nearly dropped in disbelief. No way, could this really be the usually aloof Xie Tingyu? How is it that with just a beckon from Jiutang, he is so eager to comply? Goodness, am I witnessing a moment of historic significance? Seated beside Zhang Jiutang, Shen Qingyao trembled with anger, her nails digging into her flesh as she watched Xie Tingyu approach. With each step he took towards Zhang Jiutang, she clung to the hope that he might be coming to her instead, not merely responding to Zhang Jiutang's call. The coffee table stood as a barrier between her and Xie Tingyu. Yet he chose to navigate closer to Zhang Jiutang. The false illusion she had clung to shattered in an instant. She felt the urge to flee. She could not bear to witness Xie Tingyu draw near to another before her very eyes. As Shen Qingyao was about to rise and depart, Zhang Jiutang stood up ahead of her. She was seen striding towards Xie Tingyu. Han Su's eyes widened in disbelief as he fixated on the two individuals hastening towards each other. Pulling out his phone to record the moment, Xie Tingyu cast a penetrating gaze towards Zhang Jiutang, and just as the distance between them visibly diminished, Zhang Jiutang sidestepped and brushed past him. She turned to Xuanwu and remarked, I just called for you. Xuanwu suddenly comprehended, exclaiming, Oh, you called for me. Tang Tang is calling for me. As Xie Tingyu and Zhang Jiutang passed each other, his expression instantly cooled. And he sat down in the very spot Zhang Jiutang had just vacated, enveloped in irritation. Han Su, whose heart had nearly leaped from his chest, finally calmed down. You scared me. I thought Jiutang was calling for you yet. He sighed in relief, taking a seat beside Xie Tingyu with a glass of wine in hand. Yuye, I told you bringing Miss Shen here means you wouldn't end up with Jiutang. Turns out it was just a misunderstanding.
Come on, let us drink. Xie Tingyu's countenance was far from pleasant, leaning coldly against the sofa, flicking a lighter open and shut. Lost in thought, the wineglass Han Su offered went unanswered, but he remained unperturbed. Clinking his glass against Xie Tingyu's before downing his drink in one go, Yuya, I won't disturb you in Miss Shin's tender moments, I'll just step aside, how about that? Am I not particularly perceptive? Xie Tingyu shot him a glance that if you're blind, you might as well pluck those useless eyeballs out and feed them to the dogs. Han Su was taken aback. Yuya, I haven't provoked you, you can't be so cruel to me. I need my eyes to admire beautiful women, rest assured. I want to lay my eyes on your woman. I just want to appreciate Jotong, the single beauty, a few more times, feeding her to the dogs. Now would that be acceptable? As he turned to leave, he received a sharp kick to his backside. Ach, Yuya, why did you kick me? Xie Tingyu, irritated, leaned back on the sofa, one hand resting on the armrest while the other pinched his brow. Shin Xingyao had just regained her composure after the earlier scare and tentatively inched closer to Xie Tingyu. Tingyu, are you tired? Shall I accompany you back to your room to rest? Xie Tingyu remained silent. His eyes closed, Shin Xingyao felt a surge of secret delight. Thankfully, there was nothing between Xie Tingyu and Zhang Jiutong, otherwise she would truly be at a loss. Emboldened, she reached out to caress Xie Tingyu's arm. Sending him ambiguous signals that he withdrew his hand, opened his eyes, and cast a vexed glance at her. Get away. Shin Xingyao was momentarily stunned, her face flushing with anger. She glanced around, relieved to find that no one was paying attention to them. Tingyu, why do you always reject me? I am your girlfriend. I have the right and obligation to be by your side. Why do you persist in denying me the chance to be close to you? Even Qinyi and Shuangwu can feed each other oranges. Why do you always push me away? My heart feels pain too. Xie Tingyu, already irritated, watched as Zhang Jiutong smiled brightly beside Shuangwu, the two sharing laughter. With Zhang Jiutong even resting her hand on Shuangwu's shoulder, seething with suppressed frustration on the sofa, he found Shin Xingyao clinging to him like an unwelcome leech. He closed his eyes, stating, if you keep nagging, I might as well not have a girlfriend like you. Shin Xingyao fell silent, biting her lip in defeat, refraining from uttering another word. Shuangwu dismissed Qinyi, leaning closer to Zhang Jiutong to inquire softly. Are you and Xie Tingyu an item now? Zhang Jiutong was taken aback by how Shuangwu had discerned her relationship with Xie Tingyu. Noting the incredulity in her eyes, Shuangwu explained, I noticed something was amiss between you two during your first gathering with us. But don't worry, I am entirely on your side. I've long disapproved of Shin Xingyao. If you can win Xie Tingyu over, I wholeheartedly support you. Realizing she could not conceal the truth from Shuangwu, Zhang Jiutong relented. Shuangwu, can you keep this a secret for me? Shuangwu nodded vigorously. Absolutely, just make sure to invite me as a bridesmaid when you two get married. Chapter 56, the strawberry mark on her neck. Zhang Jiutong was admiring Shuangwu's imagination. She had never considered marrying Xie Tingyu, yet Shuangwu was already fantasizing about being a bridesmaid. As they chatted animatedly, Shuangwu turned her head only to meet Xie Tingyu's icy gaze, causing her to shiver. Tang Tang, your man's possessiveness is quite intense. That look could kill me. Zhang Jiutong was at a loss for words, questioning the vocabulary Shuangwu was using. Shuangwu, okay, I'll keep it low-key, she replied, though her eyes could not help but glance back at Xie Tingyu. This time, he did not regard her. Instead, he fixed his displeasure on Zhang Jiutong, aware that she had provoked a formidable figure. Shuangwu quickly concocted an excuse to slip away, after downing another glass of juice. Zhang Jiutong stood to head to the restroom. No sooner had she left than Xie Tingyu rose to exit the banquet hall for a smoke, after finishing in the restroom and touching up her lipstick. She was suddenly pulled into the adjacent room by an irresistible force. Before she could utter a sound, Xie Tingyu's kiss enveloped her, and Zhang Jiutong found herself entranced by his scent. The two shared an intense kiss. And just when Zhang Jiutong felt she might lose her breath, Xie Tingyu finally released her. Hubby, are you playing with me? Xie Tingyu gazed at Zhang Jiutong, who was blushing as she was pinned against the wall. Initially, he had intended to teach this playful little wildcat a lesson, but now he felt deflated. With a resigned sigh, he embraced Zhang Jiutong and lowered his head to plant a kiss on her neck as a form of punishment. Zhang Jiutong gasped for air, playfully pounding her fists against Xie Tingyu's chest. The more she struggled, the tighter his arms around her became. What should I call you? Zhang Jiutong turned her head away. Pouting and refusing to look at him, Xie Tingyu was in no rush. He had all the time in the world to wait for her. When I came out just now, Shin Xingyao followed closely behind. If all goes as expected, she should be looking for me soon. I wouldn't mind taking my time with you in front of her. Zhang Jiutong shot him a glare, biting his hand playfully. Not wanting to disrupt the flow of their game, she eventually capitulated and leaned closer to whisper in his ear, Hubby. As soon as she uttered the word, Xie Tingyu's eyes glimmered with desire. He leaned down and kissed her lips once more. The sound of high heels echoed from outside, tapping against Jiang Jiutong's nerves. Shen Qingyao's voice floated in. Tingyu, are you in there? Xie Tingyu opened his mouth to speak, but Jiang Jiutong swiftly covered his lips, offering him a warning glance. He relaxed, his cool lips leaving a damp mark on her palm. Tingyu, I see you. May I come in? Jiang Jiutong was startled. She hadn't checked if anyone was around when Xie Tingyu pulled her in. Had Shen Qingyao been watching them all along? Tingyu, I'm coming in now. Pinned against the wall beside the door, Jiang Jiutong realized that if the door were merely cracked open, their intimate position would be laid bare. She wasn't afraid of Shen Qingyao discovering them. Rather, she felt that if their game ended so abruptly, it would lack the thrill she desired. She shot Xie Tingyu an accusatory glare, silently chastising him for bringing an unwelcome shadow along. Xie Tingyu, undisturbed by the impending discovery, appeared relaxed and at ease, as if he were not the protagonist in this unfolding drama. He watched Jiang Jiutong's reaction with a smile in his eyes. Showing no inclination to assist her. As Shen Qingyao's voice drew nearer, her hand reached for the doorknob, producing a click. Jiang Jiutong braced herself for a confrontation with Shen Qingyao, only to realize that the door had been locked from the inside. Shen Qingyao twisted the knob, but when it wouldn't budge, she stubbornly tried again several times. Concluding that the door was indeed locked, she remained oblivious to the fact that it had been secured from within. Assuming that the staff had locked the room, I clearly saw him coming this way. Where is he? Shen Qingyao, frustrated, departed to search for Xie Tingyu elsewhere. Once the coast was clear, Jiang Jiutong vented her frustration by lightly punching Xie Tingyu's chest. Was it fun to play with me? You locked the door already? Why didn't you tell me earlier? Xie Tingyu raised an eyebrow, amusement dancing in his expression. I thought you were enjoying the thrill. Jiang Jiutong kicked him lightly. Are you taking revenge for my earlier teasing? Xie Tingyu shook his head. That grudge has long been settled. As they exited the room, Han Su's birthday ball commenced. Everyone began to dance to the music in the banquet hall, while Xie Tingyu chose to step out onto the deck for a cigarette, not accompanying Jiang Jiutong inside. Upon spotting Jiang Jiutong, Shuangwu rushed over, taking her hand and leading her toward the dance floor. Tang, where have you been? I haven't seen you for ages. Jiang Jiutong felt a twinge of guilt. I felt a bit stuffy, so I stepped out for some fresh air. Shuangwu didn't press her further but instead abandoned Qin to dance with Jiang Jiutong. Qin let out a dramatic sigh. Someone come and take Jiutong away. My wife is about to be snatched. Han Su, carefree, chimed in. I'm here to find a suitable match for Jiutong. Shen Qingyao was relieved to see Jiang Jiutong appear from another direction, having just left Xie Tingyu. She glanced around and spotted Xie Tingyu on the deck, making her way towards him. After finishing his cigarette, Xie Tingyu entered, only to be drawn into the dance floor by Shen Qingyao. Han Su jested about Xie Tingyu, saying, young master, you having a girlfriend changes everything, doesn't it? You never used to venture into the dance floor. It seems Miss Shen holds quite the influence. Shen Qingyao felt pleased by the remark and reached out to link her arm with Xie Tingyu's. However, just as she lifted her hand, Xie Tingyu stepped towards the center of the dance floor. Spotting Jiang Jiutong enjoying herself in the midst of the crowd, Shen Qingyao hurriedly called out, Tingyu, wait for me. Shuangwu twirled along with Jiang Jiutong to the music, and suddenly, her sharp eyes caught sight of a bright red hickey on Jiang Jiutong's neck. Tang, what's that on your neck? A strawberry, Shuangwu thought she had whispered. But the surrounding music was so loud that their previous exchanges had all been shouts. Her voice rang out, and everyone within earshot turned to listen. Jiang Jiutong instinctively covered the spot Shuangwu pointed to, recalling the moment in the small room when Xie Tingyu had leaned in to kiss her neck. At that time, her focus had been entirely on Shen Qingyao outside the door, oblivious to him leaving a mark on her skin. Oh, just a mosquito bite. A mosquito got in the house last night, she replied, casting an annoyed glance at Xie Tingyu, who had appeared from nowhere, looking rather pleased with himself. Jiang Jiutong felt a surge of irritation and stepped on his foot with force. Xie Tingyu yelped in surprise. Jiang Jiutong, why did you step on me? He exclaimed, drawing the attention of everyone around. Under the gaze of so many people, Jiang Jiutong felt instantly subdued and softened her voice to apologize. Brother-in-law, I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, I just didn't notice you were standing there. Xie Tingyu narrowed his eyes at her with a dangerous expression. Is a mere apology enough? Jiang Jiutong, seeing his deliberate provocation, wished to pinch him but maintained her composure in front of the crowd. What do you want, brother-in-law? Xie Tingyu stepped closer, cornering her with no escape, leaning down to meet her gaze. The posture was incredibly suggestive, causing everyone save for Shuangwu to feel nervous for Jiang Jiutong. Given Xie Tingyu's usual disdain for women, any woman bold enough to approach him typically faced dire consequences. Although Jiang Jiutong was Shen Qingyao's sister, everyone knew their relationship was fraught with tension. If Xie Tingyu decided to hold Jiang Jiutong accountable, she could be in for a world of trouble. As the host of the party, Han Su quickly intervened. "Young Master Yu, why not let it go? Sister Jiutong didn't mean any harm. It's crowded on the dance floor, and bumps are inevitable. She has already apologized. Shouldn't you overlook it for the sake of courtesy? After all, a sister Jiutong has called you brother-in-law." Others also felt Jiang Jiutong was somewhat wronged, yet given that this involved the heir to a powerful family, they refrained from interjecting further, silently hoping for her remission. "Please persuade young Master Yu. Jiutong truly didn't intend any offense." After following Xie Tingyu, Shen Qingyao observed the distance between them diminishing, her heart remaining in suspense. However, now that Jiang Jiutong had inadvertently stepped on Xie Tingyu's foot, it seemed to provoke his ire. It appeared Jiang Jiutong held little significance in Xie Tingyu's eyes. Perhaps his trip to Finland with her was merely for business. Jiang Jiutong's provocative photos seemed aimed at stirring discord between her and Xie Tingyu. Shen Qingyao had always believed Xie Tingyu would never take a liking to Jiang Jiutong. Mistakes must be faced, and adults should learn to take responsibility for their actions. She would not favor Jiang Jiutong simply because she was the child of her father's new wife. "Jiang Jiutong, you should have kept a low profile. If you get into trouble, the Jiang family cannot protect you." "Oh right, I forgot you have severed ties with the Jiang family. You no longer have even Jiang Zhenghe as your sole support. You should be cautious and avoid offending the wrong people, or you may end up in dire straits." Upon hearing Shen Qingyao's words, even Han Su, who had earlier considered asking her to intercede, furrowed his brow. That he had witnessed the cruelty of this young lady before but was taken aback by her lack of compassion towards her family. Shen Qingyao's mention of Jiang Jiutong's severed ties with the Jiang family was intended to publicly underscore that Jiang Jiutong was now isolated and vulnerable to bullying. Those who sought to align themselves with the Shun or Xie families would surely take note. Xuanwu was incensed by Shen Qingyao's blatant cruelty. This was a matter between Tang Tang and young Master Yu. What right did an outsider have to meddle? What a fine outsider, Xuanwu thought, tearing apart Shen Qingyao's facade. The people present were astute. They clearly recognized Xie Tingyu's attitude toward Shen Qingyao. Although they dared not speak openly in her presence, they often mocked her relentless pursuit of Xie Tingyu behind her back. Shen Qingyao, unable to maintain her composure, immediately lost her cool. She charged at Xuanwu, but was intercepted by Qin Yi. Xuanwu, with her unrestrained nature, shot back. "Young Master Yu, don't stoop to her level." Her words were directed at Xie Tingyu. Yet Shen Qingyao found herself frozen in place. Turning to Xie Tingyu, she noticed he had not spared her a glance. His focus remained on Jiang Jiutong, eyebrows slightly raised. "Sister Jiutong, be careful not to let another mosquito bite the other side of your neck." Jiang Jiutong shot him a glare, thinking to herself that as long as he didn't provoke her, no mosquito would dare bite her. "Thank you for your concern, brother-in-law. If that mosquito dares to return, I shall swat it dead." Jiang Jiutong spoke through gritted teeth, yet her tone was deceptively sweet. Seeing that Xie Tingyu had chosen not to hold a grudge, Han Su waved to the DJ to resume the music. "Come on, let us continue." Everyone resumed their revelry as if nothing had happened, while Shen Qingyao stood awkwardly, feeling as though she had just been slapped in the face. She had just issued a harsh warning to Jiang Jiutong, only to have Xie Tingyu dismiss it entirely. He not only spared Jiang Jiutong but spoke to her in a way that ignited jealousy. Shen Qingyao clenched her fists at her sides, her eyes burning with a desire to devour Jiang Jiutong alive. The music in the dance floor was deafening, and after a short while Jiang Jiutong slipped out dressed in a striking red-fitted gown. She stood on the deck, the sea breeze lifting her skirt and tousling her chestnut hair. Xie Tingyu watched her graceful figure with a furrowed brow and handed a shawl to a steward. "Miss, that gentleman over there requested I bring you this shawl." Jiang Jiutong followed the stewardess' gesture and noticed the sofa was now empty. Shen Qingyao, having failed to find Xie Tingyu, sat alone in the lounge. Fuming, suddenly, a man approached and leaned against the railing, gazing outside. "Your sister is truly a beauty." Shen Qingyao looked up to see where the man was staring, spotting Jiang Jiutong alone on the deck. "What beauty?" "She was just a little flirt." The man smiled but remained silent, his gaze fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Jiutong. Feeling irritated by his focused attention, Shen Qingyao snapped, "You're not thinking of pursuing Jiang Jiutong, are you? Let me tell you, she has no redeeming qualities. Even her biological parents have abandoned her, which speaks volumes about her character. With your experience with women, surely your taste isn't that poor?" The man turned to sit beside Shen Qingyao. "By your account, she sounds like quite the pitiful creature, but that's alright. I have a knack for cherishing the delicate." Shen Qingyao simmered with frustration as she observed the man's unwavering fixation. Why were all these men so blind, choosing to admire Jiang Jiutong above all people? She was merely somewhat alluring, beyond that, she possessed little of value. Throughout her life, she had made a mess of things. Watch out for her, or she might bring you down too. The man remained unfazed. Oh, is that so? I suppose I'll have to see for myself whether her luck is strong or mine is. Shen Qingyao shot him a sidelong glance, shaking her head, convinced he was beyond redemption. Qin, emerging from the dance floor with Shuangwu, spotted the man sitting with Shen Qingyao and cautioned Shuangwu, "You should steer clear of that one in the future. He is a dangerous fellow." Shuangwu glanced at the man. Oh, so even you, young Master Qin, have someone you're afraid of? How peculiar. Qin playfully tapped Shuangwu's head, his tone serious. It's not that I fear him. It's that he is a nuisance. His grandfather was a founding general, and he has been spoiled rotten. He has countless women he has toyed with. Shuangwu looked curiously at the man again. Finding his appearance rather ordinary, with a rebellious air about him, which oddly suited Shen Qingyao. How do their families compare? The Feng family is different from the Shen family, although Shen's old general has some standing in the military. He pales in comparison to the founding general Feng. In terms of family background, the Feng family undoubtedly holds more weight. The key is that this second-generation heiress grandfather is utterly unscrupulous, willing to employ any means necessary to safeguard the Feng family's legacy. The more Qin spoke, the more Shuangwu felt that this Feng heir and Shen Qingyao were a match made in heaven. If Feng Shizu harbored intentions of seducing Xie Tingyu, did he not? Qin shook his head. The women he indulged in were of unparalleled beauty. Someone like Shen Qingyao was beneath his notice. Shuangwu suppressed a laugh. Yet, you have not spared her either. After the ball concluded, aside from a few revelers intent on an all-night celebration, the majority retreated to their chambers for rest. Zhang Jiutong felt a touch of fatigue as well. Upon returning to her room, she prepared for slumber with a warm bath. Just as she finished drying her hair, the doorbell rang unexpectedly. At such a late hour, who could it be? Zhang Jiutong set down her towel and approached the door, peering through the peephole to find Xie Tingyu. Weariness etched on his face, she pouted, still miffed over his playful act of leaving marks on her neck earlier that day, and had no intention of opening the door. Outside, Xie Tingyu remained unperturbed. Hands in his pockets, his voice low and teasing. If someone passes by, should I greet them? Zhang Jiutong cursed under her breath and reluctantly opened the door. Come in, don't make a spectacle at the threshold. Xie Tingyu chuckled softly, stepping inside and pinning Zhang Jiutong against the door as he captured her lips in a kiss. Zhang Jiutong, overwhelmed, could only respond with emotion, seizing the moment to bite him lightly. Ouch, are you a dog? Zhang Jiutong replied triumphantly. Who told you to act so mischievously? Xie Tingyu, unfazed, raised an eyebrow and chuckled, reaching out to stroke Zhang Jiutong's damp hair. He picked up the hairdryer and positioned himself behind her, gently aiding in drying her hair. Having eaten little that evening, Zhang Jiutong felt a pang of hunger. Rummaging through the cabinet, she unearthed 2 packets of instant noodles. I want noodles. Xie Tingyu frowned at the sight of the instant noodles in her hands. Do not consume such nutritionally void fare. Call the kitchen for a meal instead. Zhang Jiutong shook her head defiantly. I simply delight in this kind of junk food. Xie Tingyu found himself at an impasse. He was well aware of Zhang Jiutong's tendency towards indulgent eating since her return from England. Instant noodles, spicy snacks, and snail noodles, the more devoid of nutrition, the more she relished them. If you eat that, don't come crying to me when you wake up with a swollen face tomorrow. Zhang Jiutong nodded. Add an egg to it. Xie Tingyu entered the kitchen, boiling water for the noodles and frying an egg sunny side up. When he returned with the cooked noodles, Zhang Jiutong was seated on the sofa, laughing so hard at a comedy show that tears streamed down her face. The noodles are ready, you may eat now. Zhang Jiutong rose from the sofa and approached the dining table. Upon seeing the rich broth and the sunny-side egg perched atop the noodles, her appetite immediately ignited. She picked up her chopsticks, twirling the noodles into her mouth, the savory flavor exploding in her mouth. Your noodle cooking skills are truly remarkable. Xie Tingyu chuckled softly, indulgently observing her as she ate. After finishing her late-night snack, Zhang Jiutong's spirits lifted considerably. Lazily, she extended her arms towards Xie Tingyu, requesting a hug. I don't wish to walk, carry me. Xie Tingyu obliged, sweeping her into his arms in a princess carry as he made his way to the bed. Hey, the sofa, I haven't finished my show yet. The sounds of laughter from the television echoed as Xie Tingyu carried Zhang Jiutong directly to the bed, tossing her gently onto the soft blankets. Now that you're satiated, do you intend to absolve yourself of any responsibility towards me? Xie Tingyu reached for the remote and switched off the television, leaving only the sound of their breathing in the room. When Shen Qingyao departed the banquet hall, she noticed Xie Tingyu heading towards his room. She thought to herself that such a splendid opportunity for solitude must not be squandered, thus she returned to her room. took a shower, donned a sultry silk mini dress, and spritzed on some perfume, meticulously preparing herself as she made her way to Xie Tingyu's room. Along the way, she encountered several acquaintances who greeted her, filling her with a sense of delight. Everyone was aware that she and Xie Tingyu were the genuine couple, and it was only natural for them to inquire if she was on her way to find him. Those little vixens attempting to approach Xie Tingyu could never hope to rival her. Shen Qingyao arrived at Xie Tingyu's door and pressed the doorbell, but after a considerable wait, there was no response. She surmised that he must have fallen asleep or was perhaps listening to music with headphones on, thus she remained at the door, continuing to wait. After a quarter of an hour had passed, her finger ached from pressing the button, yet still, there was no sound from within. Consequently, Shen Qingyao sought out a steward from the cruise ship. "Hello, I am Mr. Xie's girlfriend. I am unable to reach him at the moment, and I am quite concerned that he may be in danger inside the room. Could you kindly assist me in opening the door?" The steward appeared hesitant. "I'm sorry, miss, but we have regulations that prohibit us from opening a guest's door without their permission." "I hope you can understand." Shen Qingyao was not one to be easily deterred. She feigned annoyance. "I am his girlfriend, not just anyone. Not if you doubt me, feel free to ask anyone to verify that he has been inside for over half an hour. And despite my knocking, no one answers, and I cannot reach him by phone. Not if something were to happen to my boyfriend. Could your cruise line bear the responsibility? My boyfriend is the heir of the Xie family from the capital. Can you afford the repercussions?" The steward, caught in a dilemma, recalled that during the day, this lady had indeed been by Mr. Xie's side as his girlfriend. If something were to happen to Mr. Xie, his own safety would be at stake. "Well, I shall assist you in opening the door." Shen Qingyao beamed with triumph, regardless of whether Xie Tingyu had simply gone to bed early or was otherwise occupied and did not hear the doorbell. She could now enter freely and spend a delightful evening with him. Chapter 59. Shen Qingyao catches them. Once the steward opened the door, Shen Qingyao stepped inside. She searched the room thoroughly but found no trace of Xie Tingyu. "Tingyu, are you there?" No reply came. Shen Qingyao let out a heavy sigh. After all this commotion, it turned out that no one was inside, but she had clearly seen Xie Tingyu come this way. If he wasn't in his room, where could he possibly be? Suddenly, a chilling thought struck her, and she broke out in a cold sweat. A terrifying notion seized her mind. She exited Xie Tingyu's room and hurried towards Jiang Jiutong's chamber. After some playful antics in their room, Qin Yi had taken Bei Hanchu away for drinks. Feeling somewhat bored, Xuanwu decided to find Jiang Jiutong for some fun. She brought along a large bag of snacks, intending to enjoy them while binge-watching a series together. Humming a little tune, she arrived at Jiang Jiutong's door. Just as she was about to knock, she heard some peculiar sounds coming from inside. Pressing her ear against the door, she held her breath to listen. The moment she did, she was startled as Xuanwu stifled a laugh, covering her mouth. Heavens, those two are getting serious. She had no intention of eavesdropping further. Cheerfully clutching her snacks as she turned to leave, just a few steps away, she bumped into a furious-looking Shen Qingyao. "Oh no, Shen Qingyao isn't here to catch them in the act, is she?" Xuanwu thought to herself, blocking Shen Qingyao's path. "Miss Shen, are you looking for Tang Tang at this late hour?" "She's in my room. I came to grab some snacks. We're planning to binge-watch a series. Would you like to join us?" Shen Qingyao cast a skeptical glance at the large bag of snacks Xuanwu was holding and retorted, "Jiang Jiutong is in your room. When did your relationship become so close?" Xuanwu smiled lightly. "Have you forgotten? Tang Tang and I were high school classmates. Oh, and by the way, I was there when Lu Xinian was chasing after Tang Tang." The mention of Lu Xinian irked Shen Qingyao, as it seemed to remind her that Lu Xinian had always had feelings for Jiang Jiutong, while she was merely an interloper. Shen Qingyao glared at Xuanwu. "Don't think that just because you have Qin Yi backing you, you can act recklessly. I advise you to behave yourself in my presence." Having stood up for Jiang Jiutong at the ball today, Xuanwu felt a surge of irritation. She regarded someone like Xuanwu, who had no significant background and was riding on Qin Yi's coattails, as beneath her notice. Xuanwu remained unfazed, having become accustomed to Shen Qingyao's domineering demeanor while mingling in the capital's social scene. She regarded the situation as a mere spectacle. "Shen Qingyao, what business do you have with Tang Tang? Come to my room to discuss it. With all these snacks, you can eat while we chat." As she spoke, Xuanwu waved the bag of snacks in front of Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao, uninterested, pushed her aside and attempted to head towards Jiang Jiutong's room. Xuanwu quickly interjected, "You aren't here to confront Jiang Jiutong because you can't find Xie Tingyu, are you? My goodness, I thought you would be spending the night with him. What has happened to your relationship?" Shen Qingyao felt the sting of the words and, fiercely proud, turned to glare at Xuanwu. "Impossible, Tingyu was waiting for me in his room. I am not here to find Jiang Jiutong. I merely passed by." Seeing her stubbornness, Xuangwu smiled knowingly. Oh, is that so? Then Tang Tang and I won't disturb Miss Shin and Master Yu's precious moment together. With that, she stepped aside, smiling as she watched Shen Qingyao leave. Shen Qingyao had no reason to continue knocking on Jiang Jiutong's door after such a confrontation. Casting one last glare at Xuangwu, she departed. Once she was gone, Xuangwu let out a deep breath, patting her chest's goodness. That was a close call. My clever little head could easily become a spy after watching Shen Qingyao disappear from view. Xuangwu left with her bag of snacks. Inside Jiang Jiutong's room, Xie Tingyu had her pinned to the bed, his soft words whispering in her ear. Xie Tingyu departed the following morning while Jiang Jiutong remained fast asleep. Xie Tingyu meticulously dressed himself, bestowing a gentle kiss upon Jiang Jiutong's ear before tucking the quilt around her and departing. Upon waking, Xuangwu hesitated to disturb Jiang Jiutong immediately. They encountered each other in the cruise ship's dining area. Jiang Jiutong, yawning, sat at a table by the window, cradling a cup of coffee as she awaited her recently ordered meal. Upon spotting Jiang Jiutong, Xuangwu dismissed Qin Yi and excitedly rushed to her table. Qin Yi appeared reluctant, clearly exasperated. How astonishing! Her loyalty to friends surpassed even her affection for her husband. Han Su patted his shoulder, casting a sympathetic glance. Xuangwu, with an inquisitive tone, inquired, Tang Tang, did you sleep well last night? Jiang Jiutong yawned again. It was tolerable. Xuangwu stifled a giggle. I intended to find you to binge-watch dramas, but I encountered Shen Qingyao lurking near your room, her expression rather menacing as she approached. Luckily, my wit prevailed. With just a few words, I provoked her and sent her packing. Xuangwu wore a self-satisfied expression, seeking praise. However, Jiang Jiutong discerned a hint of something deeper in her words. You visited my room last night? Xuangwu grinned mischievously. Indeed, but I didn't knock. Rest assured, I heard nothing. Xuangwu thought her words clever and discreet, yet Jiang Jiutong felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Xuangwu interrupted with a wave of her hand. Oh, I understand. No need for explanations. I will always stand by your side. Besides, my lips are sealed. Even Qin Yi remains oblivious. Qin Yi, the fool, was still sulking with jealousy. Jiang Jiutong finally felt at ease, although the nature of her relationship with Xie Tingyu would eventually come to light. She hoped that moment was not yet upon them. After finishing breakfast, Jiang Jiutong followed Xuangwu to the deck for some fresh air. Han Su and Qin Yi stood guard on either side of Xie Tingyu. Upon noticing Jiang Jiutong's arrival, Xie Tingyu extinguished his cigarette. Han Su and Qin Yi, seeing a lady present, followed suit. Sister Jiutong, Sister Xuangwu, did you sleep well last night? This was the second time Jiang Jiutong had heard such a greeting today. The first person who asked her was well aware of her little secret. However, judging by Han Su's carefree demeanor, it was unlikely he would uncover anything. It was all right, she replied, casting an annoyed glare at Xie Tingyu. It was all his fault. She had barely slept for a few hours, yawning several times that morning, relying on coffee to revive her. Xie Tingyu caught Jiang Jiutong's glance and smiled knowingly, returning her gaze with ease. Today, Jiang Jiutong wore a turtleneck coat that concealed the strawberry mark on her neck. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, displacing her collar. Han Su, with keen eyes, noticed the mark on her neck. Sister Jiutong, do you still have mosquitoes in your room? To her dismay, she realized she had indeed been bitten on the other side of her neck, and the marks were quite symmetrical. Chapter 60. Clearly, it was a love bite. Jiang Jiutong's expression hardened as she touched the other side of her neck. Feeling a slight sting on her skin, that damned Xie Tingyu had quite the vengeful streak. Yesterday, when she claimed it was a mosquito bite, he had pretended to be considerate, reminding her in front of so many not to let another mosquito bite her on that side. Yet last night, he had seized the opportunity to plant another strawberry mark on her neck when she was unaware. Now, there was truly no way to explain it. Xuangwu, who had witnessed the entire exchange, stifled laughter nearby. Han Su exclaimed in wonder, Sister Jiutong, your room's mosquitoes are rather sentient. They even coordinate their patterns. Jiang Jiutong, feeling somewhat exasperated, suppressed the urge to punch Xie Tingyu and forced a smile toward Han Su. At that moment, Shen Qingyao emerged from the cabin, approaching Xie Tingyu with an ambiguous gaze that suggested she had not slept well the previous night. Han Su's gaze flitted between the two. Sensing he had stumbled upon a scandalous secret, young Master Yu, how was the experience of having a beauty in your embrace last night? During their last visit to Qin Yi's resort, Shen Qingyao had shamelessly insisted on sharing a room with Xie Tingyu, who had unceremoniously rejected her. Little did they know that it hadn't been long before the two found themselves sharing a bed. The glance she had just cast at Xie Tingyu was unmistakably laden with implications of their night together. Han Su, ever the instigator, could not resist asking in front of the parties involved. Xie Tingyu leaned languidly against the deck railing, his eyes downcast, a smile playing at the corners of his mouth.
It was quite pleasant. His words ignited a commotion, not only sending Han Su into a frenzy but also catching Shen Qingyao off guard, who had just been feigning indifference, though she had not located Xie Tingyu last night. His willingness to defend her in front of so many indicated that he held her in regard. Bashfully, she lowered her head, her eyes darting to steal glances at Xie Tingyu, yet he was oblivious to her attention. His gaze resting on Zhang Jiutong a few steps away, Shen Qingyao felt a pang of dissatisfaction. Why was Zhang Jiutong always around? She was like a persistent ghost. Zhang Jiutong, what are you doing standing there? Zhang Jiutong was not inclined to indulge her. I was here first, so how dare you ask such a question? Have you not noticed how the atmosphere has chilled since your arrival? Who is truly unwelcome here? Shen Qingyao, in a good mood, refused to leave and continued her probing. Oh, is that so? What were you discussing before I arrived? Zhang Jiutong smirked disdainfully, choosing not to engage further. Han Su, ever the loudmouth, insisted on breaking the tension. Speaking of which, it's quite amusing. Sister Jiutong's neck was bitten by a mosquito yesterday, and today, she has another bite in a perfectly symmetrical pattern. We were just discussing how the mosquitoes in her room seem to have developed a sense of artistry. Shen Qingyao, initially curious, found the topic dull. How trivial it was for them to be so entertained by a mosquito bite. At this moment, Qinyi chimed in with a teasing remark. If you ask me. Young Master Yu has quite the foresight. Yesterday, Sister Jiutong accidentally stepped on young Master Yu's foot, and he advised her to be cautious lest another mosquito bite her on the other side of her neck. Today, lo and behold, the mosquito seems to have acted as if it were in cahoots with him, indeed biting the other side. Han Su burst into laughter, but as the humor faded, he sensed something was amiss. Yet, he was the type who preferred to revel in mirth rather than ponder deeply. The moment his brain began to engage, he quickly abandoned the thought, dismissing it as mere coincidence. Perhaps it was just a stroke of luck. Could young Master Yu truly command mosquitoes? He found it hard to believe, yet Shen Qingyao was far more astute. As soon as Qinyi's words fell, she cautiously scrutinized Zhang Jiutong's neck. In the pulsating lights of the dance floor the night before, she had been unable to discern the truth behind the mark on Zhang Jiutong's neck. Whether it was a mosquito bite or something more sinister, she had not cared to investigate. But now, in the natural light, it became evident that what lay there was not merely a mosquito bite, it was unmistakably a love bite. Had Han Su and Qinyi, as gentlemen, not dared to examine a woman's neck closely, they would have accepted Zhang Jiutong's ruse and believed the mark was from a mosquito. Shen Qingyao felt a sense of unease as events began to spiral beyond her control. The previous night, when she had sought Xie Tingyu in his room, she had waited at the door for over 10 minutes, only to find it empty. When she had approached Zhang Jiutong, Xuanwu had suddenly appeared, blocking her path and provoking her with words. In retrospect, every aspect felt suspicious. After returning to her room, Shen Qingyao had sensed something was off, yet she dismissed it, believing Xie Tingyu to be far too discerning to be involved with a woman of Zhang Jiutong's caliber. She had chased after him relentlessly, earning her place as his girlfriend. What right did Zhang Jiutong have? A pitiful creature with no connections, easily manipulated. How could she earn his favor in such a short time? It was inconceivable. Everything was merely a smokescreen Zhang Jiutong had intentionally cast to sow chaos in her mind. Shen Qingyao refused to entertain the notion that the sounds she had overheard in Xie Tingyu's office belonged to Zhang Jiutong. She preferred to believe they belonged to some woman who had never graced the capital or a woman of ill repute. Zhang Jiutong was simply not an option in her mind. She would not accept it. Zhang Jiutong was destined to remain beneath her heel, forever subject to her whims. Xie Tingyu would never cast his gaze upon Zhang Jiutong. Yet today, the beliefs Shen Qingyao had meticulously constructed began to crumble. Her eyes, filled with a desire to obliterate Zhang Jiutong, bore the weight of her resentment. Why, from the very moment she was born, Zhang Jiutong had been the one abandoned by the Zhang family. If she merely shed a tear, Zhang Jiutong's life would plunge into despair. She could so easily extinguish the most beautiful 6 years of Zhang Jiutong's life. How could she now surpass her? How could Xie Tingyu hold her in such esteem? Shen Qingyao could not endure this shock. Despite her attempts to blind herself to the truth, she could not ignore the way Xie Tingyu had looked at Zhang Jiutong after answering Han Su's question. The mark on Zhang Jiutong's neck felt like a weapon deliberately displayed to mock her. Tears streamed down Shen Qingyao's face as she clutched her chest, struggling to breathe, and stumbled away. As she passed Zhang Jiutong, she deliberately bumped into her forcefully, her eyes flashing with murderous intent. Chapter 61, Zhang Jiutong interacts with another man. Han Su looked utterly baffled. What was wrong with Miss Shen? Xuanwu, internally screaming, maintained a facade of calm. Oh, perhaps she just needs to use the restroom. Qinyi, having witnessed Shen Qingyao's reaction, cast a meaningful glance at Xie Tingyu. The oppressive atmosphere weighed heavily on Xuanwu.
compelling her to pinch Qini's arm in an attempt to rouse herself. What are you doing? Are you out of your mind? Qini cast an irritable glance at Shuangwu, who, with tears glistening in her eyes, bit her lip resolutely. Are you also in urgent need? Shuangwu, lacking the time to scold him, feared that speaking would betray her amusement. Han Su, however, found nothing amiss. After all, everyone experiences their own pressing needs. Jiutong, would you be interested in a boyfriend? I could introduce you to a talented young man. Shuangwu's incessant clinginess was beginning to make Qini feel jealous. Han Su recalled Qini's complaints from the previous day, yet he had already intended to introduce Zhang Jiutong to a suitor. Such a wonderful girl remaining single seemed a pity. Zhang Jiutong was taken aback by Han Su's sudden suggestion and found herself at a loss for how to decline. She sensed a fervent gaze sweeping over her and shot a glare at Xie Tingyu. Her annoyance palpable. It was all his fault. If he hadn't spared the mosquito last night, she wouldn't have to endure his teasing. With a playful tone, she decided to engage. Sure, let's explore that possibility. Barely had her words settled when a figure beside her, who had remained silent until now, abruptly cleared his throat several times. Han Su, concerned, inquired, Master Yu, are you unwell? Xie Tingyu's icy stare sent chills down Han Su's spine, making him feel as though he might catch a cold himself if he dared to look again. Thus, he hastily shifted the conversation. Jiutong, would it be alright if I introduce you to Lucinian? He wouldn't hold any grudges against me for this, would he? That fellow has been preoccupied with his political career lately. I hope he won't resent me for setting you up when he finally establishes himself. Zhang Jiutong chuckled lightly while Han Su fretted over Lucinian, oblivious to the thunderous expression on Xie Tingyu's face. It wouldn't be his place to intervene. There would always be others willing to teach you a lesson if you were unlikable. Han Su, filled with bravado, declared, How could that be? My social standing is exceptional, and no one has been born yet who could bully me. Zhang Jiutong cast him a look that seemed to say he should count his blessings. Shuangwu, unable to contain herself, facepalmed. Han Su, are you out of your mind? Do you think you are a matchmaker? Why not find a partner for Master Yu? Han Su was baffled by Shuangwu's retort and grew impatient. Did Master Yu not just spend the night with Shen Qingyao? Does he need my assistance in finding a partner? He turned to Qini. Could you please rein in your girlfriend? She keeps coming at me. Do I have a grudge against you? Shuangwu retorted. You have no issue with me, but with yourself. I can't help you any further. You're on your own. With that, she pulled Qini away. Qin Xiaoyi, please don't be like Han Su and act without thinking. Creating troubles for yourself. Do you hear me? Qini, not one to be fooled, sensed something amiss with the back and forth. What's going on with Shuangwu? Zhang Jiutong and Master Yu? He was surprised that Qini had caught on. Shuangwu, feigning ignorance, replied, What do you mean? What could possibly be going on? You know that Jiutong and Shen Qingyao don't get along. It's merely Shen Qingyao causing trouble for Jiutong. Perhaps Master Yu couldn't stand by and watch. Is that truly all there is to it? Qini, discerning as ever, was far sharper than the oblivious Han Su. However, she had promised Zhang Jiutong to keep things confidential, so not even Qini could be privy to the details. Oh, that's truly all there is to it. Have you forgotten that Master Yu is indifferent to women? Now come on, I want to play some games. Accompany me. Qini was led away by Shuangwu while Han Su remained awkwardly positioned between Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu. Jiutong, I'll go fetch my friend. Wait here for a moment. Zhang Jiutong nodded. Alright, go ahead. Han Su scurried off, leaving Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu standing together. Zhang Jiutong, in a cheerful mood, stretched her arms toward the sea. Ah, the sea breeze feels delightful. Xie Tingyu stood beside her, his face darkened. Zhang Jiutong, you were quite audacious. The palpable tension in the air indicated that the man was indeed angry, exuding an intimidating aura. Yet, Zhang Jiutong remained unperturbed. As a form of punishment for his mischief the previous night, she decided to meet Han Su's unfortunate friend. I am not nearly as bold as you. Han Su, having made his rounds in the banquet hall, finally spotted the individual who had inquired about Zhang Jiutong the previous day. This person was the son of the director of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, freshly returned from studying abroad. Distinguished in appearance and charming, coincidentally Zhang Jiutong had also spent time overseas, and they might share ample common ground. Su Feng, weren't you interested in Zhang Jiutong? I just asked her, and she agreed to meet someone. It didn't matter if things progressed. They could simply be friends. Su Feng beamed with delight. He had noticed Zhang Jiutong the moment she danced in the ballroom, resembling a fairy alighting upon flowers, radiating a golden aura. Having spent many years abroad, he was unfamiliar with the elite ladies of the capital, yet Zhang Jiutong captivated him. Unsure of her willingness to engage, he had refrained from approaching her directly and had instead asked Han Su to inquire on his behalf.
thus avoiding any potential awkwardness. If Miss Jiang has a favorable impression of me, I will certainly reward you with a generous gift. Han Su clapped Su Feng on the shoulder, leading him toward the deck. Let me tell you, Jiutong has a wonderful personality. You need not be overly reserved when you meet her. Su Feng nodded in agreement. Xie Tingyu, observing Jiang Jiutong's carefree demeanor, felt a pang of discomfort. In a fit of frustration, he pulled her into his embrace and pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Jiutong struggled to break free, striking his chest with her hands. They were on the deck of a cruise ship. Anyone peering out could easily see them entwined. Moreover, Han Su would soon return. Xie Tingyu, fully aware of his intentions, kissed her with an intensity fueled by anger, leaving Jiang Jiutong breathless upon delivering a sharp kick to his leg. He finally released her. Xie Tingyu, are you out of your mind? Xie Tingyu sneered. Me, out of my mind? I have indeed lost my mind. Courtesy of you. Jiang Jiutong glared at him. But if someone sees us, I shall relish in seeing how you explain this. I need not justify kissing my own woman to anyone. Jiang Jiutong, fuming, refused to engage with him further, biting her lip and distancing herself. Chapter 62. Xie Tingyu's anger. Han Su returned with Su Feng. Upon seeing Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu together, Su Feng greeted Xie Tingyu first before introducing himself to Jiang Jiutong. Hello, Miss Jiang, I am Su Feng. I noticed you dancing yesterday and thought you were beautiful. So I asked Han Su to facilitate our introduction. I hope I haven't come across as too forward. Jiang Jiutong assessed Han Su's friend, polite and refined. He seemed the type to be well received by women. Not at all. We are all friends of Han Su, so a brief introduction is nothing out of the ordinary. Su Feng sighed in relief, finding Jiang Jiutong more approachable than he had anticipated. After noticing her during the dance, he had inquired about her background and learned that she was the half-sister of Shen Qingyao. He had feared she would be as difficult as her sister. But she proved to be quite amiable. Han Su, pleased with their interaction, turned to see Jiang Jiutong's lips slightly smeared. Jiutong, your lipstick seems to have smudged. Jiang Jiutong's heart raced. Her first instinct was to glance at Xie Tingyu, checking for remnants of her lipstick on his mouth. My lips were a bit dry earlier, so I touched them. Han Su accepted this explanation. Oh, you and Su Feng chat. I shall not be a third wheel here. With that, he prepared to leave but noticed Xie Tingyu had no intention of departing. Master Yu Jiutong should cultivate her relationship with Su Feng. We shouldn't linger here. Shall we head inside to play billiards? Xie Tingyu shot him a cold glare. Han Su, instantly cowed, decided it best to exit gracefully, regardless of whether Xie Tingyu intended to stay. Leaning lazily against the railing, Xie Tingyu retrieved a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Su Feng, not minding the situation, figured since Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu were already there, he had no reason to ask Xie Tingyu to leave. After all, he was still getting to know Jiang Jiutong. And having a familiar face around would ease any awkwardness. I heard Miss Jiang studied in the UK as well. I spent 2 years in the UK, then moved on to Australia. Su Feng, hoping their shared experiences would spark conversation, was unaware he had inadvertently stepped into a sensitive topic for Jiang Jiutong. She was reluctant to discuss it, but Xie Tingyu couldn't help but chuckle. Su Feng, you've just crossed into Jiang Jiutong's forbidden territory. Su Feng was baffled and sought guidance from Xie Tingyu, who feigned indifference while smirking. You should ask her if she has any tips on how to infuriate someone. Su Feng was aware Shen Qingyao was Xie Tingyu's girlfriend and that there was a rift between her and Jiang Jiutong. That he felt compelled to defend Jiang Jiutong, though your girlfriend and Miss Jiang have their differences. As her brother-in-law and a friend, I believe you should refrain from harboring personal biases. Xie Tingyu scoffed. Me bully her? I dare not. If Jiang Jiutong is upset, I must step aside. Jiang Jiutong detected the jealousy in Xie Tingyu's words. A sourness tinged with resentment. Su Feng has grown accustomed to life abroad, unable to discern any subtle nuances, and can only perceive that Xie Tingyu is not particularly amiable towards Jiang Jiutong. This was supposed to be Su Feng's first encounter with Jiang Jiutong, and he had hoped to leave a favorable impression on her, yet, every time a moment of connection seemed imminent, it was abruptly shattered by Xie Tingyu's unexpected interjections from the sidelines. In the end, Su Feng began to suspect that Xie Tingyu's hostility was directed at him rather than Jiang Jiutong. Xuanwu dragged Qini into the game room to play, but her gaze couldn't help but stray to the deck. She was exceedingly curious about the dynamic between Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu when they were alone together. To her astonishment, upon turning her head, she saw Xie Tingyu holding Jiang Jiutong in his embrace. Kissing her. It startled her, and she covered her mouth to stifle a gasp. Qini noticed Xuanwu's distraction from the game and was about to chide her when he saw her gazing intently out the window. As he followed her line of sight, before he could see anything, Xuanwu leaned in to kiss him. Qini, taken aback, felt overwhelmed. It was a rare occurrence for Xuanwu to initiate a kiss. What was going on today?
Shuangwu silently chastised Jiang Jiutong in her mind. Stupid Tang Tang, to protect your secret, I sacrificed a kiss. You must accompany me on a shopping spree to compensate for my emotional loss. Shuangwu glanced with her peripheral vision at Xie Tingyu as he released Jiang Jiutong, maintaining a safe distance between them before she felt secure enough to let go of Qin Yi. Curious about what had transpired outside, Qin Yi turned to look, only to see Han Su leading Su Feng to find Jiang Jiutong.
Well, Han Su Feng seems quite respectable, and his family background is commendable. However, he is rather dull. I wonder if Jiutong would take a liking to him. Shuangwu could hardly bear to watch. Han Su remained blissfully unaware of the dark expression on Xie Tingyu's face as he continued to introduce Su Feng with enthusiasm. What has to be happy about? Let me tell you, don't be as clueless as Han Su, or one day you might not even know how you met your demise. Qin Yi rolled his eyes. I am not nearly as foolish as he is. Jiutong and Yu Ye are definitely not innocent. Shuangwu gave him an approving glance but remained tight-lipped. The three individuals on the deck ultimately found their conversation unraveling. Jiang Jiutong shot Xie Tingyu a glare before striding into the cabin. Su Feng silently followed behind, sensing that Jiang Jiutong did not seem to reject him even if they couldn't advance further. At the very least, they could become friends. Miss Jiang, may I invite you for a drink? If you cannot have alcohol, a juice will suffice. We can simply sit down and have a relaxed chat. Jiang Jiutong accepted with pleasure. Sure. She then turned to Xie Tingyu beside her and said, I'll see you later, brother-in-law. It seems sister is waiting for you over there. Jiang Jiutong pointed in the direction of Shen Qingyao and followed Su Feng to the bar. Shen Qingyao ran back to her room, shedding tears, feeling increasingly aggrieved. Her resentment towards Jiang Jiutong peaked. She could not sit idly by and watch as Jiang Jiutong charmed Xie Tingyu away from her. Perhaps nothing had truly occurred between them. It was merely a couple of strawberry marks, a kiss on the neck. Regardless of the means Jiang Jiutong employed, she could not allow her to succeed. Even if Jiang Jiutong managed to seduce Xie Tingyu, so what? The Xie family's status was not something someone without any background like Jiang Jiutong could hope to penetrate, thus she would ultimately be the one to end up with Xie Tingyu. With these thoughts in mind, Shen Qingyao realized she could not remain passive. She had to show Jiang Jiutong a lesson. Xie Tingyu lounged in the resting area, lazily leaning against the sofa, while Shen Qingyao settled beside him. Tingyu, that Su Feng seems quite compatible with Jiang Jiutong. You see how happy she looks when she smiles. She must like him. Chapter 63. Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng exchange WeChat. Xie Tingyu's gaze sliced through Shen Qingyao like a knife. After the woman had cried and left the deck, she returned to her room to change into a strikingly sexy black evening gown. The slit of the dress reached her thigh, and the deep V neckline was complemented by a necklace resembling a starry sky, sparkling with every movement. Yet Xie Tingyu showed no interest whatsoever. All his attention was fixated on that audacious woman throwing a tantrum. Shen Qingyao, if you cannot keep your mouth in check, I have no qualms about tossing you overboard to feed the fish. Shen Qingyao immediately fell silent, begrudgingly casting a glance at Jiang Jiutong, who was happily chatting with Su Feng. Despite her self-deception, she could still sense the difference in Xie Tingyu's demeanor towards Jiang Jiutong. These unvoiced feelings were like sharp daggers piercing her heart. Shen Qingyao clenched her fists tightly, seething with venomous curses against Jiang Jiutong, who should have remained beneath her foot for eternity. It was all Jiang Jiutong's fault. If she hadn't seduced Xie Tingyu, she would have long since achieved her own happy ending with him. No, she absolutely could not allow Jiang Jiutong to continue her arrogance. Anyone daring to snatch her belongings must pay a painful price. Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng were seated at the bar chatting. Su Feng, ever the gentleman, recommended some low-alcohol beverages for women to Jiang Jiutong. She chose a sparkling fruit wine with an orange flavor. Although Su Feng lacked excitement, he was fairly conversational, always managing to find topics that piqued a girl's interest. Miss Jiang, do you enjoy Sarashtian? He will be performing in the capital next week, and I would like to invite you to join me. Jiang Jiutong agreed to meet him, purely to provoke Xie Tingyu. However, through their conversation, it was evident that Su Feng was a well-mannered individual, and she did not wish to bring him unnecessary trouble. While she could not attend the concert, she was open to the idea of forming a friendship. I'm sorry, but I might be quite busy with work in the near future. Su Feng recognized that Jiang Jiutong was politely declining and bore no ill will. He had approached the encounter with the intention of making a friend, and every action stemmed from a place of decorum. He understood that a woman as exceptional as Jiang Jiutong would undoubtedly have many admirers. And given his own relatively unremarkable attributes, he was simply content with the opportunity to converse. He was not so arrogant as to think a simple meeting would make her fall for him. No worries, work is important. May I be so bold as to add you on WeChat? Rest assured, I won't disturb you. I understand you only see me as a friend, and I won't overstep.
We can simply like each other's updates. With Su Feng having said as much, it would seem rather unkind for Jiang Jiutong to refuse again, thus, she took out her phone and scanned Su Feng's. Adding him as a contact, Xieting's expression darkened significantly as he downed his drink in one go. Han Su, after playing a round of snooker with other friends, remembered he had just played matchmaker and was curious about the outcome.
So he approached with enthusiasm. He tactfully avoided Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng, instead sitting beside Xietingyu, where he could observe the entire scene at the bar. Yuye, do you think there is something between Jiutong and Su Feng?
Xietingyu shot him a cold glance. What do you think? Han Su launched into an enthusiastic monologue. I believe there is a good chance. Su Feng is one of the few honest men in our circle. With no messy affairs surrounding him, with him, Jiutong won't have to worry about being mistreated. Xieting's expression grew increasingly grim, and he closed his eyes, leaning back against the sofa. If you're bored, why not focus on finding your own partner? Did Jiang Jiutong pay you to concern yourself with her affairs? Han Su waved his hand grandly. Am I the same as you? I'm here to enjoy life.
Besides, since Jiutong is your sister-in-law, she is like my own sister. How could I accept payment for introducing her to someone?
Han Su gleefully observed Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng, completely oblivious to the storm brewing beside him. After being rebuffed by Xietingyu, Shen Qingyao no longer dared to comment on Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng's compatibility. Now that Han Su had arrived, she felt like applauding. Tingyu, Han Su means well. Since you and I are together, we can't let Jiang Jiutong remain single forever, otherwise, people might say you, as her brother-in-law, are neglecting her lifelong happiness. Xietingyu glanced at Shen Qingyao. What more should I do? I might as well marry her myself. Shen Qingyao was taken aback. Her initial intention had been to simply pair Jiang Jiutong with any man to prevent her from constantly thinking about Xietingyu. However, with Xietingyu's remark, she could no longer contain herself. Tingyu, that's not what I meant. Han Su looked at Xietingyu in disbelief, as if he had heard something outrageous. You can't be serious.
Your sister-in-law, how could you even consider that? Truly, that is beyond comprehension.
Xietingyu snorted coldly, his gaze still lingering on Jiang Jiutong. Uncertain of what Su Feng was saying to her, he watched as Jiang Jiutong took out her phone and placed it on the table. Su Feng mirrored her action, scanning her phone with his, and they clinked glasses, laughing together. Han Su was overjoyed. I told you they hit it off. Jiutong took the initiative to add Su Feng on WeChat. I am going to be the godfather. While Han Su was reveling in his delight, Shen Qingyao was nearly at her breaking point, observing Xietingyu's terrifying expression, as if he might actually throw someone into the sea to feed the sharks. With a stoic face, Xietingyu spoke in a chilling tone. Aren't you interested in the North Suburb Industrial Park project? Upon mentioning this, Han Su immediately became serious. How many eyes are fixated on the Beizhou Industrial Park? My greatest rival, the Yufeng Group, has even managed to establish connections with the Ministry of Commerce. I asserted that my brother could effortlessly handle this matter, while those individuals have toiled for ages. Yi, when shall we finalize the contract? I am eagerly awaiting the opportunity to present this project from the Beizhou Industrial Park as my token of allegiance to my family. The old man incessantly chides me for my lack of industriousness, and I must certainly achieve something to silence his criticisms. Xietingyu gazed at him coldly, a dangerous smile curling at the corner of his lips. I intend to offer that project to the Yufeng Group. Han Su was left dumbfounded, his mouth agape in shock. What, Yi, didn't we agree on this beforehand? I've already boasted about it, this isn't right. Moreover, even if you choose not to proceed with me, you cannot give it to the Yufeng Group. They are my sworn adversaries. Assisting them would spell my doom. Chapter 64. The wrath of Xietingyu. Han Su's lamentations echoed painfully in Xietingyu's ears. Yi, I am your most loyal friend, your own brother. You cannot treat me this way. Yi, you cannot heartlessly abandon me like this. Xietingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, rising in annoyance. Your intellect is ill-suited for business. It would be wise for you to reflect on that. Shen Qingyao sat beside them, gritting her teeth. Although Xietingyu was punishing Han Su, she felt a chill coursing through her. The weight of Jiang Jiutong and Xietingyu's eyes surpassed her expectations. Han Su's cries made it seem as though Xietingyu had forsaken him entirely. After exchanging WeChat information, Jiang Jiutong and Su Feng departed. She had felt a bit dizzy after the breeze on the deck and decided to return to her room for some rest. Glancing at the spot where Xietingyu had been sitting, she found him absent, with only Shen Qingyao glaring at her with disdain. Jiang Jiutong met her glare with one of her own. Shen Qingyao seemed to be more concerned about her than Xietingyu. Upon returning to her room, she took a hot shower and crawled into bed, feeling unwell from the lack of sleep the previous night, and decided to forego lunch. As she drifted in and out of slumber, She felt a cool, damp sensation on her cheeks and neck. Overcome by drowsiness, she forced her eyes open. Xie Tingyu, what on earth are you doing? I am trying to sleep. Unbeknownst to her, Xie Tingyu had entered the room at some point and was now kissing her without restraint. Zhang Jiutong rubbed her eyes and pushed him away. In a husky voice, Xie Tingyu leaned closer to her ear and whispered, "You seem to have a delightful conversation with Su Feng, even exchanged WeChat?" Planning to continue that when you return, Zhang Jiutong chuckled lightly. "What are you, jealous?" Xie Tingyu, displeased, retorted. "Jealous? You dare sit with another man right in front of me? What do you take me for?" Zhang Jiutong found his anger amusing and decided to tease him further. "Just a secret lover," Xie Tingyu ground his teeth. "A secret lover? How many legitimate lovers do you have? Lucinian, Su Feng, who else?" Zhang Jiutong's expression soured. "Why bring up Lucinian?" Xie Tingyu bit down on her neck as a form of punishment. What, not even allowed to mention him? Zhang Jiutong thought him utterly unreasonable. Why bring Lucinian into the conversation when they were discussing Su Feng? Indeed, let us not mention him. Xie Tingyu, filled with fury, tore at her clothing, pinning her beneath him. "You shall pay for today's actions." Zhang Jiutong struggled against him, feeling trapped. "Get off me, you're insane." Xie Tingyu, like a feral beast, disregarded her protests, tearing her clothes to shreds, leaving bite marks across her skin. Zhang Jiutong's efforts to resist only fueled his frenzy. "Xie Tingyu, stop." In the past, he had always respected her boundaries, his touch gentle, but today, he seemed beyond control. Zhang Jiutong felt utterly helpless before him, powerless to resist as he unleashed his pent-up frustrations. When the tumultuous encounter ceased, Zhang Jiutong lay motionless on the bed. Xie Tingyu, as if unaffected, rose and headed to the bathroom. A wave of grievance washed over her. Why had she been reduced to such a vulnerable state? It dawned on her how frightening her previous arrogance had been, believing she could control Xie Tingyu. How laughable. With tear-filled eyes, she climbed out of bed. Stepping over the remnants of her torn clothing to retrieve a blanket from the single sofa, she wrapped herself in it and sat on the floor by the window, gazing out at the endless sea. Often Zhang Jiutong felt like a drifting leaf, unanchored, at the mercy of the winds that could carry her anywhere. She grew fiercely and licked her wounds alone in the night. Truth be told, such uncontrollable emotions had not resurfaced since her return from the past. Yet today, they returned with a vengeance, tearing her apart from within. When Xie Tingyu emerged from the bathroom, he found Zhang Jiutong curled up, pitiably wrapped in the blanket on the floor. His heart ached as he approached and lifted her into his arms. But upon meeting her vacant gaze, panic seized him. "Xiaojiu, what's wrong?" "Xiaojiu." Zhang Jiutong appeared oblivious to his calls, lost in her own world, her eyes unfocused. Xie Tingyu carried her to the bed and draped a blanket over her. Her body bore the marks of their earlier frenzy. Regret washed over him. He cursed himself for punishing her so harshly. "Xiaojiu, can you hear me?" Zhang Jiutong snapped back to reality, her expression devoid of emotion as she looked at him. "I want to be alone for a moment." Xie Tingyu, filled with concern, held her tightly. "I apologize. I was beside myself with anger." Zhang Jiutong wasn't truly angry with Xie Tingyu, she was more frustrated with herself. "Xie Tingyu, just go. I don't wish to see you right now." Xie Tingyu, one arm around her waist, gently stroked her back with the other. "Xiaojiu, how can I leave you like this?" Zhang Jiutong met his gaze. "Xie Tingyu, I won't do anything foolish. Rest assured, I value my life more than anyone. Being here makes me feel like the old Zhang Jiutong, the one who was bullied and powerless against her fate." Tears streamed down Zhang Jiutong's cheeks, prompting Xie Tingyu to release her, no longer forcing her. "Rest well, I will come check on you later." After Xie Tingyu left, Zhang Jiutong buried herself under the covers and cried. Once her tears subsided, she felt bewildered by her earlier emotions. Perhaps she had been frightened by Xie Tingyu, or perhaps the feeling of being trapped had unearthed her hidden fears. Years ago, she had been helpless, forced onto a plane bound for England, unable to escape the grasp of those who held her. Later, when she had secretly returned to see her grandfather one last time, she had been similarly overpowered by those sent by the Shen family to be repatriated to England. Once she gathered her composure, she stood before the mirror, forcing herself to display a confident smile. Shen Qingyao harbored a grudge against Zhang Jiutong and was determined to make her suffer. After exiting Zhang Jiutong's room, Xie Tingyu, in a foul mood, sat in the VIP area, drowning his sorrows in drink. After coaxing Xuan Wu to sleep, Qini slipped out as well. The night was quiet, and the cabin was sparsely populated. Having gauged the situation, Shen Qingyao bribed a server to knock on Zhang Jiutong's door. Chapter 65. Shen Qingyao's malicious intent. The server, having accepted Shen Qingyao's money, knocked on Zhang Jiutong's door. "May I ask if Miss Jiang is inside?" Zhang Jiutong, nestled on the sofa listening to music, rose to answer the door. "What do you want?" The server respectfully replied. "Mr. Xie is waiting for you in cabin 1." Jiang Jiutong retreated to change her outfit, preparing to meet Xie Tingyu. After her prior emotional turmoil, she felt somewhat foolish for her earlier dramatics and intended to extend an olive branch to both herself and Xie Tingyu. Their relationship was merely one of mutual benefit. Why should she expect Xie Tingyu to always indulge her whims? From the very beginning, he had known that her approach was motivated by vengeance against Shen Qingyao. And he was merely intrigued by her. For someone of his stature, he could easily play with people's hearts. His willingness to indulge her in their charade was already a testament to his remarkable patience. Dressed in a moonlit-colored gown with a shawl draped over her shoulders, her chestnut hair tucked behind her ears, she donned high heels and made her way to cabin 1. The location chosen by Shen Qingyao was quite strategic. Neither passing through the banquet hall nor the lounge, making it a secluded spot hidden from those on the deck. Jiang Jiutong didn't ponder it too much. After all, their relationship was one not meant for public scrutiny. Perhaps he had finally come to his senses, realizing the need for discretion. Upon arriving at cabin 1, the dim lighting revealed no sign of Xie Tingyu. She peered inside. Are you in there? No response came, but the lights within the cabin flickered on, revealing Shen Qingyao with a contemptuous smile as she stepped forth. Jiang Jiutong, is this how you seduced Tingyu? Truly a vixen. Realizing Shen Qingyao's machinations, Jiang Jiutong turned to leave. Shen Qingyao had gone to great lengths, using Xie Tingyu's name to lure her here, and she was certain no good would come of it. Jiang Jiutong, do you not wish to know what Lu Xinian has done for you during these years you spent in England? Jiang Jiutong cast an irritated glance at her. Shen Qingyao, there is no need for you to bring up your past with Lu Xinian in my presence. I have no interest in either of you. Jiang Jiutong lifted her foot to depart, but Shen Qingyao stepped forward, seizing her arm. Jiang Jiutong, I did not expect you to be so heartless. For all these years, Lu Xinian has harbored feelings for you, willingly remaining by my side like a docile dog for your sake. It is astonishing that he has made such sacrifices for you, and yet you are callous enough to leave without even listening. Jiang Jiutong, growing impatient, retorted. Shen Qingyao, what exactly do you wish to convey? Shen Qingyao smirked disdainfully. Everyone believes that after you left, Lu Xinian chose to stay with the influential Shen family, but they do not know that on the very night you departed, he insisted on going to England to find you, even at the cost of severing ties with his family. It was I who threatened him, warning that if he did not obediently remain by my side, I possessed ample means to ensure your life in England would be a living hell. I still remember his eyes, filled with hatred towards me, yet he submitted to my will, aware that I am a person of my word, capable of taking your life if need be. For all these years, Lu Xinian has endured humiliation and scorn, all to protect your safety in England. And what have you done? Do you have a conscience? Upon returning home, you cast him aside, pursuing Xie Tingyu instead. Compared to your coldness, Jiang Jiutong, my actions seem trivial. This was the first time Jiang Jiutong had heard such a version of Lu Xinian's story. Upon her return, everyone had spoken of how Lu Xinian, for the sake of the Lu family's career, had ingratiated himself with the powerful Shen family, and she had believed he was happily ensconced with Shen Qingyao. Shen Qingyao, what do you intend by telling me all this? It was you who tore Lu Xinian and me apart, and now you feign remorse. Shen Qingyao laughed with audacity. What do I have to be remorseful about? Those were his choices. Did you not return alive from England? I fulfilled my promise. Oh, by the way, do you think Lu Xinian is drowning himself in the world of politics and power out of desire? Does he not wish to indulge in the pleasures of life like those young masters, Han Su and Qin Yi? It is not that he does not want to, it is that he dares not. He cannot gamble on a future where he is unable to protect you. Such a person, who wholeheartedly dedicates himself to you, and you dismiss him so easily. How cold-blooded you are. Jiang Jiutong's brow furrowed slightly, as she instinctively felt that Lu Xinian, like all those who had abandoned her, had chosen something more important than her. She had never considered the extent of Lu Xinian's suffering for her sake. Shen Qingyao, what is your true purpose in telling me all this? Shen Qingyao scoffed with disdain. What purpose? I merely wish you and Lu Xinian the best as devoted lovers. Do you think you can win Xie Tingyu's heart just by trying your hand at seduction? I assure you, the only one who can marry Xie Tingyu is I. Shen Qingyao, why waste your youth pursuing him? Those at the pinnacle of the social hierarchy are masters at playing with women's hearts. Perhaps in a few days, he will grow weary of you, and you will become nothing more than a discarded shoe. Why not beckon Lu Xinian back and return to being the joyful couple you once were? Jiang Jiutong was well aware that Shen Qingyao's every word inevitably revolved around Xie Tingyu. Shen Qingyao, the state of my relationship with Lu Xinian now is all due to your machinations. We cannot return to how we once were. You should be pleased. You may as well try your luck and see if you can become the woman in Xie Tingyu's heart. Jiang Jiutong had no desire to engage in further dialogue with Shen Qingyao. Every second spent felt like an utter waste of time. She turned to leave, but Shen Qingyao gripped her hand tightly. Zhang Jiutong, do you think you can come here today and simply walk away? I have no interest in your relationship with Lu Xinian. Your mistake lies in provoking Xie Tingyu and attempting to steal him from me. From childhood to adulthood, you have always been my defeated foe. Living under my control since the day you were born, I should not have been so kind as to spare your worthless life. Since a mistake allowed you to survive, then it is time to cut your losses and end your life now. Shen Qingyao, in a frenzied state, dragged Zhang Jiutong toward the railing. Zhang Jiutong, exhausted from her ordeal with Xie Tingyu that afternoon, felt her legs grow weak and her strength waning, even though she had managed to leave the room and arrive here. She now lacked the energy to contend with Shen Qingyao. The location of cabin number 1 was at the very front of the cruise ship, with the balcony of the room directly facing the boundless sea. From any vantage point on the cruise, it was nearly impossible to catch sight of this spot. Shen Qingyao had calculated this detail perfectly, daringly luring Zhang Jiutong here. Chapter 66. Zhang Jiutong falls into the sea. Zhang Jiutong clung desperately to the railing near the edge of the cruise ship, striving to maintain her balance and prevent herself from falling, yet Shen Qingyao was relentless. She had no intention of allowing Zhang Jiutong to leave alive today. Zhang Jiutong, do you have any last words? Speak them, and perhaps I can grant your wish. Zhang Jiutong's legs trembled, and her arms lacked strength. The overwhelming sensation of weakness returned. Shen Qingyao, if I were to die here today, do you truly believe Xie Tingyu would let you go unscathed? Shen Qingyao erupted into manic laughter. Zhang Jiutong, still clinging to life, wishes to speak defiantly. No one will discover that you died at my hands. I have checked, and there are no cameras here. Everyone will simply assume you fell into the water by accident. And even if Xie Tingyu sought retribution, he would not trace it back to me. Moreover, you greatly overestimate your position in Xie Tingyu's heart. Perhaps your death would prompt him to return to my side. Zhang Jiutong's grip on the railing turned white with tension. Her body pressed firmly against it, refusing to give Shen Qingyao an opportunity to prevail. Shen Qingyao looked at her with contempt, producing a pre-prepared electric baton. The shock from the stun gun struck Zhang Jiutong mercilessly, and she could not withstand the onslaught of electricity, collapsing to the ground. Before she could recover, Shen Qingyao stepped forward, pulling her toward the railing to throw her over. Below lay the unfathomable depths of the sea, shrouded in darkness, stretching endlessly, neither visible nor measurable. Zhang Jiutong felt her body grow light, like a withered leaf caught in the wind. Descending with a splash, she disappeared without causing a ripple. Shen Qingyao clapped her hands, casting a triumphant glance at the sea, and after confirming Zhang Jiutong had indeed fallen, turned to leave the scene. Xie Tingyu, having been expelled by Zhang Jiutong, drowned his sorrows in drink. Pouring glass after glass for himself, Qin Yi, observing his excessive drinking, teased, Master Yu, if you keep this up, anyone would think you've suffered a heartbreak. Xie Tingyu shot him a glance that if you cannot speak wisely, then be silent. Qin Yi pinched his nose. Well, no one has the audacity to make you heartbroken. Miss Shen is certainly not capable of that. Xie Tingyu snorted. Humph, she is quite audacious. She dared to throw me out. Qin Yi, puzzled, remarked, but Shen Qingyao usually behaves like a docile kitten beside you. I have never seen her display such boldness. Are you truly speaking of Shen Qingyao? Xie Tingyu replied impatiently. What do you think? Qin Yi suddenly realized something and promptly fell silent. He knew his instincts were never wrong. Master Yu and Zhang Jiutong were undoubtedly entangled in a complicated relationship. Women require coaxing, he mused, just like Xuanwu. She scolded me for no reason, and I had to patiently soothe her to have a moment to sneak out for a drink. Having a temper is a good thing. It shows she cares for you. Xie Tingyu shot him a sidelong glance. You have a masochistic tendency. Qin Yi completely ceased speaking. Matters of the heart are not for outsiders to meddle in. He thought to himself, the one who had been expelled was you. Wasn't it? Xie Tingyu, feeling irritated, rubbed his temples and glanced at the time. It was getting late. Zhang Jiutong should have calmed down by now, but he downed the contents of his glass in one go and stood to leave. Just as he exited the VIP area, he heard a commotion outside the cabin. Xie Tingyu's mind was solely occupied with the image of Zhang Jiutong sitting by the window, looking shattered, and he could hardly pay attention to anything else. He peeked outside and turned to walk away. Qin Yi, having grasped the situation, shouted after him, Master Yu, someone has fallen overboard. Xie Tingyu lazily raised his gaze. Call the lifeguards. Why are you calling me? Do you expect me to jump in and save them? In his moment of panic, Qin Yi forgot that Xie Tingyu's life was worth more than anyone else's present. At such a time, even if he needed to get close, he should have held onto him tightly. It's fine, you can go back. I'll take a look. Xie Tingyu, disinterested, was about to step forward when he suddenly heard a lifeguard on the deck shout, Quick, save her. It seems to be a woman. We found her high heels in cabin. No. 1. Xie Tingyu's mind went blank. He was overwhelmed by the image of Zhang Jiutong barefoot, her eyes devoid of life. He sprinted back to Zhang Jiutong's room, using the keycard he had acquired from the yacht's guest services to unlock the door. The room was empty, with a pair of high heels beside the dressing mirror, still waiting to be tried on. Stumbling back in shock, Xie Tingyu returned to the deck. It wasn't her. It absolutely couldn't be her. By now, chaos had erupted outside, with lifeguards donning life rings diving into the sea to rescue her. Guests awoken by the commotion poured out to witness the spectacle. Who fell overboard? They exclaimed. The sea is freezing at this hour. Someone could drown, I don't know, but I heard it was a woman who fell from cabin number 1. Her high heels are still on the ship. Oh, it seems that this incident does not merely involve a simple fall into the water. Could it possibly be a suicide or an act of foul play? Do not speak carelessly, for those aboard this vessel are prominent figures from the capital city. Do be cautious not to offend anyone. As Xie Tingyu listened to the chattering voices around him, a persistent ringing filled his ears. He cast a glance at the high heels brought over by the safety officer. Those were the very pair that Zhang Jiutong had asked him to pack in the box before her arrival. Without a moment's hesitation, Xie Tingyu rushed to the railing of the cruise ship, balancing on one leg as he leapt into the water. Damn it, he jumped in. Qin, hearing the commotion, turned to see Xie Tingyu plunge into the depths. What on earth is happening? Hurry, someone save him. Xie Tingyu is in the water. Instantly chaos erupted on the cruise ship. Losing a mere individual would be trivial, but should anything happen to Xie Tingyu, none of them aboard would escape unscathed. Quickly, we must rescue him. All the lifeguards plunged into the sea. Awakened abruptly from slumber, Han Su emerged from his cabin only to hear the alarming news that Xie Tingyu had fallen into the ocean. Instantly jolting him awake, he shouted as he scrambled to the railing, wishing he could dive in to save Xie Tingyu himself. If anything happens to you, it would cost me my life. I might as well jump in to accompany you. He was about to leap when Qin seized him. What are you doing adding to the chaos? Isn't it already enough? Han Su hurriedly dispatched a rescue boat, donning a life jacket as he and Qin descended to save him. The moment Xie Tingyu spotted Zhang Jiutong's high heels, he leapt from the deck without a moment's thought that he could not allow anything to befall Zhang Jiutong, even if she wished to sever ties with him completely. It could not be in such a manner. She must survive. Chapter 67. Xie Tingyu jumps into the sea. As Xie Tingyu plunged into the icy waters, the frigid embrace engulfed him. His heart raced. Consumed by the thought that Zhang Jiutong was undoubtedly terrified at that moment, he dared not slacken his efforts, frantically searching for her beneath the waves. All safety personnel had entered the water, and rescue boats circled the cruise ship, scouring a 500-meter radius tirelessly. The vessel's powerful floodlights illuminated the dark sea, making it as bright as day. Everyone was on high alert, fearful that someone might meet with misfortune. Should Xie Tingyu face any peril, none of them would be able to extricate themselves from the situation, given the Xie family's formidable influence in the capital. If they sought retribution for Xie Tingyu, every one of them would inevitably face repercussions. When Shen Qingyao heard the commotion outside her cabin, she leisurely changed into a blue gown to celebrate Zhang Jiutong's demise at sea. She applied a victorious lip gloss and sauntered out of her cabin. The moment she stepped outside, she overheard anxious discussions regarding Xie Tingyu's leap into the ocean. Shen Qingyao thought she had misheard and approached a nearby individual, gripping their shoulder in inquiry. What did you say? What has happened to Tingyu? The person, recognizing Shen Qingyao as a formidable presence, relayed the information they had overheard. The safety officer mentioned that a woman fell into the sea, and as more people gathered on the deck, we came out to see what was happening. Then, for some reason, Xie Tingyu jumped off the deck to save her. Upon hearing this, Shen Qingyao staggered, pushing past the obstruction in her path as she rushed toward the railing of the cruise ship. The vessel was ablaze with lights, and the searchlights clearly illuminated the waters within a 500-meter radius. She saw Han Su and Qin aboard the rescue boat, assisting the safety personnel in their search. As the officer in a life jacket submerged to cast the net, divers plunged into the depths, yet Xie Tingyu's figure was nowhere to be seen. Not even a shadow of him struggling in the water was visible. She was convinced that Zhang Jiutong had already sunk into the depths, but what of Xie Tingyu? Where was he? Why was it that after all her efforts to eliminate obstacles, he could recklessly leap into the water for Zhang Jiutong? Shen Qingyao was filled with both anger and hatred. Even in death, Zhang Jiutong was a source of unrest. What would she do if anything were to happen to Xie Tingyu? Tingyu, where are you? Come up quickly, someone hurry. You must rescue Xie Tingyu, or else I shall ensure you all accompany him in death. Shen Qingyao's gown, originally donned in celebration of Zhang Jiutong's demise, was now soaked with briny seawater. After being struck with an electric baton by Shen Qingyao, Jiang Jiutang was pushed into the sea, her entire being engulfed by the frigid waters. She felt utterly drained, the biting cold seeping into her bones. She wished to cry, yet no tears would come. At that moment, her mind flooded with memories of her childhood spent with her grandfather. On her birthday, her grandfather would bring a cake and gifts to her school, and they would blow out candles and make wishes on the grass in the park. She was taken back to the Jiang family by Lin Jiayin, only to be returned to her grandfather's side. Battered and bruised, he would embrace her, tears streaming down his neck, cool and slightly prickly. Later, when her grandfather fell ill and returned to his hometown, she was fostered by Grandma Lu each year on her birthday. Her grandfather would bring eggs from the chickens he raised to visit her in the capital. Then, when she was forcibly sent onto a plane bound for England, she never had the chance to see her grandfather again. Eventually, her grandfather passed away, and Lin Jiayin burned and shattered her grandfather's possessions right before her eyes. The memories replayed in her mind, filled with resentment and unwillingness. As Jiang Jiutang continued to sink, unaware of the ocean's depths, she suddenly realized she could not simply perish. The delicate flower her grandfather had nurtured could not wilt in the hands of evildoers. She had long grown accustomed to thriving against adversity. Her fate must rest in her own hands. Suddenly awakened, she opened her eyes underwater. All around her was darkness, devoid of any light. Fortunately, during her time in England, she had participated in competitive swimming. Her fascination with the sea made her more knowledgeable than most. She had studied aircraft carrier arresting wires, thus understanding the construction of ships and water resistance. Jiang Jiutang held her breath, maintaining her balance, and once her body stabilized and ceased its descent, she began to swim upward. Using sound to navigate, she swam in the direction of the cruise ship. Ultimately, her strength waned as she grasped the ladder of the ship. The water was deep, and she could not hear the sounds above. She had no idea if anyone had noticed her fall or if a lifeguard would come. Jiang Jiutang cursed her own frailty, lamenting her inability to regain her strength in such a short time to continue swimming upward. Having held her breath for too long, she choked on several mouthfuls of water, her nasal passages and chest burning painfully. Time passed slowly, and her limbs began to grow cold and numb. A fierce will to survive compelled her to endure the pain of exhaustion. Gritting her teeth as she clung to the ladder, after what felt like 5 more minutes, Jiang Jiutang felt utterly spent, her final ounce of strength expended as she clung desperately to the side of the cruise ship. Even in death, she would not become a wandering spirit in the sea. She would cling to the ship's hull, hoping to be carried away from this expanse and return to shore. Surely someone would come to collect her body. Wouldn't they? Who would it be? Jiang Jiutang grew increasingly drowsy, her mind teetering on the brink of unconsciousness. Perhaps it would be my Mang. She wouldn't want her to be left here all alone. In her final moments of awareness, a flurry of images flashed through her mind. Ultimately, she smiled as she closed her eyes. Weak and powerless, she plummeted, breaking through the water's resistance. Was it regrettable? Certainly. Was there a sense of unwillingness? Indeed, there would be. As consciousness faded, all her unfulfilled desires and regrets were left behind for those still living. The search and rescue efforts on the surface of the sea continued in a tense atmosphere. Divers plunged into the depths, yet still, the figures of Xie Tingyu and the woman who had fallen remained elusive. Those on the shore felt a tightening in their chests. Shen Qingyao stumbled over her flowing blue gown. Nearly losing her balance, she kicked off her high heels, pacing barefoot on the deck. Tingyu, you must not come to harm. Jiang Jiutang, you wretched girl, even in death, you cannot bring peace. Upon learning that Xie Tingyu had jumped in to save someone, Xuan Wu immediately deduced that the person who had fallen into the sea was Jiang Jiutang. A chill swept through her limbs, panic driving her in circles. With each passing second, her sobs grew more desperate. Tang Tang, Wowo Chapter 68. All accompanying in death, the rescuers were diligently conducting their search on the surface of the sea when suddenly they spotted someone emerging from the depths. There is someone. All eyes turned toward the rescuer's call. They beheld Xie Tingyu surfacing with an unconscious person in his arms. A collective sigh of relief swept through the deck. Han Su and Qin Yi hurriedly maneuvered the rescue boat to pull Xie Tingyu from the water. You scared me to death. With so many safety officers on board, why did you jump in to save someone yourself? Qin Yi handed Xie Tingyu a towel, noticing the pale, purple-lipped Jiang Jiutang cradled in his embrace. Concern etched across his face. We must get her back on board. The medical team is waiting. Jiang Jiutang was carried onto the deck by Xie Tingyu, and the surrounding crowd was quickly dispersed. At that moment, she was entirely unconscious, having felt certain of her demise as she fell, yet, it seemed as if hands had grasped her tightly. She was utterly exhausted, her mind a blank slate. The medical team began to administer first aid to Jiang Jiutang. expelling the water that had accumulated in her chest and abdomen, but she showed no signs of response. Xie Tingyu, drenched to the bone, stood nearby, his eyes a terrifying shade of red. Save her, if anything happens to her. You all will not escape unscathed. The medical team was instantly gripped by fear and heightened tension, unwilling to show any signs of negligence. The drowning victim had been submerged for an extended period, her bodily functions beginning to wane, and having aspirated water, she was now devoid of autonomous respiration. We needed to administer artificial respiration and secure her airway. Shen Qingyao leaned against the railing, fervently praying to the heavens for Xie Tingyu's safe return. When the rescue personnel announced they had found the target, her excitement rendered her oblivious to the fact that she was barefoot on the seaweed that had been pulled from the water. As she rushed toward the direction of Xie Tingyu's appearance, however, upon seeing Xie Tingyu return with Zhang Jiutong in his arms, a fierce glint of hatred flashed in her eyes. Damn Zhang Jiutong! How could she possibly survive this? Shen Qingyao, concerned, approached Xie Tingyu, clutching a towel, eager to dry his drenched hair. Yet Xie Tingyu's attention was wholly fixated on Zhang Jiutong, completely oblivious to her calls. After the paramedics briefed Xie Tingyu on Zhang Jiutong's condition, they prepared to administer artificial respiration. Xie Tingyu forcefully pushed them aside. I'll do it. During his training in the military, he had learned first aid and now knelt by Zhang Jiutong's side with utmost professionalism, pinching her nose and taking a deep breath, ready to open her airway. Shen Qingyao, witnessing this, felt a surge of panic. Xie Tingyu's unhesitating leap into the sea to save Zhang Jiutong had already embarrassed her immensely, and she couldn't fathom how those in the capital would perceive her afterward. Now he was about to perform mouth-to-mouth resuscitation on Zhang Jiutong. Absolutely not, it was utterly unacceptable. Tingyu, let the paramedics handle it. I've brought a wool blanket, come over and warm up for a moment. Xie Tingyu ignored her, his focus solely on Zhang Jiutong. Shen Qingyao, unwilling to yield, saw their lips nearly touching and reached out to pull Xie Tingyu back. Tingyu, can't someone else do this? Surely any random person could. Xie Tingyu, seeing Zhang Jiutong's unconscious and feeble state, felt a rush of urgency, and when Shen Qingyao tugged at him, his anger flared. Get away! He waved her aside forcefully. Shen Qingyao was thrown back 2 meters by his uncontrolled strength, landing on the ground in a rather disheveled manner. Tingyu, how could you treat me this way? What is so special about Zhang Jiutong? The onlookers, previously focused on Zhang Jiutong's condition, turned their bewildered gazes toward Shen Qingyao. What is she doing? Why is she making such a fuss while someone is in danger? The bystanders were nearly exasperated, watching as Xie Tingyu was about to administer artificial respiration to Zhang Jiutong, only for Shen Qingyao to intervene again. She could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, grabbing Shen Qingyao's arm. Miss Shen, what is more important, saving a life or your selfish desires? Zhang Jiutong is, after all, your half-sister. How can you be so heartless? Or are you afraid she might wake up? Shen Qingyao was struck at her core, her anger igniting. You speak nonsense. How could I be afraid? I simply do not wish for Zhang Jiutong to tarnish Tingyu's reputation. Upon hearing this, the guests, who had previously been indifferent, cast scornful glances at Shen Qingyao. Were it not for the fear of the Shen family, they would have been unable to restrain themselves from berating her. Shuangmu dragged Shen Qingyao away, and the scene of rescue finally regained its tranquility. After Xie Tingyu performed artificial respiration on Zhang Jiutong, she finally regained her breath. Though she had resumed autonomous respiration, she remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xie Tingyu cradled Zhang Jiutong in his arms and headed toward the cabin. Zhang Jiutong's body was ice-cold, clearly suffering from hypothermia. He filled a bathtub with warm water and submerged Zhang Jiutong, using a warm towel to continuously wipe her forehead and limbs. The woman lay limp, yielding entirely to Xie Tingyu's ministrations, showing no signs of response. With reddened eyes, Xie Tingyu kissed her lips, gripped by fear. He was terrified of the sight of Zhang Jiutong lying so quietly before him. Just moments ago, she had been fiercely arguing with him, yet now she was reduced to this state. Han Su and Qini anxiously awaited on the deck, and only when Xie Tingyu's private plane circled above the cruise ship did they finally breathe a sigh of relief. Xie Tingyu took Zhang Jiutong back to the capital city via private jet, where the military hospital was already prepared for her treatment. Before leaving, Xie Tingyu instructed Han Su, until Zhang Jiutong awakens, the cruise ship must not leave international waters. I refuse to believe she would jump into the sea herself. Until we uncover the mastermind behind this, no one is allowed to dock. The cruise ship remains stranded in international waters. And the atmosphere among the passengers shifted from festive celebration to a desperate quest to prove their innocence and identify the hidden perpetrator. Han Su scrutinized all the surveillance footage from the cruise ship, but there had been no recordings after Zhang Jiutong entered cabin No.1.as for how she had fallen overboard. There were currently no leads. Zhang Jiutong was admitted to the emergency room of the military hospital.
Xie Tingyu stood at the doorway, his gaze fixed on the illuminated sign that read emergency room. Upon receiving news, Xie Qinian rushed to the hospital. Tingyu, are you alright? I heard you dispatched a helicopter to the open sea to rescue someone. Then came directly here to the military hospital. You scared me half to death. I thought something had happened to you. Xie Tingyu had not even dried his hair, still clad in the damp clothes he had worn when he jumped into the sea. His eyes bloodshot and wearied as he pinched the bridge of his nose. I'm fine, Dad. Arrange for her the best doctors available. Chapter 69. The lights in the emergency room remained illuminated. Xie Qinian was taken aback. Ever since his son decided to enter business and they had a major falling out, he had not called him Dad again. He was unaware of who lay inside the emergency room. However, if something were to happen to that person, it would become even more difficult for the father and son to mend their rift. Alright, I will arrange it immediately. Shortly after, a group of white-coated doctors with graying hair hurried in. Commander Xie, experts from Jingda and Xia are en route, and our hospital's top specialists have already arrived. Xie Qinian nodded. Let's go in and take a look. He asked no questions, seeing his son in such a disheveled state. It was evident that the person in the emergency room was of great significance to him. Time ticked by, and Xie Tingyu's anxiety led him to reach for a cigarette several times. As he sat in the chair, his hands trembled. The patient had been stabilized and was currently out of danger, but would still require hospitalization for observation. A doctor emerged from the emergency room. The illuminated sign extinguished, and Zhang Jiotong was wheeled out. Xie Tingyu rushed forward to grasp her hand. Although she had regained consciousness, her awareness was still hazy. The fever had not yet subsided, and the family members might need to remain vigilant regarding her condition. Zhang Jiotong was transferred to a VIP ward, and Xie Tingyu remained by her side, refusing to leave. Upon seeing Zhang Jiotong's face, Xie Qinian recognized her as the young woman who had sat beside Xie Tingyu at the technology conference. He glanced at his son, whose previously grave expression now bore a bittersweet smile of relief. He realized that Xie Tingyu had completely fallen for this girl. Tingyu, I had someone bring you clean clothes and a late-night snack. You should eat something soon. Caring for a patient is exhausting work, and you must take care of yourself. Xie Tingyu sat beside Zhang Jiotong's bed, holding her hand against his cheek, nonchalantly acknowledging Xie Qinian's words. Seeing that the patient had been stabilized and was under the watchful eyes of doctors and nurses at the hospital, Xie Qinian turned to leave. Zhang Jiotong was burning with fever, and Xie Tingyu repeatedly wiped her body with a damp towel. The nurse who entered to change her dressings couldn't help but marvel at his dedication. The hospital had numerous patients daily, but not many family members showed such commitment. After the nurse finished changing Zhang Jiotong's dressings, she noticed Xie Tingyu's pallor. Sir, let me check your temperature as well. You don't look well. Xie Tingyu shook his head. No need, I'm fine. The nurse, seeing his reluctance, felt concerned for his well-being, having witnessed the commotion in the emergency room. She knew he was not someone to be disregarded. Taking a bold step, she reached to feel his forehead. Oh my, your fever is quite high. We must start in 4 immediately. Xie Tingyu's attention remained solely on Zhang Jiotong. Entirely neglecting his own condition, the nurse hurriedly called a doctor to check his temperature and prescribe medication. You must cooperate, otherwise, when this young lady wakes up tomorrow and you fall ill, how will you care for her? Persuaded, Xie Tingyu allowed the nurse to insert the 4. The night passed peacefully, and by the next morning, Zhang Jiotong's fever had mostly subsided. Her consciousness began to clear, and she wearily opened her eyes to find Xie Tingyu asleep beside her hand. Zhang Jiotong gently stroked his hair, causing him to awaken instantly. Upon meeting her clear gaze, Xie Tingyu let out a relieved sigh. Xiaojiu, you're finally awake. Zhang Jiotong looked around, realizing she was not on the ship. Where am I? Xie Tingyu tenderly cradled her hand in front of him, gently pressing it against his cheek. I in the hospital. You fell off the cruise ship. Zhang Jiotong's memory began to coalesce, fragments of that fateful night flickering to life in her mind. She recalled being pushed into the sea by Shen Qinyao and then sinking beneath the waves. Ultimately, she had desperately grasped the cruise ship's ladder before losing consciousness altogether. She thought she was doomed. Unexpectedly, she found herself lying in the hospital, unharmed. Was it you who saved me? Xie Tingyu gazed at her intently, as though beholding a precious treasure that had been lost and recovered. You certainly frightened me quite a bit. She recalled that before being deceived by Shen Qinyao into cabin 1, she had been arguing with Xie Tingyu. She had thought she was utterly alone in this world, suffocating under an inescapable sense of despair. Yet, Xie Tingyu had disregarded his own life and leapt into the sea to rescue her. Zhang Jiotong's eyes instantly brimmed with tears. I want to hug you. Xie Tingyu bent down and enveloped her in his embrace. From now on, you mustn't scare me like this again. Zhang Jiotong nodded. Yes, I will definitely take good care of myself. After their embrace, they lost themselves in a passionate kiss. A nurse entered to change Zhang Jiotong's bandages.
only to be taken aback by the scene before her, hastily retreating. I didn't see anything, the couple was interrupted, and Zhang Jiutong bashfully turned her head away. Someone saw us, Xia Tingyu gently caressed her forehead. So what, everyone saw me jump into the sea to save you yesterday, now you have no way to explain it. Zhang Jiutong shot him a glare. I guess it the same, in a life and death crisis. You acted heroically. Xia Tingyu chuckled lightly. If you say that even someone as brainless as Han Su wouldn't believe you, I wouldn't help an old lady cross the street, let alone heroically jump into the sea to save someone. Zhang Jiutong pouted. Oh dear, I have a headache. I don't want to deal with this anymore. Let's just go with the flow. Xia Tingyu laughed at her, teasing her for wanting to hide under the covers whenever faced with something unpleasant. Alright, you don't need to worry, I'll take care of everything. Zhang Jiutong nodded. It's truly wonderful to have you. Suddenly Xia Tingyu seemed to remember something and asked, Xiaozhou, how did you end up in the sea? Zhang Jiutong sighed. It may sound a bit unbelievable. Shen Qingyao bribed a waiter and told me you were waiting for me in cabin 1. When I went there, she incapacitated me with a stun baton and pushed me into the sea. Upon hearing this, Xia Tingyu's hands clenched tightly, his eyes filled with fury. How do you intend to deal with Shen Qingyao? Zhang Jiutong was somewhat surprised. You don't suspect that I am lying to you? After all, Shen Qingyao and I have always been at odds. It's entirely possible that I fell into the water and framed her. Xia Tingyu radiated an aura of menace. Shen Qingyao is not innocent in this at all. Chapter 70, The Waiter's Identification. All the passengers on the cruise ship were stranded in international waters. They feared that if something were to happen to Zhang Jiutong, they would be implicated. Han Xiao, when can we leave? Han Su was also in a difficult position. Such an incident occurring at his birthday party weighed heavily on his conscience. However, Xia Tingyu had already given the order. No one could leave without his command. We must wait for Zhang Jiutong to wake up, but don't worry, there is plenty of food and drink on the cruise ship. Everyone can just treat it as a few extra days of fun. Though that was what he said, who could still enjoy themselves now, unless they could uncover the reason behind Zhang Jiutong's fall into the sea, anxiety would continue to loom over them. Han Su and Qini combed through all the surveillance footage on the ship. Cabin 1 was a blind spot, where they could only see Zhang Jiutong entering the cabin and never coming out again. No1 had approached Cabin 1 before or after. Qini meticulously reviewed Zhang Jiutong's movements on the day of the incident. He noted that shortly after Zhang Jiutong returned to her room, Xia Tingyu entered hers. In the evening, Xia Tingyu exited Zhang Jiutong's room to drink alone in the VIP area, where he then encountered Qini, who had sneaked out after lulling the twins to sleep. Then, less than an hour later, a cruise ship waiter knocked on Zhang Jiutong's door. 10 minutes later, Zhang Jiutong left her room alone, heading towards cabin 1. Go fetch this waiter. Han Su, while checking the surveillance from other angles, turned sharply upon hearing Qini's words. Did you find something? It seems this waiter must have said something to Zhang Jiutong, prompting her to go to cabin 1. We'll learn the truth once we find this waiter. Han Su notified the cruise supervisor and summoned the waiter seen in the surveillance footage. When the waiter was brought before Qini and Han Su, he trembled uncontrollably. It wasn't me. I didn't know anything. The waiter was shaking like a leaf, clearly hiding something. Han Su fixed a piercing gaze on him. Confess honestly, why did you go back to Zhang Jiutong's room, and what did you say to her? I didn't say anything. I don't know anything. I swear. Han Su, furious, nearly lunged at the waiter. But Qini raised a hand to stop him. Miss Zhang's life hangs in the balance. I believe you have heard about the reason for the cruise's detention in international waters. The Xia family is not something a small fry like you can provoke. So tell us everything you know. Whoever is at fault should bear the consequences. There is a world of difference between being manipulated and genuinely intending to harm someone. The waiter was so frightened that he stuttered. I didn't want to harm anyone. I just took a young lady's money to relay a message for her. I truly didn't intend to harm anyone. Please spare me. Qini was actually unsure whether this waiter was connected to Zhang Jiutong's fall. A casual threat had caused him to crack. Who hired you? The waiter collapsed to the ground, desperate to clear himself. He had heard the supervisor and colleagues discussing how a powerful figure in the capital ordered the cruise to remain in international waters, and if the young lady who fell into the sea did not wake up, the mastermind would be hunted down to pay with their life. When he learned that the young lady had fallen from cabin 1, he was terrified. Surely he wouldn't be the scapegoat, would he? It was a young lady, I don't know her name. She approached me, handed me a stack of cash, and asked me to call someone from room 1103. That's all I know. After calling, I left up. I have been in the laundry room since I left room 1103. My colleagues can vouch for me. Please spare me. I truly didn't mean it. Han Su, upon hearing this, became agitated. So someone indeed plotted this. You don't know her name, but you must recognize her face, right?
Come, let us go identify her. The waiter, terrified, nodded repeatedly. I should be able to recognize her. Alright, get up and follow me to the banquet hall. Hansu and Chini summoned everyone to gather in the banquet hall. As the matter of who caused Zhang Jiutong to fall into the sea was too serious to treat lightly, everyone, please remain calm. We have located the bribed waiter. He will identify the person who coerced him to lead Zhang Jiutong to cabin 1. Upon hearing that this was indeed not an accident, but rather someone had intentionally bribed the waiter to deceive Zhang Jiutong into going to cabin 1, the crowd erupted in shock. Han Xiao. Can we trust this waiter? What if he points fingers at the wrong person? Exactly, what if he randomly accuses someone to save himself? That would put us all in danger. Chini looked at the waiter. Think carefully. The cash she gave you has both your fingerprints on it. If you lie, once we dock, we can send the evidence to the police for comparison. The waiter nodded frantically. I understand. I wouldn't dare deceive you. I will definitely identify the culprit truthfully. I know I can't fool you young masters and young ladies. Chini's words were merely meant to prevent the other guests in the cabin from panicking too much. The culprit had managed to evade surveillance, bribing the waiter, and acted in cabin 1, which implied they had complete counter-surveillance measures. It was unlikely they would leave fingerprints on the cash given to the waiter. However, in his current heightened state of panic, the waiter couldn't recall many details, allowing Qin to implant the notion that the culprit hadn't worn gloves enough. Everyone is here. Quickly identify who bribed you to lead Zhang Jiutong to cabin 1. Hansu instructed everyone to stand aside for the waiter to observe closely. The waiter moved from left to right, scrutinizing each individual, ultimately shaking his head in fear. No, none of them is the person. He was terrified of failing to identify the person who had bribed him, fearing he would become the scapegoat, but just as Chini had stated earlier, the stack of cash had their fingerprints on it. Even if he didn't see the woman present, he wouldn't dare point a finger at someone randomly. How could you still be protecting her? Have you considered the consequences if you don't come clean? The waiter shook his head repeatedly, his voice trembling with fear. No, it's not like that. I wouldn't dare. At that moment, Xuanwu scanned everyone present and noticed that indeed someone was missing. Shen Xinyao was absent. Chapter 71. Aren't you afraid of offending the Shen family? As soon as Xuanwu's words fell, everyone began to look around, confirming that Shen Xinyao was indeed not present. Hansu furrowed his brow. What is this young lady up to now? How can she be so uncooperative during such a crucial moment? Qin, however, had a different perspective. No one present had any motive to harm Zhang Jiutong except for Shen Xinyao. Setting aside the long-standing grievances between Shen Xinyao and Zhang Jiutong, the mere presence of Xie Tingyu was sufficient to drive her to madness. Xuanwu, please summon Shen Xinyao. Xuanwu nodded and made her way toward the room. While Hansu felt a twinge of unease, are you sending Xuanwu alone? She has quite the fiery temper. 2 ticking time bombs together could spell disaster. Deep down, Hansu believed that Shen Xinyao would not comply with their request. So he ordered the attendant to be escorted directly to Shen Xingyao's door. Given the gravity of the situation, everyone was eager to establish their innocence, and thus they followed to witness the next identification. Could it truly be Shen Xinyao? However, it was undeniable that she had always been at odds with Zhang Jiutong. Isn't it worth checking? After all, I'm not the one in the hot seat. They all arrived at Shen Xingyao's door? And Xuanwu knocked. Shen Xinyao, are you in there? After 2 or 3 minutes, Shen Xinyao, visibly irritated, opened the door. Are you done? Can't a person get some rest? She glanced disdainfully at the crowd outside. What do you want? Are you staging a rebellion with so many people blocking my door? Xuanwu retorted sharply. Shen Xinyao, everyone is in the banquet hall for identification. Why aren't you joining? Are you feeling guilty? Shen Xinyao glared at her imperiously. Why should I comply with your identification? Just because you say there's a murderer, does that make it true? What if you're trying to frame me? Why should I listen to you? Xuanwu had never encountered someone as unreasonable as Shen Xinyao. In a life and death situation, even the most unwilling ought to cooperate with the investigation. The sooner the perpetrator was identified, the sooner their innocence could be established. Yet she alone refused to cooperate and was being obstinate. Shen Xinyao, Tangtong's life hangs in the balance. How can you be so heartless? Shen Xinyao scoffed. And so, what does her uncertain fate have to do with me? Is that your justification for bringing this multitude to my doorstep? Aren't you afraid of offending the Shen family? Hansu rubbed his temples, exasperated by this spoiled young lady. If it weren't for her being Xie Tingyu's girlfriend, he would have kept his distance and never invited her to his birthday party. Miss Shen, it won't take much of your time. Just let the attendant take a look. If it's not you, we won't trouble you further. Without allowing Shen Xinyao to respond, Hansu had the attendant brought before her. When dealing with a woman who was being unreasonable, it was best to cut through the chaos swiftly. As for offending the Shin family, that was not his concern, Xie Tingyu would handle it later. The attendant, trembling with fear, was pushed forward by security, forced to raise his head. It's her. She gave me a stack of cash to summon that young lady. Upon hearing this, everyone turned to stare at Shin Qingyao. She shot the attendant a furious glare. What nonsense are you spouting? I've never seen you before, the attendant desperate exclaimed. How can you not admit it? You can't be trying to pin all the blame on me, can you? I remember you clearly. You were wearing a black dress in the corridor next to the laundry room. You called out to me and handed me money to summon someone to cabin 1103. I'm telling the truth. If I lie, may lightning strike me. The attendant's expression was one of desperation, fearing that others might not believe him. Qin Yi frowned, now almost certain that Shin Qingyao was indeed the mastermind behind Jiang Jiutong's fall into the sea. Miss Shin, do you have any further arguments to make? Shin Qingyao, cornered, was instantly enraged. You think you can condemn me based on one attendant's word? Qin Yi, you've got quite the audacity. The onlookers were utterly shocked. Whispering amongst themselves. My goodness, is it really Shin Qingyao? I always thought she was just a bit arrogant. I had no idea her heart was so malicious that she would go so far as to harm Jiang Jiutong. I never imagined Shin Qingyao would take such liberties, flaunting the old general's favored goodness. Jiang Jiutong is Shin Qingyao's half-sister. How could she be so ruthless? Jiang Jiutong has lived in Shin Qingyao's shadow all her life. Who would have thought she would end up being harmed by her sister? Shin Qingyao overheard the murmurs and her expression soured to silence. When did it become your turn to judge me? What right do you have to mention my grandfather? Hansu. Qin Yi, if you wish to accuse me, you must first consider whether my grandfather would agree. And now that Jiang Jiutong has fallen into the sea, are you trying to drag me down with her? You better have a compelling reason. You can't just dismiss me based on the word of a mere attendant. Don't you find such flimsy evidence laughable? Qin Yi was convinced of Shin Qingyao's guilt. Yet the current evidence was indeed tenuous. Based on his years of knowing her, she now appeared calm and collected, having likely cleaned up any evidence that could implicate her. Miss Shin, please calm down. The attendant's testimony can only serve as preliminary evidence for identifying a suspect. We will need to wait for young Master Yu to arrive before we can determine the course of action. Upon hearing Xie Tingyu's name, Shin Qingyao lost her composure. She had overlooked one crucial detail. She had not anticipated that Xie Tingyu would leap into the sea to save someone without his intervention. Jiang Jiutong would have undoubtedly perished. Moreover, no one would care whether this was an accident or a premeditated murder. Jiang Jiutong had severed ties with the Jiang family, and with her status, she lacked the influence to delay so many people in international waters. When the dust settled, she would simply go to her grandfather and weep, and he would never allow her to suffer. He would intervene to resolve the matter. In the end, it would only mean one less insignificant person in the world. A person as humble as an ant, unable to stir any waves. Jiang Jiutong, you truly deserve to die, even after falling into the sea. You cannot find peace. Chapter 72. Are you going to break up with me for Jiang Jiutong? Shin Qingyao was pierced by Qin Yi's words, striking a vulnerable spot in her defenses, stirring a tempest within her otherwise composed demeanor. Don't think you can intimidate me with Tingyu. He is my boyfriend. No matter what happens, he will stand by my side. Do you really believe that this gathering of people blocking my door will spare you? Han Su was displeased, his anger flaring at Shin Qingyao's self-righteous demeanor. Miss Shin, everyone on this cruise is risking their reputations, stranded in international waters. Even if young Master Yu arrives, he cannot blindly support you without discerning right from wrong. Besides, Han Su's words trailed off, leaving an unspoken implication hanging in the air. Shin Qingyao's displeasure was palpable. Han Su, what do you mean by that? Han Su shrugged. I mean nothing, since you believe young Master Yu will stand with you. We shall see. Shin Qingyao was infuriated. It seemed anyone could now bully her. Just wait, when Tingyu arrives, you will regret this. As the group continued to bicker, the distant sound of a helicopter echoed. Everyone rushed out of the cabin to ascertain the situation. The helicopter bore the emblem of the Yen family circling above the cruise ship. Han Su recognized it as Xie Tingyu's private aircraft and quickly organized the clearing of the helipad to facilitate a landing. Shin Qingyao, also stepping outside, felt a flicker of hope. If Jiang Jiutong were indeed dead, then her daring endeavor might conclude successfully. As for the attendant's ridiculous accusation, it was utterly baseless. She gazed at the helicopter with a mix of anxiety and anticipation. Hoping that Xie Tingyu would descend with good news, the aircraft landed on the helipad, the cabin door opened, and Xie Tingyu emerged. Seeing only him, Shin Qingyao felt certain that Jiang Jiutong had most likely perished. She rushed forward, tears in her eyes. Tingyu, while you were gone, Han Su and Qin Yi brought a whole crowd to bully me. You must stand up for me. Xie Tingyu didn't even glance at Shin Qingyao. Turning instead to reach into the aircraft, Zhang Jiutong slowly peeked out from inside, taking Xie Tingyu's hand as she descended. Shen Qingyao, surprised to see me, you pushed me into the sea, and yet I managed to return alive. It seems the situation is not entirely in your control. Shen Qingyao was taken aback. From outside the helicopter, the interior had been hidden from view. Instinctively believing her plan flawless, she staggered back 2 steps upon seeing Zhang Jiutong's face. Zhang Jiutong, you're still alive. Zhang Jiutong replied coldly, sorry to disappoint you. Shen Qingyao looked to Xie Tingyu, whose gaze was dark and foreboding, sending chills down her spine. Tingyu, I've been waiting for you. Zhang Jiutong had just recovered from a fever. Her body still weak. Had it not been for her insistence to come, Xie Tingyu would have insisted she stay in the hospital longer. Now, the wind blew across the deck of the cruise ship. And fearing Zhang Jiutong might catch a chill, he let her into the cabin. Zhang Jiutong settled onto a sofa in the lounge, and Xuanwu anxiously approached, checking her from head to toe. Tang Tang, are you alright? You really scared me. Zhang Jiutong shook her head. Do not worry, I am perfectly fine now. Xuanwu has informed Xie Tingyu and Zhang Jiutong about the incident where they identified Shen Qingyao, with an unwilling demeanor, began to explain. Tingyu, do not listen to her nonsense. How could you trust the words of a mere servant? Han Su and Qin Yi are simply trying to bully me in your absence. You must stand up for me. Shen Qingyao approached Xie Tingyu, feigning a pitiful expression as she attempted to grasp his hand, only to be forcefully pushed away by him. Shen Qingyao, how long will you continue to put on this act? Your hypocritical facade is utterly repulsive. Understanding the tone of Xie Tingyu, Shen Qingyao realized that Zhang Jiutong must have relayed the events of that night to him. However, she remained unfazed, knowing that Han Su and Qin Yi could only summon a servant who lacked credibility. Indicating they had no other evidence, there was no way Zhang Jiutong's baseless accusations could condemn her. Tingyu, did Zhang Jiutong say something to you? You know she has always been at odds with me. Seeking to frame me for her own missteps, you cannot be deceived by her. Xie Tingyu shot her a glance. I have yet to say anything. Why are you so anxious? Feeling guilty, Shen Qingyao pressed her lips together. Swallowing the rest of her words, Xuanwu sensed the tension and quickly inquired of Zhang Jiutong. Tang Tang, what truly transpired that night? Zhang Jiutong turned toward Shen Qingyao. She lured me to cabin 1, electrocuted me with a stun gun, and then pushed me into the sea. The moment her words fell, a collective gasp echoed in the room as all eyes turned to Shen Qingyao, their expressions laden with complexity. When the servant identified Shen Qingyao earlier, many had suspected the ruthlessness of this young lady, yet they were astonished to learn she had used a stun gun on Zhang Jiutong. It was nothing short of attempted murder. Some individuals felt a chill run down their spines, relieved they had never crossed paths with the likes of Shen Qingyao. Otherwise, with her venomous heart, they could only imagine a fate worse than Zhang Jiutong's. Goodness, how ruthless, to electrocute someone and then toss them into the sea, denying them any chance of survival. Indeed, had it not been for Master Yu diving into the sea to rescue her, Zhang Jiutong would surely have met a dire fate. Shen Qingyao's grandfather had spoiled her rotten, allowing her to commit such heinous acts. It was truly terrifying. Shen Qingyao could not possibly admit to anything, for they had no evidence. You were spouting nonsense. Do you think you can frame me based solely on your words? Zhang Jiutong, are you suggesting you jumped into the sea intentionally to incriminate me? Upon hearing Shen Qingyao's denial, Zhang Jiutong could not help but be astounded by her shamelessness. Shen Qingyao, what one does is observed by the heavens. This world does not bend to your whims. Ignoring Zhang Jiutong's retort, Shen Qingyao moved closer to Xie Tingyu, lamenting. Tingyu, are you truly going to stand by and watch as they bully me? I am your girlfriend. Their actions are a blatant disregard for you. You must teach them a lesson. Xie Tingyu scoffed. Shen Qingyao, I almost forgot you are truly overstepping your bounds, using my name to commit wrongdoings. I do not have a girlfriend like you. Shen Qingyao was now thoroughly alarmed. Tingyu, are you really going to break up with me for Zhang Jiutong? Chapter 73, What can you do if you cannot produce evidence? Shen Qingyao transitioned from disbelief to inner turmoil. Why should Zhang Jiutong have any claim over her? She was merely a pitiful creature abandoned even by the Zhang family. Her own parents had forsaken her, which spoke volumes about her character. Tingyu, you must not be deceived by her. Zhang Jiutong harbors ulterior motives. She bribed the servant to frame me. She deliberately jumped into the sea to tarnish my reputation in front of everyone. You cannot treat me like this. Zhang Jiutong chuckled. Shen Qingyao, how brazen of you to turn the tables and claim that I am framing you by jumping into the sea. This is the most absurd thing I have ever heard. Shen Qingyao, seeing Xie Tingyu remain unmoved, unleashed all her frustration upon Zhang Jiutong. You keep insisting that I pushed you. Do you have any evidence? And you, Han Su and Qin Yi, just because you found a servant to accuse me?
Do you have proof? Is there no one from the Shin family to stand up against you? If you cannot produce evidence today, you must kneel before me and apologize in front of everyone. Relying on her grandfather's influence in the capital, Shin Qingyao believed these individuals would not dare to truly confront her. Since they insisted on pursuing her, they ought to present solid evidence first. In her childhood, Shin Qingyao had often schemed against Jiang Jiutong, hiding her own necklace in Jiang Jiutong's backpack and then accusing her of theft. She would intentionally stumble into the flower bed while walking,
returning home in tears to claim that Jiang Jiutong had hit her. She would provoke Jiang Jiutong with inflammatory remarks, only to act innocent when adults arrived, ensuring that Jiang Jiutong's angry outbursts were caught in the act.
Such schemes were second nature to her. It was not the first time Jiang Jiutong had been bested by her, though she had finally returned to the Jiang family during a holiday. She would invariably receive a beating and be sent away, covered in bruises. Shin Qingyao relished in these antics and had honed her skills at destroying evidence. This time, she was evidently well prepared, confident that her schemes would leave no loose ends.
Jiang Jiutong, if you cannot produce evidence, you should know what your fate will be. Although the Jiang family has disowned you, if I were to obstruct Jiang Jinghe's career, do you think Lin Jiayin would let you off the hook? Jiang Jiutong scoffed. Shin Qingyao, if you wish to threaten me, at least come up with something fresh. Aren't you tired of this old routine? But do give it a try. I am quite intrigued. Shin Qingyao detested Jiang Jiutong's nonchalant demeanor. Despite having lost everything, how could she still flaunt her arrogance right before Shin Qingyao's eyes? Jiang Jiutong, stop wasting words, quickly present your evidence. I am eagerly anticipating the sight of you kneeling before me in apology. Xie Tingyu gently squeezed Jiang Jiutong's palm, signaling her not to worry. Even without any evidence, he could still support her. Jiang Jiutong nodded slightly, a faint smile gracing her lips. Follow me. Jiang Jiutong stood and walked towards cabin 1. Shin Qingyao quickly replayed the events of that night in her mind, ensuring she had not overlooked anything, then followed closely beside Xie Tingyu with a confident smile. To preserve the scene, Han Su had not allowed anyone near cabin 1. Keeping it in the same state as the night of the incident, the sheer curtain by the window had been partially torn down, yet there were no obvious signs of a struggle in the room. After a quick glance, Shin Qingyao, satisfied, provocatively remarked, Jiang Jiutong, didn't you mention a stun gun? Where is it? Jiang Jiutong shot her a sidelong glance. You think I would leave behind evidence of your crime? Do you derive some sense of superiority from asking such a question? Pleased with her meticulous planning, Shin Qingyao doubted Jiang Jiutong could truly present any so-called evidence. You are not stalling for time because you have no evidence, are you? I do not have the luxury of time to play your games. I advise you not to attempt any tricks. Unperturbed, Jiang Jiutong smiled and crouched down in front of a cabinet by the window. Shin Qingyao, what are you so anxious about? If you want evidence, I shall provide it. She reached beneath the cabinet and pulled out a mobile phone. Shin Qingyao felt a moment of panic upon realizing it was Jiang Jiutong's phone. How could it be here? Jiang Jiutong pressed a button on the phone, which had powered off. Han Su quickly handed her a power bank. Sister Jiutong, charge it. Once the phone was connected to the power bank, it powered on. Jiang Jiutong opened the recording app, revealing an unnamed recording file over 2 hours long. Shin Qingyao was now in a state of alarm. She had focused so intently on suppressing Jiang Jiutong's resistance that she had completely overlooked when Jiang Jiutong had activated the recording and hidden the phone beneath the cabinet. Jiang Jiutong, what are you doing? Without answering, Jiang Jiutong elegantly tapped the play button. Shin Qingyao's voice instantly poured forth from the phone. Jiang Jiutong, do you have any last words? After today, you will never have another opportunity to speak. Are you still being defiant when death is imminent? No one will associate your demise with me. I have checked. There are no cameras here. It is a blind spot for surveillance. By the time anyone notices you are missing, you will have already met your end in the sea, and considering your lack of connections, how many people do you think will genuinely care about the cause of your death, even if someone suspects foul play? They will have no proof. No one will dare oppose the Shin family for you. You shall perish at my hands in this lifetime. In your next life, remember to stay far away from me. I do not wish to see your face again. The attendees held their breath, fearful of missing any critical detail. It was indeed Shin Qingyao. It was incomprehensible that she had appeared so confident just moments ago. Perhaps she believed that even if she committed murder, the Shin family would protect her. That was hard to say. If the Jiang family showed leniency, Shin Qingyao would likely face no repercussions. Moreover, Shin Qingyao was also a daughter of the Jiang family, favored more than Jiang Jiutong. Jiang Jiutong is truly unfortunate. I can hardly bear to watch the whispers amongst the onlookers. Completely stripped Shin Qingyao of her final veil of modesty, she pointed an accusing finger at Jiang Jiutong, shouting, "You little wretch, so cunning! In that situation, you still thought to record? What of it if I did? Are you not standing here alive and well? What can you possibly do to me? The Jiang family will not side with you. Nor will the Shen family allow you to prevail. Just consider it a brief swim. It would be wise for you to know when to withdraw, otherwise, do not blame me for my unkindness. Do not think that Zhang Jiutang is the only one affected, even those beside her can no longer tolerate your words. Chapter 74. Take a swim. When Zhang Jiutang was rescued from the sea by Xie Tingyu, her face was terrifyingly pale, devoid of life, as if she were a specter. The sight was shocking, yet, when it reached Qin Qingyao's lips, it transformed into a flippant remark, as if to say, "You didn't die. So just treat it like a swim." Han Su furrowed his brow. "Miss Shen, your words are rather excessive. The fact that Jiutang is standing here safe and sound is largely due to Master Yu's selfless rescue. This hardly serves as a justification for your actions." Han Su, with a certain audacity, thrust a verbal dagger towards Shen Qingyao. "Be silent. When have my affairs become your concern to comment upon?" Duan Wuqing, brimming with indignation, attempted to confront her but was restrained by Qin Yi. "Shen Qingyao, what is this attitude? You commit a wrongdoing and lack even the most basic sense of accountability, yet you dare to threaten others. Do you think everyone ought to be afraid of the Shen family?" Shen Qingyao scoffed. "You want me to apologize? What a farce! Even if I were to perish, there is no chance I would apologize. Why should I for Zhang Jiutang? She has been a mistake from birth. She has no right to exist in my sight." Shen Qingyao was provoked to the brink of losing her reason by Han Su's remark regarding Xie Tingyu saving Zhang Jiutang. Normally she was imperious, adept at the hypocritical charade of the elite, yet now she was tearing off her mask without restraint. "Take a swim," Xie Tingyu's voice rang out, dark and brooding. Shen Qingyao looked at him in disbelief. "Tingyu, what did you say?" Xie Tingyu glared at her, his eyes icy, causing the temperature around them to plummet. "Take a swim." His voice was authoritative, resonating with an undeniable finality. Shen Qingyao could hardly believe her ears. "No, I am not the same as Zhang Jiutang. You cannot treat me this way." "Is that so? Then allow me to see just what sets you apart." With that, Xie Tingyu rose and approached Shen Qingyao. Towering over her, "Will you jump in yourself, or shall I assist you?" Shen Qingyao shook her head vehemently, tears streaming down her cheeks. "No, you cannot do this to me. I am your girlfriend. If my grandfather finds out, he will never forgive you." Xie Tingyu appeared unfazed. "Then let him come find me once you are fished out of the sea. I will bear the consequences of my actions." Han Su and Qin Yi were equally taken aback. Xie Tingyu was willing to offend General Shen for Zhang Jiutang. While the Xie family was indeed more powerful than the Shen family, General Shen was known for his unyielding favoritism towards Shen Qingyao. Should he learn of Shen Qingyao's mistreatment at Xie Tingyu's hands, he would move heaven and earth to seek retribution. However, Xie Tingyu's resolve was unshakable. They understood that any attempts to intervene would be futile. Shen Qingyao was genuinely frightened now, clutching at Xie Tingyu's pant leg, sobbing for breath. "Tingyu, you cannot do this to me. The sea is so deep. If I fall in, I will surely perish." Xie Tingyu glanced down at her. "How could that be? It is merely a swim." Shen Qingyao clung to him desperately, refusing to approach the balcony, summoning all her strength to resist. Xie Tingyu closed his eyes, his heart aching as he imagined that night when Zhang Jiutang must have felt as helpless as Shen Qingyao did now. The attendant presented him with a stun baton, and Xie Tingyu turned to Zhang Jiutang. "Where do you wish to be shocked?" Zhang Jiutang pointed to her arm, and Xie Tingyu aimed the baton at Shen Qingyao's arm. Shen Qingyao instantly collapsed, rendered powerless and unable to rise. All onlookers were stunned into silence, unable to fathom that Xie Tingyu would truly retaliate against Shen Qingyao and kind to Tingyu. "Save me." Shen Qingyao weakly reached out to touch the tip of Xie Tingyu's shoe. But her hand went numb as she extended it. So this was the sensation of being electrocuted. It was far worse than she had imagined. Xie Tingyu stepped towards Shen Qingyao, crouching beside her, and whispered, "Do not let me witness you bullying her again." Just as Shen Qingyao attempted to speak, she was suddenly lifted off the ground by Xie Tingyu and thrown towards the sea. With a splash, she plunged into the water, eliciting panicked gasps from those around. "Quick, save her." Xie Tingyu raised his hand to halt them. "Wait." He glanced at his watch, then sat coldly on the sofa. Others, upon hearing his command, ceased their movements. Xie Tingyu noted the time of Zhang Jiutang's recording. There had been a gap of 10 minutes from her falling into the water to being discovered by the safety personnel. He focused on the watch, and after the minute hand moved 2 ticks, he called for the cruise ship's rescue team. Han Su was nearly frightened to death. Did this man truly need to cause a death on his cruise ship to be satisfied? He hurriedly notified all rescue personnel to enter the water. He had no desire for Shen Qingyao to perish aboard this vessel. Entangling himself with her could only lead to trouble. The rescue operation commenced with fervor. And Han Su and Qin Yi also boarded a rescue boat. Xie Tingyu remained in the VIP lounge with Zhang Jiutang, who understood that he was acting to avenge her. Shen Qingyao was deserving of her fate.
Yet she still worried that this incident might implicate Xie Tingyu. What if General Shen comes looking for you? Shen Qingyao was his most cherished granddaughter. Xie Tingyu flicked a lighter open and shut. Do not concern yourself with such matters, I will handle it. Zhang Jiutong swallowed her remaining words and sat quietly beside him. Seconds turned into minutes, and nearly an hour later, the rescue team finally pulled Shen Qingyao from the water. She emerged with her body white from the soaking, lips blue from swallowing water, and her hair tangled with seaweed and utterly disheveled sight. Medical personnel rushed forward to administer first aid, performing chest compressions and artificial respiration. After a lengthy struggle, Shen Qingyao finally coughed up water and began to recover. Zhang Jiutong watched the scene and reflected on how much worse her own condition had been that night. Xie Tingyu glanced back at her, reaching out to gently stroke her head. Do not fear, I am here. Zhang Jiutong inexplicably felt comforted. The turmoil in her heart, whether born from self-pity or indignation towards Shen Qingyao, dissipated under Xie Tingyu's soothing presence. After a brief first aid session, Shen Qingyao boarded Xie Tingyu's private plane en route to the military hospital. When General Shen received the news, he nearly fainted from shock. He hurriedly dispatched a vehicle to the hospital, unable to bear the thought of anything happening to Shen Qingyao. Lin Jiayin and Jiang Zhenghe also arrived at the military hospital, anxiously waiting outside the emergency room. Heavens, what if anything happens to Yao? Why couldn't it have been Zhang Jiutong? Chapter 75. I will make the Xie family pay soon. News of Shen Qingyao's accident spread throughout the capital. General Shen's resentment towards Xie Tingyu reached its zenith. What of the Xie family? If anything happens to my precious granddaughter, I will make that little brat from the Xie family pay dearly. I will spare no effort, even at my advanced age. Xie Qinian had barely returned to the military district from the hospital when he learned that his son had once again stirred up trouble. This time, he had actually thrown General Shen's granddaughter into the sea. Was this boy out of his mind? It infuriated him. Yan Ran and the other ladies were indulging in beauty treatments when the gossip swept through. Mrs. Xie, has your family Tingyu offended the Shen family this time? Yan Ran, completely unaware, looked perplexed. Why do you say that? What, you don't know? Your Tingyu threw Shen Qingyao into the sea, and she is currently in the hospital. Yan Ran sat up in shock. What? Why would that boy do such a thing? I must call old Xie and ask. When Xie Qinian and Yan Ran arrived at the hospital with gifts, Shen Qingyao had already regained consciousness, lying in a hospital bed receiving in 4 drip. Qingyao, are you feeling any better? Seeing Yan Ran and Xie Qinian, Shen Qingyao propped herself up, her voice laced with grievance, as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Uncle, Auntie, I'm fine. General Shen, witnessing his granddaughter's state, was so enraged he could hardly contain himself, itching to drag Xie Tingyu over for a reckoning. Humph. Where is Xie Tingyu? Has he lost the courage to face the consequences of his actions? Or does he simply disregard this old man? Xie Qinian stepped forward to offer some conciliatory words, hoping to pacify General Shen. Old sir, this incident was indeed an error on Tingyu's part. I will ensure he personally comes to apologize. General Shen huffed in response. My granddaughter is still weak. I will not discuss who is at fault right now, but I must stand up for Qingyao. The daughters of the Shen family are not to be bullied without consequence. Yan Ran smiled apologetically, nodding. Of course, I will ensure that boy is properly reprimanded. This is utterly unacceptable. I will make sure he never dares to bully Qingyao again. Lin Jiayin had also heard some gossip, claiming that Xie Tingyu had thrown Shen Qingyao into the sea because of Zhang Jiutong. Fearing that this might tarnish Zhang Jinghe's standing with General Shen, she seized the opportunity to pledge her loyalty to him. Mrs. Xie, that sea is unfathomably deep. Our Qingyao, such a delicate girl, was simply thrown in. She must have been terrified. Xie Tingyu's actions are rather excessive, to say the least. Yan Ran cast a glance at Lin Jiayin, feeling a slight displeasure in her heart. Even General Shen, in the presence of her and Xie Qinian, had shown some courtesy, refraining from an outburst. What, then, could Lin Jiayin possibly be? Oh, is that so? I too find it somewhat excessive. I heard that Shen Qingyao pushed Zhang Jiutong into the sea and declared that as long as the Shen family exists, even if Zhang Jiutong were to perish, it would not stir a ripple. This child, Tingyu, cannot abide such behavior, and thus he emulated the act by tossing Qingyao into the sea as well. I too believe it was rather inconsiderate. Lin Jiayin, upon hearing Yan Ran bring up this incident, felt a pang of embarrassment. What of it? Can Zhang Jiutong even be compared to Qingyao? Qingyao has been pampered and nurtured in luxury since childhood. She has never endured such indignities. Yan Ran found this amusing. If I am not mistaken, Zhang Jiutong should be the biological daughter of Madame Lin and Jiang Zhenghe, correct? Why does Madame Lin seem utterly indifferent to her own flesh and blood? I heard that when Zhang Jiutong was returned from the high seas, the situation was far more perilous than Qingyao's. She nearly lost her life. Was Madame Lin not present at that time? when it comes to being a stepmother, no one in the capital could possibly rival Madame Lin. The sarcasm in Yan Ran's tone was palpable, causing Lin Jiayin's face to flush with anger. Zhang Zhenghe pulled her aside, whispering in her ear, "Do not act recklessly, we cannot afford to offend the Xie family." Lin Jiayin could only swallow her indignation. "Madam Xie, you may not be aware, but Jiang Jiutang is utterly disrespectful to her elders. The Jiang family has severed ties with her. Her life or death is of no concern to us." This remark was, in fact, aimed at General Shen. Jiang Jiutang was no longer a member of the Jiang family, and her actions bore no relation to them. "I am not interested in your family affairs. I merely brought it up in conversation, so please do not take offense." Madame Lin. Shen Qingyao, realizing that Yan Ran was well informed, grew anxious that her good reputation in front of the Xie family might be tarnished by Jiang Jiutang. She hurried to explain, "Aunt, I did not intentionally push Jiang Jiutang. It was all her doing. She has always been envious of me, wanting to snatch everything good I possess. This time, at the gathering, seeing Tingyu treat me kindly, she dared to seduce him. I lost my temper momentarily out of love for Tingyu. Moreover, I did not intend to push her into the sea. It was she who insisted on tussling with me and, in the scuffle, lost her footing and fell." Upon hearing this, Yan Ran was taken aback. Two women vying for her son, and her son, in a fit of anger for another woman, had tossed Shen Qingyao into the sea? What a farce! She would have to interrogate that little rascal, Xie Tingyu, when they returned home. Indeed, she is quite reckless, always trying to allure Tingyu. I am deeply wronged. After leaving the hospital, Yan Ran could not help but inquire of Xie Qinian. "Are you aware of this matter?" Xie Qinian nodded. "I have heard some details. The situation may differ from what Shen Qingyao has recounted. It is said that there is a recording left from the scene." Yan Ran interrupted him. "Oh, who asked you about that? I meant to ask about Jiang Jiutang's attempts to seduce our son." Xie Qinian scoffed. "It is hard to say who is seducing whom." Yan Ran's curiosity piqued, and she insisted on getting to the bottom of it. Do tell, what exactly happened? Xie Qinian resigned, relate everything he knew to his wife. "When we were outside the emergency room, your son was in a truly alarming state. It was as if had anything happened to that young lady, he would have chosen to follow her into the afterlife." Yan Ran found this utterly unbelievable. "Is this really my son, who was so disinterested in women? So unromantic, and so lacking in tenderness?" Xie Qinian nodded. "I too find it hard to believe. Just the other day at the academic conference, that little rascal was trying to amuse a young lady. She completely ignored him, and I relished seeing him in a plight." Yan Ran shot him a glare. "Is this how you act as a father? Your son is pursuing a girl, and instead of helping him, you stand by and enjoy the spectacle." Chapter 76, A Fateful Bond. Xie Qinian chuckled. "Who told that rascal to always go against me? It is delightful to finally see someone capable of dealing with him." Yan Ran nodded in agreement. "From what you say, this girl does exhibit some of my former charm. I am quite eager to meet her." Xie Qinian, noticing his wife was already envisioning their future daughter-in-law, doused her enthusiasm with cold water. Do not forget about Shen Qingyao. General Shen is not one to be trifled with." Yan Ran sighed. "This is indeed a fateful bond." Shen Qingyao pursues Tingyu relentlessly. Yet when has he ever acknowledged her? This incident certainly reflects Tingyu's lack of consideration. However, for the sake of the girl he loves, it was rather gallant of him. Xie Qinian raised an eyebrow. "Are you not concerned that General Shen might make things difficult for Tingyu?" Yan Ran drew in a breath, her protective instincts flaring. "The Shen family does not value human life and engages in such reckless behavior. Jiang Jiutang's situation within the Jiang family is rather precarious. Nonetheless, it is perhaps for the best that ties have been severed. I cannot abide Lin Jiayin's blatant disregard for her own daughter. As it stands, I have no daughter of my own. If they do not cherish her, what my son loves, I shall love as well." Xie Qinian was momentarily taken aback. "I was speaking of Tingyu. And you've gone off on a tangent." Yan Ran dismissed him with a wave. "What of Tingyu? He can manage on his own. By protecting the woman he loves, I am helping him alleviate his burdens." "You simply do not understand." Xie Qinian, exasperated, replied. All right, I do not understand." Upon returning from the cruise, Jiang Jiutang was urged by Xie Tingyu to rest at home. "I have not been to the office for many days. There is so much to attend to." Xie Tingyu brought her a cup of honey pomelo tea, his tone laced with gentle reproach. "Your most pressing concern is to recuperate. The company will not suffer for a few days without you." Jiang Jiutang pouted. "As long as those difficult executives at your company do not trouble me, I would gladly take a few more days of rest." Xie Tingyu shot her a glance and teasingly pinched her nose. "Are you scheming against the client?" Jiang Jiutang stuck out her tongue and began sipping the honey tea. Seeing her behave somewhat docile, Xie Tingyu took out his phone and called Shen Yu. The regular meeting at Yuelan Company is cancelled. Miss Jiang requires rest, understood, President Xia. After hanging up, Xie Tingyu glanced at the woman who had been stealing glances at him and spoke with a tone of fondness.
Is that satisfactory? Jiang Jiutong's eyes sparkled as she playfully wrapped her arms around Xie Tingyu's neck. Perfect, thank you. Ding dong, the doorbell rang. Jiang Jiutong, puzzled, asked, who could it be? Very few people know my address. Xie Tingyu stood to answer the door. It is our housekeeper. When the door opened, a housekeeper carrying various bags stood outside, respectfully greeting Xie Tingyu. Young master, come in. The housekeeper changed into the slippers she had brought, donned an apron over her outer garments, and headed towards the kitchen with her items. Jiang Jiutong was somewhat surprised as she waved at Xie Tingyu. Why did you call the housekeeper over? Won't your family find out? Xie Tingyu shrugged nonchalantly. Do you think they are unaware? Old Xie came to see you while you were unconscious. Jiang Jiutong was not particularly afraid of Xie Tingyu's family discovering her existence. She was merely astonished at his nonchalance, as if they were preparing to discuss marriage and meet the parents. All right then, I trust you will handle it well. Xie Tingyu embraced Jiang Jiutong as they sat on the sofa. She flipped through a book while he perused documents on his phone, his fingers playfully entwining with her long hair, occasionally pinching her earlobe. After a while, the aroma of food wafted from the kitchen, and the housekeeper announced, Young master, miss, dinner is ready. Jiang Jiutong got up and walked to the dining table, admiring the beautifully presented home-cooked dishes. Wow, Anwu, your cooking is truly excellent. I adore home-cooked meals, they taste far more comforting than restaurant fare. Anwu, flattered by the compliment, replied, if you enjoy it, I will make it for you every day. After Xie Tingyu sat down, Jiang Jiutong took a piece of sweet and sour ribs and put it in her mouth. The delightful sauce overwhelmed her taste buds, bringing her joy. Do you usually eat Aunt Wu's cooking at home? Seeing her relish the food, Xie Tingyu placed another rib into her bowl. I do not often dine at home. My mother enjoys Aunt Wu's culinary skills. Aunt Wu nodded with a smile. Indeed, Madam prefers sweeter flavors. I believe Miss and Madam will find common ground. Jiang Jiutong felt a strange sense of foreboding, as if one day she would share a meal with Xie Tingyu's mother. After dinner, Jiang Jiutong and Xie Tingyu enjoyed tea in the living room while Aunt Wu tidied up the kitchen before leaving. Will Aunt Wu come again tomorrow? To be honest, her cooking is far superior to your sandwiches and instant noodles. Xie Tingyu shot her a sidelong glance. You ungrateful little thing. After just one meal of Aunt Wu's cooking, you begin to criticize mine. Jiang Jiutong stuck out her tongue. Not at all, your cooking is quite good. I just worry that you might tire yourself out taking care of me. Xie Tingyu was unconvinced by her feigned innocence, knowing that she was simply spoiled by Aunt Wu's cooking. Before your complete recovery, Aunt Wu will be responsible for your daily meals. In the morning, you can sleep in a little longer, as Aunt Wu will prepare breakfast at home and bring it over. If you have any specific cravings, feel free to inform her in advance. She will prepare lunch and dinner for you here and leave after tidying up the house. Jiang Jiutong happily shook her head. Being unwell felt rather pleasant. Xie Tingyu patted her head, saying, what nonsense are you talking? If you enjoy Aunt Wu's care, you can move in with me, and you can savor her cooking every day. Jiang Jiutong shook her head. I don't want to, I'm quite content here. The next day, after Xie Tingyu went to work, my Mang took a leave of absence to visit her. Tang. You truly frightened me. When I heard about your fall into the sea, I was terrified. Breaking out in a cold sweat. Xinxingya was utterly despicable, daring to endanger lives. My Mang sat on the sofa in Jiang Jiutong's living room, cursing Xinxingya for over half an hour, finally downing a large glass of water in anger. It infuriates me. Cursing her does not alleviate my frustration. Where is that scoundrel? I'll take matters into my own hands. In the hospital, Jiang Jiutong gestured for my Mang to calm down. Xie Tingyu threw her into the sea, and she is still hospitalized. My Mang was rendered speechless, her mouth opening and closing in shock. Xie Tingyu is quite the man. How much he loves you. Tang. You 1T fall completely in love with him and find it impossible to extricate yourself, will you? Chapter 77, that was personally made by the young master. Jiang Jiutong looked at my Mang, who wore an expression more excited than if she had won the lottery, unsure of what to say. Calm down, Xinxingya was merely lying in the hospital, and she will undoubtedly stir up trouble again soon. My Mang made a gesture across her throat. If Xinxingya dares to trouble you again, Tang, do not hesitate to stand your ground. Previously, you endured her antics out of respect for your grandfather's legacy. Now that the legacy has been tarnished, I'm sorry, Tang. I didn't mean to bring up your sorrow. Jiang Jiutong's gaze darkened slightly. It is fine, it's not your fault. As they chatted, Aunt Wu entered. Miss, today we have crab with rice cakes. You have a friend over, then I shall prepare a few more dishes for everyone to enjoy together. My Mang looked at Aunt Wu in confusion. Tang Tang, when did you invite Auntie over? Zhang Jiutong stood up and walked towards the kitchen, with My Mang curiously following. She is Aunt Wu from Xietingyu's family, and her cooking is exquisite. My, you must try Aunt Wu's culinary skills. My Mang beamed with a motherly smile. Oh, Xietingyu has brought over his family as cook. Are we getting close to meeting the parents? Zhang Jiutong lightly tapped her shoulder. What nonsense are you spouting? You know my situation. Due to Aunt Wu's presence, My Mang refrained from discussing Zhang Jiutong's serious feelings for Xietingyu. Aunt Wu, what is your specialty? Aunt Wu, seeing the two young ladies enjoy her cooking, happily chatted with them. I am from Haishur, where we have a famous dish, crab roe tofu. Fortunately, I bought extra crabs today, so I will prepare crab roe tofu for the young ladies to try. Zhang Jiutong adored crab roe tofu. Suddenly she remembered that Xietingyu had once sent her crab roe tofu, supposedly made by his family as cook. Aunt Wu, I believe I've tasted your crab roe tofu before. Xietingyu brought it to me once. Aunt Wu was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Miss, that was not my crab roe tofu, that was personally made by the young master, at the time. I wondered why he suddenly wanted to learn to cook. It makes sense now that it was for you. Zhang Jiutong was somewhat stunned. She hadn't realized that the last crab roe tofu had been made by Xietingyu himself. The young master, who never lifted a finger, could indeed whip up delicacies to charm someone. My Mang chuckled to herself, having initially come to visit Zhang Jiutong. How did she end up being fed a mouthful of dog food? Who was moved? She wondered if Xietingyu was truly smitten. Oh heavens, please grant me a boyfriend like that. After having lunch at Zhang Jiutong's, My Mang departed. Zhang Jiutong sat alone on the balcony in a rocking chair, basking in the sunlight with a book, when Xietingyu called during his lunch break to check if she was eating well. After a few exchanges, she felt her eyes growing heavy with sleep. Xiaojiu, I'm so sleepy. Then take a rest. Cover yourself up a bit, don't catch a chill. After a refreshing nap, Zhang Jiutong recalled Aunt Wu mentioning that Xietingyu had personally made crab roe tofu for her. Wishing to prepare dinner as a gesture of gratitude, she instructed Aunt Wu to organize the ingredients before she left. Dressed in an apron, Zhang Jiutong stood in the kitchen, staring at the ingredients on the counter. Uncertain where to begin, she grabbed her laptop, searched for a few recipe videos, and began to learn while following along. Just as she cracked an egg into a bowl to whisk, the doorbell rang. Did you forget your keys? The person outside did not respond, so Zhang Jiutong, wearing her apron, went to open the door. I'm quite busy, she playfully chastised Xietingyu, but upon looking up, she found Lin Jiayin standing at the entrance, her face full of anger. What are you doing here? Lin Jiayin stepped forward, striding into the room in her high heels, surveying Zhang Jiutong's abode. You become quite capable. I had a hard time finding you. Zhang Jiutong knew Lin Jiayin's intentions were far from benign. You are not welcome here. Please leave. Lin Jiayin looked at Zhang Jiutong, dressed in an apron with egg on her hands, and laughed mockingly. I thought you'd be doing wonderfully after leaving the Zhang family, reduced to being someone else's maid. Zhang Jiutong grew impatient. Lin Jiayin, you need not be so sarcastic. Mind your own affairs rather than meddling in mine. Lin Jiayin was utterly dissatisfied with Zhang Jiutong's attitude. Even if the Zhang family no longer acknowledged her as a daughter, she was still her biological mother. Is this how you treat your own mother? Zhang Jiutong scoffed. You seem to have forgotten that you are no longer my mother. In my eyes, my mother has long since passed. You are merely a haunting specter. What good does it do you to speak so venomously? I came here to settle the score with you. Xinqinyao is still in the hospital because of you. You owe her an apology. Zhang Jiutong was at a loss for words. Lin Jiayin was simply beyond redemption. You care so much for Xinqinyao, you should wear a tag that says Xinqinyao's dog around your neck so that others know how you shamelessly chase after her. Lin Jiayin, infuriated, raised her hand to slap Zhang Jiutong. You little wretch, I'll make sure to teach you a lesson. Zhang Jiutong intercepted her hand and retaliated with a slap to Lin Jiayin's face. Lin Jiayin stared at Zhang Jiutong in disbelief. Clutching her cheek, you dare hit me? But Zhang Jiutong looked down at her disdainfully. What, not satisfied with just one slap? Still want to be shameless? Lin Jiayin had never endured such humiliation. Her own daughter dared to strike her. In a fit of rage, she swept a vase off a shelf, shattering it on the floor. You've gone too far. Do you have any idea how your reckless behavior is affecting your father's career? He should have been promoted by now, but his position at the finance department is hanging by a thread, all because of you. Why did you have to provoke Qingyao? Do you think she is someone you can afford to mess with? Zhang Jiutong felt a shard of the broken vase cut her calf, a trickle of blood seeping out. Ignoring the pain in her leg, she felt a tightness in her chest. He is not my father. He is merely a parasite who hides behind women to suck their lifeblood. Relying on his deceased wife, he has enjoyed the benefits of his father-in-law's power, yet when faced with his deceased wife's daughter,
He chooses to cower behind another woman, pretending not to see as his own flesh and blood is sent away. He feasts on the pleasures of power while allowing his own daughter to be cast aside. Every time you grovel before Shen Qingyao and lash out at me, has he ever cared? You deserve this, but he is nothing but a coward. Chapter 78. Lin Jiayin brandishes a knife. Lin Jiayin could not tolerate anyone speaking ill of Jiang Zhenhe. Now, her own daughter Jiang Jiutong dares to call Jiang Zhenhe a coward, striking a nerve that sent Lin Jiayin into a fit of rage. She raised her hand to strike Jiang Jiutong but remembered how Jiang Jiutong had just restrained her. Jiang Jiutong, there is no world where a daughter insults her father. Even if the Jiang family disowns you, you still carry the blood of the Jiang family. Your ingratitude will earn you divine retribution. With that, she stormed towards the kitchen. As Jiang Jiutong was watching videos while preparing ingredients, the kitchen knife lay prominently on the counter. Lin Jiayin rushed over, seizing the knife and brandishing it at Jiang Jiutong. You are disrespectful and rebellious. The Jiang family has reached this point of being manipulated by the Shen family because of a daughter like you. You must apologize to your father today and confess your sins before General Shen for causing Qingyao to fall into the water. It is all your fault. Qingyao's grandfather is now very displeased with your father. Without his support, your father's career is in jeopardy. That is the career your father has painstakingly built up. His dream, you have destroyed his dream. You must atone for it, or do not blame me for being ruthless. Jiang Jiutong had never held any hope for Lin Jiayin, who was so consumed by her romantic fantasies. However, upon witnessing her wielding a kitchen knife against herself for the sake of Shen Qingyao and Jiang Zhenhe, Lin Jiayin's already shattered heart grew colder. Still, Lin Jiayin Jiang Zhenhe is nothing but a selfish egotist. And you are utterly a brainless fool. Does your behavior yield any benefit for yourself? Even if you were to harm me today, you would find yourself imprisoned while Jiang Zhenhe swiftly seeks another woman of utility to him. Do you truly believe he loves you? He is merely exploiting you. Lin Jiayin shrieked in madness. You lie, it's impossible. Zhenhe and I share a mutual affection. He loves me dearly. You are merely attempting to sow discord between us? Jiang Jiutong, I never expected you to be so malicious. I shall teach you a lesson today. With that, Lin Jiayin raised the knife and lunged at Jiang Jiutong. Jiang Jiutong, seizing a nearby pot lid, held it defensively before her, then scooped up a handful of chili powder and hurled it at Lin Jiayin. At that moment, Xie Tingyu happened to arrive at the door, puzzled by its ajar state as he stepped inside. Xiaojiu, has someone come? Before Jiang Jiutong could respond, Xie Tingyu heard a woman's piercing scream emanating from the kitchen. My eyes, he hastened towards the kitchen, only to find Lin Jiayin clutching her face in agony with one hand, while the other still gripped the knife. Immediately, Xie Tingyu pulled Jiang Jiutong behind him and kicked Lin Jiayin to the ground. Who permitted you to wreak havoc here? Lin Jiayin fell onto the chili powder-strewn floor, the knife clattering from her hand. It hurts so much, I can't see. Help. Xie Tingyu inspected Jiang Jiutong from head to toe, noticing blood seeping from her smooth calves, and tenderly carried her to the sofa. Sit still, I will fetch the first aid kit. Exhausted from the tumult caused by Lin Jiayin, Jiang Jiutong surveyed the kitchen's chaotic state. I had intended to prepare a meal for you, but it seems that plan has gone awry. Xie Tingyu gently disinfected her wounds with iodine, caressing her cheek with concern. It's all right, soon I shall take you out to dine, and I will arrange for the house to be cleaned. Were you frightened? Jiang Jiutong shook her head. Not frightened, but rather disgusted. Xie Tingyu's eyes gleamed with a cold, sinister light. Are you certain you no longer care for the Jiang family? Jiang Jiutong nodded. Previously, it was to retrieve my grandfather's relics, but now that they are gone, these people are no longer worthy of my attachment. With Jiang Jiutong's declaration, Xie Tingyu felt unburdened. It would only soil his hands to deal with her. Better to let her endure a few days of hardship. He contacted acquaintances at the Public Security Bureau, and soon someone arrived to take Lin Jiayin away. Jiang Jiutong's enthusiasm for cooking had been thoroughly disrupted, and ultimately she accompanied Xie Tingyu to a restaurant. After spending several days in the hospital, Shen Qingyao was discharged and returned home. During her stay, she had been awaiting Xie Tingyu's visits, but upon her discharge she had not seen him at all. General Shen was very displeased with Xie Tingyu's behavior and insisted on seeking justice for his granddaughter, Qingyao. That boy Xie Tingyu was utterly arrogant. It's a miracle you survived after falling into the sea. You are truly fortunate. He clearly does not regard our Shen family with any importance. Come, grandfather will take you to confront him. Tears streaming down her face, Shen Qingyao sat vacantly by the window, her gaze hollow and devoid of spirit. Grandfather, he no longer wants me. He intends to break up with me for Jiang Jiutong. I love him so much. Why does he treat me like this? General Shen could not bear to see his granddaughter in such distress, his resentment towards Xie Tingyu deepening. Qingyao, what is so special about Xie Tingyu? There are countless good men in the world. Why must you fixate on him? A man who cannot cherish you is not worth your affection. I will find you someone better, someone who will spoil and delight you. Shen Qingyao suddenly broke down in tears.
No, I don't want that. I only like Xie Tingyou. I still remember the first time I saw him at the equestrian competition when I was a child. I was utterly captivated. At that time, I didn't even know it was love, but later I fell for him without hope of redemption. In this lifetime, I will never love another man besides Xie Tingyou. Grandfather, my heart aches so much. Why doesn't Xie Tingyou love me? Shen Qingyao wept in her grandfather's embrace, gasping for breath until she fell into a deep slumber. General Shen's heart ached for his granddaughter, and his resentment towards Xie Tingyou only grew old. Find my military uniform. I shall wear it to demand an explanation from the Xie family. After Shen Qingyao awoke, a servant informed her that Lin Jiayin had come to see her, lacking the desire to meet this woman. She instructed the servant to send her away. Just tell her I'm resting and to refrain from coming here. The servant continued, Mrs. Lin says she has information regarding Zhang Jiutong to share with you. Upon hearing Zhang Jiutong's name, a fierce hatred ignited in Shen Qingyao's eyes. She dares to mention Zhang Jiutong in my presence. Let her in. Having been detained for several days, Lin Jiayin emerged in a daze. Her hair dull and lifeless, her appearance gaunt, eyes vacant, and her body covered in injuries that were difficult to discern. After suffering greatly, she returned home to lament to Jiang Zhenghe, only to be met with a barrage of harsh rebukes. Lin Jiayin, do you have any idea how much you have embarrassed me? Now everyone knows my wife has been arrested. Where am I supposed to put my face? Lin Jiayin frantically defended herself. No, it's not my fault. It's all Zhang Jiutong's doing. Yes, it's her fault. Chapter 79. Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyou cohabitated. Lin Jiayin had thought that after enduring so much suffering, Jiang Zhenghe would surely feel pity for her upon her return home. To her surprise, he only felt ashamed of her. The seeds of resentment that Zhang Jiutong had planted within her began to prick and sprout. Zhang Jiutong, how dare you curse me to be unloved? Giving birth to you was the gravest mistake of my life. After being met with Jiang Zhenghe's cold demeanor at home, Lin Jiayin vowed never to let Zhang Jiutong live in peace. Thus she turned to Shen Qingyao for allegiance. Shen Qingyao, her eyes swollen from crying, had gone to freshen her makeup before meeting Lin Jiayin. What brings you here to seek me? Shen Qingyao sat haughtily on the sofa. Casting a cold gaze at Lin Jiayin glanced at the nearby servant, and Shen Qingyao waved dismissively for everyone else to leave. Can we speak now? Lin Jiayin, filled with malice, thought if she could not deal with Zhang Jiutong, perhaps Shen Qingyao could handle her. She was determined to prove that a seemingly defenseless woman like Zhang Jiutong could not stand against the Shen family. Qingyao, the other day I found Zhang Jiutong and sought to help you take revenge. Guess who I saw at her home? Shen Qingyao, growing impatient, had never held any regard for her so-called stepmother and was now annoyed by her pretense. Speak plainly, I have no time to waste here. Lin Jiayin, feeling awkward, adjusted her sleeves before continuing. I saw Xie Tingyou at Zhang Jiutong's home. They are living together. What? Shen Qingyao sprang to her feet from the sofa. You mean Tingyou is cohabiting with Zhang Jiutong? That is impossible, absolutely impossible. He must merely be indulging in a whim. He could never be serious about Zhang Jiutong. Lin Jiayin, seeing Shen Qingyao's reaction, felt a surge of satisfaction. Zhang Jiutong was right, in certain respects. Shen Qingyao was akin to her. She would do anything for Jiang Zhenghe, and Shen Qingyao would similarly go to any lengths for Xie Tingyou. I assure you, I almost harmed Zhang Jiutong with a knife. But Xie Tingyou kicked me away. I endured much suffering in there, all at Xie Tingyou's behest. His feelings for Zhang Jiutong are anything but ordinary. Shen Qingyao's hands trembled with rage. She had assumed Xie Tingyou's absence during her hospital stay was due to work commitments. Never suspecting he had been spending time with Zhang Jiutong. What is your purpose in telling me this? Zhang Jiutong is your biological daughter. Should you not side with her? Lin Jiayin leaned forward, feigning loyalty as she expressed her sentiments. Qingyao, I have always treated you like my own daughter. Zhang Jiutong was never raised by me. We share no bond. She was poorly nurtured and possesses a wretched character. Your father and I have long severed ties with her. You are our only daughter. I share this with you to prevent you from being deceived by Zhang Jiutong. I fear for your well-being. Shen Qingyao, already in a foul mood, had no interest in Lin Jiayin's insincere flattery. I have my own mother, you are not her, so do not try to inflate your own importance. You telling me about Zhang Jiutong and Xie Tingyou living together is not for my benefit. You have no good intentions. Now, leave my sight. Lin Jiayin was taken aback by the intensity of Shen Qingyao's emotions. It seemed she had achieved the desired effect. Just before being dismissed, she recalled how Zhang Zhenghe had often returned home lamenting his difficulties in the current position. Unable to resist, she brought it up again. Qingyao, it doesn't matter if you refuse to acknowledge me, but Zhang Zhenghe is your biological father. You share the same blood. Your father is struggling in the political arena. You should lend him a hand. Jiang Jiutong's affairs have nothing to do with him, he knows nothing. Shen Qingyao took a deep breath, glaring at Lin Jiayin with a cold expression. Get out, disappear from my sight. After Lin Jiayin left, Shen Qingyao broke down in tears, frantically smashing everything in the house she could get her hands on. Standing barefoot on the shards of glass, she wept and laughed madly. Why has this come to pass? Why must you treat me this way? Xie Tingyu belongs to me, he can only be mine. The servants, terrified, hurriedly called General Shen to rush home and persuade the young lady. Upon his return, General Shen was confronted with the sight of Shen Qingyao pacing the room, her feet littered with shards of glass, seemingly oblivious to her pain. A sinister grin adorned her face as she emitted strange sounds intermittently. My dear, what has happened to you? What are you all doing? The young lady is in this state. Why is there no doctor called? The servants, trembling with fear, responded, Sir, the doctor has already come, but the young lady refuses to let anyone touch her. We feared provoking her further, thus we could only summon you back. General Shen, filled with concern, approached Shen Qingyao, gently guiding her to sit on the sofa while he examined her injured feet. Qingyao, why do you mistreat yourself like this? If you feel wronged, your grandfather will seek justice for you. It's just the Xie family. I will do everything in my power to ensure you receive the fairness you deserve. Shen Qingyao turned to him. Her expression vacant. Your grandfather, why doesn't Xie Tingyu love me? I love him so much. Why has he chosen to break up with me? General Shen sighed. His granddaughter bore an uncanny resemblance to his daughter. Once a heart was given to someone, it could never be reclaimed. Fortunately, Shen Qingyao's mother had once loved Jiang Zhenghe, a man of no significant background, yet Jiang Zhenghe, ambitious and driven, devoted himself entirely to his daughter. As long as she was happy, General Shen supported Jiang Zhenghe's career. Their married life had been blissful. However, Shen Qingyao's affections lay with the young master of the Xie family. Those who seek nothing in return are the most challenging to control. Qingyao, must it be him? Shall we not consider someone else? Your grandfather can find you someone even better. Shen Qingyao shook her head, tears streaming down her face. No, it must be Xie Tingyu. Grandfather, I am in such pain. Without Xie Tingyu, I would die. She sobbed against her grandfather's shoulder, completely unresponsive as the doctor tended to her wounds. General Shen sighed deeply. Qingyao, what is it that you desire, while I still have my say? Let me assist you one last time. Shen Qingyao lifted her tear-streaked face to look at General Shen. I wish to marry Xie Tingyu. Grandfather, Jiang Jiutong is already living with him. That if I do not act soon, Jiang Jiutong will steal him away. Chapter 80. The old master takes action. General Shen donned his military uniform adorned with medals and took Shen Qingyao to Zhongnanhai. Jiang Jiutong, feeling stifled at home, urged Xie Tingyu to take her out shopping. Frustrated after several failed attempts at the claw machine, she was interrupted by Xie Tingyu's phone ringing. Upon glancing at the caller ID, his expression turned serious as he stepped outside the arcade to take the call in a quiet spot. A few minutes later, he returned to Jiang Jiutong, holding a freshly purchased cotton candy. It seems our outing must conclude earlier than planned. I need to return home. Jiang Jiutong, one perturbed, took a bite of her cotton candy and asked, Is there something at home? Xie Tingyu shook his head. It's my grandfather, he summoned me back. Jiang Jiutong emptied the remaining coins from her basket into her hand, intending to continue playing alone. You should hurry back then. I'll finish up and return by myself. However, Xie Tingyu was not at ease leaving her alone and insisted on escorting her home, thus abruptly ending the shopping trip she had eagerly anticipated. Upon arriving at the ancestral home, Xie Heqin sat sternly at the head of the table, flanked by Shenitsu and Shen Qingyao. Grandfather, you called for me. Seeing that they had come to his home, Xie Tingyu adopted a nonchalant demeanor. Xie Heqin slammed his palm on the table in frustration. You reckless fool, do you see the trouble you've caused? Have you learned to treat human lives so carelessly? Throwing someone into the sea, how could you do such a thing? Quickly apologized to General Shen and Qingyao. Upon seeing Shen Qingyao, Xie Tingyu realized that Shenitsu had come to demand an explanation on behalf of his granddaughter. Dressed in full military regalia, it was evident that he was prepared to stand firmly behind Shen Qingyao. They did not ask why he had thrown Shen Qingyao into the sea. Xie Heqin, who typically held this grandson in high regard, understood his character and knew he would never intentionally bully a young girl without cause. Yet today, Shenitsu, adorned with his lifetime of honors, commanded respect. Even from the military commission, I do not care what your reasons are, you must not play with lives. Xie Heqin's attitude was resolute. His grandson would face consequences to quell this matter. Xie Tingyu turned to Shen Qingyao. Did you not mention pushing Jiang Jiutong into the sea, intending to end her life? I merely emulated your methods, repeating what you inflicted upon her. Shen Qingyao felt deeply wronged at Xie Tingyu's defense of Jiang Jiutong. Tingyu, do I mean so little to you? You can disregard my life for Jiang Jiutong? tears streamed down Shen Qingyao's face, prompting General Shen to glare at Xie Tingyu with anguish. Old leader, she is my only granddaughter. And she has been so unjustly wronged by Xie Tingyu. Even if I must sacrifice this old body, I will seek justice for Qingyao today. Realizing the situation stemmed from Shen Qingyao's actions, Xie Hechin's gaze toward her grew more complex. What nonsense is this? Xie Tingyu is in the wrong, and our family will not take sides. A mistake is a mistake, whether intentional or out of righteousness. It does not excuse throwing Qingyao into the sea. Rest assured, I will break his legs today to ease your grievances. The implication was clear. Since Shen Qingyao had instigated the situation, Xie Tingyu could only be seen as a defender of justice. If the Shen family insisted on demanding an explanation without differentiation, Xie Hechin would not hesitate to discipline Xie Tingyu. Given Shenitsu's military status, General Shen, fiercely protective, set aside his dignity, clad in military attire. He had no intention of leaving empty-handed. Old leader, I am willing to put my pride aside today to secure a guarantee for my pitiful granddaughter. Xie Hechin gestured for him to continue. My daughter has long passed, and now my wife is gone. I am but an old man raising Qingyao alone. I do not know how much longer I shall live, and I cannot bear to see Qingyao suffer. I wish to fulfill a wish of hers while I still can. Xie Hechin, realizing Shenitsu had come with a purpose, shot Xie Tingyu a glance and took a sip of tea. Speak plainly, and I shall not refuse what I can accomplish. Shen Qingyao's eyes sparkled with anticipation, fixated on Xie Tingyu as though he would soon become her possession. Shenitsu cleared his throat. Qingyao has long harbored feelings for Xie Tingyu. They are indeed a pair of enviable young lovers. Following this incident, Xie Tingyu intends to break up with Qingyao. As a result, she has been inconsolable at home, weeping until her eyes nearly go blind. Having just been fished out of the sea, Xie Tingyu has not even visited her in the hospital, yet he is seen at another woman's side. I guess her grandfather cannot bear to watch her suffer like this. Xie Hechin sighed. So this entire mess is due to Xie Tingyu's entanglement with emotions. That boy is utterly outrageous. Just wait until I break his legs. Xie Hechin pretended to reach for a whip from the shelf, prompting Shen Qingyao to fidget anxiously. Her intention today was to force Xie Tingyu to marry her, and if the whip fell, she would find it difficult to speak. Grandfather, I do not blame Tingyu. Please do not punish him. I will never love anyone else but him in this lifetime. If he abandons me, life will lose its meaning. I might as well die. As she spoke, she burst into tears. Xie Hechin frowned in displeasure, though he was not inclined to take out his frustrations on a young girl. Xie Tingyu, look at what you've done. Xie Tingyu rubbed his forehead, feeling exasperated by Shen Qingyao's tears. Were it not for the old leader's presence, he would not linger for even a second longer. As grandfather, you might as well kill me with a whip. Shen Qingyao glanced at Xie Tingyu, who was clearly impatient. She turned helplessly to her grandfather, fearing that her efforts might go to waste. Shenitsu, having laid his pride on the line for his granddaughter, declared, we will pursue accountability for Xie Tingyu throwing Qingyao into the SEA. For his other chaotic affairs, we can choose to overlook them. However, after these two children have been together for so long, my sole request is that they marry soon. Shen Qingyao nodded vigorously. Grandfather, I truly love Tingyu. I cannot live without him. Please save me. It is worth more than building a towering pagoda. Help me be with Tingyu, or else I truly do not know what meaning life holds. Chapter 81. Publicly declare her engagement to Tingyu. Shenitsu sighed. Old leader, you may not know this, but my granddaughter is quite stubborn. Once she sets her mind on someone, she will not change. She has already threatened to take her own life once at home, and I am powerless to dissuade her. At my age, with few companions left, if I were to lose her, I would find it impossible to continue living. As he spoke, Shenitsu pulled Shen Qingyao's arm out, revealing the bloody marks left by the glass that had cut her at home for Xie Hechin to see. Old leader, look at this. I truly cannot bear it. Upon seeing the bloodstains on Shen Qingyao's arm, Xie Hechin cast a reproachful glance at Xie Tingyu. Tingyu, what is your take on this matter? Xie Tingyu looked coldly at Shen Qingyao's theatrics. Then perhaps you should just break my legs. Xie Tingyu's refusal was resolute. Observing that he was offering her no opportunity, Shen Qingyao, in a moment of desperation, produced an eyebrow razor from her bag and pressed it against her wrist. Tingyu, I love you so much. Why won't you accept me? Will you marry me? I truly cannot live without you. If you refuse, I will die right here. Xie Tingyu appeared indifferent, yet Xie Hechin was keen to avoid any mess on his newly changed carpet. Shenitsu's threats had begun to irk him. After enduring this farce for too long, his patience was waning. He raised his hand, signaling the nearby guard to seize the weapon from Shen Qingyao's grasp. Marriage is still a distant matter. As elders, we ought not to interfere in the romantic affairs of the younger generation. Since the situation has reached this point, let us publicly declare her as Tingyu's fiancée. Shen Qingyao was displeased.
She desired an immediate marriage. Just as she was about to voice her protests, her grandfather interrupted. Shinichi understood that the old leader was angry. His antics with Shin Qingyao had ultimately torn down their mutual facade.
Then let me thank the old leader on behalf of Qingyao, grandfather. Silence. Shin Qingyao was silenced by her grandfather's rebuke and dared not speak further. Xie Hechin snorted coldly and left the two in the reception room. Xie Tingyu didn't even spare Shin Qingyao a glance as he followed Xie Hechin out. Grandfather, have you lost your mind? I will never marry Shin Qingyao. You might as well kill me. Xie Hechin slapped Xie Tingyu on the back.
Fuming, you reckless child, you've entangled yourself in a mess of romantic debts, and now you expect me to clean it up. Can't you let me have a moment of peace? Xie Tingyu felt helpless.
He had anticipated Shin Qingyao's unwelcome presence but had not foreseen the Shin family's audacity to stage a suicide threat in front of the elderly gentleman to secure a marriage with him. Those people are utterly shameless. That if you insist on bringing Shin Qingyao into the Xie family, then consider me disowned as your grandson. I will never compromise. With that, Xie Tingyu turned to leave. Xie Hechin called after him. Where are you going? He waved his hand dismissively. Home, to have your son father another child. As long as he tries hard enough, he can fulfill your wish to have Shin Qingyao enter the Xie family. Xie Hechin felt a surge of anger rising in his chest. You insolent child, do you wish to drag me to my grave? When Xie Tingyu emerged, he found Shin Qingyao waiting in the corridor. Upon seeing him, she hurried over, her voice sweet and tender. Tingyu, thank you for accepting me again. Xie Tingyu halted, his eyes dark and brooding as they fixed upon her. Shin Qingyao, you are far more shameless than I had imagined. Shin Qingyao was taken aback by his insult, tears welling in her eyes. Tingyu, can we not get along from now on? Once we are married, I will bear you a child, and those other women will have no chance. All right. Xie Tingyu grabbed her by the throat, lifting her feet off the ground. Shin Qingyao, I cannot be bothered with your little tricks. But let me warn you, if you dare to provoke Zhang Jiutong again, I will not hesitate to stain my hands with your blood. Shin Qingyao struggled for breath as he released her, gasping heavily while clutching her neck. Tingyu, why are you so stubborn? What does Zhang Jiutong have that is worthy? I love you so much, can't you see that? Xie Tingyu was exasperated by her tears, brushing his hand against her skin with disdain as he shot her a look. Get lost and disappear from my sight. When Shin Qingyao left the estate, she found Shinichi waiting in the car. Qingyao, what happened? Did Xie Tingyu bully you again? Shin Qingyao sobbed as she collapsed into her grandfather's embrace. Grandfather, it seems he still does not love me. I'm about to marry him. Why doesn't he love me? Shinichi sighed, unsure how to impart the lesson to Shin Qingyao that if a man does not love you, no amount of theatrics will change that. Having already lost one daughter, he could not bear to lose his only granddaughter. Watching Shin Qingyao tread barefoot on shards of glass and recklessly harm herself had pained him deeply, leading him to wish to do anything for her. Yet, he was uncertain how long he could continue to shield her from the storm. Qingyao, one must learn to love oneself above all else. There is nothing more important in this world than living well. You cannot wallow in self-pity for a man. Try to be optimistic, alright? Shin Qingyao shook her head at grandfather. I cannot be optimistic. Xie Tingyu is Zhang Jiutong constantly enticing him. I simply cannot feel hopeful that I must marry Tingyu immediately. Will you help me? Your grandfather Shin only stated that she should publicly declare herself as Xie Tingyu's fiancée without even a formal engagement ceremony. The uncertainty between being a fiancée and truly becoming Xie Tingyu's wife filled her with anxiety. Shinichi looked gravely at Shin Qingyao as he explained, Qingyao, it is not that grandfather does not wish to assist you. My appearance today in the military uniform, a symbol of lifelong honor. To pressure Xie Hechin into compliance has already exhausted all my faith. There cannot be a second chance. Remembering the moment when Xie Tingyu had threatened her to stay away from Zhang Jiutong, she felt a surge of anxiety. As long as they did not hold a wedding, Zhang Jiutong would not give up. Then wear the military uniform once more. After all, Xie Tingyu's grandfather will respect that. Shinichi shook his head helplessly. That will not happen. The honor of the military uniform can only be worn once. The first time I wore it was to stake everything for your future. And to wear it again would mean I do not respect the honor of my past. No one would take me seriously. Shin Qingyao could not comprehend why her grandfather had once granted her every wish and now would not even fulfill this small request. Angry, she turned her head away, sulking as she gazed out the window. Shinichi felt an unprecedented sense of helplessness and a lack of control over Shin Qingyao's future. Qingyao, do not be overly obsessed. My only wish is to see you happy. Chapter 82, Shin Qingyao's announcement with a pouting lip. Shin Qingyao sniffed, only when I am with Tingyu will I be happy. The old general sighed as he looked at her. Swallowing the words he had not yet uttered, prepared to advise Shin Qingyao to find someone more manageable to love. After leaving the old estate, Xie Tingyu hurried back to 255, Qingyu Road.
Upon his return, he saw Jiang Jiutong nestled in a lounge chair on the balcony, reading a book and enjoying ice cream. That you're not fully recovered. Why are you eating something cold? Jiang Jiutong stuck her tongue out at him. I am almost better. A little ice cream lifts my spirits, and a good mood helps my recovery. Xie Tingyu found himself at a loss. This is a one-time exception. Jiang Jiutong finished the remaining ice cream in a few bites. Lazily walked over to the sofa and nestled beside Xie Tingyu, wrapping her arms around his waist and nuzzling her face against his chest. You smell of smoke. Xie Tingyu rolled up his sleeve to sniff. Then I'll go wash up. Jiang Jiutong shook her head, clinging to him. No need. I want to hold you. As soon as Xie Tingyu entered, she sensed his foul mood. She was unaware of why Xie Tingyu's grandfather had summoned him but could feel his restlessness and fatigue. Did something unhappy happen? Xie Tingyu instinctively reached for a cigarette in his pocket, a wave of irritation washing over him. Returning home, he had inexplicably gained a fiancée. Jiang Jiutong was momentarily taken aback but quickly realized it must be connected to Shen Qingyao. You've leveled up. Congratulations. Xie Tingyu, in a fit of anger, pinned Jiang Jiutong down on the sofa and leaned over her. You heartless little thing. I worried you might be upset, yet all your talents are spent on vexing me. Jiang Jiutong pouted. When it rains, the mother remarries. What can I do? If I get upset and jealous, can you go against your grandfather's wishes and defy your family? Xie Tingyu nibbled on her ear, brushing against her temple. You can always try. Jiang Jiutong squirmed under his touch, pushing against his chest, but Xie Tingyu was not about to relent. After they were done, Jiang Jiutong leaned against him, her hair cascading down. Xie Tingyu felt the urge to smoke, picking up his lighter to flick it a couple of times before putting it down. Xiaozhou, when will you ever feel jealous of me? Jiang Jiutong sensed something odd about Xie Tingyu today. He was about to become engaged to Shen Qingyao, and it would be unreasonable not to feel jealous. Isn't it said that men dislike jealous women? Perhaps I am naturally magnanimous. I could have been a queen in ancient times. You take care of your 3 wives and 5 concubines, and I'll manage your harem. Doesn't that sound splendid? Just as she finished speaking, smiling as she looked at Xie Tingyu, she noticed his face had darkened, his expression brooding and icy. Why are you looking at me like that? Jiang Jiutong shivered, feeling a chill. Xie Tingyu took a deep breath, turning his head to bite the tender flesh of her neck. Jiang Jiutong, your conscience has been devoured by a dog. Having just experienced a bout of madness, Jiang Jiutong still felt the lingering pain, playfully chastising Xie Tingyu by lightly pounding his chest. I wish to indulge in some oranges, she declared. Defeated, Xie Tingyu rose to the kitchen to slice the fruit. Bored, Jiang Jiutong began scrolling through her phone, stumbling upon Shen Qingyao's social media post. Caption: Tingyu originally intended to orchestrate a romantic engagement ceremony for me, but I felt sorry for his busy work schedule. A family dinner suffices. Grandpa Say's lotus petal orchid is expected to bloom just in time for our wedding. Image: a pot of lotus petal orchids in a traditional Chinese courtyard. Many were aware of Grandpa Say's passion for nurturing flowers, particularly the lotus petal orchid, rendering Shen Qingyao's image quite intriguing. Comments: Hansu, goodness, did Grandpa Say approve of the marriage? You can't escape this time. Congratulations, Qini. Why the suddenness? Shuang Wu. Lin Jian, congratulations, Qingyao. When you and Tingyu tie the knot, my father and I will prepare a generous gift for you. Zhang Zhenghe, my daughter is the best. Jiang Jiutong couldn't help but chuckle, noting Shen Qingyao's eagerness to assert her place in Xie Tingyu's life, likely stemming from her own insecurities. Xie Tingyu returned with the sliced oranges, placing them on the coffee table before Jiang Jiutong. Princess, your desired oranges have arrived. Noticing Jiang Jiutong engrossed in her phone, he playfully swept her into his lap. Which is more appealing, your phone or me? Jiang Jiutong gazed intently at Xie Tingyu, scrunching her nose. Your fiancée is showcasing her affection on social media. Aren't you going to give her a like? Perceiving her slight annoyance, Xie Tingyu pulled her closer. Jealous, are we? Why? Jiang Jiutong pouted in denial. I'm not jealous. I intend to like her post and wish you both happiness. Xie Tingyu's previous gloom dissipated, and he teased, very well, ask her when the wedding is. I shall accompany you. Seeing his playful demeanor, Jiang Jiutong huffed and turned her head away. She raised her phone, framing herself and Xie Tingyu from the neck down, and pressed the shutter. She then opened WeChat and composed a post. Caption: hard to please. Image: Jiang Jiutong, clad in a silk camisole, leans against Xie Tingyu, whose muscular arms are evident, while a distinct kiss mark adorns her shoulder. The photo revealed no faces, yet the suggestive atmosphere was unmistakable. After posting, Jiang Jiutong tossed her phone onto the sofa and popped a piece of the sliced orange into her mouth. What has you so joyful? Jiang Jiutong's eyes sparkled mischievously, a light of mirth dancing across Xie Tingyu's brows. Oh, I just posted something on your phone. Xie Tingyu chuckled indulgently, unconcerned about how his industry partners and military officials might react to the post. His social media presence was typically pristine, and this update would undoubtedly cause quite a stir. Comments: Hansu, what the hell, Shen Qingyao just announced, and you follow up with an affectionate photo with another woman? Impressive, Qini. I told you it couldn't be that simple. Chuangwu, Xiayi's social media announcement is more credible. Yan Ran, that's not Shen Qingyao, it's a girl from the Zhang family. Isnt it, Xia Qinian, you brat, Xia Hechin? Xia Qinian, come back here. Xia Qinian replies to Xia Hechin, Dad, did you tag the wrong person? Shen Qingyao, pleased with her recent post, reveled in the flood of well wishes. Convinced that everyone now recognized her as Xie Tingyu's fiancée, rendering Zhang Jiutong powerless to stir any trouble, Zhang Jiutong wished to compete with her. In her dreams, refreshing her feed, she was taken aback by Xie Tingyu's post. Upon enlarging the image, she realized it was indeed Zhang Jiutong. Chapter 83. When did you two become involved? Shen Qingyao felt as though she might lose her mind, having just announced their engagement. What was the meaning of Xie Tingyu's current post? Zhang Jiutong, this is not over between us. Hansu, seemingly privy to some scandalous information, couldn't resist orchestrating a gathering for that evening. Xiayi, at Mai's bar, room 808, let us not miss it. Xie Tingyu lazily glanced at his phone and replied, family restrictions, can't make it. Hansu nearly choked on his own disbelief. Unable to contain his frustration as he called Qin event, is this the Xiayi I know? Has he lost his mind? When did he and Zhang Jiutong get together? I introduced her to potential suitors while on the cruise. Am I courting death? Qin relished his friend's predicament. You're just figuring this out now? Isn't it a bit late? What do you mean? You knew all along, didn't you? Aren't we brothers? You let me make a fool of myself. Qin shrugged helplessly. I wasn't ahead of you by much. I just don't enjoy being a fool. You Qin, come out for a drink. After hanging up, Hansu felt increasingly uneasy. Previously, Xie Tingyu had promised to take on the North Suburb Industrial Park project for him, only to later hand it over to his rival, Yufeng Group. In hindsight, it seemed all the pieces fit together. Oh, I'm such a fool. Why did I make a fool of myself? After a few minutes of frustration, Hansu dialed Zhang Jiutong's number. She was perhaps his only hope. Hello, sister-in-law, do you have time to gather this evening? Shuangwu will be there too. Zhang Jiutong's phone rang, and upon seeing it was Hansu, she answered and handed it to Xie Tingyu. As soon as it was at his ear, Hansu cheerfully exclaimed, sister-in-law, half an hour away. Hansu was stunned. Xiayi, you and sister-in-law are together. Ha ha, that's perfect. After hanging up, Hansu felt he had just consumed a mouthful of dog food. He had intended to call Zhang Jiutong to persuade Xie Tingyu, only to find Xie Tingyu had answered instead. Well, now he was the lone wolf at Mai's bar, when Xie Tingyu and Zhang Jiutong arrived. Hansu and Qin were already deep in conversation. Shuangwu approached Zhang Jiutong, linking her arms with hers. Tang Tang, how is your recovery? As she spoke, she sensed a chilling gaze upon her. Instinctively, Shuangwu released her grip. Tang Tang, I'm a bit frightened. Zhang Jiutong smiled reassuringly, patting her hand. It's alright. Xie Tingyu settled onto the sofa, and Hansu offered him a cigarette. Xie Tingyu declined. Stating he was quitting, he then unwrapped a piece of orange-flavored candy and popped it into his mouth. Hansu and Qin exchanged incredulous glances. Who didn't know about Xie Tingyu's heavy smoking habit? Was he really quitting? Unbelievable. Hansu retracted his hand, prepared to light up for himself, only to be interrupted by Xie Tingyu once more. You can't smoke either. Xiaozhou doesn't like the smell of smoke. Hansu was left stunned. What has sister-in-law done to you? How have you changed so much? Zhang Jiutong looked puzzled. Hasn't he always been like this? Hansu was taken aback. He glanced at Xie Tingyu. Shall I remind you? At one gathering, Xiayi lit a cigarette, and Shen Qingyao coughed uncontrollably. Do you all remember what Xiayi said then? Shuangwu had no recollection, as she had always seen Shen Qingyao keeping her distance in situations without Zhang Jiutong present. What did he say? Hansu's desire to share the story was palpable, eager to prove to everyone that Xie Tingyu had indeed changed. Xie Tingyu shot her an exasperated glance, his tone icy. Keep coughing. It's giving me a headache. Haha, you all have no idea how Shen Qingyao looked at that moment. She was on the verge of tears. Shuangwu laughed heartily at the gossip. Why didn't you call me? I missed the spectacle of Shen Qingyao being put in her place. Recalling Shen Qingyao, Hansu suddenly remembered her recent announcement. Xiayi, what's the deal between you and Shen Qingyao? Didn't you break up? Why did she post about your engagement? Xie Tingyu pinched the bridge of his nose, visibly irritated. Shenicheng went to their home in military attire to pressure the old man. Hansu and Chini exchanged astonished glances, their expressions capable of starring in a drama series. Growing up in such families, they were well aware of what that military uniform signified. Clearly, the Shin family was willing to sacrifice their reputation for Shin Qingyao. This was truly underhanded of Shin Qingyao. It was blatantly intended to provoke both of them. Chini nodded. I too find the Shin family's actions rather petty. General Shin is certainly indulging Shin Qingyao's whims. Hansu was overwhelmed by the series of shocks he had received that day, nearly turning into a radical. Xia, are you really going to marry Shin Qingyao? What about sister-in-law? Xia Tingyu shot him a sidelong glance. Since you're so interested, why don't you marry Shin Qingyao? Hansu shook his head vigorously. No, Xia, please don't curse me. I can't handle Shin Qingyao's temper. She only behaves like a kitten in front of you. She is never pleasant to others. I'd rather not meet an early demise. Fearing any association with Shin Qingyao, Hansu quickly changed the subject. Xia, when did you and sister-in-law get together? You kept it under wraps quite well. We've been completely in the dark. Qin and Shuangwu disagreed. Speak for yourself. Don't drag us into this. We're not Mongolians. Hansu was incredulous. Remarking, didn't you only realize it after Yi jumped into the sea to save Zhou Tang Mei? It's a matter of equal measure. Isn't it? Chini shook his head, stating, I already knew about the symmetrical strawberry on your neck. Hansu looked utterly bewildered. What do you mean by symmetrical strawberry? Are you implying that the mosquito bite on Zhou Tang Mei's neck was caused by Yuye's sucking? Oh my goodness, I feel utterly foolish. So you were together even before we boarded the cruise? Wait a minute, when I called you, was that woman's voice not Shin Qingyao, but rather Zhou Tang Mei? Xia Tingyu cast a glance at him as if he were an idiot. Hansu, feeling greatly impacted, turned to Shuangwu and Qin. Were you all aware of this? Shuangwu nodded. I realized it was not innocent when I first brought Tang Tang to a gathering. Hansu let out a loud wail. Heavens, so I was the only one left in the dark. Chapter 84. Under the gaze of uninvited guests. After a few days of being confined at home under Xia Tingyu's watchful eye, Zhang Jiutang finally returned to work. She felt as though staying at home any longer would lead her to decay. To celebrate Zhang Jiutang's miraculous survival, Mai Mang treated everyone in the company to a welcome party. When the employees suggested dining at a Japanese restaurant, Mai Mang clutched her chest, feigning pain. You all really don't hold back with me. Fine, for Tang Tang, I'm willing. Zhang Jiutang messaged Xia Tingyu, informing him that she would not be returning home for dinner. Xia Tingyu, in the midst of a meeting, felt his phone vibrate on the desk and replied, send me the address, I'll come to pick you up when you're done. Mai Mang had been vocal about how Zhang Jiutang spent less time with her since getting involved with Xia Tingyu. Hence, Zhang Jiutang decided to accommodate Mai Mang's slight feelings. No need, Mai Mang will take me back tonight. She is staying at my place. Xia Tingyu frowned. Then where will I stay? Zhang Jiutang glanced at the text on WeChat and could already envision the somewhat displeased expression on Xia Tingyu's face. Didn't you have anywhere else to go before you decided to stay here? Xia Tingyu wore an expression of feigned defeat, tossing his phone on the table, startling the person who was reporting, who worried that they had said something wrong and displeased him. After work, Mai Mang organized everyone to head out, and upon arriving at the Japanese restaurant, they hung their scarves and coats on the rack. Sitting down to order, seizing the rare opportunity to treat the boss, everyone held back no reservations. Mai Mang was generous, encouraging everyone to order freely. Tang Tang, quickly see if there is anything you want. It is on me. Zhang Jiutang took the menu and began to peruse it. During the meal, they discussed Zhang Jiutang's recent illness, prompting curious colleagues to inquire, Sister Jiutang, I heard you fell into the sea? My goodness, that is terrifying. We initially planned to visit you, but Mai Mang said you were resting and advised us not to disturb you. Sister Jiutang, have you fully recovered now? Zhang Jiutang nodded. I am almost fully recovered. You needn't worry. After they had eaten sufficiently and the atmosphere was lively, led by Mai Mang, they started discussing the recent gossip within the company. Zhang Jiutang stood up to settle the bill, as she had no intention of letting Mai Mang bear the expense. Just then, several diners descended the stairs, preparing to leave, and one gentleman's wallet fell from his coat pocket, rolling to Zhang Jiutang's feet. She glanced at the wallet, which was less than 5 centimeters from her shoe, bent down to pick it up and returned it to its owner. The man took the wallet, his gaze lingering on Zhang Jiutang, his tone laced with a teasing familiarity. Miss Zhang, we meet again. Zhang Jiutang raised her eyes to look at the man before her, unable to recall when they had last encountered each other. She did not respond, merely offering a slight smile and nod before proceeding to the private room where Mai Mang and the others were. As she pushed the door open, the man's playful, shadowy gaze was finally obscured. After the gathering concluded, Mai Mang accompanied Zhang Jiutang home, purchasing a large bag of snacks from the supermarket downstairs. As they exited the elevator, they noticed the door of the neighboring apartment,
which had long been unoccupied, was ajar. My Mang intrigued glanced toward it. Tang Tang, do we have new neighbors next door? Zhang Jiutang shook her head, somewhat uncertain. Just yesterday, there was a notice on the door for overdue property fees. I didn't see anyone. My Mang felt puzzled, speculating about the identity and safety of Zhang Jiutang's new neighbors. Tang Tang, you must be cautious. What if they turn out to be troublesome neighbors? Zhang Jiutang was unfazed, as she typically left early and returned late, unlikely to have much interaction with them. While they conversed, Zhang Jiutang unlocked the door, ready to enter, when a familiar voice emanated from the adjacent room. Is Miss Zhang back? Both My Mang and Zhang Jiutang turned toward the source of the voice. Assistant Chen, what are you doing here? It turned out that Tang Tang's new neighbor was none other than him. Chen Yu stepped aside to allow the housekeeper, clad in work attire, to enter, then respectfully approached Zhang Jiutang and My Mang. Miss Mai, you've misunderstood. It is our General Xia who is moving in next door. Xia Tingyu. This revelation caused My Mang to lose her composure, and she swiftly turned to Zhang Jiutang, who wore an expression of ignorance, silently begging her not to inquire further. Assistant Chen, why has the general suddenly decided to move here? Chen Yu chuckled lightly, glancing at My Mang. The general had nowhere to stay tonight, so we purchased this adjacent unit. We just signed the contract with the landlord an hour ago. I am here to oversee the cleaning. My Mang's admiration was palpable, yet she soon questioned the logic behind the situation. How could the esteemed heir of the Xia family possibly have nowhere to stay? Good heavens, is he trying to avoid being a nuisance by staying here with Zhang Jiutang? Tang Tang, perhaps I should head back. Saying this, My Mang attempted to slip away, but Zhang Jiutang firmly grasped her. Come back, he already has a place to stay, so why are you leaving? My Mang felt torn, genuinely fearing that she might offend this young master, making her future difficult. Zhang Jiutang granted her no chance to resist. Pulling her straight into the apartment. Assistant Chen, please inform your general that I want the date paste pastry from Ming De Fong for breakfast tomorrow. Once inside and the door shut, My Mang was visibly unsettled. Tang Tang, are you cohabitating with Xia Tingyu? Zhang Jiutang nodded. He insists on staying here. My Mang's curiosity ignited, compelling her to extract the details of what had transpired between Zhang Jiutang and Xia Tingyu during this time. When two girls gathered, it was natural for them to stay up late, and the following morning, breakfast from Ming De Fong had already been delivered. Even as My Mang left after breakfast, she could hardly believe that the formidable heir of the Xia family had actually queued up early in the morning to buy breakfast for Zhang Jiutang. Tang Tang, I'm impressed. Zhang Jiutang tidied her hair in the mirror, grabbing her keys as she pulled My Mang out the door. Let us hurry. If we don't leave soon, we'll be late. After Shen Qingyao officially announced her engagement to Xia Tingyu on social media, numerous socialite friends invited her out for gatherings. Initially reluctant to engage, she felt compelled to attend as Xia Tingyu had no intention of organizing an engagement ceremony. If she continued to hide away, rumors might spiral out of control. Qingyao, I didn't expect you to get engaged to the young master so quickly. Congratulations, but I heard that the typically silent young master suddenly posted a photo with another woman. Who is she? Chapter 85. The same bad egg. Shen Qingyao's expression shifted to one of discomfort. She clenched her hands tightly beneath the table, striving to maintain her composure. Just an inconsequential woman. Tingyu insisted on throwing an engagement party, but I found it too troublesome and declined, and now he is upset, thinking I don't value our engagement and has deliberately sought another woman to provoke me. Her friends nodded in understanding. So that's how it is. I knew the young master wouldn't abandon you for another woman. It seems we can't always trust the rumors out there. Shen Qingyao forced a lofty smile. You all are quite gullible. Why ask me about such nonsensical matters? Though her friends usually flattered the Shen family, they harbored some resentment toward Shen Qingyao. Nevertheless, they maintained a facade of respect. Yes, it's all our absurdity. We were misled by those wild rumors. The young master surely holds you dear. Please don't be upset, Qingyao. Shen Qingyao, running her wrinkled fingers through her hair, wore a haughty expression. Sharp-eyed friends noticed the diamond ring on her ring finger, their mouths agape in envy. Wow, Qingyao, is that the engagement ring the young master gifted you? I've never seen you wear it before. It is absolutely stunning. The young master truly treats you well. Shen Qingyao's vanity was thoroughly satisfied. This ring had been custom-made, engraved with the initials of her and Xia Tingyu's names inside. The Xia family had shown little regard for her engagement to Xia Tingyu, never mentioning it publicly. She could not simply wait idly. If others inquired, it would only reflect poorly on her. Thus she prepared her own prestige, compensating for what the Xia family had failed to provide. Shen Qingyao was indifferent to the origin of the ring.
What matters to her is that others recognize it as her engagement ring with Xie Tingyu. Our engagement was rather hasty, and he mentioned that I should endure a little for now, promising to provide me with something better when we married. In truth, I do not concern myself with such superficial displays. As long as he holds me dear in his heart, that suffices. The inner thoughts of my close friends are undeniably intriguing, yet none dared to reveal their sentiments in my presence. Xingyao, I truly envy you. It seems the prince indulges you so privately, they whisper. Xingyao understands well that sincerity is scarce in their circle. It is difficult to discern how much truth lies behind their flattery. Having grown up in such an environment, she is not troubled by these superficial friendships maintained by so-called power and wealth. What she desires is to use their words to spread evidence of Xie Tingyu's affection for her. After all, the more they speak, the harder it becomes to distinguish truth from falsehood. It is merely Jiang Jiutong, who has always been beneath her. The last time she was fortunate enough to escape was merely a stroke of luck. However, her fortune may not hold for long. While Xingyao ventured to the restroom, several socialites began to whisper amongst themselves, "Look at her smug demeanor. She must know that the news of her grandfather confronting the Xie family in military attire has already spread." Yet she remains unfazed. Was she not once the one pursuing the prince unreciprocated? When has he ever acknowledged her? The identity of a girlfriend was something she had to beg Madame Xie for. I could never endure such disgrace. It must be our mission. Upon returning from the restroom, Xingyao found them deep in conversation. "What are you discussing?" The young ladies instantly altered their tune. "Oh, we were just saying that when you marry the prince, you must let us be your bridesmaids." Xingyao's expression was icy as she replied, "You." Her tone dripped with disdain. The young women exchanged awkward glances and forced smiles. Dismissing the moment as if nothing had occurred, after the gathering, each harboring their own intentions, Xingyao departed, only to be unexpectedly halted by an individual she did not anticipate. "Miss Shen, your recent exploits in the social scene have been nothing short of magnificent." Xingyao cast a cold glance at the carefree Feng Shizu blocking her path. "Are you so idle as to meddle in my affairs?" Feng Shizu was not at all surprised by her attitude. In truth, they were cut from the same cloth, both possessing an inherent wickedness. Only he had witnessed the moment Xingyao pushed Jiang Jiutong into the sea on the cruise ship. He had been drinking and was heading to his room when he spotted Jiang Jiutong alone in the corridor. Her dress swaying in the night, under the cover of darkness and intoxication, he was overtaken by an uncontrollable desire to create an unforgettable evening for her. Little did he expect Xingyao to act first. When he arrived at cabin number 1, he saw Xingyao grappling with Jiang Jiutong, clearly overpowering her. Feng Shizu leaned casually against a nearby railing, lit a cigarette, and watched as Jiang Jiutong was cast into the sea. To him, women were mere toys. Before he even had a taste, Xingyao had played her hand and left him wanting. He clicked his tongue in disappointment, stretching his neck idly before departing. His admiration for Xingyao, however, grew slightly. There were few born with her blend of power and malice. "I heard that the day Miss Shen announced her engagement, Xie Tingyu was in bed with another woman. I thought you would be sobbing at home. Yet it seems you handle it well." Xingyao shot him a glare. "Feng Shizu, do you wish to die? I've heard some gossip about you too. Have you caught something while playing with women?" How filthy! Feng Shizu's lewd demeanor was unfazed by her words. "Miss Shen, you seem to care about my private life. What, do you wish to join in?" Xingyao spat. "Feng Shizu, do not discuss me. A scoundrel like you deserves nothing but decay." Unfazed, he shoved his hands into his pockets, squinting as he inched closer. "Oh really? I thought Miss Shen needed my assistance. You seem eager to volunteer." Xingyao recoiled in distaste, her face twisted in revulsion. "Step aside, even a glance at you is repulsive." Feng Shizu chuckled lightly. "How fortuitous. Our feelings are mutual. Your sister is far more alluring than you." Hearing Feng Shizu compare Jiang Jiutong to herself stirred a discomfort within her. What could she possibly possess that made her so appealing? Were they all blind? Feng Shizu raised an eyebrow. "Oh, who shares my taste? It wouldn't happen to be your newly announced fiancé, would it?" Clearly Feng Shizu had seen Xie Tingyu's post, and thus he deliberately sought to undermine her. Xingyao felt that engaging in conversation with such a person was a waste of her time. "I do not know what you are talking about." "Move aside." Feng Shizu stepped aside, offering her a path. "Miss Shen, should you require my assistance, do not hesitate to ask." Xingyao cast him a glance. "I have no need for the likes of you." Feng Shizu huffed through his nose, his expression arrogant and self-satisfied. "You will think it over." He gestured as if to make a phone call. Xingyao ignored his brash demeanor, unwilling to associate with someone so base, and stepped out of the restaurant. Chapter 86, a new collaborative project. After Jiang Jiutong arrived at the office, Mai Mang excitedly rushed into her office to share some good news. "Tang Tang. A bridge project has approached us. they wish to collaborate on a subsea tunnel bridge project. A subsea tunnel bridge project? Why would they seek us out? Zhang Jiutong had been preoccupied with the project involving Tangyu Company since her return, and had not engaged with any bridge projects. Currently, Weilan Company was not particularly renowned in the industry. Most companies seeking collaboration were likely drawn by the association with Tangyu Group. Zhang Jiutong had not previously explored bridge projects. Mai Meng, brimming with pride, plopped down in front of Zhang Jiutong's chair. Tang, do you not recall the cable-stayed tower technology we researched in the UK? I helped you apply for a patent. And it seems the project leader found your information on the patent website, hence reaching out to Weilan. They want to use your patented cable-stayed tower for their subsea tunnel bridge project. Indeed, during her time in the UK laboratory, Zhang Jiutong had conducted research beyond just the obstruction cable, but she had only published in SCI and had not paid attention to patent applications. She was taken aback that Mai Meng had taken the initiative to secure a patent for her. Evaluate the situation. If there are no issues, we can proceed with the collaboration. Mai Meng nodded. I've already investigated. It's a key national cross-sea bridge project, and the company undertaking it has strong backing. I believe there will be no problems. Zhang Jiutong was currently focused on the obstruction cable project with Tangyu Company, delegating all other decisions to Mai Meng. Mai Meng was a quintessential career-oriented woman. Apart from research, she handled nearly all company matters, greatly alleviating Zhang Jiutong's burden. Tang, you need not worry about the remaining details. I will take care of everything. I merely wanted to inform you and seek your approval, as it is your patent. Zhang Jiutong had no objections. Alright, then I appreciate your efforts. After work, Zhang Jiutong invited Mai Meng to her home. But Mai Meng shook her head vigorously. No, spare me. If I go again, Xieting, you might deploy snipers to take me out. I value my life too much and lack the courage for such a risk. Zhang Jiutong could only laugh helplessly. She had not anticipated that Manus' jealousy to be so intense that he would go as far as purchasing the house across from hers. Upon returning home, Zhang Jiutong rummaged through the refrigerator but found herself at a loss for what to prepare with the ingredients left by Aunt Wu. When she was alone, she would have easily settled for instant meals. But Xieting Yu was quite selective, adamantly refusing to eat anything instant after being treated to the finest dining establishments in the capital by Xieting Yu, and now having been spoiled by Aunt Wu's home-cooked meals. She found herself unable to stomach instant food. Zhang Jiutong retrieved a handful of fresh vegetables, selected a soft tomato, and grabbed 2 eggs, planning to make herself a tomato egg noodle dish, just as she brought the water to a boil. The sound of a key turning in the door caught her attention. Xieting Yu stepped in, changing his shoes before heading toward the brightly lit kitchen. What spurred this? Planning to blow up the kitchen? Zhang Jiutong pretended to throw an egg at him. The new neighbor, may I ask what brings you to my abode? Hearing her sarcastic tone, Xieting Yu chuckled softly as he approached and removed the apron from her. What are you angry about? Shouldn't I be the one upset? Wasn't it me who was turned away? Zhang Jiutong recalled the awkward encounter with Chen Yu at her doorstep with Mai Meng and felt a surge of irritation. This man was absolutely doing it on purpose. Why would I be angry at you? It's just a neighbor. We have no bond. The woman's cheeks were puffed with indignation as she pouted and rolled her eyes at him. Xieting Yu found her reaction amusing and deliberately teased her. No bond. Who is it that enjoys embracing my waist while sleeping at night? It seems you have a penchant for hugging the neighbor. Zhang Jiutong shot him a glare and handed the apron lying beside her to Xieting Yu, tomato and egg noodles, with the eggs fried sunny side up. After leaving the kitchen to Xieting Yu, she didn't need to worry about whether dinner would be ready. Instead, she sank into the sofa with a bag of potato chips to binge-watch her show. Xieting Yu chuckled lightly, glancing at the forlorn tomato and 2 eggs on the counter. Shaking his head as he opened the refrigerator, after a quarter of an hour, Zhang Jiutong, feeling a bit hungry, called out from the sofa, "Is dinner ready yet? I might just perish here." Xieting Yu, clad in her floral denim apron, emerged from the kitchen with a bowl of noodles. "Here I am, playing both chef and guardian today. Hurry up, I've saved your life." Zhang Jiutong sprang from the sofa, slipping into her fluffy slippers to sit at the dining table. What was originally a simple dish of tomato and egg noodles had been transformed by Xieting Yu into a luxurious seafood feast: sea cucumbers, abalone, and black tiger shrimp topped with a seemingly ordinary sunny-side-up egg. Once Xieting Yu brought out the second bowl, Zhang Jiutong picked up her chopsticks and took a bite. This is far inferior to what Auntie Wu makes." Xieting Yu had anticipated some form of praise from Zhang Jiutong. "Thank you, O connoisseur of cuisine." Although Xieting Yu's culinary skills were only marginally superior to hers, Zhang Jiutong graciously finished her meal. After dining, however, she feigned ignorance. "Oh, aren't you my neighbor? What brings you to my home?" Xie Tingyu laughed in exasperation. So you're just going to ignore me now? Zhang Jiutong pouted. I'm heading to the production base tomorrow. If things get hectic, I'll likely just stay there and not make the commute back. Xie Tingyu felt as though he had shot himself in the foot. He had initially agreed to let Zhang Jiutong take charge of the production base to ensure she had a voice among the elderly at Tangyu.
Yet she had transformed the base into her own laboratory, so engrossed that she hardly returned home. What about me? Zhang Jiutong's eyes sparkled mischievously. Is our neighbor planning to tag along? Zhang Jiutong. Xie Tingyu leaned in to silence her bold little mouth. After Zhang Jiutong had taken the plunge, Xie Tingyu had refrained from intimate contact for a long time, fearing for her well-being. That kiss left them both restless throughout the night, after more than a week of seclusion at the military-industrial production base. Zhang Jiutong received a call from Mai Mang. Tang, when will you have the opportunity to return? What has happened? Mai Mang sounded flustered. The staff she had sent to negotiate the bridge project had been thoroughly exhausted. And upon returning from the opposing company, they were nearly driven mad. The person in charge insisted on meeting the patent holder in person, otherwise, all the effort they had put in would be for naught. Chapter 87, who insists on meeting Zhang Jiutong. Upon hearing this, Zhang Jiutong was unwilling to see the hard-earned project go to waste, so she resolved to return at the earliest opportunity. When Mai Mang met with Zhang Jiutong, she recounted the recent developments of the project. The opposing company is willing to pay 80 million for the patent usage, but they demand to meet the patent holder in person. Zhang Jiutong was puzzled. Surely the technology should suffice, why insist on meeting her? Perhaps the person in charge was rather old-fashioned and stubborn. Tang, I'll accompany you. Let us see what their situation is. If it doesn't work out, we can simply decline the collaboration. We don't need to chase after this money. Although Mai Mang said this, Zhang Jiutong understood that the company's current operational status was mediocre. Mai Mang often faced challenges when negotiating partnerships. If they could secure some income through the patent usage fee, it would allow for a more generous year-end bonus for the employees. I'll meet with the person in charge tomorrow. We can discuss the rest after that. Mai Mang felt a twinge of guilt for Zhang Jiutong. Although it was their shared company, Zhang Jiutong had always been in charge of the technology while Mai Mang managed the operations. In principle, such meetings should not necessitate Zhang Jiutong's return from the base. I'm sorry, Tang. Don't say such foolish things. I'm perfectly fine. Tang, there's a new cake shop downstairs. It's on me. Mai Mang went downstairs to buy various cakes and flavors Zhang Jiutong adored and even made a special trip to the CAF for a takeaway latte. The male colleague who had previously handled the bridge project approached Zhang Jiutong. Looking sheepish, Zhang Zong, I'm really sorry. If I could have managed it, you wouldn't have had to come back from the production base. He explained the project representatives are exceedingly difficult to deal with. I've been at my wit's end with them for the past week. All the paperwork is ready. We were just about to sign, but then the person in charge suddenly insisted on seeing you. I had no other choice. Zhang Jiutong did not blame this weary male employee. She had heard from Mai Mang that he was a diligent worker known for his perseverance. This time, he had genuinely encountered a stubborn adversary. And after days of negotiation, he seemed to have aged a year. Don't feel guilty. I'll first see what's going on. With those words from Zhang Jiutong, the male employee breathed a sigh of relief. The next morning, Zhang Jiutong prepared to head to the agreed-upon location with the materials Mai Mang had prepared in advance. The address led to a racetrack. Zhang Jiutong frowned. Sensing something amiss, she took precautions. Sending the address to Xie Tingyu's phone, informing him that she was meeting a client. As she left the company, a sense of unease settled in her heart. It felt like today would not go smoothly. After more than 10 minutes in the taxi, they turned onto a desolate road. Driver, how much longer until we arrive? The driver, familiar with such backroads, confidently replied, for most, it would take half an hour, but with me driving, I'll get you there in 15 minutes. Zhang Jiutong wasn't in a rush. She was merely surprised that such a secluded path existed in the city, true to the driver's word. 15 minutes later, the taxi stopped in front of a rather darkly styled racetrack. She alighted, paid the fare, and walked inside. Excuse me, is the person in charge of the underwater tunnel bridge project here? In the reception area, a young man with dyed blue hair, clad in a sweater, caught her attention. Despite his attire, the tattoos extending from his neck were conspicuous. Chewing on a toothpick, he glanced at Zhang Jiutong with a sardonic smile. Oh, a beauty, here to race, are you? Zhang Jiutong checked the address again to confirm its accuracy before handing him her business card. Hello, I'm here to discuss a project. Could you please help me contact the person in charge of the bridge project?
The blue-haired man took her card, glancing at it with a smirk. Boring. Follow me. Zhang Jiutong trailed behind him into the racetrack, encountering more staff of a similar ilk along the way. She mused that the project leader who chose such a venue for a meeting was likely unreliable. Passing through a parking area that exuded a street vibe, the blue-haired man pushed open the door to an incongruously elegant European-style building. Boss, a beauty is here to see you. Inside, the warmth of the heating enveloped Zhang Jiutong as she stepped in. Hello, I'm Zhang Jiutong from Yuelan Company, the holder of the cable tower technology patent. She extended her hand to shake with a man seated on a sofa, clad in a black racing suit. A cap pulled low over his face. She was puzzled by his attire for a business meeting. The man looked up with a smile. Miss Zhang, it's a pleasure to see you again. Zhang Jiutong recognized him as the man from the Japanese restaurant who had dropped his wallet at her feet. He had uttered a curious comment then, and Zhang Jiutong was certain she did not know him. My apologies, do we know each other? Feng Shizhu laughed self-deprecatingly. Have I become so inconspicuous that a beauty like you can't remember me? Zhang Jiutong felt a twinge of embarrassment. She was not face-blind. She should have some recollection of anyone she had interacted with. Noticing she hadn't recalled him, Feng Shizhu raised an eyebrow playfully. To be fair, it was my own misunderstanding that I saw you at Han Su's birthday party. Zhang Jiutong sighed in relief. He was a friend of Han Su, and her sense of unease dissipated significantly. A friend of Han Xiao. My apologies. She took a seat on a nearby chair and retrieved the materials needed for this collaboration from her bag. According to my Mang, this documentation had been painstakingly prepared by the male colleague who had nearly lost his sanity over it. The opposing company's requests were insatiable. The materials had been revised countless times, to the point where even punctuation had become a reason for rejection and revision. That male colleague had burned the midnight oil for several nights and still hadn't met their demands. Zhang Jiutong suspected that the opposing party was intentionally making things difficult, simply for the sake of today's meeting. She placed the materials before Feng Shizhu, yet he showed no inclination to even touch them. Displaying an air of amusement as if their collaboration was non-existent, Zhang Jiutong found his dismissive attitude quite unsatisfactory. This material has been meticulously revised according to your company's requirements, and I have come to this meeting as requested. I wonder if your company still harbors any concerns. Chapter 88. Sheep into the tiger's den. Feng Shizhu maintained a perpetually irreverent expression, showing no inclination towards discussing cooperation. Miss Jiang, so strikingly beautiful, captivated my attention momentarily. Could you please repeat what you just said? Zhang Jiutong felt a sense of offense. It seemed that not all of Han Su's friends were virtuous. At that moment, a pompadoured individual, reminiscent of the earlier blue-haired character, clad in a leather jacket emblazoned with a racing motif, hurried over. Brother Feng, the batch of goods that was previously detained has been retrieved. How shall we proceed? Feng Shizhu pinched a cigar between his fingers, bringing it to his lips for a puff, exhaling a noxious cloud of smoke. If we take the water route again and attract attention, your heads won't be of much use. The pompadoured man, now stripped of his earlier nonchalance, nervously pushed open the door and dashed out, nearly tripping over the carpet at the entrance, his demeanor quite disheveled. Zhang Jiutong felt somewhat out of place in this setting, and it appeared that the conversation about a contract was not on anyone's agenda. Thus she retrieved her phone from the table, rose, and bid farewell. Mr. Feng, since you have other matters to attend to, I shall not impose further. Let us reschedule for another time. Feng Shizhu squinted, reclining against the sofa with his feet propped up on the table where Zhang Jiutong had placed her documents, exuding an air of arrogance and audacity. Miss Jiang, you discover my secret and wish to leave. Zhang Jiutong was rendered speechless, suspecting that this man was intentionally provoking her. What was this nonsense about the water route? Was it truly necessary to say such things in her presence? Now, he was turning the tables. Mr. Feng, I am uncertain of what you speak of. I am here to discuss the cooperation regarding the cable-stayed tower. The rest is beyond my knowledge. Feng Shizhu let out a laugh, spreading his arms wide, lounging unabashedly on the sofa. Oh, let us see if Miss Jiang possesses the ability to leave here unscathed. Zhang Jiutong sensed that this so-called Mr. Feng was scheming and would not easily let her go. Engaging in a confrontation with him would yield no advantage. It seemed Mr. Feng still held interest in her cable-stayed tower project. Perhaps it would be prudent to negotiate the contract more earnestly. Feng Shizhu raised an eyebrow in mockery, questioning whether Miss Jiang was genuinely oblivious or merely pretending to be so. Do I truly appear to be a businessman? Is your only desire to engage in discussions of cooperation upon seeing me? Ignoring his provocations, Zhang Jiutong retrieved the documents from her bag once more, opening the first page, and began her presentation like a relentless reporting machine. Miss Jiang, your dedication is commendable, yet I find myself more intrigued by you as a person. Zhang Jiutong felt utterly repulsed. It was not her first encounter with those who disguised harassment under the pretext of collaboration. However, encountering someone as brazen as Feng Shizu was a novel experience. To summon someone to his domain, only to deliberately unveil secrets that would render escape impossible, was an exceedingly vile tactic. Mr. Feng, the technology behind my cable-stayed tower differs from what is commonly utilized domestically. I believe it is essential to explain it thoroughly to prevent any issues in your company's application. Without acknowledging his remarks, she began to elaborate on intricate academic details that Feng Shizu could hardly comprehend. He, however, showed no signs of irritation, observing her animated discourse as if she were an amusing spectacle. Perhaps it was the oppressive heat of the room, or perhaps Zhang Jiutong's monotonous presentation lulled him into drowsiness. By the time she reached the 20th page of her material, Feng Shizu had fallen asleep on the sofa. Zhang Jiutong rose stealthily, carefully retrieving her bag from the chair, preparing to leave. However, as she pushed open the glass door, she was immediately encircled by a dozen individuals, led by the blue-haired man, each dressed in a variety of styles. Hey, pretty lady, where do you think you're going? No girl brought back by our boss leaves without her clothes on. Their crude remarks and mocking expressions were palpable. Zhang Jiutong realized that escaping today would be far from easy. She disdainfully evaded one man's outstretched hand, retorting, I'm just going to the restroom. Do you all need to follow me? The blue-haired man, casually leaning with one hand in his pocket, pointed her in a direction. That way. Don't keep my big brother waiting too long. With a heavy heart, Zhang Jiutong trudged towards the direction indicated, each step feeling like a thorn at her back. Upon returning from the restroom, she found Feng Shizu leaning against the window, his gaze languidly fixed upon her. Back already? Shall we discuss some serious matters? His tone was flippant, and his demeanor playful. Zhang Jiutong felt thoroughly uncomfortable under his gaze, yet steeled herself to approach, taking a seat in the chair she had occupied earlier. All right, I can offer Mr. Feng a 2-point reduction on the cable-stayed tower project. This is the utmost sincerity from Weilan. Feng Shizu tossed aside the project documents she handed over. Miss Jiang, your earnest demeanor is rather dull. We are all adults here. Some things should go without saying. Zhang Jiutong felt an intense loathing for the thoroughly rotten individual before her. However, as she was on his turf, confronting him directly was unwise. She could only continue to feign ignorance. Mr. Feng, do you have any other thoughts regarding this collaboration? It's perfectly acceptable. All terms are negotiable before the contract is finalized. If the price is unsatisfactory, we can discuss it further. Zhang Jiutong prepared to utilize the cable-stayed tower materials to stall him, yet Feng Shizu had evidently lost his patience. Miss Jiang, the moment I first laid eyes on you aboard the cruise ship, I was utterly enchanted. I invited you here today for no other reason than to engage in conversation. So there is no need for you to be so tense. As he spoke, he sat beside her, casually draping an arm over the back of the sofa, the space between them thick with an unsettling tension. Zhang Jiutong, repulsed, attempted to stand and distance herself, only to find her coat belt caught in Feng Shizu's grip. Pulling her closer to him, almost losing her balance, she deftly grasped a nearby orchid stand to prevent herself from falling into his lap. Miss Jiang, are you intending to throw yourself at me? You ought to have said so earlier. Since we are clearly drawn to one another, I need not waste my efforts on your company's other employees. Feng Shizu's tone dripped with amusement and mockery. As if Zhang Jiutong were merely a prize he was determined to claim. Glancing at the belt he held, Zhang Jiutong felt a wave of nausea. In defiance, she swiftly removed her coat, discarding it along with the belt he had touched into the trash can. Feng Shizu gazed at her with a newfound intensity. A rose with thorns indeed. Quite fierce, I like it.